Rosa Luxemburg indicated a more potent, underlying contradiction when she foresaw the problem of the NEP period. At the same time that the Bolsheviks were stripping the capitalist class of its rights, they wanted to rent out the national industries, as first conceived in the spring of 1918, to the same class who were its prior proprietors. 63 In this sense, how the Bolsheviks related to the remnants of the bourgeois class influenced the way they related to the rest of the people, in that they did not apprehend the effect of the various measures they took, and the way these contradicted each other as well as their own principles. It is a well-known and indisputable fact, wrote Luxemburg, that without a free and untrammeled press, without the unlimited right of association and assemblage, the rule of the broad masses of the people is entirely unthinkable. This was the context of the German revolutionary theorists' oft-quoted and aphoristic words, "Freedom is always and exclusively freedom for the one who thinks differently." 64. Naturally, it was not the will of Lenin or Trotsky that decided events in the end, but the civil war, economic isolation, the weakness of the push for democracy, the disintegration of a working class already low in numbers, and the devotion to violent solutions both at the top and bottom. The short-lived power of the assembly suffered its final demise while overseen by Kolchak in the summer of 1918 with the outbreak of civil war, though it had sworn allegiance to an anti-Bolshevik politics. 65 The ruins of the Constituent Assembly, acting under the ideological terms of pure democracy, was finally liquidated by the martial forces of the dictatorship of the generals with the drastic tools that comport civil war. 66. Some authors vastly magnify the role of the Constituent Assembly of 1918, and, in the romantic vein, give it a positive spin. 67 If the Bolsheviks were appraised on the basis of their programs and fundamental revolutionary principles, all humanity would have marched through the gates of communist heaven. 68 The analysis is complicated by the challenge of separating objective and subjective currents, a dilemma raised by Rosa Luxemburg in 1918, when she considered how difficult it was to establish where the story of the gradual institutional independence of dictatorship begins, and where the concentration of power dictated by historical imperative ends. Let there be no mistaking that the fate of the revolution hung by a hair's breadth, between the moment and the end goal in the eyes of the revolutionaries of the age, who would not have had the luxury to exclude the possibility of historical regression either. In March 1918, when Lenin made the proposal to change the name to the Communist Party, he also added to the agenda reshaping of the party program. The most accurate and comprehensive definition possible of the new type of state, the Soviet Republic. The program must show that our party does not reject the use even of bourgeois parliamentarianism, should the course of the struggle push us back, for a time, to this historical stage which our revolution has now passed. 69. At the time he outlined a concept for the Soviets that harmonized, in part, with views expressed in state and revolution, but did not as yet take account of the fact that the driving force, which could have operated an electoral system built from the ground upward, was exhausted. Instead, people's resources were spent mainly on battling famine. To evaluate the historical reality of the situation, it must be taken into account that the political and organizational training of the tens of thousands of mostly peasant delegates elected into the rural Soviets was very basic. The number of Communist Party members among them did not come to even 1%. An increasingly charged civil war situation did not foster a more rooted Soviet democracy. 70. The escalating civil war from the summer of 1918 onward brought with it not only significant popular support but inherently stoked the dictatorship of the Communist Party. This is the period in which Lenin's unfinished article "The Democratism and Socialist Nature of Soviet Power" was written. In repeating his well-known thoughts on the electability and revocability of delegates to the Soviets, he once again reformulated the notion that the Soviets concentrate in their hands not only the legislative power and supervision of law enforcement, but direct enforcement of the laws through all the members of the Soviets with a view to a gradual transition to the performance of legislative functions and state administration by the whole working population. 71. The role of Lenin in this process, and how he processed the experience, also has theoretical significance. It is unequivocally clear that in terms of power and politics, The emergency situation demanded a stabilizing centralization expressing class volition and in principle a thrust from the grassroots upwards. Lenin was of course sensitive to the actual problem, but he also recalled the empirical lessons of history, which taught him that democratic sharing of power in the case of the bourgeoisie only came into play after it had consolidated class domination and then only in the central states of Europe. In the case of Soviet power, however, the state as a sort of commune was built theoretically speaking not on the separation of the branches of power but on the people's supervision of power, integrated into the civic institutions of society. Autonomous civil initiatives continued to conflict with the political-military imperatives of centralization, in a variety of ways, thereby later becoming the barrier for bureaucratic centralization. 72. What form of dictatorship? Current political journalism and the literature in political science mainly takes the view that Lenin introduced, or at least intended to introduce, unlimited personal dictatorship. Such a hypothesis stems from a serious simplification or misunderstanding of all that happened. A detailed dissection of the relevant political history is too much a digression, but it suffices to indicate that had Lenin wanted to introduce personal dictatorship, he would still not have been able to do so, as the political conditions to do so were not present. He was better advised on this than most of the dissident thinkers of the time. A few documents that the censors eliminated from Lenin's collected works are of extreme importance in this regard. In January of 1919, the famous historian Nikolai Roscoff 73 turned to Lenin in a private letter. The two had broken off politically at the time of the First Russian Revolution. Roscoff, who was originally a Bolshevik, joined the Mensheviks in 1908, which provided many points of difference between him and Lenin. Up to 1914.74 the letter did not travel by regular post, but was delivered to Lenin personally by, and with partial support from, Gorky. 75 It is a rare document among its kind, illuminating a great deal about the way people thought in that day, and proves that introducing dictatorship was popular even among left-wing political thinkers who were opposed to Lenin. Roscoff found the increasingly widespread famine so tragic that he proposed the introduction of one-person dictatorship. Setting aside the normal channels for the use of power, he saw martial counter-revolutionary dictatorship as the only other realistic possibility, and thought it should be avoided at all costs. Vladimir Ilyich, I am not writing this letter to you in the hope that it will come to your attention and make you sympathetic to its cause, but because I cannot stay silent in the situation that has come about, which seems tragic to me, and I must do everything in my power, so that we halt the disaster in the making. The economic and some of the alimentary situation of Soviet Russia is on the brink, and getting worse every day. The final, terrible catastrophe is drawing near. The situation here is that half the population of Petrograd is doomed to death by starvation. In such conditions you will not be able to retain power even if there were no imperialist and White Guard menace. 76. Central to Roscoff's argument was a factor registered accurately by every Russian historian. In periods of penury the forces of chaos and terror often wreaked havoc, leading to the dissolution of the empire, the country, and fragmenting it into lesser units. Alternately, it led to the exact opposite, unbridled centralization. The historical forces of terror were at work in the Russian villages. Chaos and disorganization appeared in the guise of the clash between the old way of thinking and the new set of stipulations. 77 Roscoff conceived of the introduction of personal dictatorship combined with an immediate halt to war communism, which had just been consolidated. In other words, the forced requisitioning of grain, the state monopoly on trade, and above all the monopoly on grain would cease, and a free market would be introduced. Your threats of sending the requisitioning gangs are not going to help now. Anarchy has taken over the country, and no one is afraid of you, no one will take heed. But were they to listen, even then the matter would not be settled, for the essence of the situation is that your whole food policy is built on the wrong premises. Who would argue with the state monopoly of basic goods, if the state would be capable of supplying the populace with them in sufficient quantities? 78. Roscoff gave voice to the most important demand of the new economic policy in that he recommended a free market for basic food articles, the organization of the all-Russian market, and shutting down the requisitioning gangs. 79 The period was rife with dictatorial ideas on both the left and right, but Roscoff's unique contribution was to demand the reinstatement of the market economy and the introduction of the one-person dictatorship, a preventive measure to preempt a counter-revolutionary dictator seizing power. We have become too distanced from each other. Likely, or even in all likelihood, we will not understand each other. But in my opinion, the situation is such that only a one-person dictatorship can get in the way of the counter-revolutionary dictator and snatch power away from him. For this counter-revolutionary dictator will not be as stupid as the generals of the Tsar and the cadets, who took the land away from the peasant. No such intelligent dictator exists as yet. But it won't take long. At this point, only you can stop this from happening. It would take authority and energy. And steps must be taken urgently, and especially in the matter of food distribution. Otherwise ruin is inevitable. But of course the changes must not be limited to this. The economic policy as a whole should be rebuilt with socialist ends in mind. Once more, this will demand a dictatorship. Let the Congress of Soviets empower you with the extraordinary mandates necessary. It is your task to decide whether there is a need for this. 80. Though Lenin, as far as his reply to the letter is an indication, did not waver for even a moment as he read it, the document cannot be ignored either in regard to its theoretical perception of the situation or its concrete political content. And though it concerns an individual far removed from the fulcrum of political life, in fact it still carries more weight than a private initiative. Menshevik leaders such as Dan or Martov set store by the possibility of an anti-Semitic, Black Hundreds dictatorship which they denounced as an alternative to the Bolshevik seizure of power, and prohibited party members from organizing armed struggle against the Bolsheviks and Soviet power, even if many Mensheviks suspected that the social base of the Bolshevik revolution included lumpen elements and reactionary soldiers. 81 In this sense, the rise of a White Guard dictator was not only the manic obsession of the Menshevik Roscoff and the Bolsheviks, for indeed the figure was soon embodied by Kolchak and Denikin. Why Lenin was averse to the idea of a one-person dictatorship is even more interesting where theory and political history are concerned. He approached this question as a completely ideology-free issue in his reply to Roscoff. 82 The fact that Lenin replied at all suggests that he found that the letter posed some essential questions of a practical nature. 83 A few weeks later, on March 13, 1919, Lenin returned to the contents of the letter in a speech he made at the People's House in Petrograd, without mentioning names. Of course this speech was also suppressed in its time. 84. Lenin expected the historian-economist Roscoff to take account of the social consequences of the economic policy he proposed. In other words, Lenin invited Roscoff to turn his attention to helping the impoverished segment of society and winning the educated circles over to this cause by supporting the spread of self-organization. The reinstatement of a market economy would only be advantageous to the rich with the depths of chaos and destitution it would create, undermining the very fundaments of the system. You should not be thinking about free trade to an economist. Of all people, it should be clear that free trade, given the absolute shortage of essential produce, is equivalent to frenzied, brutal speculation and the triumph of the haves over the have-nots. We should not go backward through free trade but forward through the improvement of the state monopoly, towards socialism. It is a difficult transition, but despair is impermissible and unwise. If, instead of serenading free trade, the non-party intelligentsia or the intelligentsia close to the party would form emergency groups, small groups, and unions for all-round assistance to the food supply, it would seriously help the cause and lessen hunger. 85. Lenin did not see one-person dictatorship as a form of government that warranted serious consideration, because organizationally it would mean the destruction of the apparatus already established. It must not be forgotten that this was exactly the point of time in which the expansion of the economic method of war communism peaked. The Council of People's Commissars made a series of decisions in January, February 1919. On the same day Roscoff's letter was dated, January 11, they adopted the decree on the forced requisitioning of grain. Additionally, the introduction of personal dictatorship would have meant that the Soviets would have to abandon their form of power structure as an alternative to bourgeois democracy and the constituent game, that is, the perspective of another form of democracy. Party dictatorship, as the concrete manifestation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, may have been just defendable in the emergency situation that had evolved, but personal dictatorship could not be found in the political vocabulary, conceptual inventions, and theoretical traditions of Bolshevism to date. In Lenin's words, written to Roscoff, "As for personal dictatorship, excuse the expression, but it is utter nonsense. The apparatus has already become gigantic, in some places excessively so, and under such conditions a personal dictatorship is entirely unrealizable, and attempts to realize it would only be harmful. A turning point has occurred in the intelligentsia. The civil war in Germany and the struggle precisely along the lines of Soviet power against the universal, direct, equal, and secret ballot, that is, against the counter-revolutionary constituent assembly. This struggle in Germany is breaking through even to the most stubborn intelligentsia minds, and will succeed in breaking through. At home, in Russia, they regarded this as merely the savagery of Bolshevism. But now history has shown that it is the worldwide collapse of bourgeois democracy and bourgeois parliamentarianism, that you cannot get by anywhere without a civil war. The intelligentsia will have to arrive at the position of helping the workers precisely on a Soviet platform. 86. Gorky attached a letter of his own to Roscoff's, in which he also argued for the introduction of personal dictatorship. However, in contradiction to Roscoff, he encouraged Lenin to introduce personal dictatorship only in the given circumstances of civil war, together with a strict ban on the private market, that is, on the basis of state monopoly on trade. 87. Lenin responded to these issues in the speech of March 13. A piquancy of the speech, which was never published in the Soviet period, was that it pointed out the connection between the current events in the battle raging against the famine and civil war against the internal counter-revolution. It should be obvious that the Bolsheviks were not the inventors of either forced requisitioning or state monopoly of the market. The Tsar's government had introduced forced requisitioning on November 29, 1916, and the grain monopoly was given legal standing by the provisional government in its first days, on March 25, 1917. The latter government sent armed forces to the villages for the collection of foodstuffs in the autumn, although the efficacy of these measures is another matter. However, the steps Lenin took to alleviate the famine were not the mechanical continuation of these measures. V. Loganov, in line with research by Bruss and some other Soviet historians of the 1960s and 1970s, rightly points out that in April 1918 he was thinking in terms of the peaceful possibilities of bringing grain from the villages to the cities by means of bartering produce. A few days later, in agreement with the Council of People's Commissars, a decision for a food procurement dictatorship was made. What happened was that by April, May, all of the traditional grain-growing regions had been cut off from the central region. German occupying forces had raised the hetman Pavel Petrovich Skoropadsky to power in Ukraine. The revolt of Czech prisoners of war in May cut off Siberia and a part of the Volga region, and even Moscow's contact with the North Caucasus was split by June. Needless to say, this isolation did not bode well. 88. It is an important contributing factor to the subject under discussion here that the series of war communist measures based on curbs to democratic freedoms fundamentally affected such fields of everyday life as transport and travel. The whole chain of compulsory measures pointed toward the realization of a command economy, and this naturally did not serve as a firm basis for the construction of a stable, democratic government. The Soviet dictatorship given political shape by the Communist Party became expedient for the pulverization of military counter-revolution and the dictatorships of White Guard generals on the fronts of the Civil War. 89. Yet the increasing bureaucratization and strengthening of the state and party apparatus forced Lenin and the Bolsheviks to bring a new set of problems into view. What means were available to keep the protesting, differently thinking groups within their own social base? How far can oppression be validated, and when does the revolution begin turning into its opposite? At this point, the only person attempting to give a Marxist, internal criticism of the Russian Revolution, at some distance from where events were unfolding, was Rosa Luxemburg. Unsurprisingly, the Mensheviks also saw an affirmation of their views in the critique of Bolshevism given by Luxemburg's pamphlet. Martov went so far, in a letter to S.D. Schapak from Berlin dated December 23, 1921, as to glean a validation of Koski from it. Here the sensation you must have heard of is that Paul Levi has finally published Rosa's pamphlet, which the communists kept concealed for 3 years. She chides them in it not only for the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, but the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly. It matches Koski in the way it raises the question of dictatorship and democracy letter for letter, so the effect of this publication is colossal. 90. It is clear that a document such as Rosa Luxemburg's can have many readings and interpretations. Yet the association Martov made of Luxemburg's position with Koski's is more than a misunderstanding. It has psychological grounds, the sources of which are rather mundane. He was merely looking for mechanical validations of his own political stance. After all, would either Koski or Martov in the course of the Russian Revolution ever, even for a moment, have accepted Rosa Luxemburg's oft-quoted lines, written in prison in 1918? Let the German government socialists cry that the rule of the Bolsheviks in Russia is a distorted expression of the dictatorship of the proletariat. If it was or is such, that is only because it is a product of the behavior of the German proletariat, in itself a distorted expression of the socialist class struggle. All of us are subject to the laws of history, and it is only internationally that the socialist order of society can be realized. The Bolsheviks have shown that they are capable of everything that a genuine revolutionary party can contribute within the limits of historical possibilities. They are not supposed to perform miracles. For a model and faultless proletarian revolution in an isolated land, exhausted by world war, strangled by imperialism, betrayed by the international proletariat, would be a miracle. In this, Lenin and Trotsky and their friends were the first, those who went ahead as an example to the proletariat of the world. They are still the only ones up to now who can cry with Hutton, "I have dared." 91. This is the context into which the true message of Luxemburg's judgment and criticism of terror fits. Freedom is always and exclusively freedom for the one who thinks differently. The actual, major theoretical and practical problem here, even today, is whether the possibility of any resolution to the contradiction presented existed. Violence and terror, causes and consequences. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, historiographic tendencies of great diversity have aimed to force Lenin's legacy into a narrative box of terror and violence, by way of deconstructing the structure of the historical account. Lenin did not have a special theory that dealt with violence and terror, though his views and grounds for his actions can be satisfactorily reconstructed in this area. At the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th, revolutionaries did not normally contest the inevitability of violence in the course of revolutionary change. Lenin knew Engels's famous theoretical forays on violence in his polemics with Düring, though even Herr Düring admitted some role of violence in his cautious manner, thereby eliciting palpable anger from Engels. It is only with sighs and groans that he admits the possibility that force will perhaps be necessary for the overthrow of an economic system of exploitation, unfortunately, because all use of force demoralizes the person who uses it. And this in spite of the immense moral and spiritual impetus which has been given by every victorious revolution. 92. These were the conceptual foundations Lenin inherited, which deduced the historical sources of violence from the economic contradictions, opposite interests, and class oppression of modern society. With knowledge of the history of the 20th century, however, comes recognition of the vast difference between a theoretical approach to violence and its actual application. Decisively, in this context, the vortex of struggle for power in the Russian Civil War saw irreconcilable political, socio-economic interests, theoretical and cultural traditions, and logics collide, which brought a variety of horrific forms of concentrated violence into existence. However, not only did the revolution not bring an end to the violence and terror, but it implemented it more widely, through a variety of forms with different aims, not to mention all of the later, at once distressing and complicated, historical developments which followed from these precedents. 93. In his uncompleted work, Young Lenin, Trotsky rightly drew attention to the fact that Lenin formed his more differentiated position regarding terror over a period of years 94, the essence of which may be summed up in the notion that terror was to be a secondary tool in political and armed struggle, for use only in the most extreme moment. Following the defeat of the 1905 uprising, Lenin viewed terror and partisan actions as an instrument of the revolutionary uprising and in relation to state tyranny. His classic work on the subject was published as Events of the Day in August 1906, and the title gives the essence of the writing. It dealt with terrorism as a political and combat technique based on a series of terrorist acts in Polish cities against Stolypin, as well as SR revolutionaries e.v. Konoplyanikova's August 13, 1906 assassination of General G. Amin, who had violently suppressed the armed Moscow uprising. Whether such action is politically called for depended on whether it influenced the public mood to be in favor or against the socialists. He posited the legitimacy of armed partisan acts against autocracy and state despotism as one possible tactic of revolutionary struggle, but rejected it as a means of expropriating private property, because the revolutionary forces are not at war with individuals, but with the system. Therefore, Lenin noted, the Party Congress had decided correctly when it repudiates the expropriation of private property, while an active struggle against government terror and the violence of the Black Hundreds is inevitable, and recognizes killing of perpetrators of violence and that arms and military supplies that belong to the government must be seized. 95. 1 year later, having learned from the experience of the counter-revolution's rise to power, terrorist actions in answer to the terror of the regime would only have exacerbated the measure of defeat. Lenin considered the tolls of terrorism detrimental from the point of view of the revolutionary struggle and mass movement in the so-called times of peace. At the Third Party Conference in Kotka, Finland, the meeting of the Bolshevik faction closed the conference with a resolution denouncing terror, stating that it rejected terror as a method in advance. The given situation was prohibitive of terror, with the only method suitable for the struggle at the moment is scientific propaganda and the State Duma as a forum for agitation. The faction even raised the possibility of seceding from the party if their friends of principle rejected this resolution. 96. Spontaneity and organization. Recent historians have mostly drawn attention to the fact that the transformative process of the Revolution of 1917 took place on various social levels, with different defining traits and means, as well as cultural and psychological persuasions. A particular cult of violence gained a foothold in significant social groups from 1914 onward. 97 Without neglecting that the Russian tradition was fertile soil for the use of violence. 98 The primary source of modern violence was the imperialist World War. It had thrown the already weakened institutions and structures of social solidarity into disarray, breaking the moral checks on murderous instincts and allowing the Obshchina revolution to spread quickly, mediated by the armed peasant soldier in the ranks. 99. In other words, in the period of civil war the Soviet government received no impulse from below from its immediate social base and apparatus that would impede violence. The organized actions of the monarchist military counter-revolution only reinforced the ties of the new regime with the use of force as a tool of survival. The counter-revolution is in fact a part of the revolution, in a historical sense. Street fights had erupted in a number of important cities in February through May 1917, followed by the Days of July, the Kornilov Revolt, and spontaneous peasant rebellions in the villages, and in October came the armed takeover of power in Petrograd and Moscow. The revolution then swept through the whole of Russia. Nevertheless, the psychological state of civil war did not begin with the armed conflicts of 1918, nor the interventionist strikes from abroad, but with the centuries-old Tsarist system of oppression and the First World War's tide of blood. The post-October violence and terror, equipped with its own tools and institutions, grew out of this rich loam of violent oppression rather than the other way around. In other words, in terms of causality, the revolution was not the cause, but the consequence of the violence. 100 The war also played a decisive role among the causes of the revolution. Be that as it may, Lenin based his theoretical and political approach on the view that any weakness and lack of nerve on the part of the new power apparatus would only increase the strength and chances of the old ruling classes and counter-revolutionary resistance. He thought it ridiculous that in the weeks and months following the revolution, the Bolsheviks amnestied not only a number of ministers of the provisional government and participants of the Junker Revolt of October 29, based on their word of honor, but also P.N. Krasnov, the most merciless Cossack general, who immediately joined other Junkers and continued the armed struggle against the Soviets' power. Russian realities had the potential of terror at three different levels, of which Lenin was well aware: the legacy of violence left by the First World War, the escalation of the internal class struggle, and the virus of the Civil War, to be fought to mutual annihilation, a feeling which had become palpable in the Russia of 1917. In obeisance to the new reigning canon, this is now often forgotten in regard to the evolution of terror following the revolution. By January 1918 the monarchist General Kornilov had already given the order to take no prisoners. 101 The voice of that terror signaled the horror of what was to become commonplace during the Civil War, the evolving cycle of violence. 102 The process by which violence and terror escalated was not determined by any preconceived theory, and could not have been foreseen in its singularity and almost unequaled instruments. Only the concrete circumstances in this situation could determine the combinations that drew together certain particular components of the Russian revolutionary tradition, such as the Pugachevshchina, and Marxist theory, such as the dictatorship of the proletariat. Bakunin's approach is worth recalling, as it reappeared in some form or another in the value systems of a number of revolutionary trends, including that of Lenin. A pamphlet Mikhail Bakunin wrote from exile in Geneva in January of 1870, the year of Lenin's birth, to the officers of the Russian army, declared that in spite of the people's immeasurable sufferings, bloodshed could be avoided in the course of a struggle for liberation if the army took up the sacred cause of the people. There would be no bloodletting in this case, and the oppressors, the parasites, the idlers, would simply be driven off the territory of Russia. Bakunin continued, Stenka who will put himself at the head of the masses during the destruction, so clearly at hand, of the Russian Empire, will no longer be an individual hero, but a collective Stenka 103 This collective Razin was embodied in the Peasant Rebellion, in Lenin, and in the Red Army and Cheka of 1917. Of course, the theory Lenin used to justify the oppression practiced by the revolution did not reach back to Bakuninian sources. The dictatorship of the proletariat as a specific form of exercising power came about and became a material force under mass democracy's sphere of influence, with the purpose of breaking down the resistance of the ruling classes and establishing the regime of direct democracy. The problem was ultimately caused by the fact that oppression, as a task, came to be applied not only to the ruling classes, but against everyone contradicting the decrees of the new regime, for whatever reason. In parallel to the deepening of terror and violence, widening the scope of direct democracy was gradually taken off the agenda. It softened to an issue of constitutional legislation, a theoretical question. Though Lenin did not wish to sink completely into the swamp of power sustaining itself, the danger of the envisioned aims being leached out of the whole picture was very real right from the very beginning. Lenin was engaged in what one may freely call military service in the Kremlin, from the first day of the revolution. He learned the style of military command appropriate for the emergency situation gradually, though he was naturally fully versed in the unavoidable use and function of terror from his reading of the histories of the French Revolution and American Civil War. Two dispatches from the initial period are revealing with regard to the historical situation that had evolved. Telegram to Kharkov and Moscow, January 13, 1918. Arhonikij, People's Secretariat, Antonov's staff, Kharkov Commander-in-Chief Muralov, Presidium of the Soviet of Deputies, Moscow. We have received news of a traffic jam between Orel and Kursk preventing the passage of trains with coal and grain. Any hold-up threatens famine and stoppage of industry. We suspect sabotage by railwaymen in this locality, for there have been several cases of sabotage there. We urgently ask you to take the most ruthless revolutionary measures. We ask you to send out a detachment of absolutely reliable persons. Use all means to ensure the movement of trucks with grain to Petrograd, otherwise there is a threat of famine. Place several sailors or Red Guards on each of the locomotives. Remember that it depends on you to save Petrograd from famine. Lenin. He repeated his pleas in another telegram to Antonov and Arhonikij 2 days later. For God's sake, take the most energetic and revolutionary measures to send grain, and more grain. Otherwise Petrograd may perish. Special trains and detachments. Grain collection and delivery. Have the trains convoyed? Report daily. For God's sake, Lenin 104. Elemental matters such as the problem of control over and transportation of grain could only be solved by utilizing the armed forces, without resorting to military force. These problems could not be handled in the given situation, so Lenin began to act as required under the pressure of wartime conditions, and unavoidably had to improvise. His decisions were shaped largely by extraneous factors such as lack of information, fear of defeat, the unmasking of true or imagined conspiracies, the formation of the armed counter-revolution, etc. 105. An array of parallel spontaneous popular institutions coexisted, such as the Military Revolutionary Committee, the local Soviets in close proximity with the centralizing powers, and the Council of People's Commissars at the top, which in turn reported to, and was in principle subject to, the Central Executive Committee. However, the strong paternalist relationship survived, serving as a support for not only the central powers, but for Lenin's personal power as well. These different levels of power created a peculiar form of chaos. For example, Lenin's first decisions show he was forced to take action about situations he could hardly have imagined earlier. Among the difficulties he came up against on the first days of the revolution was that of alcoholism, which threw some of the Red Guard units into disarray. He proposed to sell what was available of quality wine and spirits abroad, so it does not poison and demoralize the populace locally. 106. The practice of taking hostages. 107. As well as interning the enemy in concentration camps, as a means of temporarily isolating it from society, was developed, though it had been used in the First World War and even the earlier Boer War. Phenomena of other kinds also signaled the wild growth of violence and terror. A row of terrorist acts against officials of Soviet power whipped up emotions. Among the most spectacular was an SR assassin's murder of one of the leading Petrograd Bolsheviks, Volodarsky, and then an S.R.'s killing of Uritsky, the head of the Petrograd Chikot. On 30 August the same day another SR fanatic, Fanny Kaplan, made her well-known attempt on Lenin's life. Reacting to the counter-revolutionary White Terror, the All-Russian Central Executive Committee enacted a decree for the introduction of Red Terror on September 2. Pravda published the text of the decree on September 3, asserting that the workers and the peasants answer the agents of the bourgeoisie with mass Red Terror. Lenin argued on both theoretical and practical levels for the state form of a mass terror of intimidation. At the same time he continued to reject the private form of terror rooted in personal revenge, considering it useless. The case of Mrs. Pershakova, an employee of a small town housing office, arrested in March 1919 for defacing a picture portrait of Lenin she had torn out of a pamphlet while bored, might even be taken as a symbolic one. Lenin's attention was drawn to the liberation of the lady in question by one of the captains of the militia of Karasin, V.S. Yuzakov, and the Red Guard soldier Minin. Lenin's note on the document read, "Hand the whole documentation over to columnists." March 8, 1919, Mishkin, chairman of the Gubernia Extraordinary Commission, Tsaritsin. You cannot arrest people for disfiguring a portrait. Free Valentina Pershakova at once, and if she is a counter-revolutionary, keep an eye on her. 108. A plethora of documents indicate that the leader of the revolution often took measures even at the peak of the Civil War, against Chekist or bureaucratic abuses of power. For example, one document reads, To the Gubernia Executive Committee of Cherepovets, March 29, 1919. Czech complaint Yefrosinia Yefimova, soldier's wife of village Novoselo, Pokrovsk Vlast, Belozersk Uyezd, concerning confiscation of grain for common barn, although her husband has been prisoner of war over 4 years and she has family of 3 without a farm help. Report to me results investigation and your measures. 109. To Lenin, mass terror counted as the most extreme instrument of struggle against the enemy and was to be applied, on a case-by-case basis. 110 Yet in other situations he censured the terror motivated by power political rationales as well as social and class factors, and the use of violence. He frequently demanded curbs on the use of terror and even the elimination of concrete abuses of power, and advocated punishing Cheka employees. For instance, he protested in horror against the evil bleakness of some Ukrainian representatives of the Cheka. Kamina says and declares that several most prominent Cheka men confirm it that the Chekas in the Ukraine have brought a host of evils, having been set up too early and having allowed a mass of hangers-on to get in. It is necessary at all costs to discipline the Cheka men and throw out the alien elements. 111. He knew that illiterate or semi-illiterate, politically unschooled youth were in the majority in the Cheka, including the type of careerist people without any ideals who showed up wherever power offered an opportunity for dominance and good living. Thus violence was not only the product of the past, the war, and the conditions created by the Civil War 112 but an inalienable part of the new system taking root, best expressed in the fact that threats of violence seemed the only way to limit the excesses of the new bureaucracy, since the formation of a new legal order was taking years to complete. In April 1919, some peasants in certain parts of the country were going to be forced to join the collectives, rather than doing so of their own free will, a behavior categorically prohibited by Lenin in the name of the Council of People's Commissars. The peasant base formed the backbone of the Red Army, and compulsory measures of any kind to make the peasants pass over to the communal working of the fields are impermissible. Non-observance of this will be punished with all the severity of revolutionary law. On April 10, Lenin and Soreta, the People's Commissar for Agriculture, published a circular letter in Izvestia protesting the despotism of local authorities. Information has reached the People's Commissariat for Agriculture that for the purpose of organizing state farms, communes, and other collective associations, the land departments and state farm boards, contrary to the intent of Article 9 of the Regulations on Socialist Organization of Agriculture, are taking away from the peasants the lands of former landowners' estates which had been made over to them. The impermissibility of such practices is hereby confirmed. Lands being worked by peasants at the time of the publication of the Regulations on Socialist Organization of Agriculture, and which were put at their disposal on the basis of decisions or instructions of uyezd or gubernia land departments, may not on any account be forcibly alienated for the purpose of organizing state farms, communes, or other collective associations. The alienation of lands from the peasants for the sake of the above-mentioned organizations is permissible only by voluntary consent by way of land tenure regulation. Measures of coercion to make the peasants practice joint cultivation and join communes and other types of collective farming are impermissible. The transition to collective forms is to be carried out only in strict conformity with the regulations, without any compulsion on the part of the authorities. Non-fulfillment of the present instruction will be punished in accordance with the laws of the revolutionary period. Inform the population of the present instruction as widely as possible. 113. Under the pressure of escalating terror, Lenin was forced, though historians like Fokoganov, Pipes, and Felshtinsky are silent on this point, to bring corrective measures against the Cheka and the courts, as they did not heed laws or regulations. During the Civil War, no evidence was needed to arrest anyone, only a denunciation from the authorities. Rather than list the numerous documents that illustrate Lenin's anger at the naked inhumanity of the internal ministry and state government powers he had helped to build, 114, it is more useful to discuss the measures he took to restrict the spate of terror and the way he thought about them, which may prove instructive in theoretical terms. With the reorganization of the Cheka in the beginning of 1922, from then on called the GPU, its basic task was defined as the defense of Soviet and Communist Party power, and the deterrence, expulsion, and administrative liquidation of the political opposition. 115 The legal framework, marking out a scope for terror, was placed on the agenda, an act that can be interpreted as a form of legal summary derived from the experiences of the Civil War and the new situation. As he was bringing the economic repression of war communism to an end, Lenin was looking for ways to restrain the political opposition and the new bourgeoisie, and to crop their influence. He found an unusual solution in May 1922 with new revolutionary legal norms eliminating all despotism and supporting a form of legalized terror. He explained this in his notes to the draft law, bringing the criminal code of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic into force, put forward publicly a thesis that is correct in principle and politically, which explains the substance of terror, its necessity and limits, and provides justification for it. It becomes clear from these comments that Lenin also arranged for a clampdown on the political opposition with the extension of the death penalty, while at the same time making the measure of repression relative, add the right, by decision of the Presidium of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee, to commute the death sentence to deportation. 116 The main goal of Lenin's actions can be observed in light of these statements. His formulations show unequivocally that the broad attack upon the priesthood, churches, and bourgeois intelligentsia in 1922 was a sort of closure to the Civil War, and aimed at isolating and expelling those who had supported the White Guard, the monarchist counter-revolution, and the anti-Soviet camp from the hinterland during the Civil War, and who still held significant positions in the intellectual political life of Soviet society after their military defeat. The formation of that catastrophic complex of views, which could consign every form of political opposition to the counter-revolutionary camp, became apparent in the course of this process. The main message of the Joint State Political Directorate report was not, as Terence Martin wrote, a deep mistrust of the masses, and fear of their instinctive rebelliousness that characterized the Soviet leadership. 117 Rather, the documents reflect how Lenin and the other Soviet leaders wanted to meet the goals they had set for themselves, but were not able to because of the social and historical preconditions from which the revolution itself had sprung. 118 The 1922 wave of repression. Ending the Civil War. It is crucial to know that as of the summer of 1918, Lenin saw foreign military intervention as the main cause of the terror. Lenin laid great emphasis on the question of terror in replying to Western criticism that portrayed the Soviet government as terrorist. From a Council of People's Commissars report to the 7th All-Russian Congress of the Soviets. The chief accusation made against us by the European petite bourgeoisie concerns our terrorism, our crude suppression of the intelligentsia and the petite bourgeoisie. You and your governments have forced all that upon us, we say in reply. That was real terrorism when all the powers united against a country that was one of the most backward and most weakened by war. The reason for our terrorism was that we were attacked by armed forces against which we had to bend all our efforts. On the other hand, he alluded to the fact that the petite bourgeoisie and the middle layer of society, the intelligentsia, find the trials of civil war much harder, because they have been privileged for decades, but in the interests of the social revolution we must place that burden on their shoulders, too. Moreover, the carrying of such burdens to ensure the victory in the war requires strict military discipline. 119. Behind this wave of repressions was fear of the NEP's consequences, both in the context of international isolation and recent experiences of armed foreign intervention. The reinstatement of certain elements of the new bourgeoisie, the market, and capitalism in general, and the social, cultural, and ideological conflicts this involved filled the leaders, members, and supporters of the Bolshevik Party with dread and uncertainty. This fear came to the fore in the idea that the disparate forces opposing the Soviet government could unite, partly because the NEP offered them more political opportunity, and partly because it brought into being social actors that were thought to be capable of bringing down the Soviet government. 120 It is difficult to comprehend these fears from a perspective of the present, but a historical approach may help. Further, the Bolsheviks' almost psychotic fear of losing power was sped on by new impulses in the historical moment following their victory in the Civil War. 121 On the fronts of the Civil War they had annihilated the White armies and the interventionists, but they still felt that the military defeat of counter-revolution did not necessarily lead to its political defeat, or if so, then in limited terms. They felt that the Eastern Orthodox Church had been the buttress of the monarchist system for 1,000 years, but had been left virtually untouched. The counter-revolutionary parties had survived, and were ready to overthrow the Soviet government led by the Bolsheviks. The most destabilizing factor contributing to the Bolshevik psychosis was the terrible famine of 1921-22 that affected approximately 20 million people. Some of the data available indicates 5 million dying of hunger as a result of the extreme drought, with the Volga region most affected. This development could easily delegitimize Communist Party rule and its social goals, separating the power of the Soviets from their social base. This final natural catastrophe following years of famine made it obvious to the Soviet political leadership, as well as Lenin, that prolonged hunger and deprivation had transformed the psychological makeup of the people, their worldview, the way they related to power, and their intellectual abilities and temperament. A widely experienced characteristic was the degradation of personality, as brought to public attention by the world-renowned neurologist and psychologist, Professor V. M. Bekhterev. The struggle with hunger, suffering, and the common occurrence of starvation deaths drove many to despair, and was just as conducive to crime as it was to disease, epidemics, and people's reduced capacity to work. 122. Moreover, famine was an acute problem faced by every kind of power by 1916, which was intensified by the international conflict by 1919. The formation of the so-called Nansen Committee in the spring of 1919, under the aegis of the Red Cross, signaled that the Russian famine was a catastrophe of European proportions. Lenin welcomed the supportive approach of the polar explorer Fridtjof Nansen, but pointed out how the interventionist states wanted to turn his humanitarian goals against the Soviet government. Nansen drafted the answer of the heads of state, which made help conditional based on the suspension of all armed action. What the answer did not say, however, was that a significant part of the war operations, or it could be said a decisive measure, was by the favor of the Allied powers. Lenin proposed that a reply be composed in such a way as to expose this hypocrisy, but gratefully accepted the international aid arranged by Nansen. 123. The famine posed a different question in 1921. Anti-Bolshevik intellectuals founded the First Aid Committee in July 1921, in cooperation with the Soviet authorities. As in 1919, Lenin was perfectly aware that the catastrophe could delegitimize the newly established government. From the perspective of power politics, once again the solution for Russia's famine was being sought by the same great powers that were at war with Soviet Russia and were financing the white generals, and so were to blame for the famine itself. 124. Finally, in order to understand the background of the repressions, it can be said that in one sense the Russian Revolution is certainly not an exception in the history of revolutions. Political battles did not cease until the influence of the social layers that upheld the old regime were eliminated. In the French, English, and American revolutions, scores were settled with those faithful to the old system in the particular circumstances offered by each nation. The situation in Russia was made additionally dire by the social power undergirding the new system. The urban labor forces became increasingly fatigued as the civil war stretched on, and this was mirrored in the fragility of the new political regime and the vulnerability of its social base. Famine and the expropriation of church treasures. A wave of repression swept across the social groups and institutions connected to the old system. Under pressure from grave circumstances and in defense of its political and ideological rule, the Communist Party wanted to get rid of the key figures of the political opposition, who the party assumed had no interest in political compromise, or who were not willing to engage in one. Ultimately, the wave of repression was a message to both all forms of internal opposition, as well as the West, not to turn back on the road that had been taken. The Communist Party would retain its monopoly on power. 125. The Russian Orthodox Church was seen as the most significant opposition by the Bolsheviks. Ex-Soviet scholars, such as N. Pokrovsky 126, usually approach the process by which the Soviet government expropriated, confiscated the church treasures, and the way the Bolsheviks in general and Lenin related to the church, in terms of a moral and legal problem. Pokrovsky admits that an act of January 1918 declared all church treasures which were not used for religious purposes to be state property. But he falls into a moral argument with the Soviet politicians of the revolutionary period, as if Lenin and the Bolsheviks had not themselves advanced a series of moral arguments in favor of the political liquidation of the Russian Orthodox Church. The documents that are available today show Lenin's progress as a politician and ideologist in regard to these questions, somewhat coloring the concepts established in previous times. From the discussion heretofore, we have seen that all of his important political decisions were also considered in a historical perspective, and this also applies to the measures of repression. It is not widely known that the February Revolution did not divorce the state from the church. Though a deep sense of antipathy had built up against the state religion and the national church over the years, in vast swaths of Russian society it still had support, especially with older generations. The church survived the civil war as a notable opponent. The numbers of priests generally supporting the Whites and the Black Hundreds were in excess of 200,000 in 1917. The Decree on Freedom of Conscience, which was also a declaration of freedom from the church, was enacted on January 20, 1918 and signed by Lenin. It meant that schools would no longer have Bible classes, civil marriage was introduced in place of church marriage, and the church estate was declared the property of the people. The All-Russian Patriarch Tikhon, chosen to head the Russian Orthodox Church after the October Revolution, rejected and denounced the decree's fundamental theses. On top of this, he wrote an open letter on the first anniversary of the October Revolution, addressed to the Council of People's Commissars, in which he condemned the Bolshevik policies, the peace treaty of Brest-Litovsk, as well as the termination of the dominion of private property. But the Patriarch had excommunicated all those involved in the revolutionary vigilantism earlier, in January 1918. If so, Lenin was already among those excommunicated, though not named in the document. Alexandra Kollontai, a fighter for women's rights, was mentioned by name. Lenin noted that she, a Bolshevik revolutionary, had found rather good company with Stenka and left Tolstoy among the excommunicated. It was also well known that Lenin had considered the Russian Orthodox Church as the Tsarist autocracy's most faithful prop. However, he never identified the church with religion, or the other way round. His view on religion having opiate characteristics has been touched on in an earlier chapter, but it is a lesser-known fact that he did not want to ban, or put into an impossible position, either the church or the practice of religion, and he even took measures against violations during the Civil War. 127 On the other hand, he treated party matters differently. He was against the participation of party members in religious ceremonies on principle, and considered it intolerable for one to practice a religion. In a note to the Central Committee of May 30, 1919 he wrote, "I am for expulsion from the party of people who take part in religious ceremonies." 128. After the bloodbath of the First World War, Lenin wanted to relegate the church establishment, which he described as medieval, to the peripheries of political intellectual life. It was not just a matter of the church having taken up arms against the Soviet government, but also a question of the Bolsheviks wanting to create their own cultural hegemony in society, in opposition to the earlier ideological monopoly, the old culture, of the Russian Orthodox Church. The first steps the Bolsheviks were determined to take were a quick elimination of illiteracy, the civilizing and uplifting of the masses through culture, and the wide distribution of new, socialist culture. 129. Lenin, in a spirit of now or never, felt that the time to confront the Russian Orthodox Church and Tikhon had come in the winter, spring of 1922. 130 On Lenin's initiative, the Council of People's Commissars and the topmost Soviet organs undertook a collection in aid of the victims of the 1921-22 famine in the Volga region. 131 And ordered the confiscation of church estates and effects. In his reply on February 28, Tikhon proclaimed open resistance, and spoke of desecration. The requisitioning committee and the mounted police were beaten back by the faithful in Shia. The military clashed with the demonstrators and 40 individuals were injured, 16 supporters of the church and 24 Red Army soldiers. This served as an occasion for Lenin to write his secret anti-church document. Lenin's secret letter 132 to Molotov, and through him to the members of the Central Executive Committee, which was later suppressed by the Soviet government, outlined the GPU actions related to the political strategy indicated in the letter. 133 Publicly, and in official terms, Lenin put Mikhail Kalinin, the chairman of the Soviets, in charge of the action, with Lenin as the sole source of information for the press. He entrusted its actual direction to Trotsky, letting everyone know that this had to be kept highly secret due to Trotsky's Jewish origins, which would only serve as more fuel to the anti-Semitic propaganda of the White Guard and the Church. 134 The document gives a number of explanations for this settling of accounts with the Church. Two primary considerations prevailed over the anticipated resistance to the expropriation. Thanks to Trotsky, Lenin vastly overestimated the quantity and value of the treasures. 135 And the Church's defensive reflexes were underestimated. The overestimation was due to the fact that the most significant church treasures had been delivered to safe places much earlier. However, even though Lenin considered the Russian Orthodox Church the last bastion of White Guard and Black Hundreds counter-revolution, the expropriation of treasures applied to all denominations and churches equally. The military style of the Lenin letter, and his use of expressions such as vanguard, show that he was indeed preparing for a decisive campaign. Furthermore, Lenin took into consideration that in contradiction to his original expectations, the general population was taking much longer to give its active support to the new system, and he suspected the church played a role in this. The middle peasants and the more propertied groups among the peasants had become somewhat alienated from the Bolsheviks because of the war communism and civil war regulations. The church was likely to be the ally of this particular layer. The following raw, threatening sentence of the document was primarily motivated by these factors, though a sense of revenge, though often overrated in current interpretations, may also have played a part. The greater the number of representatives of the reactionary clergy and the reactionary bourgeoisie that we succeed in shooting on this occasion, the better, because this audience must precisely now be taught a lesson in such a way that they will not dare to think about any resistance whatsoever for several decades. 136. In reality, this was a matter of converting the victories achieved in the Civil War to political advantage, which could not be achieved without the application of terror. Undoubtedly, Lenin was still under the influence of the who defeats who psychology of civil war, which has to be taken into account to understand the repression of 1922. Reading the GPU reports gives an impression that the new apparatus of power was itself characterized by this terror psychosis. Lenin had received a number of reports about various ways in which the church showed resistance in the larger cities that spring. In some parts of the country even the workers were demonstrating, although getting organizational commands from the church in their case would not have been easy. In his letter he had referred to a piece of information from the Russian Telegraph Agency 137 according to which the Black Hundreds are preparing for a show of resistance against the decree about the confiscation of church property. The Soviet leadership thought that a plan devised by the Black Hundreds priesthood was being realized, which the church was attempting to bring to completion at a time quite adverse to its accomplishment, thereby falling into a strategic error. However, there are no grounds to believe that the violent events in Shuya 138 were the starting point for some sort of general resistance. In hindsight, and in light of the documents, local resistance can be presumed. It was on account of the events that could be expected that Lenin strengthened the secret police aspect of the campaign of confiscation. 139 The demonstration in Shuya came at an opportune moment. For us, on the other hand, precisely at the present moment we are presented with an exceptionally favorable, even unique, opportunity when we can in 99 out of 100 chances utterly defeat our enemy with complete success and guarantee for ourselves the position we require for decades. Now and only now, when people are being eaten in famine-stricken areas, and hundreds, if not thousands, of corpses lie on the roads, we can pursue the removal of church property with the most frenzied and ruthless energy and not hesitate to put down the least opposition. 140. Lenin was, it seems, certain that at this juncture the critical mass of peasants would not support the priesthood if it took up the fight against the Soviet decree. Lenin alluded to one clever writer, Machiavelli, to say that the people can only bear brutalities for a short time, so such things must be handled energetically and quickly. Lenin was counting on amassing a few million gold rubles 141, a portion of which he wanted to spend on ending the famine, with the rest to be allocated to a state fund to help finance the state and stimulate the economy. In a period of preparation for the Genoa Conference, which held the promise of reinstating Western economic relations, Lenin mistakenly considered this expropriation important from a political point of view, though his colleagues in the foreign services did not think such radical measures against the church were timely. Unlike them, Lenin thought of the campaign as a sort of demonstration of force, since the greater powers only understood strength. No doubt, Lenin underestimated the social roots of the church, inasmuch as he viewed it merely as the extended arms of the Whites and the Black Hundreds. The part it had played in the Civil War did cause its social influence to narrow drastically, its moral authority to lose its footing, and its political role to be discredited. On the other hand, Lenin's ideas for the eradication of the church must be compared to reality. The situation would be misunderstood if it were to be construed to mean the actual physical eradication, or even an intent to achieve this goal. 142 The actions taken against the church did not lead to violent protests from broader layers of society, as per the summary report of the GPU to the higher leadership. From the point of view dictated by the logic of the power apparatus, the measures of deterrence seemed, as it were, successful. 143. The deportation of intellectuals. Considered one of Lenin's political steps knowing no moral bounds, and another manifestation of his anti-humanist, terrorist policies, in 1922 he initiated the expulsion from Soviet Russia of 228 renowned intellectuals, from Nikolai Berdyaev, through Pyotr Sorokin, to the editors of the journal The Economist. 144 Banishment and exile, which was a traditional part of Russian politics, was not left out of the tradition Lenin established either. As in the case of the priests, Lenin did not look for any special theoretical argument or grounds of justification for the expulsion of the intellectuals, but the case does provide a window into the secret workings of his political mind. Lenin's wish to bolster the Soviet government's chances of survival with dictatorial measures emerges clearly in the latest historical research. The aim was to achieve survival at the cost of the least possible victims, which meant expatriation rather than being shot. As the initiator and strategist of the operation, Lenin worked it out in the same detail as the attack upon the church. Lenin discussed the possibility and concrete circumstances of the exile openly in his article of March 12, 1922, on the significance of militant materialism. 145 The operation itself was detailed in his secret letter to Felix Dzerzhinsky written on May 19. The Politburo of the Central Committee supported Lenin's concrete proposals unanimously at its meetings on May 24 and June 8. The implementation of these repressive measures were planned pointedly to be enacted during the completion of the Social Revolutionaries' trial. The compilation of the final list of those to be banished was left to a three-member committee. 146 The technical and organizational aspects of the operation carried out by the NKVD, GPU are irrelevant here, but the circumstances that prompted Lenin to undertake the operation must be discussed. A close investigation stresses the overlapping nature and connections among reasons of various kinds that are found separated in both their historical chronology and location. The antipathy of the revolutionaries for a critical segment of the rebellious, resistant, or simply dissatisfied groups among the Russian intelligentsia drew upon other historical precedents. Minimally, the roots of antipathy reached back to the 1909 publication of the famous volume of Vika, and the known Vikist writers, who gave vent to views aligned with their anti-Bolshevist, anti-socialist, anti-materialist values even during the Civil War and after the introduction of the NEP, with the famine also playing a role. Another group of intellectuals fighting the famine, the Pomgal, did not cooperate with the Soviet government, but interpreted the whole situation as a sign of its incompetence and thus set about discrediting it abroad. The intention of the committee to send a delegation to the West led to a serious breakdown and conflict with the Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, culminating in arrests and the demise of the All-Union Committee on August 27. Cooperation with the old intelligentsia winning the experts over, an idea strongly supported by Lenin after the introduction of the NEP, came up against the resistance of a group of leading intellectuals, who did not want to lend their services to the Bolshevik government. An extensive volume, published in the 1970s, on the involvement of the old intellectuals in building socialism that described the operation, did not hide the fact that the most important bourgeois journals, including The Economist, Ekonomическое Возрождение, and The Missile, were shut down on the basis of Article 57 of the Criminal Code, for counter-revolutionary propaganda and agitation. Though inaccurate, the book did mention that 160 of the most active bourgeois ideologists were exiled to the northern governorates 147, but it did not reveal the web in which the power struggle took place, which the banishments followed. Among the factors contributing to the attack upon the senior intellectuals of the old establishment was the power struggle for top offices that had erupted in the institutions of higher education. Those on the side of the Soviets had no chance of securing any serious influence within the universities or the editorial boards of the academic journals without the direct support of the regime. Moreover, by the end of 1921 and the beginning of 1922, university strikes were in full swing, and were being stopped by use of violent force. 148. 7 members of Pomgal were exiled to the smaller towns and settlements of Russia on Lenin's suggestion. Later, in order to lessen the pain, they were given a choice of moving to any governorate capital other than Petrograd, Moscow, Kiev, Odessa, or Kharkov, or to move abroad at their own expense. 149. All this time the communist intelligentsia had set about drawing up a critical appraisal of bourgeois thinking, preparing the ideological grounds for squeezing out and expelling its representatives. Lenin went so far as to suggest to members of the Politburo that they should take 2 to 3 hours a week to pore through a certain amount of press materials and books, and methodically gather data on the time devoted by teachers and writers to political service, their work and literary achievements. 150. Well before the events of 1922, Lenin was occupied by the notion of sending the old intelligentsia abroad. Lincoln Steffens, an American journalist who had arrived in Russia with William Bullitt, interviewed Lenin in April 1919. Asked about the Red Terror, Lenin said, "Terror hurts the revolution both inside and out, and we must find out how to avoid or control or direct it. But we have to know more about psychology than we do now to steer through that madness. And it serves a purpose that has to be served. We have to devise some way to get rid of the bourgeoisie, the upper classes. They won't let you make economic changes during a revolution any more than they will before one, so they must be driven out. I don't see, myself, why we can't scare them away without killing them. Of course, they are a menace outside Russia as well as in, but the émigrés are not so bad. The only solution I see is to have the threat of a Red Terror spread the fear and let them escape. The absolute, instinctive opposition of the old conservatives and even of the fixed liberals has to be silenced." 151. Trotsky's arguments to justify the terror also cemented this bias. His declarations were as open as Lenin's. Informing the international public in his interview with A. L. Strong, published in the August 22, 1922 issues of Izvestia, Trotsky declared that what was under discussion was a Bolshevik manifestation of humanism. Those elements whom we have or will be sending into exile are politically insignificant. But they are potentially tools in the hands of our opponents. In the case of a renewed war situation, all of these implacable and incorrigible elements prove to be the military and political agents of the enemy. And then we shall be forced to shoot them, as required by the law of war. Therefore, in this period of respite, our preferred course of action is to deport them in advance. 152. The operation itself revealed the unavoidable and fateful contradiction, namely, who, and on what basis, is to judge who is friend and who is foe. This caused serious complications as early as August of 1922, when some of the 230 exiles found defenders among the best-known Bolsheviks closest to Lenin, including Lunacharsky, Khrushchevsky, Kamenev, and Voronsky, who took up the cause of the writer Y.I. Zamyatin, or the famous economist Osinsky, who defended N.D. Kondratyev. They based their defenses upon the scientific, economic, and political state interests that lay at the heart of the NEP. 153. What the representatives of the Soviet government wanted from these intellectuals was not unequivocally clear. The expectation was not ideological support for the regime but recognition of the regime and conformity to it, though where the scholarly literature is concerned it does appear to be the case that Lenin and his fellows expected praise. That period was to come later, in a different era. Nonetheless, even the ejection of the dissenting thinkers cannot overshadow the fact that one part of the group of anti-Soviet intellectuals who were forced to emigrate was adamant on heightening the internal conflicts within Russia, especially in the intellectual field, and another part related, in a sense, positively to Soviet Russia. A June 1922 letter from Gorky to Bukharin serves as a document of his experiences among the Russian immigrant intellectuals of Berlin. Some were convinced that the Soviet government is historically legitimate. I have heard that the most decent emigrants say, the article pacifies the reader with regard to the Soviet government, by accepting that it is true, only Bolshevism could invigorate the peasantry. The question of brutality, this is my own question. It tortures me without respite. Everywhere I notice the meaningless brutality. Notice, now, they are slandering Alexei Tolstoy, and will probably organize a public scandal today. With what hatred they write about him in the RUL and Golos. 154. Administrative banishment, deportation or exile without a court sentence was not the invention of the Bolsheviks. It was used widely in the Tsarist system against the representatives of the opposition. The Soviet government continued a number of the previous state administration's ways, and this practice was no exception. Besides, the Solovets Islands, along with the monastery, had been handed over to the GPU as early as 1922 for the purpose of establishing concentration camps for political prisoners. If needed, the occupants of the philosopher's ship could have been sent there, rather than Germany. Less than a year later, in a letter dated March 27, F. E. Dzerzhinsky wrote to I.S. Unschlicht expressing his doubts about the effectiveness of mass deportations. The practice of deportation ceased at that point, and gave way to far more merciless criminal proceedings. 155. The message of the S.R. trial. The plans for the so-called S.R. trial were brought to public attention in February 1922, practically at the same time the campaign against the Church was decided. The trial itself was conducted between June 8 and August 7, 1922. It was the most typical example of the liquidation of the political opposition, a component of the political closure for the Civil War, and a display of the evils of the past and the present for the benefit of society, to convince people that anyone who turned against the Soviet government would inevitably get swept into the counter-revolutionary camp and be done away with. A reminder is needed that the political activity emphasized earlier as a source of the terror had become interwoven with the role of petty bourgeois democracy in the revolution and the Civil War from its beginning. Lenin emphasized the significance of this matter in his famous speech at the Assembly of Moscow Party Workers on November 27, 1918. In summarizing the experiences of the Civil War, he noted, "You know that during the Czech attack, when it was at the height of its success, kulak revolts broke out all over Russia. It was only the close ties formed between the urban workers and the peasants that consolidated our rule. The overwhelming majority of both the Mensheviks and the S.R.S. sided with the Czechs, the Dutov and Krasnov gangs. This state of affairs forced us to make a ruthless struggle and use terrorist methods of warfare. No matter how much people may have condemned this terrorism from different points of view, and we were condemned by all the vacillating social democrats, we knew perfectly well it was necessitated by the acute civil war. It was necessary because all the petty bourgeois democrats had turned against us. They used all kinds of methods against us: civil war, bribery, and sabotage. It was these conditions that necessitated the terror. Therefore we should not repent or renounce it." 156. His experiences up to 1922 did not soften Lenin's attitude to petty bourgeois democracy. It is common knowledge that during these trials, SR leaders were sentenced for counter-revolutionary, anti-Soviet activity. Preparation for the trials was carried on in the public eye. Earlier SR assaults on representatives of the Soviet government, and more recent political conspiracies against the regime, were brought into the foreground with the not overly concealed purpose of wrestling the socialist opposition into the pigeonhole of anti-Soviet and counter-revolutionary intelligentsia. This was not a case of some sort of anti-intelligentsia feeling, though a certain degree of anti-intelligentsia bias was characteristic of Lenin's political disposition. It stemmed from his approach to class, and plainly his distrust was a product of his political experiences, according to which, due to its individualist traits, a significant majority of the intelligentsia would not subject itself to the social order and discipline of the Soviet system. The objective was the reinforcement of the Soviet political institutional system, and all the foregoing questions were subordinated to this. The process, at any rate, permanently broke the strength of the SR party, which had previously been the largest. A portion of its membership had joined the Bolsheviks earlier, similarly to significant segments of other political formations, which can be attributed in part to the siphoning effect of power, but also as a result of the Soviet government's victories in the Civil War. If the contemporary GPU reports are to be believed, the trials, in spite of the dismissive inner opposition and the protests abroad, were met with a positive response in broad circles of society. Their wish for order proved greater even than the demand for political democracy. They did not delve into the quality and significance of the choice between a one and a multi-party system, as apathy and disappointment meant that the development of theoretical and legal sensitivity on a social scale was left unprompted. Those on the side of the regime who did mull over this question supported Bolshevism as the custodian of Soviet power. Every Soviet leader, from Lunacharsky to Lenin, took a stance where the legitimacy and political significance of the trial was concerned, never denying its political nature in the slightest. They even formulated its concept themselves, since there was an express need, with socialists seated on the benches of the accused. The preparation of legal grounds, however, did not get too much attention wasted on it. In the long run, the reprisals against the S.R.S. and the Mensheviks came from the resolve of the regime to make the party's leaders voluntarily go abroad, or to have them isolated in distant governorates in the country. 157 Published documents of the trial of the right-wing S.R.S. show that what Lenin and the Bolshevik leaders required from the incriminated SR politicians in light of their military political resistance during the Civil War were confessions of their crimes, and pledges that they would never again oppose the Soviet government's institutions or forms of rule, either militarily or politically. They met with disappointment in these aims, even though Bolshevik leaders of the stature of Bukharin, Lunacharsky, and Pyatakov were on the prosecution's side. They had all analyzed the S.R.S. theoretical and political role in the Civil War, including their organization of the Constituent Assembly of Samara and their armed conflicts with the Red Army. The charge was treason, inasmuch as the rightist S.R.S. had taken up arms against the dictatorship of the proletariat. Pyatakov posed the question, as reported by the press at the time, of how the defendants would behave if they found themselves at liberty. Would they continue their armed struggle against the Soviet government? Comrade Pyatakov underscored that this was an important thing for the court to ascertain before it reaches its verdict. 158 Giving brave answers to the accusations, the SR leaders made it unequivocally clear that they held to their earlier views. If I were to be freed, I would take action as dictated to me by the hatred I have felt for you since October 1917. 159 At the end of his rather long speech, A.R. Gotz, perhaps the most respectable and best known leader of the party, offered a polemical critique of Bukharin. We owe you recognition for giving us the opportunity to voice our answers in full, and if fate would have it so that our confession becomes our last will and testament, we still believe, and will continue to believe, that we are doing our duty, and doing it to the end, as revolutionaries must do. Whatever verdict is passed, we will die as revolutionaries, staring death bravely in the face. If it turns out that we are to stay alive, we will live as socialists, working in the name of socialism as we have worked till now, and as we understand socialism. 160. Under international social democratic pressure, the death sentences were modified to prison terms. However, Lenin and the Bolshevik leaders documented that the political opposition would not make peace with the dictatorship of the Bolshevik Party. And yet what was truly at stake in the trial was a demonstrative message that the Bolsheviks would administratively liquidate anti-Soviet political parties. 161. Looking back, it is indisputable that disposing of political and ideological opponents this way was not just a bad message in terms of the future, but it also paved the way for isolating political opponents without oversight. Lenin and the Bolshevik leaders had established police checks on the free thinking of their opponents and later any individual, political opponent or not, without creating a mechanism within the system to remove these checks on free thinking. For Lenin, the question that still trumped all others remained the one posed in October 1917: can the Bolsheviks retain power? Up to this point, the complicated way Lenin related to political oppression, violence, and terror has been approached through the logic of a given series of events. However, the exploration of this question and Lenin's cast of mind would certainly be less biased in the context of a broader process of a different nature, affecting larger masses of people. To capture the subject of violence and terror at the dawn of Soviet history and the Russian Revolution, it is fruitful to examine the fate of Jewry, a theme still out of favor with the more recent histories of the revolution. 162 Lenin's own conflict with terror and violence, anti-Semitism and racism in general, as well as the motives of his politics and thought in regard to these matters, becomes more emphatically outlined through an exploration of the Jewish question. Lenin and the pogroms. "Ah, you dirty Yid," the sergeant roared in fury. "We're going to see you shot. I'll teach you to skulk in the dark corners. I'll show you. What were you doing behind those piles of timber? Spy?" But the blood-stained man did not reply to the Cossack sergeant. Then the sergeant ran ahead, and the two men jumped aside to escape the flailing rod with its heavy, glittering brass tip. Without calculating the force of his blow, the sergeant brought down the ramrod like a thunderbolt onto the man's head. Something cracked inside it and the man in black did not even groan. Mikhail Bulgakov, The White Guard. 163. The Jewish question, at the heart of the problem? Among Lenin's first comrades and friends, as well as those on the editorial board of Iskra, were a number of revolutionaries of Jewish background or origin. Martov and Trotsky could be named as the most famous among them, but later we could add Lenin's closest political pupils Kamina and Zinoviev, the illegal party activists Taratuta and Rosalia Zemlyachka, Yakov Sverdlov and Uritsky, Litvinov, the historian Yaroslavsky, and the list stretches on. 164. At the same time, a good number of his enemies were also Jews, the first that leaps to mind being the would-be assassin Fanny Kaplan. Though there were fewer Jewish revolutionaries in the Bolshevik Party than among the Mensheviks, Lenin had ample acquaintance with the Jewish revolutionary intellectuals' abilities, habits, lifestyle, and way of thinking. Though Lenin had not undertaken any independent research in the field of Jewish life, a composite theoretical and political stance can be outlined through his numerous reflections on the theme. He knew the literature on the Jewish people that was available to the educated classes even as a young man. This much is clear from some of his early writing. Statistical annuals were a basic source for Lenin's scientific research from the 1890s. He was most familiar with the data of the 1897 census, which pointed to some of the specifics in the development of Russian Jewry, such as the peculiar structure of labor distribution. In addition, he was apprised of the subject through the leading journals of the period, not to mention his knowledge of the significant Marxist works dedicated to the Jewish question, Koskai's especially. Nonetheless, he did not show particular interest in Marx's writing on the subject even though it was part of the Russian social democratic discourse, and Lunacharsky had spoken of it in superlatives. 165. Meanwhile, the Jewish philosophical and religious messianic tradition, and its explicitly Marxist tendencies, left him completely cold. 166. As widely acknowledged, a major component of the Jewish question in terms of a Russian historical, political, and theoretical problem was that the Jews were the only large ethnic group in pre- and post-revolution Russia that could be considered a so-called extraterritorial nationality. 167 At the turn of the century, half of the world's Jews lived in the Tsar's empire. A vast majority resided in the so-called Pale of Settlement on the western edge of the empire. 168 The result of numerous anti-Semitic proscriptions and regulatory restrictions. 169 For Lenin it was a serious matter that on the eve of the World War in 1914, nearly one-third of the economically active part of the Jewish population belonged to the working class. 170 Lenin ran into the issue of the Jews at a relatively early stage of his political career in the editorial circle of Iskra. Plekhanov had already taken a position opposing the Bunda chauvinism of the Jews in September 1900, and made a motion for their removal from the RSDLP. Lenin, who in principle also positioned himself in opposition to the separatism of the Bund, firmly rejected Plekhanov's intolerant attitude, and from an organizational point of view, his futile and insensitive approach. 171 It was in Iskra in February 1903 that Lenin first published an article specifically dealing with Jews, concerning the fight against anti-Semitism, and about the circumstances of the struggle against anti-Semitism in the context of the contention between the Yekaterinoslav Party Committee and the Bund. These pages already showed that he could only imagine an effective fight against anti-Semitism within the framework of cooperation with Russian workers, and therefore rejected the separatist designs of the Bund, which styled itself the exclusive representative of Jewish workers. 172 In retrospect, Lenin may have underestimated the significance of Russian workers who had been infected by anti-Semitic prejudice, yet no really convincing argument can be brought against Jewish and Christian workers joining in a common fight against anti-Semitism, with no national subdivisions. The second time Lenin spoke up on this subject, once again in Iskra, was in relation to the infamous Kishinev pogrom, at the beginning of June 1903. Based on the way in which the pogroms unfolded, their rich history, and the course taken by the Kishinev pogrom, he emphasized the prominent role of certain groups in the Russian intelligentsia and members of the government, sensing their cooperation with the pogroms. The 1881 pogrom epidemic had already posed a question about collective activity of the intelligentsia and the government in power in the unfolding of the pogroms. Even then, educated society, a segment of the intelligentsia, had played an important part by taking upon themselves the intellectual emotional preparation and justification of the pogroms. Kishinev gave more unequivocal evidence of the same. 173 In these pogroms, and this is very important regarding their later history, Lenin saw an expression of the unraveling autocracy, a disintegrating and weakening of state order. He attributed similar tendencies to the unfolding of the police socialism of Zubetov, which was used to manipulate the labor movement in the interest of the regime by means of secret police methods. Without second thoughts and in full awareness of what they are doing, they kindle the flames of tribal and religious war with cold calculation, aiming to draw the people's masses away from social and political protest, the path they have only recently taken. 174 He underscored that Interior Minister Plave, the police and army officers deliberately based their politics on both the Kishinev pogrom and the pogroms that followed it. They built on the instincts of the masses and set them against the revolutionary movement. They are organizing reactionary shopkeepers, clerks and shady barefoot men under a flag that reads, "Beat the Jew," complementing naturally the organization of dark laborers that was set up with such facility under the Zubetov regime, attended upon by priests, police and nationalists arisen from society. Once past the borders of the Pale of Settlement, the militant drusinas established to beat the Jews turn into gangs of coachmen and butchers, ready to beat student and labor demonstrators, as in Saratov on May 5, 1902, and in Tomsk on February 19, 1903. 175 However, Lenin repeatedly stressed that the Bund's organizational independence from the RSDLP was ultimately the wrong choice for the Jewish worker in the face of an anti-Semitic, pogromist autocracy, and Zionism was even more so, as it draws the cultured forces of the Jewish proletariat away from the revolutionary struggle in order to join a cause with a utopian objective. but Lenin believed that the anti-Semitic designs of the government, calling the forces of the reaction to battle, also contributed to stirring up the forces of the revolution. This rather mechanistic position finds an exaggerated formulation. The class organization of the proletariat is under far greater immediate threat from the Zionist movement than anti-Semitism, and since for us, Social Democrats, there exists no chosen people or not chosen people, we cannot, by any means, be distracted from the struggle with the prejudices of the Jewish masses. The Bund obviously believes that it has an exclusive monopoly on this struggle. 176. In Lenin's view, therefore, the success of the fight against anti-Semitism and the pogroms depended on whether the Russian proletariat came to the defense of the Jews in a state of panic as a result of the pogroms. The Jewish organizers considered Lenin's position mere conjecture, rather than a composite strategy. At the same time, Dimanchetin, an early expert on the subject and later leader of the Jewish section of the Bolshevik Party, noticed that Lenin saw a sort of competition between his party and the political forces interested in separate organization of the Jews, particularly in the Bund. 177. Unquestionably, the Russian labor movement suffered from a serious deficit in cadres, and Lenin took up the fight with the Bund secondarily, with the purpose of bringing the Bundists, who had an internationalist bent, over to his side. 178. Finally, Lenin stumbled across the Jewish issue in the period when the party was founded, that is, the Second Congress, when the objective was to establish a centralized social democratic party unfettered by questions of ethnic belonging. Contrary to this, the Jewish labor unions of Russia, Poland, and Lithuania, as well as the Bund, proposed an RSDLP with a federative party organization based on national autonomy. This proposal stood on the premise that the Jews in Russia were a nationality, and furthermore that the Jewish proletariat could only fully be represented by the Bund. Though a majority at the Second Congress in the summer of 1903 rejected the separatism of the Bund after a protracted and passionate debate in which Plekhanov, Lenin, and Martov took the lead. 179. They did not prove overly sensitive regarding the special living circumstances and lifestyle of the Jews. In other words, the organizational unity of the party stood above the freedom to form independent national collectives, which was why the resolution of the Congress formulated by Lenin stated that the current situation simply meant the Bund's withdrawal from the RSDLP. 180. What seemed simple in terms of the organizational logic of a revolutionary party was considered ambiguous by the Bund, especially when seen from the presumed interests of the Jewish proletariat. It should not be forgotten that at the time of rapid increase in the pogroms a rare situation came about, pointedly expressed in a document of the Bund's Odessa chapter in April 1903. The essence of this document was that Jewry represented the most persecuted people of the empire, with accusations of murder hurled at them as an everyday part of the priesthood's propaganda. 181. After the conclusion of the Congress in London, and now aware of the experiences of the pogroms, Lenin devoted a full article to the problematic situation in Russia regarding the Bund, the RSDLP, and the Jews. 182. The sources of his theoretical thought were composed of contemporary leftist and Marxist literature, primarily from Germany, France, and Austria. He was especially struck by a trend in the Bund's argument, the appeal to the ideal of a Jewish nation. Building on Koskai's authority, he treated the political consequences of Jewish separatism and the aims of the anti-Semitic extreme right as virtually identical. Both arrived at the same conclusion in rejecting Jewish assimilation. Unfortunately, however, this Zionist idea is absolutely false and essentially reactionary. The Jews have ceased to be a nation, for a nation without a territory is unthinkable, says one of the most prominent of Marxist theoreticians, Karl Koskai. 183. All that remains for the Bundists is to develop the theory of a separate Russian Jewish nation, whose language is Yiddish and their territory the Pale of Settlement. Can we possibly attribute to chance the fact that it is the reactionary forces all over Europe, and especially in Russia, who oppose the assimilation of the Jews and try to perpetuate their isolation? That is precisely what the Jewish problem amounts to, assimilation or isolation. The idea of a Jewish nationality runs counter to the interests of the Jewish proletariat, for it fosters among them, directly or indirectly, a spirit hostile to assimilation, the spirit of the ghetto. Assimilation is the only possible solution of the Jewish problem, and we should support everything that makes for the ending of Jewish isolation. 184. A current perspective, after the Holocaust, clearly shows that Lenin and of course Martov, Koski, and even Marx had overestimated the inclination, willingness, and the ability of Russian society to accommodate the Jews. Unlike Lenin, Plekhanov had thought through the Zionist outlooks realistically, but found that they were even worse than that of European assimilation. He compared the foundation of a Jewish state with the creation of Liberia, pointing out that even that had not solved the problem for American Negroes. In October 1905, in an interview that he gave to Vladimir Zabotinsky, the leader of Russian Zionism, his opinion was, "If you ask me, I do not believe in Zionism, but not because it is not realizable. I do not believe in Zionism as the instrument of saving the Jewish masses. Let us assume that there is already a Jewish state in Palestine with a population of 2-3 million. Such a state would not be able to receive all of the masses of Jewish people. And it would also not be able to protect the Jewish people from anti-Semitism. The full solution to the Jewish question is not possible under the conditions offered by the current social order. And I have repeatedly drawn the attention of the Bundaists to the fact that they are the kind of Zionists who are afraid of seasickness. 185. History soon validated Plekhanov's skeptical point of view. 1905 proved to be a decisive turn. The 1905 Revolution and Jews in Russia. Lenin's articles during the 1905 revolution showed the spread of anti-Semitism and the pogroms as a process organized from above, and this view was enforced when the practices of the secret police became public in the days of the revolution. The Tsar's government and the authorities covered up their participation in the pogroms by presenting the phenomenon as a natural outburst of the people's anger against the Jewish rebels and the Jewish revolutionaries. Lenin gave a precise description of how the pogroms were an organic constituent part of the components and control techniques of the counter-revolution. In one article, written almost on the day after the outbreak of the revolution, Lenin linked the weakening of the state to its efforts to fuel hostilities between ethnic groups. In order to achieve this, it reorganized the Black Hundreds, a new extreme right organization that aimed to preserve autocracy, for the cogs and wheels of the police machinery were worn and the armed forces no longer sufficient. To fuel ethnic tensions, the Black Hundreds were being recruited from among the politically least developed sections of the urban petty bourgeoisie. They would rally to the defense of the throne all reactionary elements within society, transforming the police's actions in defending the state into the struggle of one part of the people against the other. Against the people's revolution, against the class struggle, the police cannot be depended on. One must have the backing of the people. 2. The support of classes. That is precisely what the government is now doing when it sets the Tatars against the Armenians in Baku, when it seeks to provoke new pogroms against the Jews, when it organizes Black Hundred gangs against the Zemstvo people, students, and rebellious gymnasium youths, and when it appeals to the loyal nobles and to the conservative elements among the peasants. Well. We Social Democrats are not surprised at these tactics of the autocracy, nor shall we be frightened by them. We know that it will no longer help the government to stir up racial animosity, since the workers have begun to organize armed resistance to the pogrom bandits. 186. Lenin not only wrote about the fueling of the racial hostilities, but about how it was consciously directed and carefully planned, and was finally meant to lead to the explosion of civil war, and therefore the revolution's defeat. Lenin saw a possibility of averting the victory of the counter-revolution through a civil war against it. As he imagined it, the contra-civil war would give power to the millions of oppressed, putting an end to all forms of oppression, including national and racial oppression. Lenin had a surprisingly early inkling of the importance of the Jewish question where the scope of the revolution and counter-revolution were concerned. In his preface to the report on the Third Congress of the RSDLP, published in Yiddish, Lenin continued to call the union of workers of various ethnicities to be free of their ethnicity as a fundamental precondition of revolutionary resistance against Tsarism. 187. In accordance with this stance, Lenin almost whooped for joy upon learning that Jewish and Russian workers were taking joint steps against the pogroms. Every event in which workers themselves stood up to the pogromists was of special importance to him, as some workers had also joined the detachments of the Black Hundreds when they were set up. 188 These errant workers usually did not come from the industrial masses, but belonged to the backwaters of the counter-revolution. From Switzerland, Lenin had informed his readers in August that an agreement was concluded between the Bolsheviks, the Mensheviks, and the Bund. Joint collection of money for the purchase of arms, a joint plan of action, etc. to fight the pogroms. 189 True, Lenin identified the Black Hundreds, autocracy, and the government as one, and he did not reveal the forces within the government that denounced the pogroms, which was a course dictated by the practical aims of a revolutionary politician. At the same time, not only Lenin, but Russian Marxists in general, were clear that an organic relationship had been forged between the Black Hundreds and the more backward, land and village-bound, illiterate groups of working people in many regions, including Central Russia. The Social Democratic workers took this experience into account when in the course of the revolutionary struggle they designed the best possible forms of battle. 190 Lenin published an innovative finding in a paper of 20 September 1905, saying that the autocracy and the counter-revolution had succeeded in making revolutionary environs out of the Jewry living in the Pale of Settlement, as its residents provided the revolutionary movement's main cotters. The finding is considered important by the most current historiography as well. For example, 29.1% of those arrested for political crimes between 1901 and 1903 were Jews, and in 1905 Jews accounted for 53% of the total political arrests. 191. Lenin was among the first to realize that the oppressed Jewish masses became the supporters of the revolution by virtue of the cultural and social abilities they had developed through history. He was the first to draw attention to the official link between the slogan "Beat the Jew," anti-Semitism, the pogroms, and the anti-left, anti-social democratic tendencies. Jewry had planted the seed of revolution in the circles of the most backward Russian workers. This was enough to make the Jew a symbol of the revolution in the eyes of the government. In the aftermath to the Kishinev pogroms, scores of other Jewish pogroms followed. The battle against the revolution has shifted to Central Russia. 192. Lenin returned to Russia at the end of November and had the opportunity to observe how, following the suppression of the Moscow armed uprising in December 1905, the counter-revolution played the anti-Semitic and pogromist card throughout Russia, for example in Belostok, Lugansk, and Vologda. The overview that emerges from Lenin's writings is unequivocal. The pogrom is an organized phenomenon that gets its encouragement from above, while the rabble acts upon agitation and bribes. In a survey of the Belostok pogrom, Lenin relied upon a telegram of the elector of the town's civilians. A deliberately organized anti-Jewish pogrom has started. Vigorous agitation for the pogrom has been carried on for the past 2 weeks. In the streets, particularly at night, leaflets were distributed calling for the massacre, not only of Jews, but also of intellectuals. The police simply turned a blind eye to all this. 193. In commenting on the old, well-known scenario, Lenin noted leaflets are printed in government printing offices calling for a massacre of the Jews. When the pogrom begins, the police is inactive, and not only that, but the troops quietly look on at the exploits of the Black Hundreds. But later these very police go through the farce of prosecution and trial of the pogromists. Vile instigation, bribery, and fuddling with drink of the scum of our cursed capitalist civilization, the brutal massacre of unarmed by armed people. 194. After the defeat of the revolution, anti-Semitism became rooted in an increasingly wide strata of society, especially in the Pale of Settlement and the neighboring areas. Separatism or assimilation. Lenin's views related to the problematic field of the Jewish question did not change a great deal in the period from the defeat of the 1905 revolution to the beginning of the First World War. He treated the problem ideologically and theoretically in the framework of democratic and voluntary assimilation, though his answers normally came from conflicts that pointed toward the impossibility of assimilation. A medieval Russia and the separatist Bund, which in reality presupposed one another, did not comply with Lenin's rational and revolutionary arguments, though in his eyes this was not a case against but for the revolution. He was aware, having had an excellent grounding in Russian economic and social history, that the social base of the Bund was composed of a Jewish workforce objectively in isolation, with a tradition of artisanship and possessing its own psychology. 195. It is known that ethnic separatism was, in a sense, the weakness of the labor movement throughout Eastern Europe. On the one hand, the national independence movements fighting the monarchies were overseen by certain groups among the old intelligentsia, the priesthood, the nobility, or the formative bourgeoisie respectively, depending upon the Eastern European country concerned. Secondly, it was not easy to reconcile the values of the movements of national rebirth and the social political aims of the labor movement, since the leadership, ideology, and social background of the national movements were starkly different from that of the labor movement, resulting in more competition than solidarity. 196. In this sense, Russian social democracy never rated the organizational and political aims of the labor movement behind those of the national movements, and, even among social democrats, Lenin was probably the most dogged about this. However, he soon recognized the peculiar role of nationalism, and thus remained devoted to the political union, independent of national belonging, of the ethnically mixed population. 197. In 1913, his attention was drawn to the emphatic difference in the way the Jewish question was dealt with in Russia and Western Europe, and he underscored the destructive effects of an educational system segregated along religious ethnic lines. 198. The extreme expression of present-day nationalism is the scheme for the nationalization of Jewish schools. What does this nationalization mean? It means segregating the Jews into special Jewish schools. The doors of all other educational establishments, both private and state, are to be completely closed to the Jews. This brilliant plan is rounded off by the proposal to limit the number of pupils in the Jewish secondary schools to the notorious quota. The example of the advanced countries of the world, say, Switzerland in Western Europe or Finland in Eastern Europe, shows us that only consistently democratic state institutions ensure the most peaceable and human coexistence of various nationalities, without the artificial and harmful separation of education according to nationalities. At least some of the Western European countries were models for Lenin, because in Russia medieval solutions typified political life. In Eastern Europe there exists a country where things like the Bilis case are still possible, and Jews are condemned by the Purishkeviks to a condition worse than that of the Negroes. In that country a scheme for nationalizing Jewish schools was recently moved in the ministry. Happily, this reactionary utopia is no more likely to be realized. In Austria, the idea of cultural national autonomy has remained largely a flight of literary fancy, which the Austrian Social Democrats themselves have not taken seriously. In Russia, however, it has been incorporated in the programs of all the Jewish bourgeois parties, and of several petty bourgeois, opportunist elements. It was clear that the culture of the Black Hundreds was behind the trial, and Tsar Nicholas II was a fanatic supporter of the group. His diary entries evidence a similarly fanatical anti-Semitism, having considered the protocols of the Elders of Zion an excellent work until Stolypin let him know that it was a mere fabrication. Even Minister of the Interior Makarov was a supporter of the Black Hundreds Party, as was the Union of the Russian People. At the time of the Bilis trial. 199 Lenin showed that military conflicts only deepened ethnic separatism, not just in Russia but also beyond its borders. He built his position regarding the question of national separation on his analysis of capital relations, that though multi-ethnic capital can come to business agreements, it pits labor against those who take up labor, on the labor market and in everyday life, on national ethnic grounds. In critical remarks, he wrote, "What is left is capitalism's world historical tendency to break down national barriers, obliterate national distinctions, and to assimilate nations, a tendency which manifests itself more and more powerfully with every passing decade, and is one of the greatest driving forces transforming capitalism into socialism." 200. On this basis he attacked with increasing vehemence the romantic, nostalgic views cropping up behind the slogan of national culture. He also said that Jewish tendencies of separatism reduce the revolutionary potentials hidden in Jewry to ashes on account of its social status and culture and wholly neglect the class perspective. But there are other elements in Jewish culture and in Jewish history as a whole. Of the 10.5 million Jews in the world, somewhat over a half live in Galicia and Russia, backward and semi-barbarous countries, where the Jews are forcibly kept in the status of a caste. The other half lives in the civilized world, and there the Jews do not live as a segregated caste. Whoever, directly or indirectly, puts forward the slogan of Jewish national culture is an enemy of the proletariat, a supporter of all that is outmoded and connected with caste among the Jewish people. He is an accomplice of the rabbis and the bourgeoisie. On the other hand, those Jewish Marxists who mingle with the Russian, Lithuanian, Ukrainian, and other workers in international Marxist organizations, and make their contribution towards creating the international culture of the working class movement, those Jews, despite the separatism of the Bund, uphold the best traditions of Jewry by fighting the slogan of National Culture 201. However, when Lenin recalled late 19th century Russia in his famous lecture on the 1905 revolution delivered on January 9, 1917 at a meeting of young workers in the Zurich People's House, what must have struck him particularly in regard to this period was the immutability of autocratic rule and the change for the worse of circumstances. At the same time he sketched the outlook for Jews, in that the anti-Semitic, pogromist politics of the Tsar would thrust significant masses of Jewry into the arms of the revolutionary left. Tsarism vented its hatred particularly upon the Jews. On the one hand, the Jews furnished a particularly high percentage of leaders of the revolutionary movement. And now, too, it should be noted to the credit of the Jews, they furnish a relatively high percentage of internationalists, compared with other nations. On the other hand, Tsarism adroitly exploited the basest anti-Jewish prejudices of the most ignorant strata of the population in order to organize, if not to lead directly, pogroms. Over 4,000 were killed and more than 10,000 mutilated in 100 towns. These atrocious massacres of peaceful Jews, their wives and children roused disgust throughout the civilized world. I have in mind, of course, the disgust of the truly democratic elements of the civilized world, and these are exclusively the socialist workers, the proletarians. 202. All of these thoughts not only became timely in 1917, but also brought about a turn in world history that was in part contrary to what Lenin had hoped for. With the World War and Civil War, the Revolution and the Counter-Revolution, a genocide of the Jewish people, on a scale unknown earlier, entered upon the stage of history. 203. From World War to Civil War. At the helm of the freshly established revolutionary government, the Council of People's Commissars, Lenin paid serious attention to the problems related to the Jewish population from the very first days following the October Revolution. Two observations shed light upon the roots of the problem. While he knew quite well that the imperialist war had brought the mass terror against the Jews into motion, hundreds of thousands of Jews were expatriated or evacuated because of military operations or anti-Semitic prejudice. If they were lucky enough to find work, they joined the industrial production in Inner Russia's western zone. As a result of the war, educated Jews in great numbers were relocated to Russian cities. They were the ones who brought a halt to the general sabotage, with which we were confronted immediately after the revolution, and which carried great dangers. 204. With this relocation or dispersal of the revolutionary cadres, there was not only a marked onset of persecution of Jews and growth in anti-Semitism, but also the preparation of the revolutionary camp received an effective boost. History has clarified that the growing strength of anti-Semitism and the unfolding of the pogroms were the result of the policies of the highest military leadership's anti-Semitic convictions, along with the World War. The military leadership accused the whole of the Jewish population of being traitors. This is when the Jews became the immediate scapegoat for everything that was connected with military losses and worsening living conditions: traitors, spies, price hitchers, speculators, etc. Any time the pogroms erupted, they served the larcenous instincts of soldiers, retreating units, and Cossacks. Years had to pass before the non-military population, specific groups of the peasantry primarily, would join these murderous anti-Semitic sprees, which only moderated temporarily in the year of the 1917 revolution, but which exploded with much more brutal force in the course of the Civil War. 205. Lenin and the Bolsheviks took measures against anti-Semitic excesses on the first day of the revolution, when perhaps surprisingly to them anti-Semitism affected their own camp. The first pogroms after the October Revolution were carried out by newly formed subdivisions of the Red Army who had not yet been trained in military discipline. As the Germans advanced in Ukraine, these Red Army units were retreating in the governorate of Chernigov in the spring of 1918. Learning about the horrors of the Mglina pogrom, Zorin, the captain of one of the units of recruited peasants, shot 2 pogromists on the spot, but he himself had to flee. 206 Yet the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets had, in a decree on the second day of the October Revolution, prescribed that all local Soviets should take assertive action against all pogroms, including those against Jews, especially since the Duma and the Provisional Government were not able to bring effective measures against this disease. 207 With the disintegration of order, chaos led to a more deep-seated culture of pogroms. The authorities could not rein it in using normal measures. 208. The Moscow Soviet passed a separate decree on April 28, 1918, on anti-Semitic pogrom agitation in Moscow and the Moscow region. It emphasized that special attention must be given to the anti-Semitic agitation of the priesthood in support of the Black Hundreds, which is a part of the counter-revolutionary work of the clergy. Strictly in keeping with the class perspective, the Soviet considered the establishment of separate Jewish fighting detachments unnecessary. 209 As chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, Lenin demanded further, radical measures against anti-Semitism. His efforts were rewarded with the famous decree, originally proposed by Sverdlov, that was published by the Council of People's Commissars on July 27, 1918. Lenin redrafted it regarding various points and radicalized the Soviet government's steps against anti-Semitism, making the eradication of anti-Semitism compulsory for every Soviet. The document outlawed every person and organization that continued agitation for pogroms. He wrote these remarks on the document in red ink. 210. The published decree was titled Eradication of the Anti-Semitic Movement at its Roots. Regarding the areas affected by the pogroms, the document noted that these were often near the front, thus emphasizing their military aspect. The decree's signers pointed out, anti-Semitism was the most effective tool in the hands of the counter-revolution to secure a social base. As other documents also attest, this attitude also found expression in the anti-Semitic agitation of the pro-Black Hundreds priesthood. The significance of this outlook can be seen in that it comes up in the struggle against anti-Semitism and the pogrom campaigns later, in numerous Soviet documents and articles. The Jewish capitalists are our enemies, but not as Jews, as the bourgeois. The Jewish worker is our brother. The Council of People's Commissars declares the anti-Semitic movement and the pogroms against the Jews destructive to the cause of the peasant revolution, and calls upon the working people of Socialist Russia to fight this disease with every possible means. National enmities weaken our revolutionary lines, divide the workers' front, which is free of ethnic differences, and only plays into the hands of our enemies. 211. 1 Lenin plays chess with Bogdanov in Italy, as a guest of Gorky. Island of Capri, after April 19, 1908. 2 Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Paris, 1910. 3 Lenin after having been freed from Austrian prison. Zakopane. After August 19, 1914. 4 Demonstration in July 1917. Petrograd, 1917. 5 Lenin in his office. Moscow, Kremlin, October 16, 1918. 6 Lenin in Red Square, speaking at the inauguration of the Stepan Razin Memorial. Moscow, May 1, 1919. 7 N.K. Krupskaya. 8 Lenin in camouflage. The photo was prepared for an illegal identification card. Razlov, 8 to 16 August 1917. 9. The Leninian agitprop corner in the summer camp of one of the sections of the Red Army. 1927. 10. Lenin and Kamina at Gorky, 1922. Between August 1 and September 13. 11. Lenin at the wall of Red Square on the 1st of May demonstration. Moscow, May 1, 1919. 12. Lenin and Stalin. Gorky, August 1922. 13. J.V. Stalin sketched by N.I. Bukharin. February 20, 1928. 14. J.V. Stalin sketched by N.I. Bukharin. April 1929. 15. N.K. Krupskaya sketched by V.I. Meslok. June 1, 1933. 16. L.B. Kamina sketched by N.I. Bukharin. June 25, 1923. 17. L.D. Trotsky sketched by V.I. Meslok. Undated. 18. G.Y. Zinoviev sketched by N.I. Bukharin. March 3, 1926. 19. N.I. Bukharin, Self-Portrait. February 17, 1927. 20. F. E. Dzerzhinsky sketched by N.I. Bukharin. June 30, 1925. 21. G.K. Orjanikij sketched by N.I. Bukharin. February 17, 1927. 22. I. T. Smilga, G.Y. Zinoviev, L.B. Kamina, L.D. Trotsky, and J.V. Stalin sketched by G.M. Krzyzanowski. 23. M.M. Kaganovich sketched by V.I. Meslok. February 20, 1934. 24. F. E. Dzerzhinsky and G.K. Orjanikij sketched by V.I. Meslok. 25. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin sketched by N.I. Bukharin. March 31, 1927. 26. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin sketched by N.I. Bukharin. June 15, 1927. 27. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Author unknown. Undated. 28. Lenin in Gorky. The photograph was taken between the beginning of August and September 24, 1922. The Bolsheviks were surprised that the pogroms turned into genocide across parts of Ukraine and Russia from the end of 1918 to the end of 1920. Of the hundreds of pogroms, the majority were committed by the voluntary army of General Denikin and the armed bands of Petli Urists in the name of the Independent Directory of the Ukrainian People's Republic, the latter outdoing by far even the Denikinists in committing murder. The faceless pogrom campaigns led to the bestial killing of many tens of thousands of people, with some data putting the number of losses at 200,000.212. At the end of 1919, Lenin proposed in a special report for the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party regarding the situation of Jewish workers what the Soviet government needed to accomplish among the Jewish masses. The document emphasized, peasants who were not enemies have come under the influence of the pogroms carried out by the bands in Ukraine. Anti-Semitism has corrupted social life as a whole. 213. Anti-Semitism and the pogrom were the ideological political cement for the White Guard officers' corps dictatorship symbolized by the names of Denikin and Kolchak, and the White Guard-ist counter-revolution in general. The situation was similar in Petli Urist Ukraine. After the German defeat, the Polish-supported toppling of the Soviet government reinforced anti-Semitism as a common enemy. The Jew was discovered. The anti-Semitic tropes that had become the norm in the first part of the First World War were significantly transformed, and the Bolsheviks needed to react quickly. The propaganda center of the volunteer army, along with its ideological interpreters, added a new element to the traditional descriptions of Jews as Jesus killers, traitors, spies, money hoarders, and speculators. Now, there was a new avatar of the evil Jew, the figure of the Soviet Communist Commissar. The murder of the venal Jew as a tyrant Jewish commissar was always accompanied by robbery and looting, which by White Guard-ist and Ukrainian nationalist agitation and propaganda was lifted to new moral heights: hit the Jew and save Russia, and beat the Jew, down with the commune. The depth trawlers of anti-Semitism included a significant segment of the earlier liberal conservative intelligentsia, which had now dissipated to the level of white Gurdist anti-Semitic propaganda. This was now evident in P. Struve's more restrained asemitism or the anti-Semitism of S. Bulgakov, a Vikist religious philosopher who had donned the mantle of a priest, who called for pogroms. A later mode of thought contained the basic prejudice that the Russian Revolution was sent upon Russia by alien intrigue, in the image of the Jews, which was supplemented with what might be called the traditional anti-Semitism of the Russian Orthodox Church. 214 While the Black Hundreds movement had ended years earlier, its ideology had permeated the thinking of broad strata of society. It was as if a major part of the society had become the Black Hundreds. A mass of documents and research reveal clearly that the whites tried, if only for international effect, to hide the bare facts of the pogroms behind a veil of conspiracy. The Bolsheviks did the opposite, reporting right from the start on the pogrom agitations and even the pogroms within the ranks of the Red Army. 215 Lenin and the top Bolshevik leadership knew of every occurrence in detail and were aware of the terrible facts of anti-Semitism. Dimanchetin reported personally to Lenin on these occurrences. 216. The reactions to the pogroms by Lenin, Trotsky, and the Soviet leadership in general was firm, committed, and well thought out, but also flexible, adapting to the changing situation as optimal solutions were sought. Lenin and Trotsky took the position that it was not expedient to organize the army or the party on ethnic grounds, as an internationalist revolution could not poison itself with nationalism, the very ideology that united the whites. Denikin or Rigel, with their anti-Semitic ideology and the promise of one, indivisible Russia, seemed simply to be reinstators of the old Tsarist system, who wanted some sort of modernized monarchy in the place of the Bolshevik system. 217 Lenin and all the Bolsheviks continuously stressed that the whites were supported and kept by the West for power political reasons, which acted to discredit the white and Western democratic and national propaganda. Lenin, on the other hand, could remain an internationalist while taking a home defense position against the intervention and the war, espousing a new homeland and a socially grounded state patriotism, but simultaneously decrying the whites on these grounds, as representatives of French-British-American capital. 218. The Bolshevik leaders' attempt to subsume armed Jewish self-defense into the Red Army was related to the theoretical disposition of Lenin's politics. The November 17, 1918 decree of the Council of People's Commissars declared the League of Jewish Soldiers closed. The merging of soldiers into a Red Army, free of ethnic separatism, was complete. The Soviet government restricted the institutions of Jewish separatism and nationalism that were of explicitly bourgeois inspiration. Along with the closure of the League, the Central Office of Jewish Communities was also banned, and its property turned over to the local Soviets, thus stemming the existence of an ethnically based center existing parallel to the Soviet government. As the decree of November 1918 emphasized, the politics of these organizations was directed at dampening the class consciousness of the Jewish working masses. Taking up various government and cultural social functions, they carried them out in an anti-proletarian spirit, and for this reason they were closed in perpetuity. They compensated for the expulsion of Jewish bourgeois establishments and Zionist organizations 219 from political life by providing social support for poor Jewry, which had in part lost its means of making a living due to the economic policy of war communism. A number of decrees and practical measures were taken later, in 1920 as well, to ease the burden carried by the Jews. A leading role was played by the People's Commissariat for Nationalities, its Jewish department, the Jewish section of the Bolshevik Party, and the Politburo. 220. Meanwhile, for the time being at least, the operation of the Zionist socialist organizations were not impeded, but deliberate efforts were made at the time of the near defeat of the Soviet government in the summer of 1919 to call up into the Red Army as many Jews as possible from the pogrom-hit regions. By the spring of 1919, those forces within the Central Committee of the Bund that proposed to unite with the Communist Party gained prominence. 221 They expressed their intention of doing so in a telegram sent to Moscow in April, and the Central Committee of the Bund simultaneously mobilized its members between the ages of 18 and 25 to join the Red Army. 222 Such actions were especially needed because anti-Semitic agitation in the spirit of the White Guard Black Hundreds propaganda was rife among the Red soldiers, presenting the Jew commissars as the cause of all their hardships and trouble. At the height of the campaign of pogroms by whites and petty jurists, a change was felt in the politics of Lenin, the Bolsheviks, and the Jewish, especially Zionist workers' organizations. This can be traced to the 7th Congress of Soviets, when a range of Jewish labor parties unanimously voted for the Soviet government, though they, unlike the Bolsheviks of Jewish ethnic origin, still harbored hopes of founding a Jewish socialist state in Palestine. 223 The Jewish Socialist Party and the Jewish Communist Party took a similarly determined stand on the side of the Soviet government and the Red Army. 224 The comprehensive document prepared by the Jewish Department working with the Central Committee at the end of 1919 found that the Jewish petty bourgeois layers of society had begun seeking ways of adapting to the new political and economic conditions, rather than holding out hope for the restoration of capitalism. Therefore, in spite of the restrictions on Judaism and religion in general, or perhaps on account of them, the incorporation of an increasingly large segment of the Jewish population into the new Soviet conditions began. In 1923 5.2% of the party membership was Jewish, 225, and the communist intelligentsia even more so. In 1920, the proportion of marriages of Jews with non-Jews was 34%, and this demonstrated, to use Lenin's frequently applied term, assimilation. Paths of life that could not have been imagined earlier were in the offing, in massive numbers. Anti-Semitism and political tactics. The White Guard propaganda that probably gained the most ground in the ranks of the Red Guard was the claim that the Jews were hard to come by in the front-line trenches, but were overrepresented in the non-combat units. The aim of the White Guard propaganda was to position the soldier of the Red Guard in opposition to the regime of the Jewish Commissar. Though the Jews appeared here, in the regime, as representatives of the Soviet state, millions of Jewish civilians must have been very surprised at this. Jews were not present among the Bolsheviks, even in the highest rungs of power, in the numbers that the white propaganda claimed. 226 But another popular propaganda expression, the Jewish Chayka, was not much closer to the truth either. 227 Lenin knew that many soldiers and officers serving either with the Whites or the Reds had fought with both armies and had made the propaganda of both sides familiar in both armies, which elicited a different, characteristic reaction from each army. People's Commissar of War Trotsky replied with a direct order to stop the anti-Semitic propaganda that had raised its head in the Red Army. 228 A reconstruction of Lenin's politics is only possible if a clear sense of his personal attitude to the Jewish question is given. Lenin's political emotional position was well reflected by an issue that came up in relation to a flyer by Maxim Gorky, about the Jews, in 1919, at the height of the White Guard-ist pogroms. 229 According to Dimanštín's peculiar account, he would have liked to convince the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars that Gorky had overdone it, and was too complimentary about the Jews. The flyer was, as one would put it today, counterproductive, and he urged its retraction. Lenin thought that it was special and fortunate for the revolution that a growing section of Jewish intelligentsia and workers were joining the Soviet side. Dimanštín himself emphasized in his often quoted recollections from 1924. It must be said that during our conversations, Lenin underscored a number of times how important in general the Jews were for the revolution, not only in Russia, but in other countries as well as the importance of stopping all those wrongs that befall the Jewish working masses through the evils of the world ruled by capitalism and the religious establishments as soon as possible, for the sake of the revolution. 230 Such were Lenin's reasons for not listening to Dimanštín, whose argument against Gorky was that his overt glorification of the Jews on the great role they played in the revolution would only add fuel to the fire of anti-Semitism. Though Lenin acknowledged that from a propagandistic point of view an overemphasis on positive traits may be harmful, he nevertheless agreed with what Gorky had to say, and was not willing to have his flyer retracted. 231 Setting aside all of the overcompensation typical of Dimanshtein, Lenin's response was connected to his general disposition in ethnic issues, which was that the communists of every ethnicity should fight the nationalist and religious prejudices and ideologies of their own ethnic background. This was a case of overdoing that particular behavior, to a degree that led to a pronounced conflict between Gorky and the leadership of the Jewish section, something not mentioned by Dimanshtein. In his flyer, Gorky virtually took up the cause of those socialist Zionist parties that supported the Soviet government. Regarding Dimanshtein's group, however, Gorky said, "The Jews have their own parties which are antagonistic with one another. The Jewish Zionists want to travel to Palestine. Others stand opposed to this and are hostile to the Zionists, shutting down their schools, synagogues, forbidding that their children be taught the Jewish language." 232. Though no documentary evidence can be found that Lenin called a halt to the persecution of bourgeois Zionism, no trials against them were administered in 1919. In April 1920 the Cheka arrested approximately 100 participants at the Moscow Conference of Zionists, although they were freed within a couple of months on Lenin's intervention, according to some accounts. But 19 activists of the movement were sentenced to 5 years in prison without trial, simply by administrative decision. 233 Lenin later met Gorky, who on a number of occasions advocated easing restrictions on Jewish cultural and political activity. 234. Lenin considered the steps against anti-Semitism and pogroms of such great importance that he recorded by phonograph his famous speech on anti-Jewish pogroms at the end of March 1919. However, in this speech he did not emphasize the merits of the Jews, but rather attacked anti-Semitism and the pogroms from a social, political, and class point of view, and in such a way that even the simplest laborer would understand. When the accursed Tsarist monarchy was living its last days, it tried to incite ignorant workers and peasants against the Jews. The landowners and capitalists tried to divert the hatred of the workers and peasants who were tortured by want against the Jews. In order to blind the workers, to divert their attention from the real enemy of the working people, capital. Hatred towards the Jews persists only in those countries where slavery to the landowners and capitalists has created abysmal ignorance among the workers and peasants. 235. Obviously this speech, intended to agitate against anti-Semitism, could not capture the problem in all its shades, but the method is clear. Instead of the national, ethnic and religious aspects, Lenin placed class conflict at the center of attention, indicating that he was not defending Jews themselves as an ethnic entity, but the Jewish working masses. They were the victims of the capitalist system just as the Russian poor were. It is not the Jews who are the enemies of the working people. The enemies of the workers are the capitalists of all countries. Among the Jews there are working people, and they form the majority. They are our brothers, who, like us, are oppressed by capital. They are our comrades in the struggle for socialism. At the same time he stressed, among the Jews there are kulaks, exploiters, and capitalists, just as there are among the Russians, and among people of all nations. The capitalists strive to sow and foment hatred between workers of different faiths, different nations, and different races. Rich Jews, like rich Russians, and the rich in all countries, are in alliance to oppress, crush, rob and disunite the workers. Shame on those who foment hatred toward the Jews, who foment hatred towards other nations. 236. Lenin's strict, deliberately simplified class consciousness and internationalism was corroborated by the daily events of the Civil War. Jewry was a very divided community not only politically, but economically and socially. Jews participated in almost every party and served in every army, in Makhno and even Denikin's army, with some serving as officers. While the whites and the Petli jurists censored news about the pogroms, they also did not boast about how anti-Semitism was a mainstay of the dictatorships in both Kolchak Siberia and Denikin southern Russia. Nevertheless, the local Jewish bourgeoisie, especially the Jewish communities of Ufa and Tomsk, cooperated with Kolchak, which was probably why the bourgeois wings of Zionist organizations were not banned. Jewish capitalists financed the first adventures of the volunteer army as well. The wealthiest Jewish entrepreneurs of Rostov rescued the first, experimental drive of the white movement from collapse, and offered support to the counter-revolutionary activity of the Cossacks of Rostov, which became one of the bases of anti-Semitic horrors to come. 237. Anti-Semitism also surfaced in the Red Army, because, after all, the soldiers were recruited from the same society. Isaac Babel's unequaled masterpiece, Red Cavalry, remains a literary travel guide on the subject. The chain of stories examines these problems in artistic fashion, showing how the soldiers of the 1st Cavalry Army got mixed up in the anti-Semitic pogroms of the summer and autumn of 1920, the period of the Soviet-Polish War. Lenin's political and theoretical stance in relation to these events can be relatively easily reconstructed. The 1st Cavalry and the pogroms. In the late summer of 1920, the defeat of the Red Army to the south of Warsaw was the last major battle of the Soviet-Polish War. 238. In the aftermath, certain tattered and demoralized units of the Red Army achieved infamy for their pogroms. When the Soviet leaders learned that the pogroms could spread to some detachments of the legendary cavalry, it became clear that even in their own lines the virus of pogrom anti-Semitism could not be restrained merely through economic and social measures, even though a review toward putting an end to war communism had just taken shape. The soldiers of the Polish army were also motivated by anti-Semitism. 239. The counter-revolution had emblazoned its flags with anti-Semitism in both Hungary and Romania. It now became clear that the fight against anti-Semitism would have to be continued. Whole regiments were gripped in the throes of rabid anti-Semitism, looting, and a form of veiled revolt against the central regime of which Jews were considered to be the foremost representatives, marked by the same slogan, "Beat the Jew, Save Russia." Certain retreating units of Budyonny's mounted army committed a series of horrendous crimes. The news of this reached the Kremlin at lightning speed, and an intervention by the highest powers ensured that those involved were sentenced by the revolutionary court in Yelizavetgrad by the end of October. The Soviet government and the policies of the Communist Party helped ensure that only a few of the pogroms were committed by the Red soldiers. 240. In light of this, Richard Pipes's view of these events, according to which Lenin, as leader of the Soviet government, dealt with the horrific crimes of the pogromists with indifference, as if he had been left untouched by this degeneration of the men in the 1st Cavalry, cannot be taken seriously. Pipes tries to substantiate his view with the November 18, 1920 report of the Central Office of the Jewish Section of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, which dealt with the pogroms committed by the demoralized cavalry on October 1 in the county of Zhytomyr, on which Lenin wrote, Archive 241. Pipes does not take into account that a majority of the incriminated had been sentenced to hard labor or executed more than 3 weeks earlier. In stark contrast to Pipes's representation of him, Lenin was so concerned about the investigation into the pogroms carried out by detachments of the cavalry that he met personally with the captains of the 1st Cavalry. Captain I.V. Vardin gave the meeting publicity through the official newspaper of the 1st Cavalry Army, the Red Horseman, which was overseen by his office. He reported to Lenin in person on the murders and robberies committed by the 31st, 32nd, and 33rd Regiments of the 6th Army. 242. The October 5 issue of the Red Horseman also informed the reader of Lenin's meeting with Budyonny alone. On October 10, that is, more than a month before the completion of the document in question, an active campaign against anti-Semitism was underway. The reports from the Red Horseman are worth quoting. Plainly, the pogroms that were carried out under the slogan of "Beat the Jews" and the Communists came to the attention of the topmost organs of leadership. At the muster on October 2, the Revolutionary Military Council of the 1st Cavalry Army disarmed the 31st, 32nd and 33rd Cavalry Regiments. Soldiers surrendered all the main culprits voluntarily. They were brought before the court for attempting to bring down the worker-peasant regime and for weakening the availability of the army for action. The main criminals were given the death penalty. The rest of the participants were sentenced 5 to 10 years of hard labor. 243. The following issues of the newspaper also devoted much space to the discussion of the appearance of nationalist hatred and Judeophobia within the ranks, as well as to the reaffirmation of international workers' solidarity. Vardin's instructions in the November 8, 1920 issue of the Red Horseman saw the notions presented in Lenin's 1919 speech reused almost word for word. 244 It has been said that Lenin and the Bolshevik leadership used the instruments of state terror to bring a halt to the pogroms. An example can be found in a Lenin document from late autumn 1920 that remained unpublished and secret until 1999, and dealt with the White Terror. 245 It should be noted that in spite of agreements signed with Soviet Russia, the recruitment of verchlists and armed units for Bulak Balachaus, with the intention of overthrowing the Soviet government, were continuing unhindered in the Baltic states. These units forayed into Soviet territories numerous times, robbing, looting, and terrorizing the local population. Apart from taking up other diplomatic means of protest, a register signed by L.B. Krausz was conveyed to the British government on October 28, detailing that the Soviet state had ceased fighting the war with the reigning governments of Finland, Estonia, and Lithuania. But the state of war has not ended. Armed bands who have not subjected themselves to any government continue hostilities against the peaceful population of both Soviet republics Russia and Ukraine. The armed forces under the leadership of Balachaus and Petli Ura are equipped with the arms and tools of the Allies, which makes these states responsible for future bloodshed. The governments of the Russian and Ukrainian republics will take all measures in their power to free their countries, liquidating and scattering the armed forces of these robbers, or forcing them to surrender. 246 The Red Army troops liquidated the bands of Balachaus to the north of the Mazur in November. The remnants crossed the border to Poland on November 26, 1920, where they were disarmed in the presence of representatives of the Soviet government. Lenin's countermeasures were outlined in two other documents written to Sklyansky in late October or early November. Diplomatic protest is not enough. Military actions must be taken to punish Latvia and Estonia, by passing by about Averst Balachaus' shoulders to cross the border and hang about 100 to 1,000 of their chinovniks and rich. The lines of the other document, much quoted after the change of regimes, reads as follows: Under cover of the Greens we can cross about 10 to 20 versts into the territory and hang the kulaks, priests, and landlords. Premium, 100,000 rubles for each hanging. 247. Another product of the Civil War psychosis and terror, this document remains what it is, whatever the causes of its having been written, though when it comes to the interpretations given by Pipes and historians similar to him, their silence is inexplicable regarding the causes that make Lenin's proposals for measures of terror to be implemented. They did not even investigate whether these instructions were carried through, or how serious Lenin was in the first place about the numbers he used. After all, there can be no doubt that in this case, the revenge, the state action of terror, never was realized. V. Loganov, when publishing the Lenin documents, added a remark to the effect that in spite of the signed General Peace Agreement, Borisavinkov helped Balachaus form significant and well-equipped detachments from the White Guard soldiers who had escaped to the Baltic states. Reminding the reader of the pogroms of the Denikinists, which had claimed the lives of tens of thousands of Jews, Loganov quoted contemporary news sources on the latest horrors committed by Balachaus' men. On October 2 Balachaus entered Plotnitsa, where he immediately collected all the Jews and demanded money from them. After the Jews had handed over all their belongings, the most beastly murders and tortures began. Maisy Plotnik's nose was cut off and then he was hung. Puterman, whose whole family was chopped down with sabers, went mad and began to dance, then he was shot dead. Polyak's hands were cut off first, then he was skinned. Ilya Finkelstein was burned alive. Every woman and girl, down to the age of 9, was raped. 600 refugees in the greatest possible extremity are now in Pinsk. 248. Similar horrors came to pass in a number of other cities through October and November of 1920, a reminder of the bloody events of 1918 to 19. The virtually unimaginable atrocities of Balachaus and his White Guard, as well as the occupying Polish forces, reverberated Europe-wide. 249 Lenin placed the merciless threats of reprisal, taking of hostages, and executions in view of those sheltering these cutthroat, robber White Guards. Lenin and the Bolsheviks had the courage to take up the fight on theoretical, political, and military levels against the racist, anti-Semitic tide that later steeped the 20th century in blood, which was a historical achievement on their part. One of the quoted historians must be right when he says that the pogroms were in one sense a forerunner of the Holocaust, because the whites physically exterminated Jews en masse, without a thought for age, sex, or social status. In another sense, Lenin was perhaps the first to realize the significance of the link between anti-Semitism and anti-communism in the ideology of the whites and the terrorist practices of the Civil War. 250. At this most difficult moment it would be most harmful for revolutionaries to indulge in self-deception. Though Bolshevism has become an international force, though in all the civilized and advanced countries new Chartists, new Varlans, new Liebknechts have been born, the international bourgeoisie still remains incomparably stronger than its class enemy. This bourgeoisie, which has done everything in its power to multiply tenfold the dangers and suffering attending its birth, is still in a position to condemn millions and tens of millions to torment and death through its White Guard and imperialist wars, etc. And we must skillfully adapt our tactics to this specific situation. The bourgeoisie is still able freely to torment, torture, and kill. But it cannot halt the inevitable and from the standpoint of world history not far distant triumph of the revolutionary proletariat. V.I. Lenin, on the 10th anniversary of Pravda. May 2, 1922, LCW, Vol. 33, 349-52. 7. World Revolution, Method and Myth. The origin of the problem. Where the socialist world revolution is understood as overthrowing capitalism on an international level, it is neither a freestanding phenomenon nor simply an organic element of Lenin's and Bolshevik political practice, but a part of the history of the Russian Revolution and the Russian Civil War. Since politics cannot operate without myths, beliefs, mobilizing ideals, and ideologies, and in the end every forecast or calculation of the future is wholly subject to unpredictable factors, the scientific prediction also constitutes a part of the struggle to determine political alternatives. All of this applies where the Marxist and Leninist traditions of world revolution are concerned. Some of the common ideological perceptions are that Lenin's theoretical views of world revolution derived from Marx alone, or on the contrary refuted them on the basis of Marx's theories. Looked at from the general position of the Soviet period, he brilliantly developed Marx's views on revolution by tying the beginning of world revolution to Russian revolutionary practice. From the point of view of the Mensheviks and their successors, Lenin's catastrophic revision of Marx was the product of a break with Marxian thought, as Marx nowhere mentions any sort of autochthonic Russian socialist revolution. Either interpretation leaves the misleading impression that the question could be settled with a mere definition of ideology or concept. The unity and difference of Marx and Lenin is not only a theoretical, but also a historical, issue. The difference between the periods in which these two thinkers and revolutionaries lived was manifested in their different historical missions. Their political and theoretical tasks differ from each other objectively, and not in a teleological sense. An examination of Lenin's publications and documents makes more nuanced hypotheses possible today than previously. To begin with, there was never a question of any form of autochthonous Russian socialist revolution. From the start, what differentiated his ideas from any preceding revolutionary movement was that he placed the prospect of the Russian Revolution in the context of a potential European revolutionary upswing, the international workers' movement, as did Marx. Both were aware, confirmed historically by the 1848 wave of European revolutions, that due to the trans-regional nature of modern capitalist development, great social changes were bound to unfold on a European scale. 1 Marx discussed this universal tendency of capitalist development in many ways in his works, drawing his own anti-capitalist conclusions also accepted by Lenin and the Bolsheviks, as we can see in his Grundriss. Thus, while capital must on one side strive to tear down every spatial barrier to intercourse, i.e. to exchange, and conquer the whole earth for its market, it strives on the other side to annihilate this space with time, i.e. to reduce to a minimum the time spent in motion from one place to another. The more developed the capital, therefore, the more extensive the market over which it circulates, which forms the spatial orbit of its circulation, the more does it strive simultaneously for an even greater extension of the market and for greater annihilation of space by time. Point 2. Marx's analysis had already shown that it was not revolution alone that holds the possibility of a violent overthrow of the universal capitalist system, but the crises of the capitalist system accompanied by violence. During such periods, progress suspends the self-realization of capital. During these critical times, the material and mental conditions of the negation of wage labor and of capital, themselves already the negation of earlier forms of unfree social production, are themselves results of its production process. The growing incompatibility between the productive development of society and its hitherto existing relations of production expresses itself in bitter contradictions, crises, spasms. The violent destruction of capital, not by relations external to it, but rather as a condition of its self-preservation, is the most striking form in which advice is given it to be gone and to give room to a higher state of social production. Lenin often referred to the set of problems because he recognized that these crises were partly to blame for the inescapability of the World War as the begetter of revolution. Marx, in a similar vein, remarks: "These contradictions, of course, lead to explosions, crises, in which momentary suspension of all labor and annihilation of a great part of the capital violently lead it back to the point where it is enabled to go on fully employing its productive powers without committing suicide. Yet these regularly recurring catastrophes lead to their repetition on a higher scale, and finally to its violent overthrow." Point 3. With the outbreak of the First World War, Lenin could feel the universality of the catastrophe in the Marxist sense of the word, from which it followed that the famous idea in the German ideology stating that communism is only possible as the act of the dominant peoples all at once and simultaneously could be set aside for good. By 1905, Lenin had already formulated the spark, the political concept of the Russian Revolution, and 1905 and 1917 convinced him the idea was correct. The spread of the revolution from China to Latin America, and from Germany to Hungary did indeed give an impression of confirming both Lenin and Marx. Lenin stripped the concept of world revolution of its simultaneity, that is, he structured it. His starting idea, however, remained rooted in the global nature of capitalism. What his theory added, however, was that due to uneven development, world revolution develops in different ways at different times and places. Lenin returned to this array of issues just a few days before the October Revolution. In his revision of the party program, published during October 1917, he again pointed out, while reflecting on debate about the crisis of imperialism and capitalism, the universally conjoined development of the system of capital and the revolution. He assumed that the capitalist system was in an imminent and potentially permanent crisis in an easily determined region of the world. An organic interrelation and a radical contradiction could be observed between technical progress and the relative decrease of labor force demand, and that a crisis of overproduction is related to the circumstance that the conditions of accumulation are in conflict with the conditions of realization. At the same time, besides portraying the self-evident characteristics of the crisis of the system, Lenin underlined that modern capitalism in general cannot be described by the term anarchistic. On the contrary, trusts produce commodities not anarchically but according to a plan. Though their role in preventing crises had not yet developed in that era, he had still arrived at the issue and come to raise it. Every joint stock company with a membership of capitalists from various countries is an internationally organized association of capitalists. Here the emphasis is on the concept of being organized, a new quality emerging in the age of imperialism, the economic partitioning of the world among international trusts, the partitioning of countries, by agreement into market areas. 5. Yet the problem lies here: the international organization of capital cannot be contested or broken down on the national level, on the divergent tracks of the national workers' movements, a realization Marx and Lenin had in common. In 1922, Lenin perceived the results of the national solution in Italian fascism. Lenin could never give up the hypothesis that the revolution had an international character, which is how the World War would signify the beginning of world revolution. This formed one of the reasons for his 1914 accusation of nationalist treachery against the Second International. It gave up this internationality in order to support the war, which in the long run led to the proletariat's aversion to the revolution and the relative restabilization of capitalism. Such an outcome was not yet evident to Lenin in 1917, so he was still convinced that there were only two practical alternatives, either the barbarities of the war or socialism. The well-known line 6 of the Hungarian poet, Andrássy, and Lenin's summary of the substance of the War 7 anticipated liberation from barbarity through the international compass of the revolution. Just as the revolution, subject to its law of uneven development of time and place, did indeed conquer the most important regions of Europe from October 1917 onward, it also overtook Central Europe in its role as intermediary between the Russian Revolution and developments in Western Europe. 8 This way Russia, the weakest link of imperialism, remained the failed spark of world revolution, and even though it failed, it became an integral part of Marxism, theoretically, philosophically, politically, and in terms of the movement. This is understandable if we consider that Lenin and the international revolutionary left were not alone in recognizing the potential of world revolution, just as John Maynard Keynes, who belonged to the bourgeois camp and later became the economist ideologist of the welfare state, regarded Bolshevism as a universal challenge for the capitalist system in his famous work The Economic Consequences of the Peace, published in 1919. Whether the concept of world revolution was properly grounded economically, theoretically, and in terms of the movement may be open to debate, it is certain that Lenin's much debated thesis of turning the imperialist world war into a civil war became a justified element of his strategic position after the February Revolution. This way he could directly relate progression in the Russian Revolution to the prospect of German Revolution as a natural historical sequel of European development. Lenin would repeat these ideas when he returned home, in his analytical note farewell letter to the Swiss workers. The objective circumstances of the imperialist war make it certain that the revolution will not be limited to the first stage of the Russian Revolution, that the revolution will not be limited to Russia. The German proletariat is the most trustworthy, the most reliable ally of the Russian and the world proletarian revolution. When, in November 1914, our party put forward the slogan, "Turn the imperialist war into a civil war of the oppressed against the oppressors for the attainment of socialism," the Social Patriots met the slogan with hatred and malicious ridicule, and the Social Democratic Center with incredulous, skeptical, meek, and expectant silence. Now, after March 1917, only the blind can fail to see that it is a correct slogan. Transformation of the imperialist war into civil war is becoming a fact. Long live the proletarian revolution that is beginning in Europe. 9. Lenin sustained this point of view even more vigorously after October 1917, and was so meticulous in doing so as not to accept the invitation of the traditional Social Democratic Conference. Not all political factions had been invited, and he was not willing to organize the councils of the various wings of the European workers' movements by the rules of the fighting parties. 10 His objective was clear, to unite the Social Democrats and other revolutionary forces committed to the revolution in a Europe-wide front. Lenin later began to describe Western revolution as having been delayed, a kind of phenomenon that can and should be accelerated, but could not be unleashed artificially. The establishment of the Communist International was part of this strategy. Lenin regarded the Comintern as the general staff of the world revolution, but Moscow was not Rome, even though it temporarily appeared at the center of the Communist World Party. Berlin remained the natural center. This determination was reflected first by the founding Congress of the Comintern, then by its second Congress, which defined the 21 conditions for belonging to the Comintern. These constituted the military and disciplinary foundations of the World Party. Sectarian seclusion is not the most important issue here, as is often stressed by historiographers, but the fact that the communist parties themselves also came from two different directions. As Hobsbawm put it, each communist party was the child of the marriage of two ill-assorted partners, a national left and the October Revolution. Those who shared the Moscow concept did not regard the role of the local idiosyncrasies as important. The horizons of those who were nationalist-minded were defined by the Eastern European lowlands and mountain ranges. It is true that researchers usually see the classic symptoms of sectarianism in the strict conditions for joining, and indeed the severe, almost military centralization carried the danger of insularity, especially if the joining party operated illegally. What is most important, however, is that their aim was to strengthen cohesion within the Comintern. Of course, the organizational hierarchy and military order that communist parties maintained in those times met the requirements of their own world revolutionary political trends. 11 Lenin's conditions were in fact to become the real embodiment of sectarianism under the changed historical circumstances of a later time, but that is a different epoch. Thus the idea of world revolution and overestimating the processes of its realization were an organic part of the revolution itself, and without this awareness and belief, the history of the October Revolution and the whole European revolutionary wave would be unthinkable. While this expectation preoccupied the revolutionary masses in Russia, it was less so in Western Europe. In all its naivete, it still served as inspiration to unsophisticated communist peasants in the 1930s, among them a literary figure in one of Solikhov's novels, Nagoldnov, the party secretary of a kolkhoz who perpetuates this feeling for posterity. At the same time, the political self-definition of the notable groups among Western intellectuals may also be subject to reflection on this count. World revolution was also the idea and the abstract practice that attracted a whole generation to gather under the banner of communism, as so beautifully related by Eric Hobsbawm in writing about both his life and the lives of others. 12. The Peace Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. And patriotism. In the minds of many Central Europeans, the demands coming from the social revolution, such as the elimination of the disparity between the rich and poor, as well as social and ethnic/national oppression, were closely bound up with the demands of national independence. A sense of patriotism of some type is convincingly documented, for example, by the army letters published by Peter Hanach. 13 Almost everywhere the middle classes, officers' class, and better-off peasantry sacrificed the social demands, popular among the masses, at the altar of national demands, with Russia being perhaps the only exception. In the final round, with the help of nationalism, the ruling elites of nations large and small crushed the social movements from Romania to Italy, from Hungary to Germany and the Balkans. Yet this was a conscious and politically coordinated response to the rise of revolutionary social movements and organization in all of the defeated countries, the labor committees, the labor councils, and the short-lived Soviet republics. 14 Lenin and Bolshevism faced up to this tide of nationalism at the time of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, when it became apparent that the revolution had ended along with the Soviet government's victory parade. For 90 years after the ratification of the treaty, not a single serious historian would argue Soviet Russia's military forces could have withstood the German troops. Thus, among the political and class power relations, internationally and internally, no other realistic alternative of a peace treaty offered itself. 15. Though theoretically Lenin upheld worldwide or at least international revolution as a strategy, until the autumn of 1920, as a practical prospect he was measuring the Soviet government's chances of the survival, and was paving the way to this end. His stance at the Brest-Litovsk Treaty talks and ratification can only be understood as a model of revolutionary realpolitik and political compromise with imperialism, primarily in the matter of war and peace, but also of patriotism and internationalism. In reality, these phenomena did not split apart from each other. After all, the well-known arguments within the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party on the question of signing an armistice with Imperial Germany raised quite a dilemma. Is any sort of peace treaty with an imperialist country possible? Does this not mean the betrayal of the European, and especially the German proletariat? Can the reformulated slogan of defend the country and the actual political actions that it covers be reconciled with Marxist internationalism? What is more important in the eyes of the socialists, to hold on to the positions they had achieved in terms of the realpolitik, or to uncompromisingly export the world revolution at all costs? The fundamental theoretical lessons of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty's consequences, as formulated by Lenin, can be grouped around two big issues: patriotism, the way petit bourgeois democracy relates to the revolution, and the way Soviet realpolitik deals with the concretization of internationalism. The Tilsit Peace, as Lenin called the treaty, threw even his closest friends and comrades into despair, even though they would have marched up to Berlin with him under the banner of world revolution. Unlike Lenin, many driven by the spirit of abstract internationalism, such as Bukharin, Dzerzhinsky, and Radek, rejected positive answers to the questions raised above. The events that unfolded are now part of history. Trotsky, who as the People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs headed the Soviet delegation at the treaty talks that had begun at the end of December 1917, did not wish to sign or reject the peace treaty, citing the slogan of neither war, nor peace. The German army's answer to this was to occupy vast tracts of Ukrainian territory, leaving Chicherin, the new People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, a peace treaty with far worse conditions to sign. In the face of the revolutionary war demanded by the abstract internationalists and the nationalist patriotic phantasmagoria of the SR defenders of the nation, Lenin was only able to push the treaty through by a hair's breadth. During the debate of the Central Committee members, Stalin gave evidence of a fantastic sense of realism. He denied even the slightest signs of a European revolution. 16 Though Lenin distanced himself from such a pessimistic position, it nevertheless indicates that some in his circle were out-and-out skeptics regarding the chances of an international revolution. Having secured a moment of respite, it was nevertheless apparent that Lenin would have much tacking to do between the two sorts of behavior emerging in the party. One of them remained devoted to world revolution, and gave precedence to a revolutionary politics of offense, especially where the German developments were concerned. The other interpreted and evaluated European processes from the unilateral perspective of Soviet-Russian interests in the arena of international power distribution. While continuing to uphold the scientifically predictable international revolution, Lenin discarded all conjecture that was not based on the strict accounting of facts. For him, the revolution had not been simplified to any one or another surge, or to the repetition of abstract principles. He dealt with international politics in concrete measures. For example, when the Kaiser was toppled in November 1918 and the German Revolution unfolded, Lenin's first idea was to contact the German military units stationed in Russia. His telegram, to the Orel and Kursk Gubernia executive committees and Gubernia party committees, though exaggerating the proletarian revolutionary aspect of the events, reflected the practical positioning in its virtually paradigmatic form. A radio message has just been received from Kiel, addressed to the international proletariat and stating that power in Germany has passed into the hands of the workers and soldiers. This radio message is signed by the Council of Sailors Deputies of Kiel. In addition, German soldiers at the front have arrested a peace delegation from Wilhelm, and have themselves begun negotiations for peace directly with the French soldiers. Wilhelm has abdicated. It is essential to make every effort to communicate this as soon as possible to the German soldiers in the Ukraine, and to advise them to attack the troops of Krasnov, because then we shall together win tens of millions of poods of grain for the German workers, and beat off an invasion by the British, whose squadron is now approaching Novorossiysk. 17. And though the German Revolution confirmed Lenin's expectation that the Peace of Brest-Litovsk was not to last, he nevertheless did not give up the Brest-Litovsk tactic. His stance did not change that, until a general European revolution unfolded, the most important position was to defend the gains of the Russian Revolution. 18 This was seen as a sort of patriotic turn by certain social strata in Russia, whereas others had the opposite view, seeing it as an act of unpatriotic self-sacrifice and national capitulation. Regarding the accusations of allowances made to patriotism, by the beginning of January Lenin had written to his Muscovite critics that they have not even taken into consideration the fact that we Bolsheviks have now all become defensists. 19. As seen previously, Lenin, though indicating that various forms of war were possible from a political and class point of view, considered the defense of the fatherland nothing more than a justification for taking part in the war. As he put it, to generalize this, to make it a general principle, is ridiculous, supremely unscientific. 20 However, the passionate, almost unappeasable, debates surrounding the Brest-Litovsk Treaty showed that the changed political situation put the question of patriotism in a much more complex light. 21 Even in the heat of the argument, Lenin correctly analyzed the essential point regarding patriotism. Marxism, when pitted against the wartime patriotism of the Tsar and the landlords, stood on a political and ideological platform of anti-patriotism, but following the October Revolution the notion of fatherland had gained a new meaning, as the Brest-Litovsk peace debates showed. In an article published in the March 11 issue of Izvestia, Lenin quoted the following lines by Nekrasov in defense of the Tilsit peace and against the two one-sidednesses described above: "Thou art wretched, thou art abundant, thou art mighty, thou art impotent Mother Russia." 22 Yet this had changed on October 25, and this was why the new notion of motherland, which took territorial social-cultural factors as its basis, could no longer bear any kind of nationalistic, ethnic, or religious content. The White Guard ideology of a single and indivisible Russia had fallen into its grave, along with the empire and the old ruling classes. In temporary lieu of world revolution, however, the new notion of fatherland and of defensism gained in place of the old ethnic national content, in that it applied to the territory where the Soviet government was at any given time victorious, thereby carrying anti-racist ideological implications for multi-ethnic territories. It also molded social and universal matters to itself, and this revealed the provisional nature of the new political establishment, for the country did not even have an official name for a long time, and its size and expanse were hardly clear or definite. Lenin summed up the essence of this turn. Since October 25, 1917, we have been defensists. We are for defense of the fatherland, but that patriotic war towards which we are moving is a war for a socialist fatherland, for socialism as a fatherland, for the Soviet Republic as a contingent of the World Army of Socialism. Hate the Germans, kill the Germans, such was, and is, the slogan of common, i.e., bourgeois, patriotism. But we will say hate the imperialist plunderers, hate capitalism, death to capitalism, and at the same time learn from the Germans. Remain true to the brotherly alliance with the German workers. 23. Another aspect regarding the issue of patriotism reflects upon the way the regime related to the intelligentsia, the petit bourgeois, and the middle and peasant strata of society, and its reverse, the way these strata related to Soviet Russia. The ever-widening front of foreign intervention on Soviet territory elicited a positive shift among the patriotic layers of society, as national patriotic feeling now tilted in favor of the Soviet government. This had extraordinary significance, in spite of the attic-clearing reformist nature of war communism. Later, in the spring of 1919, Lenin returned to the question at the Eighth Party Congress, where he shed light on the very deep roots of national feeling and patriotic sentiment, saying they were bound up with the economic conditions of life of precisely the small proprietors. Drawing lessons from the period of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, Lenin underscored the change in relations between the party and the middle strata of society. They had first turned against the Bolsheviks because of the territorial concessions, but under attack from interventionist troops, patriotism had brought millions into the Bolshevik fold. 24 In a sociological sense, Lenin understood patriotism as the middle layer of society's emotional ideological expression of their interests. It is no coincidence that Lenin also drew the attention of the Hungarian Soviet Republic's leadership to the strata's political significance, for they are especially adept allies in a war of defense, and in Hungary, noting the expected territorial losses and the foreign military presence, they were already watching the events from the stance of defending the motherland. The difficulty of our position was that we had to give birth to Soviet power in opposition to patriotism. In the final run, the bourgeoisie always joins the forces where it senses greater power, which is the position from which it can better defend its national interests. 25 It is interesting that in contrast to the later Polish-Soviet War, Lenin was quite aware then about how the nationalism of these social layers may distance them from the revolution. Gripped by a thirst for revenge after the military defeat, with a choice of nationalism and revolution, many drifted toward choosing the first, whereas significant segments of the labor masses in victorious countries favored the patriotic choice under the spell of the national successes of the ruling classes. The third layer of patriotism, which Lenin later excavated and interpreted after the introduction of the new economic policy, was rooted in the famous politics of concessions, discussed in the next chapter. In the conclusion to his speech about concessions at the 8th Soviet Congress in December 1920, he pointed out that the rural protests against the concessionary policies did not reflect an unhealthy mood, but rather were a phenomenon expressing positive patriotic sentiments. He referred here to peasant patriotism, without which we could not hold out for 3 years, the type of patriotism which leads a peasant to accept hunger for years rather than hand over Russia to foreigners. This is the finest revolutionary patriotism. Giving this form of patriotism concrete shape in social and political terms as the sensibility of the non-party middle peasant, even differentiating it from the sensibilities of the kulaks, he suggests, as for the kulaks being prepared to go hungry for 3 years to keep out the foreign capitalists, from whom they have something to gain, that is untrue. 26. These socially defined forms of patriotic feeling, its alternate image, and the rather varied faces it showed in changing situations, were all an integral part of the politics of Alliance Smykha, the worker-peasant alliance, and the relationship with the intelligentsia carried on by the Bolshevik Party. Lenin's speeches and actions intimate that he tried to capture the increasingly complicated mediations and contradictions between world revolution and the local interests of the Russian Revolution. His theoretical views on patriotism, expressing the concrete political and class power relations behind the political compromises, can be summarized as an unwillingness to risk the positions already secured by the revolution for any European revolutionary offensive whose outcome was not clearly foreseeable. In his critique of Bukharin's approach, which ruled out accepting any compromise with the imperialists, he aimed his barbs at an abstract image of world revolution which was oblivious to the concrete balance of forces. Lenin was not willing to make a dogmatic issue of what he believed to be most relevant to the interests of the revolution, and was therefore willing to purchase food from any foreign enemy right from the start, not basing his actions on the typically lefty intellectual valuation of capitulation to imperialism. 27. In the course of the year 1919, Lenin tried to avoid the contraposition of the European perspectives of revolutionary development with the local interests and military defense of the Russian Revolution, despite the contradictions coming to light, as demonstrated unequivocally in the aftermath of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and the socialist turn in Hungary. Lenin always made his decisions after making a concrete analysis, gauging which interests were more important and which could be better defended in the given situation. Nonetheless, he continued to voice his opinion that the fate of the Soviet government, in the long run, hung in the balance of the development and victory of the European Revolution. With the passing of the revolutionary upsurge of the spring of 1919, to put it euphemistically 28, that is, of the Hungarian Soviet Republic, the short-lived Slovakian, and the proclamation of the Bavarian Soviet Republic on 7 April, the balance of forces did not shift in favor of the Soviet government. This also played an important part with respect to Lenin's evaluation of relations with the Hungarian Soviet Republic. He wanted to support the revolutions taking root in Hungary at all costs, but the internal power relations developed disadvantageously. In April 1919 he sent the following instruction to Commander Vatsidis. The advance into part of Galicia and Bukovina is essential for contact with Soviet Hungary. This task must be achieved more quickly and surely, but beyond this task no occupation of Galicia and Bukovina is needed, for the Ukrainian army must on no account be distracted from its two main objectives. The first, the most important and most urgent, is to help the Donets Basin. The second objective is to establish a secure link by rail with Soviet Hungary. 29. This order of importance was dictated by the catastrophic turn in the balance of military forces, and not any other factors. The leader of the Hungarian Revolution, Belakun, came to believe regarding this. 30. Regarding Belakun's demand of 11 July that certain units of the Red Army should attack Galicia, the Ukrainian Council of People's Commissars turned to Commissioner of Foreign Affairs Chicherin and Lenin on July 14. Lenin's note to Sklyansky, the immediate colleague of Trotsky, and who was both the People's Commissar for War and the vice-chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic, jotted the text of this telegram, to Sklyansky. Wouldn't it be possible to organize a demonstrative effect, make a noise and fool them? 31 However, not even the noise came off, and the Hungarian Soviet Republic was put down. Lenin, along with the Bolsheviks, tasted defeat in this and other such events. This is also why the unrealistic series of demands and personal attacks emanating from Belakhun, and his delirious panic attacks 32 left Lenin wondering seriously about the wisdom of the leader of the Hungarian Revolution. 33. At this stage, in the summer of 1919, the armed counter-revolution grew stronger within Russia. Denikin was hatching his plans for the occupation of Moscow. The Baltic and Finnish Soviet governments had been defeated, and white terror was widespread. This situation spawned a politically inorganic, but nevertheless typical Trotsky document that expressed a sense of political improvisation, setting a mirror to the dimming hopes for the future of European revolution. Trotsky recommended to the members of the Central Committee a reorienting of Soviet politics, from the west to the east. The arena of uprisings in the vicinity may be Asia. We have lost Riga, Vilna, and under Durrës we are risking the loss of Odessa and Petrograd. We have taken back Perm, Ekaterinburg, Zlatist, and Chelyabinsk. This change in circumstances necessitates a change of direction. In the coming period it would be timely to take on the preparation of components for an Asian reorientation, and partly prepare for a military attack against India, in support of the Indian Revolution. 34. However, with the defeat of Denikin and Kolchak, the question once again came to be rephrased in Eurocentric form. Following the peace settlement of Versailles, it became clear that Soviet Russia was being hedged around with a cordon sanitaire to protect the capitalist environment. Numerous deliberate falsifications have been published in recent years that describe Lenin's concept of world revolution as a realistic Russian military threat with a drive to conquer Europe. In reality, the concrete political manifestations of this concept only belong to the revolutionary wave's rearguard actions, whose purpose would have been to inspire and support local outbreaks of the expected revolutions. All philosophical and geopolitical concepts aside, Soviet Russia mired deep in chaos and civil war could not have posed any danger to Europe, either in economic or military terms. The reality was quite the opposite. The principled insistence on world revolution incorporated the belief in a chance of survival, which later became intertwined with the conflicts of interest between the great powers, after the Soviet Union grew to become a great power at the end of 1922. Soviet patriotism, or in fact state patriotism, which was to fill the role of national ideology until the breakup of the Soviet Union, was the ideological expression of this entire historical development. The Polish-Soviet War was the embodiment of the volatile state of the world, which in its denouement offered perhaps the last chance for Lenin and his generals to tie through Poland the fate of the Russian Revolution with that of the European Revolution, or, in other words, was the last possibility to prevent the isolation of the revolution from Western Europe, and most importantly, Germany. In the summer of 1920 Lenin, counting on the truly promising perspectives of an international revolution, did take risks. On the one hand he gave way to the pressure from the left, and on the other followed his own analysis. In a sense, the siren song of the world revolution once again became a force shaping history. Lenin chose the more cautious approach in the spring of 1919, but the Soviet government could take a more self-assured stand in the spring of 1920, after it had put Kolchak down. Though the international balance of forces did not change favorably in terms of European revolutionary progress, the successes on the Civil War front seemed decisive. The Polish-Soviet War. There is an extensive literature that deals with the Polish-Soviet War and Soviet historiography's point of view on it. 35 But a number of Lenin documents that surfaced in the 1990s are also important. 36 They make it amply clear that Lenin gave international revolution a central place of importance in the end goals of the Russian Revolution, because he was concerned above all with Russian socialism becoming isolated from its European background. After all, In 1920 he looked at the Polish-Soviet conflict from this angle. Even the year before, Polish forces controlled the western territories of Belorussia, despite the fact that by December 1917, in advance of any peace treaty, Lenin and the Soviet government had recognized the independence of Poland. The various levels on which the civil war in Russia was conducted are known. When Pilsudski, following agreements with the Ukrainian nationalist politician Petliura, took Kiev, it was clear to Lenin that the war had a special significance in terms of all of these different aspects. 37 The interventionist troops of the Entente fought on Soviet territory in defense of their capitalist economic interests in Russia, while the interventionist countries competed with one another for power and economic positions. There were a number of fields within Soviet Russia in which the German, English, French, Turkish, Japanese, American interests clashed or intersected. Therefore Lenin looked upon Pilsudski's advance, begun at the end of April, in the light of this pan-European context, and appraised it accordingly. Poland was an extension to the arm of the Entente, which had already once suffered defeat in Russia, and an aggressive embodiment of the peace regime of Versailles. This was not to say that Lenin did not understand the significance of Polish empire-building fantasies. Nonetheless, he could not attribute too much weight to them. Any position which sees the Polish-Soviet war as a one-dimensional border conflict is too simplistic. Pilsudski and the Polish propaganda did indeed begin the attack in the throes of the dream of national reunion and a nationalist stupor of Greater Poland, but it would hardly have set out on the risky military campaign without the support of both France and Petliura, the counter-revolutionary leader of Ukraine. In the spring of 1920, new hopes for Europe awoke in Bolshevik circles. The Kapp Putsch was brought down in Germany with the help of the workers. Definite sympathies with the Comintern and the Soviets were expressed on the left wing of European social democracy, and the International Communist General Staff saw new revolutionary perspectives in the near future. Lenin was for a more cautious approach in the spring, orienting himself in the direction of preparation, rather than direct attack. In March 1920, Bela Kun raised this point in a letter, saying that Lenin's circumspect comments were used by the opportunists within the communist parties to their advantage. For this reason, Kun wrote, "Do not prevent the Russian Bolshevik method from being used, citing your authority, in Western Europe." 38. Kun's attitude was not an isolated phenomenon, and a sense of optimism gradually overtook the whole leadership of the Comintern, Lenin included. In July-August 1920, at the time of the Second Congress of the Comintern, they were already confident of the success of a counteroffensive. This euphoria is conveyed by the coded telegram Lenin sent to Stalin, who was stationed in Kharkov on July 23, 1920. The situation in the Comintern is splendid. Zinoviev, Bukharin, and I, too, think that revolution in Italy should be spurred on immediately. My personal opinion is that to this end, Hungary should be Sovietized, and also perhaps Czechia and Romania. We have to think it over carefully. Communicate your detailed conclusion. German communists think that Germany is capable of mustering 300,000 troops from the Lumpen against us. 39. This was also the point when the Bolshevik leadership came to the decision that preparations must be made for the Sovietization of Armenia and Georgia, to spur on the world revolution, a demand that had been heard from the Caucasus office of the party since the beginning of August. A document still exists, a telegram to Smilga, proving that, at this point, Lenin had still not given up hope of Sovietizing Lithuania. 40 Even though Trotsky, the People's Commissar for War, took a highly skeptical stance regarding a large Soviet military advance on Warsaw following the spent Polish attack, the supporters of an immediate counterattack won the day under the influence of the high morale. As Pilsudski's advance petered out and the Soviets counterattacked quickly, British Foreign Minister Curzon, in a memo of July 11, gave a warning to the Red troops about respecting the Curzon Line. 41 Though this no longer had any moral ground, Lenin was not impressed with this sudden wish for peace. His reaction to the Polish attack on Soviet Russia was that they would probe whether the Polish proletariat was ready to support the world revolution, or at least the Sovietization of Poland, with the point of a bayonet. A base of power and organization was found in a provisional Polish Revolutionary Committee composed of Bolshevik leaders of Polish nationality, and led by the famous revolutionary Marszałkowski, with essentially the same program presented by the Bolsheviks in 1917. In the aftermath of the grave defeat south of Warsaw suffered by the Soviets in August, Lenin admitted at the 9th Congress of the RCP in September 1920 that as a consequence of erroneous diplomatic, military, and political estimations a catastrophic defeat had occurred, and that he personally wished to learn from this experience. At the same time he did not remove from the agenda his theoretical strategic considerations and basic appraisal of the situation, that a counterattack was a possible reply to Polish aggression. In principle he still argued for the legitimacy of the course of world revolution. 42 Full knowledge of the documents previously suppressed or truncated is especially important in this regard, because Lenin's horizons, both as a revolutionary theoretician and practitioner of foreign policy, can be seen in a new light by a speech of September 1922, which gave a complete account of the reasoning behind the concept of broadening the war with Poland. The speech contains, in a nutshell, Lenin's political and theoretical fundamentals on the links and interconnections between world progress and the international revolutionary transformation. General Pilsudski attacked Soviet Russia despite the Russian peace proposals and border demarcations which were highly advantageous to Poland, or to be precise, to the Polish ruling classes. 43 Lenin perceived the initiative as coming from the whole Versailles regime, the Entente, and the French, rather than being an independent move on Poland's part. Lenin said Warsaw was situated in close proximity to the center of the whole current international imperialist system, and the city's defeat would affect the defeat of the whole imperialist system. Lenin appended this obviously exaggerated deduction with the seemingly geopolitical, but more far-reaching, factor that Poland is a buffer state between Germany and Russia, and the last state in that system's hands opposing Russia. In this sense, as Lenin exaggerated, Warsaw was the bastion of the whole Versailles system. But in his strategic thinking the isolation of revolutionary Russia could only be imagined by revolutionary means, and the value of combinations between the great powers also grows during this process. In other words, he had the fate of the whole peace regime hanging by Warsaw. Russia would have come into direct connection, an organic union, with revolutionary Eastern Prussia. 44 which would have an explosive effect on the Entente states. As a revolutionary strategist, Lenin learned to speak the language of the great powers, the language of force, and thus the two types of speech, that of the revolutionary strategist and the politician in power, became interwoven. Lenin also saw France and England's cooperation as an attempt to subject Russia to the great powers. 45 Just as the Entente, and especially the English-French axis, had stood behind Denikin and Kolchak, so Pilsudski was a representative of the new imperialist world order of Versailles, ready to participate in the reallocation of Russia. From a power politics point of view, one of Lenin's aims in the campaign against Warsaw was to demonstrate the strength of the new Soviet Russian state, which the Entente could not humiliate. Lenin had a sense of the Entente's powers being on the wane. They were not able to provide a cohesive background to the Russian counter-revolution. The Entente was not able to gather its financial powers either, primarily because interests collided where the robbing and dismantling of Russia were concerned. Of course, Lenin was convinced as of 1918 that the immediate objective of the Entente was the military isolation of Soviet Russia, with the small and medium-sized countries becoming tools to this ploy. He made reference to a 1919 international conference where he pronounced that without the Entente, neither Denikin nor Kolchak could have held their own, and the neighboring countries would not have become military bases for their attacks on Soviet Russia. It was not we who torpedoed the Prince's Islands, but the monarchists and anti-Jew pogromists, the restorers of the landowners' estates. Explain, develop, prove these 3 points, that Denikin and Kolchak 1. Are monarchists, 2. Pogromist thugs, 3. Are restoring the estates of the landowners and introducing redemption payments for the peasants. We agreed to a truce for negotiations about peace, of course, with those who are really to blame for the war, i.e., with Great Britain, France, America, and not with pawns. Explain in detail that it is they who are waging war, with their ships, their guns, their cartridges, their officers. Lenin unmasked the hypocrisy and unabashed lies of the great powers of the West when he later pointed out that their renunciation of intervention was a lie, if they support the Estonians, the Finns, the Poles. In his speech of October 15, 1920, however, alluding to differences that had arisen between the French and the British, he indicated that they could not unite on the issue of the Poles, the smaller Baltic countries, and Rigel, because Britain was not interested in the restoration of Tsarist or White Guard or even bourgeois Russia, she even stood to lose from it. 46. From another angle, Lenin saw the Polish attack as both a possible model for other surrounding states that had risen out of the Russian Empire, and springboard for the great powers of Europe against Soviet Russia. This logic drove Lenin's thesis that the time had become ripe for the anti-imperialist defensive war against the Entente be turned into a war of offense. Lenin interpreted the whole war on the basis of this concept. His words testified that he could not wholly re-evaluate this strategic position, even after the Warsaw defeat. And so, in sum, our conviction ripened that the Entente's military offensive against us was over, that the defensive war with imperialism had ended, and that we had won it. The stake was Poland. And Poland thought that as a great power with imperialist traditions, she was capable of changing the nature of the war. This meant that the assessment was as follows: the period of defensive war was finished. On the other hand, the offensive showed us that because the Entente was powerless to crush us militarily, powerless to utilize its troops, it could only push various small countries against us, countries that have no military worth and that maintain a landowner bourgeois system only at the cost of such violence and terror as the Entente provides them with. There is no doubt that the Menshevik democratic capitalism that still maintains itself in all the countries bordering on Russia, formed out of the previous territories of the former Russian Empire, starting with Estonia, Georgia, etc., maintains itself with the help of what England delivers. She provides cannons, soldiers, uniforms, and money to keep the workers in subjection. We faced a new task. The defensive period of the war with worldwide imperialism was over, and we could have, and had the obligation to exploit, the military situation and launch an offensive war. We had defeated them when they advanced against us, we would now try to advance against them in order to assist the Sovietization of Poland. We will help to Sovietize Lithuania and Poland, as was said in our resolution point 47. The notion of offensive war expressed the intention of Sovietizing the territories which had earlier belonged to the empire, and this demonstrates the gradual and unavoidable intertwining of world revolutionary internationalism and being a great power. The mixing of the two disparate terms was characterized by the political military setting and political reflexes that had developed in the Civil War, phrased by the Soviet leaders in terms of Soviet Russia fighting a life and death battle in the capitalist environment, surrounded by the ring of imperialist, capitalist countries. In the cases of Georgia and Armenia, a decision against a military solution had been accepted earlier, but this brought a spate of dissatisfaction from these countries' communists. They made speeches against us full of bitterness, asking how we could conclude peace with the White Guard Latvian henchmen who subjected to torture and hanged on the gallows the best Latvian comrades, who had shed their blood for Soviet Russia. We heard similar speeches from the Georgians as well, but we did not assist the Sovietization of Georgia and Latvia. But we cannot do this now either, we have other things to attend to. We charted this policy with regard to Poland. We decided to use our military forces to assist the Sovietization of Poland. We formulated it not in an official resolution recorded in the minutes of the Central Committee and representing the law for the party and the new Congress, but we said among ourselves that we must probe with bayonets whether the social revolution of the proletariat in Poland had ripened. 48. In late autumn of 1920, Lenin, even though he was aware of the Warsaw defeat, did not hesitate to perform the revolutionary duty with military support. 49 For the Sovietization of the Caucasian republics. So irrespective of his argument, in this case revolutionary internationalism was already linked to the superpower politics of the new, potential great power, the hegemonic interests of Soviet Russia. Later, in the Stalinist period, and in a changed historical situation, these world power interests would essentially become the only basis of decisions. Therefore, Lenin's motivations indicate that he acted within the scope of the world revolution's ideal, but brought his day-to-day decisions under the primary influence of the realpolitik of a dominant power. After Warsaw, Lenin practiced rigorous self-criticism on certain questions. Many participants of the Ninth Party Conference said that the party and military leadership had overestimated the opposition of the Polish labor force and peasantry to the system, their hatred for the ruling classes, and their anti-feudal and anti-capitalist position, and conversely had underestimated the strength of peasant patriotism, national feeling, nationalism, and sense of dedication to the new Polish nation-state. Lenin admitted these aspects were the most important empirical lessons of the experience. Yet the leading Soviet figures of the Polish revolutionary government had earlier underscored the negative consequences of leaving local specificities out of consideration. For example, just trying to gain acceptance from the local populace for officials of Jewish origin was, to put it mildly, not free of problems. The Bolshevik leader Felix Kahn, who knew local circumstances well, wrote that there were too many Russians and Jews in the local governments, and the Soviet leaders had left growing local anti-Semitism ignored a problem which, as pointed out in the previous chapter, also raised its head in the Red Army. Thus the Poles were not only fighting the Communists, but also traditional Russian oppression and its Jewish supporters. In other words, Soviet power appeared in the guise of Russian oppression. 50 In the eyes of the nationalists, the Jews had always seemed to be the representatives of central power and traitors to local interests. In Pilsudski, Lenin mainly saw a representative of the Entente. He did not sense the mass influence the Polish leader had acquired. Pilsudski was an embodiment of the grandiose ambitions and the narrow, merciless, Russophobic traits of the nationalism of the Polish nobility and peasantry that were so typical in other regions of Eastern Europe, and whose causes must be explored primarily in the oppressive role of the Tsarist autocracy. At the same time, the issue that revealed the weakest point in Lenin's pragmatic political concept was also raised: has the demand for a world revolutionary turn matured in the minds of Polish and Western workers? Have they recognized the possibility as their own interest? Lenin could only confront this issue in very narrow confines at the party conference. One question regarded the patriotism of the Polish laborers and peasants. It had turned against the Soviet government and the Red Army, even though Lenin himself recognized this trait in the Brest-Litovsk period. Lenin also mentions another defining trait, that a majority of the Western workers were not ready to seize power. However, he only sensed that they were subjectively ill-prepared for it, and he neither analyzed the causes nor sought the origins of this phenomenon. He understood that revolutionary Bolshevism could not penetrate the cultural traditions of the Western working masses, but he lacked a well-differentiated sociological analysis of the reasons for the inner stratifications of Western labor. Perhaps this is why he did not understand the British workers' political behavior. The following comment caught his incomprehension in a picturesque and typical manner. When an English workers' delegation visited me May 26, 1920, and I told them that every decent English worker should desire the defeat of the English government, they understood nothing. They made faces that I think even the best photograph could not capture. They simply could not get into their heads the truth that in the interests of world revolution, workers must wish the defeat of their government. 51. Typically, Lenin did not perceive that an understanding of his thesis, the defeat of one's own government, does not depend solely on the presence of subjective intellectual conditions, but that the very existential conditions of revolutionary self-consciousness were lacking in England, in the sense in which he himself approached it theoretically. In England, as in most Western bourgeois systems, the conflict between the working class and capital evolved quite differently from the way it did in Russia. And not only were a chain of completely different mediations at question here, but also a mentality leaning more toward compromise, which their history had forged. Lenin had acquainted himself with it in the years of his emigration, even trying to describe the phenomenon along with its causes, but without developing a deeper empathy or affinity for it. What he certainly was aware of was that the development of the revolution is more complex, and runs on divergent tracks. The real intricacy of the problem was shown by the fact that he himself criticized leftism, on the grounds that it does not take account of the regional and national specificities of development. Finally, all of these questions are not simple at the dawn of a new age, as even historians are sometimes prone to admit. Lenin had been critical of the left communists at the time of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, and it was precisely during the year 1920 that he dedicated his most lively consideration to the problem of left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. But at the time perhaps he himself did not realize in its complete actuality the historical significance of the chasm separating the theoretical consciousness and the practical consciousness of the proletariat. Thus Lenin did not draw far-reaching conclusions from his experience with the workers' delegation from England, and he certainly did not apply it to the Polish situation, though it was clear from the autumn of 1920 onward that nationalism proved stronger than socialism throughout all of Europe, even if the forms this nationalism took differed. In a spirit of self-criticism and disappointment at the party conference, Lenin questioned his earlier conviction that in Poland the proletarian population is well matured and the rural proletariat is better educated, which tells us, you must help them Sovietize. A number of times he cited with emphasis, a great national surge of petty bourgeois elements who, as we got closer to Warsaw, were terrified for their national existence as the cause of the enormous defeat. Lenin stressed that the regions with the industrial proletariat started even farther away than Warsaw, which they did not come close to occupying 52 and thus could not secure any palpable experience of their readiness for revolution. In re-examining the errors that had been made, the chairman of the Council of the People's Commissars concluded that it had been a mistake to reject the offer made in the Curzon note of June 12, but he nevertheless upheld the necessity of the strategic shift. Given the international situation, we must limit ourselves to a defensive posture with regard to the Entente, but despite the complete failure in the first instance, our first defeat, we will keep shifting from a defensive to an offensive policy over and over again until we finish all of them off for good. 53. In the meantime, Lenin was looking for opportunities to cooperate more closely with the West in economic terms. He still had not clarified his own position on the question of what form, and in what degree, the revolution was exportable. As for capitalism, its normal form of export was the migration of capital, the free flow of capital along with the military defense of the capital interests and markets acquired. Karl Radek showed the contradictions in Lenin's argument and the political strategy of the Central Committee. He raised the issue from the angle of whether it was expedient to probe the readiness of a country in the present case, Poland. Radek pointed out the weakest points of Lenin's argument when he said it was not enough to reject this probe as a replacement for serious analysis. I get the sense that if comrades Lenin and Trotsky probe somewhere, there is something amiss. Alluding to Lenin's discussion with the British workers' delegation, he declared, neither in Germany, nor France, nor England are we so immediately close upon the eve of revolution that were we to capture Poland, Germany would break out in Revolution 54. Here was the main point, the theoretical compass remaining a constant was the real problem, and not that Lenin acted under the spell of an ambition for some sort of political superpower. It was a challenge to comprehend the possibilities offered by the new period for him, and he did rack his brains on it, though never getting a chance to set it down in ordered writing and systematize the characteristic traits of the new international situation, the new developments of the worldwide system following the World War. It could not have been the least bit consoling that in this field, no one in Europe or America outpaced him at the time. After all, it was only a matter of a new epoch being born. Radek, who spoke numerous languages and knew Western Europe well, also underscored that the party and the leadership of the Comintern were vastly overestimating how ripe for revolution Central Europe was. He repeated in the conclusion of his speech, we must reject the method of probing the international situation with bayonets. Meanwhile, Lenin did not desire a public debate of the issue of probing. In a two-line note of October 6 regarding a writing of Radek's that followed up the conference, Lenin reacted, I oppose a discussion of the future assistance we may provide the Germans through Poland, it must be struck out. 55. criticism came in from a rather disparate range of positions. Some of the important ones were formulated on moral grounds by known intellectuals such as Korolenko, Gorky, and even Kropotkin, but the policy of expansion by force also received criticism at the Ninth Party Conference. On a different tack, critical comments were also voiced by representatives of the German communist movement in the Die Rotfahne Circle, which Lenin dealt with at the conference. Rotfahne and many others cannot tolerate even the thought that we will assist the Sovietization of Poland with our own hands. These people consider themselves communists, but some of them remain nationalists and pacifists. 56. Lenin's closest associates had, in the main, a more dogmatic approach to the wide field of questions around world revolution. For example, during the period of the party conference, G. Zinoviev, the chairman of the Comintern, was at the Halle Conference of the German Independent Social Democratic Party. There he was trying to convince an audience of German workers that the basic task was the preparation of the working masses for world revolution, even though this not only from the present perspective, but compared to the German politics of the time proved to be an escape from reality. There needs to be a methodic declaration and preparations made for world revolution, for which all the preconditions are present. These are not the phrases of the romantics of revolution. The backward strata among laborers and peasants must be educated, they must be told that the hour of world revolution has struck. This is what is needed. Against those who brought up an absence of preconditions, Zinoviev argued that the labor parties had two choices regarding a capitalism that had self-destruct or been destroyed in the course of the World War. Would you, he said, and turned to the audience, want to first rebuild capitalism, so that you can then overthrow it? This is a basic confusion of international reformism. 57. Though this was also Lenin's dilemma, he approached it differently, turning it into a more thorough theoretical and political criticism of leftism, thereby opening a new course for the party leaders and the Comintern. The euphoric atmosphere had been crushed by the Warsaw defeat, and in its place in the Soviet political leadership there was a growing influence of the new Realpolitik. This was a way of thinking that the Western statesmen could understand, and since it paralleled the buildup of power in Soviet Russia, they gradually began to accept it. Though Lenin continued to uphold an international revolutionary outlook to his death, as a practicing revolutionary from 1921 onward he did not count on this theoretical premise. Memoirists recount how vehemently he argued with those who excused their lack of solutions in concrete situations by falling back upon the world revolutionary outlooks, giving him cause to proclaim reforms to replace the revolutionary methods not only in internal policy but also in foreign policy. 58 In other words, the Soviet Republic began to integrate into the New World Order in the sphere of foreign policy. When Lenin was no longer there to toe the line, the call to spread world revolution was being replaced by an increasing pragmatism of world powers, a bureaucratic combination of revolutionary internationalism and superpower politics. After Lenin's death, Stalin openly proclaimed this in December 1924 with the slogan "Socialism in one country." The history of the Polish-Soviet War certainly had an important role in this turn of events. Messianic leftism. Lenin's pamphlet Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder and his Polish error did not spring from the same motives in terms of methodology, theory, or politics. Lenin interpreted the Polish situation mistakenly at first, underestimating the blaze of national emotion and the depth of hatred for Russia, as well as its counter-revolutionary trend. The main problem with leftism as a phenomenon was how it related to political compromise. It clarified how the overall rejection of compromises, stemming from a misunderstanding of the new historical situation, came from an inability to adapt to the new balance of class forces. The leftist movement was stuck in the pre-revolutionary point of view. To throw some light on this, Lenin wrote his famous political polemic in April 1920, just in time for the Second Congress of the Communist International. 59. Lenin demonstrated the typical characteristics of this phenomenon with countless examples from the Netherlands, Germany, England, and even Hungary. Leftist communism represented a revolutionary stance in matters that did not prove manageable even with direct political actions. The political content of Lenin's criticism can be adequately understood in the process by which the Third International was established and consolidated politically and institutionally. Without dwelling too long on the labyrinthine and perhaps dry history of the day-to-day political relationships, it is plain that Lenin made his argument to prepare a historical turn. In the final conclusion to the pamphlet, he wrote, "The communists must exert every effort to direct the working class movement and social development in general along the straightest and quickest road. That is an incontestable truth. But it is enough to take one little step further, a step that might seem to be in the same direction, and truth becomes error. We have only to say, as the German and British left communists say, that we recognized only one road, only the direct road, that we will not permit tacking, maneuvering, compromising, and it will be a mistake which may cause, and in part has already caused, and is causing, very serious harm to communism." 60. A break with the doctrinaire politics of leftism only came about after serious political conflicts at the Third Congress of the Comintern, in the spring of 1921. Under the aegis of the Comintern, the more flexible politics, evasion of sectarianism, and broadening of the worldwide ebb in revolutionary activity all led to the more mature political tactic of the United Workers' Front. 61. Earlier, in August 1919, Lenin had already written to the anti-parliamentarian representative of the leftist movement, Sylvia Pankhurst, to say that one of the main traits of leftism was sectarianism, which was a cul-de-sac in both methodological and political terms. 62. George Lukács had a lifelong trust in the accuracy of Lenin's censure in regard to his anti-parliamentarism. 63. Whereas Lenin's argument with Béla Kun seemed almost to become permanent, because Kun spoke the language of revolutionary slogans even in situations that were decidedly not revolutionary. At the time of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, leftism was recognized as not only manifesting itself in the secondary issue of parliamentarism, but in forming a whole system of views and actions. 64. The phenomenon came into its full classical international form in the spring of 1920, marked by Lenin's pamphlet, which was a reaction to these developments. Its truth was finally vindicated by the sad German experiences in the spring of 1921, with the defeat of the German workers' revolt, the so-called Märzaction. A number of groups within the young communist movement were still under the spell of world revolution in the spring of 1921, even though the Third Congress of the Comintern had not just in principle and institutionally, but also in tactical and theoretical terms rejected the leftist movements. The philosophically grounded messianic sectarianism, as Lukács later called his own movement, made itself noticeable in a no longer revolutionary situation with its dedication to finality both in regard to parliamentarianism, as well as the revolution's general development. As a theoretician of offensive tactics, the Hungarian philosopher approached the unfolding events from a perspective of the coming German Revolution of March 1921, though he was slowly coming around to accepting the tactic of the United Labour Front, which Lenin proposed, prioritizing the politics of mass movement and labor unions over the direct struggle for revolution. Béla Kun, on the other hand, supported the Italian and German amendments to the Russian theses proposed by Radek, which had been sharply denounced by Lenin as sectarian. 65. In Lenin's strategic thought, emphasis was placed on the lack of theory as the peculiarity of this period, in which all the alternatives, however disadvantageous they might be, are apparent, and the main tasks lay in practical orientation among them. Lenin found the theoretical incursion of the messianic left wing an unexpected and unwelcome phenomenon. Unexpected, because he could not have known its nature in the party of the Second International, and from the theoretical books that, like a skipping record, identified it with anarchism. This was not a wholly mistaken idea, for the origin of the messianic left wing can be traced back, as Istvan Hermann pointed out many decades ago, to Georges Sorel, a socialist but not a Marxist. He was the embodiment of the practical trend of French praxis orientation, as opposed to abstract theory, who turned to Nietzsche and Bergson, so as to give philosophical props to his own general political philosophy based on strikes, becoming highly influential not only in France, but also Italy, some parts of Germany and Hungary also. The way in which Ervin Szabo or members of the Sunday group, Lukács or Korsch, connected to this messianic perception of the world is not a task of the present writing to unfold, but it is certain nevertheless that the problem of revolutionary praxis took roots as a fundamental question in the thought of intellectual groups who, though of Marxist outlook, were opposed to the Second International. 66. Who might be considered representatives of the prehistory of these trends in Russia is a matter of debate, but no doubt Bogdanov, discussed in an earlier chapter, would be among those elected. Lenin, however, considered these philosophical approaches to practice either lacking in practical solutions or too unworldly altogether. This was demonstrated during the Kapp Putsch in the Rotfani of March 20, which was a deadly threat to the Weimar democracy. The proletariat will not lift a finger to save the democratic republic. This sectarian disposition in Statu Nascendi found full political expression a year later, in the March action. It was apparent in Paul Levi's removal as German communist leader, who was the anti-sectarian representative of United Labour Front tactics, as well as in the fact that Bela Kun, who opposed those tactics, and was for the theory of the offensive, supported the politics leading to this action on behalf of the Comintern, even if not directly involved in them. 67 The experiment of the German revolutionary forces in March 1921, a joint action of the left-wing German communists and a number of leading figures in the Comintern, became not the launch of the proletarian revolution but the final event of its demise. The aim of the armed revolt in central Germany was to overthrow the government and to make an alliance with Soviet Russia, according to the March 17 plenary resolution of the Central Committee meeting of the United German Communist Party. This armed uprising broke out when Prussian authorities in Saxony used force to crush the protests by workers and reinstate order. The uprising was soon cut off and defeated, at the cost of 145 lives, according to some accounts, and approximately 35,000 arrests. 68. This sectarian trend did not only originate in messianic sources, but also in a peculiar bureaucratic root within the movement itself, a revolutionary voluntarism and the tyranny of power, a belief that practical problems of the greatest significance can be solved through administrative forceful means. Lukács later referred to this tendency as bureaucratic sectarianism, and no doubt it was reinforced in Russia by the concentration of power. The revolutionary experiment of March 21 coincided with the armed defeat of the Kronstadt anti-communist sailors' rebellion, and the rise of the labor opposition. Yet the wings of proletarian messianism within the party carved an idol out of the proletariat, making them the most self-aware of all revolutionaries. This predisposition was immediately confirmed by both the rebellion and its suppression. The armed repression of the rebellion was, on Lenin's part, arguably compulsory. Others simply accounted for it on philosophical and emotional grounds, in that they perceived every revolt as a manifestation of the counter-revolution. These two forms of sectarianism came to meet in the German action of March, when they confronted each other in Russia. At this time Lenin was engaged in political conflict with a third kind of messianism at the 10th Party Congress, a manifestation of proletarian messianism in the form of labor opposition which, as we shall later discuss, perceived the historical situation from a perspective of the immediate realization of socialism. This form of messianism was a quite different phenomenon from that of bureaucratic redemption, represented by, for example, Bela Kun. Lenin considered the sectarianism of the Hungarian leader highly damaging, though valuing and respecting Kun's dedication. To him Kun seemed an embodiment of political narrow-mindedness and lack of vision, of idiotic ineptitude, insensitivity to the masses, sectarianism, and the phraseology of Revolution 69 as a point of reference. Lenin's position came to be defined as the third movement, between opportunism and leftism. He emphasized that the bourgeoisie sees practically only one aspect of Bolshevism: insurrection, violence, and terror. It therefore strives to prepare itself for resistance and opposition primarily in this field. In this context he referred to the mass murders of the Finnish and Hungarians in the White Terror. Lenin saw his own country as a fortress besieged, in which the Mensheviks, the Social Democrats in general, and the S.R.S. were apparently unable to make a break with the old world, theoretically and politically. Meanwhile leftism, as if it were some sort of punishment for the right-wing degeneration of social democracy, walks in the same boots, in that leftism, or left-wing doctrinarism, could also not adapt to the new set of conditions and new challenges, and persists in the unconditional repudiation of certain old forms, failing to see that the new content is forcing its way through all and sundry forms. 70 Thus Lenin's little pamphlet on leftism aimed at achieving political results and attempted to give form to the methodological and political preconditions for understanding the new historical situation. It is no coincidence that interest in the piece peaked in the Khrushchev period, when Stalinism was interpreted from the framework of leftism, leftist excess, and the conceptual framework of sectarian doctrinarism. Thus a row of divergent, fundamentally opposed trends were brought under the same umbrella, from the Stalinists to the communists of the Soviet republics. Lenin and Stalin were similarly merged as the recapitalizers and representatives of the new class of intelligentsia in the service of quite different aims, but using the same methods. At the end of the 1930s, Karl Korsch reformulated this critique of Lenin, continuing Panikkok's line. 71 The direct political insinuation of this amalgamation only burst into bloom later, with the change of regimes in Eastern Europe, belonging to its ideological context. This work by Lenin finally demonstrated that he had broken for good with all political and theoretical approaches and traditions that suggest or urge revolutionary action in non-revolutionary situations. He recognized and emphasized the need for a flexible politics suitable to the reigning political situation, that is, a politics that appreciates the significance of compromise. Representation of the politics of the working class does not always, and in most cases moreover expressly does not, mean solutions of the most revolutionary or radical kind, but entails an overview of the concrete historical political opportunities in the context of the tactic strategy theory. And so in the spirit of concrete situation concrete analysis, he declared war on the new sectarianism and dogmatism, which had put down roots in the first phase of the communist movement despite his efforts to prevent it. The battle of these various types of sectarian trends gained separate significance in later times, and burdened the whole history of the international communist movement, the study of which could be the subject of another line of research. Bourgeois professors attempted to use the concept of equality as grounds for accusing us of wanting all men to be alike. But in their ignorance they did not know that the socialists and precisely the founders of modern scientific socialism, Marx and Engels had said, equality is an empty phrase if it does not imply the abolition of classes. A society in which the class distinction between workers and peasants still exists is neither a communist society nor a socialist society. V.I. Lenin, Constitutional Illusions, First All Russia. Congress on Adult Education, LCW, Vol. 29, 358-99. 8. The Theory of Socialism. Possibility or Utopia. In October 1917 Lenin surely must have believed that history had confirmed his political and theoretical convictions, plans, and prophecies to a surprising degree. But after October he would observe that not a single one of his prognoses had been validated, or if they were, as in the case of the Civil War, their form and course was accompanied by unforeseen catastrophes. All of this weighed heavily on the development of his theory of socialism. To begin with, a majority of the Mensheviks interpreted the October Revolution as a form of bourgeois revolution, a factor that came to mark the perimeters of the debate around this issue. 1. If the theoretical deductions of Lenin's work and his perspectives on socialism are viewed from the angle of his last writings, from 1922 to 1923, a reconstruction of the formative history of his intellect is unavoidable. 2. Foremost, though, his theory illustrates a neatly presentable framework and conception. To reach intellectual maturity it had to come under the influence of 5 phases of development, clearly defined in terms of political history. The first phase covers the period prior to the 1905 Russian Revolution, and the second period stretches to the October Revolution, whose results were summarized in the work State and Revolution. But after 1917, the statesman Lenin was no longer in a position to write a theoretical prospectus, and not simply due to a lack of time. Developments were not yet susceptible to classical analysis. But the three phases following the October Revolution, the market economy that characterized the period until spring 1918, the war communism of 1918-20, and the state capitalism of the new economic policy from March 1921 onward, left substantive and easily outlined theoretical traces in Lenin's thought. The conceptual origins of socialism. Even in the first stages of his career as a thinker, Lenin had tried to define the idea of socialism conceptually. In the approach to this task he did not have much literature at his disposal other than the works of Marx and Engels III, for he was not only unmoved by the views of pre-modern Russian peasant socialism or the phantasms of utopian socialism, but rejected them outright as intellectual requisites belonging to the romantic past that could not comprehend the relations of a capitalist market economy. This by no means belittles the great respect he held for the work of all those thinkers who examined the possibilities of establishing a non-capitalist community. One of them was certainly Kropotkin. In 1919, Lenin actually proposed the publication of the great anarchist writer's works in 4 volumes. 4. In the first half of the 1890s, Lenin, contradicting Mikhailovsky in his What the Friends of the People Are, rejected all somnolent images of what the future and vision of socialism might be. He made it clear that Marx's work never painted any prospects for the future as such, it confined itself to analyzing the present bourgeois regime, to studying the trends of development of the capitalist social organization, and that is all. We do not say to the world, Marx wrote as far back as 1843, and he fulfilled this program to the letter. We do not say to the world, cease struggling, your whole struggle is senseless. All we do is to provide it with a true slogan of struggle. We only show the world what it is actually struggling for, and consciousness is a thing which the world must acquire, whether it likes it or not. Everybody knows that capital, for instance, restricts itself to the most general allusions to the future and merely traces those already existing elements from which the future system grows. 5. All of these thoughts inevitably bring to mind a comment of Lenin's 20 years hence about the icon painter's daubing, 6, so often quoted from the 1960s onward. But in addition to the switch from peasant socialism to labor socialism, there is a critical momentum of reliable constancy in Lenin. The fundamental question of socialism, independent of capital and state, is the community, cooperative, or commune of producers and consumers, which had already come to his attention in his study of Krausz on the agrarian question, as well as in other books on agrarian history and theory in the late 1890s. 7. As discussed in Chapter 2, in the course of his debates with the Narodniks in the 1890s, Lenin came to reject the myth of Russian exceptionality and originality. He approached a critical appraisal of capitalism from a perspective of the communist revolution which presupposed socialism. Following Marx's dialectical method, he described social historical development in terms of a movement from the simpler leading to the more complex, in which modern society and its state of property relations is reached imperatively. Its origin and post-capitalist future organically is connected according to the law of negation, referring to the well-known debate between Engels and Dühring. He outlined the whole problem of socialism through the historical development of property, according to which the new communal society appears in modern history after the dissolution of the ancient communities. It was a higher form of communal ownership, the manifestation of new individual property. The abolition of individual property, which since the 16th century has been effected in the way indicated above, is the first negation. It will be followed by a second, which bears the character of a negation of the negation, and hence of a restoration of individual property, but in a higher form, based on common ownership of land and of the instruments of labor. Herr Marx calls this new individual property also social property, and in this there appears the Hegelian higher unity, in which the contradiction is supposed to be sublated. Therefore socialism as a philosophical and historical possibility has its inception with the beginning of modern capitalist society in the original capital accumulation. Lenin quoted Marx at length on individual property coming into existence again, which now meant the shared ownership of the tools of production. That is, the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community on a socialist basis, as a community of free individuals. Capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and nourished along with, and under it. Concentration of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. 8. The Marxist idea captured the imagination of a whole generation at the start of the 20th century with Lenin's mediation from Berdiyev to Bulgakov. The utopian kind of peasant socialism had been entrenched in Russia due in part to the rudimentary stage of capitalist development and fallen apart in the 1870s, as Lenin noted early on. This gave birth to superficial petit bourgeois liberalism which dreamt of a peasant revolution and came to find, as progress dictated, that the mass expropriation of the peasants was underway. Mikhailovsky's liberal socialism and its followers, having become determined opponents of Marx and the Russian Marxists, were engaged like guileless petits bourgeois in the protection of the weakest in society and were breathing new life into old, antiquated social forms. Lenin considered this a movement hopelessly stuck in the past as seen from the perspective of social revolution. 9. The liberal Narodniks reached back to the moralizing and subjective method of sociology for their eclecticism of borrowing the best of everything, from the medieval social forms to the modern, bourgeois Enlightenment ideals of freedom and equality. They began with a utopia and ending up with the most ordinary liberal prejudices. 10. At the same time, Lenin was accused by the left of exaggerating the progressiveness of the Central countries and the historical development of bourgeois democracy in general, understandable in ideological terms. If imperialist monopoly capitalism is the reception room of socialism and is mature enough for revolution, there is no logical way to avoid introducing a normative concept of stage of development into the analysis with an obviously practical, political purpose. It must be added, however, that alongside the idea that capitalism had entered into a destructive phase that ripened during the years of the World War, he exaggerated the system's level of decomposition and underestimated capitalism's ability to adapt, thus closing the history book on capitalism. On the other hand, in quasi-self-contradiction, he also seemed to overestimate capitalism's reserves of progress. In this regard it seems that Lenin's thought continued the Marxist notion that had been formulated in the Communist Manifesto about capitalism sweeping away the old feudal fetters, while with modernity, a global modern society would prepare the free development of the labor movement precisely through the spread of democracy and prepare the ground for socialism. Despite the fact that the First World War fundamentally affected Lenin's views on capitalism, he recognized the capitalist ability for innovation, its aptitude for technical renewal, and watched for the prospects of socialism with some devotion, perhaps in order to bring it closer to home. This occurred with other socialist thinkers of the time who spent their exile years in Western Europe or America where they had an opportunity to compare the levels of freedom in the West and in the East. The difference was so apparent that Axelrod and Plekhanov were convinced, in the aftermath of 1907, that Russia must complete the full course of Western bourgeois development. Lenin examined theoretical principles in relation to how capitalism organized technical matters and labor, including transformations in the distribution of labor. By studying the automation of production and the Taylor system prior to the war, he became convinced that this new organizational facility of large industrial production made it possible for labor organizations to easily seize the reins of production. At the beginning of the 20th century, the steps capital took in order to rationalize and apply common sense to its processes were built into the arguments supporting the possibility of socialism. After all, the economic use of human resources and work time would lead to more humane results in a social system that is not constrained by the detached, hierarchically regimented structures of capitalism or regulated by subsequent market mediations. Lenin reached an important conclusion in this regard. The Taylor system without its initiators knowing or wishing it is preparing for the time when the proletariat will take over all social production and appoint its own workers' committees for the purpose of properly distributing and rationalizing all social labor. Large-scale production, machinery, railways, telephone all provide thousands of opportunities to cut by 3/4 the working time of the organized workers and make them 4 times better off than they are today. And these workers' committees, assisted by the workers' unions, will be able to apply these principles of rational distribution of social labor when the latter is freed from its enslavement by capital. 11. When Lenin posited his own 3-step concept in his State and Revolution, in which socialism, as the lower phase of communism, is preceded by a transitional period, he could not have known that the Russian Revolution would be left on its own. As a result, theoretical socialism as a practical issue would be put off in perpetuity, and history would actuate the possibility of socialism in peculiarly Russian form, something he would very much have wanted to avoid. From market economy to war communism. Central to Lenin's thinking after October 1917 was how to preserve the hard-won strength, the power of the Soviets. In practice, this was never separate from the power of his party, which saw it as the political condition upon which continuing Soviet power depended. He surveyed the practical possibility of communal socialist proletarian ends from this point of view. The contradiction, which strained the tortuous daily battles for survival and the end objectives, increasingly set the discrete problems of the so-called transitional period in the forefront. Such was the mass of problems he confronted at the first Congress following October. There, he drew attention to the particularity of their revolution. The difference between a socialist revolution and a bourgeois revolution is that in the latter case there are ready-made forms of capitalist relationships. Soviet power, the proletarian power, does not inherit such ready-made relationships, if we leave out of account the most developed forms of capitalism. 12. He emphasized the significance of labor's control of large enterprises and the creation of a single huge economic organism, the organization of accounting. But the Soviet as the sole form of state power was in principle to be centralized from below. Yet this was precisely the task that could not be accomplished in practice, for the revolutionary proletariat consisted of such a small segment of the population that it could not provide the necessary dynamic for the Soviet in a self-governing mode, either on a national scale or for a prolonged period. In the meantime, in early 1918 the traditional forms of control against the dispersal of small property and the chaotic proliferation of market networks were quickly resumed in the name of state efficiency, and given a sense of virtually unremarked normality, or reaffirmed by the Red Guard assault on capital that followed in October. To a certain extent Lenin had reckoned on such a contingency of power concentration even at the stage preceding October. He had prepared for a civil war in abstract terms, but naturally he did not have an economic policy worked out for any of the possible political scenarios. He did nevertheless have important matters to consider in addition to the program presented in the April theses. In the first section of his September 1917 brochure, The Impending Catastrophe and How to Combat It 13, to which he gave the title The Famine is Approaching, he called attention to the impending threat of a famine of incalculable proportions. He located the other cause of the catastrophe in the context of the then unprecedented mass unemployment. As he put it, in 6 months absolutely nothing of any importance has actually been done to avert catastrophe, to avert famine by the Democrats, the S.R.S. and the Mensheviks. Lenin summarized the necessary measures as state control, state supervision, state accounting, proper distribution of labor power in the production and distribution of goods, husbanding of the people's forces by the state, the nationalization of the largest monopoly associations and the banks, and forced mergers of the biggest ventures into syndicates. These should have been the tasks of the revolutionary democratic government, but he saw the failure to address these issues as rooted in the fact that their realization would affect the fabulous profits of a handful of landowners and capitalists. The government feared encroaching on the supremacy of the landowners and capitalists, on their immense, fantastic, and scandalous profits derived from high prices and war contracts. And these Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, with the serious mien of statesmen, now prate that matters can be furthered by replacing the coalition with the cadets by a coalition with commercial and industrial Kit-Kitty CHES 14 the Ryabushinskys, Bublikovs, Turochenkos, and Co. Lenin pointed out that the democratic parties wanted to solve these problems in alliance with the same political forces that had opposed interests. Are we to regard them as political babes in the wood who in their extreme foolishness and naivete do not realize what they are doing and err in good faith? Or does the abundance of posts they occupy as ministers, deputy ministers, governors general, commissars and the like have the property of engendering a special kind of political blindness? 15 Though the key to the solution was a takeover of power, the problems and the predicament remained. It is clear that Lenin was hardly as naive as he is sometimes portrayed. He did not plan on the liquidation of the market and in fact rejected in no uncertain terms this accusation. Moreover, in the spring of 1918 it seemed as if markets were to be preserved as the most fundamental and indispensable appendage of production. He opposed the introduction of socialism because his thinking suggested that a social form cannot simply be introduced. In the passage quoted above, written in September, he unmasked those leaders whose scare tactics about the introduction of socialism figured as one of their arguments against taking the revolution further. Those leaders deceive themselves and the people by saying that Russia is not yet ripe for the introduction of socialism. Why must we treat such assertions as deception? Because, through such assertions, the situation is misrepresented to make believe that it is a question of unprecedentedly complicated and difficult changes, such as are bound to break up the normal way of life of millions of people. The situation is misrepresented to make believe that some want to introduce socialism in Russia by decree, without considering the existing technical level, the great number of small undertakings, or the habits and wishes of the majority of the population. That is a lie from beginning to end. Nobody has ever proposed anything of the kind. No party or individual has had any intention of introducing socialism by decree. It is, and has been, a question solely of measures which, like the public duty imposed on the rich in Ekaterinburg, have the full approval of the mass of the poor, i.e., the majority of the population, measures which are perfectly ripe, technically and culturally, and will bring immediate relief to the poor and make it possible to ease the hardships of the war and distribute them more evenly. 16. In his pamphlet, The Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Government, published as a Pravda insert on April 28, 1918, Lenin once again raised these same questions, and gradually formed his own position in light of the new situation. The reason he attributed such grave importance to the difficulties caused by the chaotic situation was that the military party, tempted by Russia's momentary weakness, may gain the upper hand at any moment. 17 In the West, he intended to establish a concrete economic alternative to market-dominated production in an anarchically built capitalist society and the spontaneously growing and expanding national and international market system. 18 But which had not yet overstepped the limitations of the existing mixed market economy. True, he had already advocated the strictest and universal accounting and control of the production and distribution of goods. Since he spoke about setting up an extremely intricate and delicate system of new organizational relationships, whose realization was not merely a technical matter, it is natural that he did not envisage a complete and immediate termination of all market relations, as time is needed to convince the people and deepen the consciousness. Nevertheless, just such a termination would shortly be implemented under civil war conditions. As the organization of the new method of production and distribution was not proceeding at the required pace and with the expected reach, Lenin concluded that the capitalist sector would have to remain standing. He said, if we decided to continue to expropriate capital at the same rate at which we have been doing up to now, we should certainly suffer defeat, and elsewhere that the expropriation of the expropriators is easier than introducing a new system. He believed that the Red Guard attacks on capital had drawn to a close and the period of utilizing bourgeois specialists by the proletarian state power had begun. 19 He even strayed from every theoretical premise and declared unequivocally that these specialists must be engaged in the service of the new regime with high remuneration. Lenin described this winning over the stars of the intelligentsia as a step back and a partial retreat. 20 When compared with socialist equality, In the same breath and with great prescience he spoke of a certain and inevitable corruption of this system, the weakening of its moral fiber as a sort of natural concomitant of market economy. The corrupting influence of high salaries both upon the Soviet authorities and upon the mass of the workers is indisputable. Yet he never found a convincing solution to this contradiction, always thinking in terms of socialist and proletarian consciousness and its persuasion, because they had not been able to establish comprehensive control and accounting, and had fallen behind with the socialist reforms. We have introduced workers' control as a law, but this law is only just beginning to penetrate the minds of broad sections of the proletariat. 21. Essentially, the expansion of state regulation to capitalist production and turnover of goods may become a fundamental question regarding financial and market conditions in the transition leading to socialism. 22. A virtually unnoticed shift took place within this political framework toward war communist restrictions of the market economy. Originally instrumental in defending against foreign capital and establishing independence internally, the state monopoly on grain was followed by plans for both a state monopoly on foreign trade and a property tax, as a way of supplementing the budget. 23. At the same time, in the impending catastrophe, he drew a clear line between state control of the bourgeoisie and the expropriation of private property that applied to the bourgeoisie, even arguing against expropriation in this specific case. If nationalization of the banks is so often confused with the confiscation of private property, it is the bourgeois press which has an interest in deceiving the public. Whoever owned 15 rubles on a savings account would continue to be the owner of 15 rubles after the nationalization of the banks, and whoever had 15 million rubles would continue after the nationalization of the banks to have 15 million rubles in the form of shares, bonds, bills, commercial certificates, and so on. 24. The purpose of nationalization was to oversee the financial and economic processes, the actual collection of personal income taxes, etc. Lenin contrasted reactionary bourgeois regulation to revolutionary democratic regulation, with bottom-up control, with whose limitations he soon came face to face. He had already stipulated that the construction of the most modern heavy industry would require state-of-the-art technological progress. To apply much of what is scientific and progressive in the Taylor system, we must make wages correspond to the total amount of goods turned out, or to the amount of work done by the railways, the water transport system, etc., etc. Lenin thought that the feasibility of socialism depended on the successes that could be achieved in the field of combining the Soviet power and the Soviet organization of administration with the up-to-date achievements of capitalism. 25. Apart from the cooperation and competition of economic sectors and modes of production, Lenin also spoke about the competition of communes, and etched out its moral driving forces more clearly than its material and economic basis. In contrast to the allowances made to market and financial conditions and the bourgeois cooperatives, the socialist state can arise only as a network of producers and consumers communes, which conscientiously keep account of their production and consumption, economize on labor, and steadily raise the productivity of labor, thus making it possible to reduce the working day to 7, 6, and even fewer hours. Lenin also thought it would be possible to ensure that every toiler shall perform state duties without pay, after regular work hours. So Lenin presumed that a kind of peaceful competition between capitalism and socialism could evolve under the supervision of the Soviet state. Soon it became clear that the political prerequisites for the envisioned mixed market economy were, to put it mildly, not favorable. The basic problem, predicted by the Russian bourgeoisie in the summer and autumn of 1917, soon became apparent: the skeletal hand of hunger would strangle the Soviet Republic. Lenin had taken note of this, and by the spring of 1918, famine ravaged the cities. It had now taken 6 months for Lenin to pose the same questions to himself that he had earlier addressed to the provisional government. On his initiative, the Council of People's Commissars introduced the dictatorship of state subsistence, the formation of the poor peasant committees that swept out the attics. Many writers tend to wax theoretical about these spontaneous measures, as if Lenin had ventured upon these in line with the concept he had invented earlier, on some theoretical basis, or even with the assumption that some sort of special socialism or theoretical model could be erected on the basis of these actions. In fact, a political turn was outlined in May 1918, leading from a state-supervised mixed market economy to a dictatorship of state subsistence that swept spontaneously toward war communism. The latter, in the beginning, was determined and validated by the internal armed counter-revolution and interventionist military attacks. The Civil War broke out on an increasingly wide front in the summer of 1918. What chances could there have been of establishing the special forms of recall and other means of control from below, 26, when the main focus was setting up a war of defense with the help of the centralization of state power? The theoretical justification for war communism only came later. Lenin drew up the substance of this political turn in his On the Famine, letter to workers of Petrograd, composed after a conversation with A.V. Ivanov. One of the workers in the Putilov factory, Ivanov had been asked to deliver the decree granting a THIRD Europa, the People's Commissar for Food, special powers to battle famine. At the same time, in support of THIRD Europa's initiative, Petrograd workers were called to form armed brigades to combat the rural bourgeoisie and the concealing of grain stocks. The expropriation committees in embryonic form. 27. The letter argued that the main problem was that the well-to-do peasants, the rural rich, the kulaks, are thwarting the grain monopoly. Lenin justified the authoritarian measure by saying, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." This was easily understandable ideological message, which sought to abolish of all forms of private trade in grain. Further concentration of power not planned in advance became the primary instrument to surmount famine, which was the fundamental political objective. One has only to reflect ever so slightly on these conditions for coping with the famine to see the abysmal stupidity of the contemptible anarchist windbags, who deny the necessity of a state power for the transition from capitalism to communism and for the ridding of the working people of all forms of oppression and exploitation. Our state grain monopoly exists in law, but in practice it is being thwarted at every step by the bourgeoisie. Throw the blame for the famine on Soviet power. 28. The gradual introduction of the dictatorship of state subsistence was grounded in the ungoverned shifts in the market economy, producing a shortage of grain and heating fuel. This resulted in the consolidation of these resources by military means. 29. The May 1918 decrees empowered the People's Commissariat for Food to determine norms of production and collection, product barter, and distribution throughout the territory of the Soviet Republic. In this way, trade policy was turned into food policy. Finally, on June 1, the Council of People's Commissars introduced the compulsory appropriation of grain, practically outlawing private trade. 30. The series of war communist measures gained breadth alongside the mopping up of financial and market conditions in the autumn of 1918. The decree of November 21, 1918, regulating the feeding of the general populace, made the state's role dominant in virtually every branch, in addition to nationalizing banks, transport, etc. Bolshevik ideologists made virtue out of necessity when the militarization of labor and the war economy, a product of the Civil War, was suddenly described as the realization of socialism. Lenin, too, became a proponent of this switch. Yet in the spring of 1918 he described the effort to use Soviet state supervision of trusts and company management to combat chaotic relations in capitalist small-scale production as state capitalism. On the other hand, the conditions of war communism brought the notions of transitional period and socialism too close to each other in theoretical terms. Bukharin and Preobrazhensky's The ABC of Communism gave a theoretical basis to the conflation of war communism and the realization of socialism as such. The work was a curious mixture of the mutually exclusive ideas of Soviet labor self-government and state socialism. These two famous Bolshevik writers attempted to translate the Marxist conception of socialism into the reality of war communism. It was as if the first stage of communism, the realization of socialism, was coming into a state of full development, and was able to transcend commodity and finance relations thanks to both unprecedented inflation and the forced measures of war communism. but it is perfectly plain that we cannot believe state capitalism to be possible unless we also believe in the possibility of the socialist organization of economic life. The only difference between the two systems lies in this, that in one case industry is organized by the bourgeois state, and that in the other case it is organized by the proletarian state. 31. Left unexplained was that the matter does not simply rest on state power, for in war communism the state as a military force of authority, as a deterrent to class enemies through dictatorial power, acted as the mainspring of the economy. This had no roots in any form of Marxist theoretical tradition from Marx's own time, and even contradicted his period's idea of socialism. The dictatorship of the proletariat was whittled down to a single function. No doubt Lenin made concessions to the socialist concept of war communism in the period of 1919 to 20, identifying nationalization and the administrative liquidation of market conditions with possibilities for the immediate realization of socialism. However, he was perfectly aware of the distinction between nationalization and socialization earlier on, and he later drew a clear distinction. Nationalization played a role in the period of political transition, and of course socialization was part of socialism, even though it was conceived during the transitional period. Lenin was not so naive as to identify war communism with complete socialism, for he continued to believe that as long as workers and peasants remain, socialism has not been achieved. 32. Moreover, he never deduced the concept of equality theoretically from the reality of war communism, using it only to refer to eliminating social class in economic terms, a final and indispensable requirement of the liberation from capital and achieving freedom. Lenin's real theoretical mistake in 1919-20 was that he overestimated the possibilities of socialization, of social supervision within the framework of nationalization, and underestimated the inveteracy of the market and money in a regulating role, a fact he later recognized. The atmosphere of the epoch, the romantic attitude of the Civil War, was also expressed in war communism's compulsory egalitarianism. The roots of this primitive egalitarianism ran deep in Red Army units and partisan brigades engaged in life and death combat with the whites, a phenomenon picked up by innumerable literary works and films. War communism also influenced theory, which interpreted the system as socialism, despite that being suggestive of an anachronism, especially in light of the famous thesis of the semi-state in State and Revolution. There, Lenin was already engaged in a polemical attack on what was a conceptual muddle. He used Engels' critique of the draft program of Erfurt, which he had handed over to Koski in 1891, who published it a decade later in the Neue Zeit. This is interesting because the opportunist wing of the Social Democrats had already suggested that the state, in itself, might in itself be able to consolidate socialism. This line of thought incorporated the increased role of the state in modern capitalism. Lenin mentions the concept of state socialism, opposed to the revolution and revolutionary socialism, inasmuch as the role of socialism is defined in opposition to the state. The latter capitalism must be emphasized because the erroneous bourgeois reformist assertion that monopoly capitalism or state monopoly capitalism is no longer capitalism, but can now be called state socialism and so on, is very common. 33. In Engels's and Lenin's thinking, the socialist economy is organized from below. Lenin wrote after October, "We recognize only one road changes from below, we wanted the workers themselves, from below, to draw up the new, basic economic principles." 34. This approach, however, quickly lost its currency. War communism's focus was on the consolidation of the new military power hierarchy under civil war conditions, even though it simultaneously exacerbated the economic situation. Meanwhile, Lenin held that socialism, as a system that had reached completion, would only be composed of voluntary associations of economic productive communities organized from below. It was still a state, though, for there remains for a time not only bourgeois law, but even the bourgeois state, without the bourgeoisie in order to defend the equality of labor and public property. 35. Lenin differentiated between state and social property even at its inception. Before the introduction of war communism, he believed that the productive classes would themselves have to create socialist conditions. War communism was, however, a consistent system of compulsory state military measures. According to some writers, it carried certain traits of the state economic policy of German war socialism. Lenin kept the formation theory in sight even while making his most propagandistic political speeches, indicating that until his last day he continued to view the history of the revolution through the lens of Marxist theory. 36 Until March 1919, Lenin did not even use the term war communism, and did so afterward mostly in quotation marks. This means that, not just had Lenin not planned war communism in either theory or practical political terms, but also that the war communist measures only coalesced into a system much later, by the summer of 1919. The naturalization of production and distribution, along with the introduction of the ration system and the persecution of private trade, were not a priori economic measures, but sprang from immediate political and social needs. When arguing with Krausz and van der Velde in the autumn of 1918, Lenin claimed that the revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat was not only to be recognized in general, but also under the concrete conditions of the class struggle, together with the grain monopoly and the dictatorship of distribution. In his opinion, these were required for the survival of the Soviet government. Calling upon democracy and the free market were pleasant-sounding phrases, but in practice they meant surrendering the revolution. The alternative had boiled down to something quite simple: tertium non datur. If the revolution was perceived, as in Krausz and van der Velde's case, as a bourgeois revolution, there was no justification for Lenin's Bolshevik measures. On the other hand, if it were a socialist or workers' revolution inclusive of equalizing agrarian land distribution and other peasant demands, then Lenin thought that the nationalization of the factories and the land, the ban on speculation in the form of private trade, state grain monopoly, rationing, and the introduction of the whole dictatorship of distribution as instruments of saving the regime, could not be avoided. 37 Lenin, generalizing the issue in principle, formulated it as, the Soviet constitution was not drawn up according to some plan, it was not drawn up in a study, and was not foisted on the working people by bourgeois lawyers. No, this constitution grew up in the course of the development of the class struggle in proportion as class antagonisms matured. 38. He drew the same parallel between the political and power aspects of war communism later. In his speech of May 19, 1919, The Deception of the People with slogans of freedom and equality, he justified the ban on free trade because of the chaotic conditions created by the civil war and political weakness of the regime, incidentally, with reference to Marx and Krausz, but did not present them as actions which lead to socialism. In the midst of a proletarian revolution against the bourgeoisie, at a time when landowner and capitalist property is being abolished, when the country that has been ruined by 4 years of imperialist war is starving, freedom to trade in grain would mean freedom for the capitalists, freedom to restore the rule of capital. This is Kolchak's economic program, for Kolchak does not rest on air. 39. NEP vs. War communism. Irreconcilable contradictions. Just as war communism was not the application of a theory, neither was the NEP the experiment or exercise of one. The Soviet government implemented both war communism and the NEP under the pressure of concrete circumstances, requirements, and needs without foreseeing its internal or international effects. In both cases their ideologies, the theoretical justification of the systems, were developed either parallel to their introduction, or as a follow-up. The NEP meant substituting militarized production, including the ration system, strict state distribution, and the compulsory appropriation of grain with money and market conditions, reinstituting free trade and introducing taxes in kind. Often forgotten is that, at the same time, the partial reinstatement of capitalist conditions entailed a general social transformation, a restructuring of social classes and groups, and a change in their relationships. The development of production from a natural economy to a market economy brought about a differentiation between layers of village populations. It resulted in a quick improvement in the living conditions of a significant segment of the rural populace, as compared to those of the working class. In addition, earlier unknown social groups came to the fore in villages and cities alike. The private ventures and the partial freedom of private intermediary commerce created a new bourgeoisie. Trade in grain and other agricultural goods not only created a new peasant bourgeoisie, but also a social group of merchant dealers, equally urban and rural, often called eneatmen. They were able to accumulate capital, and replaced the speculating money bags. This bourgeois transformation also incrementally incorporated the possibility of full-blown wage labor, which served as the source of new social conflicts. A complete, epochal change was underway. The introduction of the NEP in March 1921, along with how Lenin appraised it and determined its outlook, is interesting both theoretically and historically. The Central Committee rejected a February 1920 proposal, from the People's Commissar for War Trotsky, to switch from compulsory grain appropriation to a tax in kind. This gave war communism a new impetus, but it faced increasing social resistance. Between the autumn of 1920 and the spring of 1921, peasant resistance and workers' protests made it clear that war communism was no longer tenable. In these changed circumstances, Lenin at last understood that buying and selling, the conditions of free commerce, were so deeply rooted in human behavior and heritage that war communism was not going to bring about their elimination. He recognized that not only was war communism not leading to socialism, but because it faced such resistance, it actually threatened the collapse of the Soviet system in spite of the victory in the Civil War. The war economy had prepared for the transition to a peace economy, which would lead, in Lenin's words, to the partial reinstatement of capitalism, that is, a goods and market economy. All of this was presented as part of the NEP, and declared at the 10th Party Congress in March 1921, when a tax in kind was introduced in place of compulsory appropriation. The widely supported Petrograd and Moscow workers' movements of discontent, alongside the Kronstadt revolt, all unfolded parallel to the introduction of the NEP. The defeat of the Kronstadt revolt actually became part of the NEP itself, inasmuch as, using the language of the period, the concessions made to capitalism could not be allowed to undermine the political and social foundations of the Soviet government. The Kronstadters had demanded the introduction of free commerce and the market system in order to combat famine, and wanted to direct the new regime through the instruments of direct democracy. Only one extant document from Kronstadt deals with the economy, dated March 1, 1921. It shows a curious combination of war communism and the emergent NEP, built in contradictory fashion on the freedom of peasant commerce and a ban on wage labor, an immediate disbanding of the food brigades. Complete freedom for the peasantry, to be allowed to do with the land and the produce as he pleases. Permission for small industries on the basis of his own labor, no wage labor. 40 This bastion of the October Revolution wound up with the slogan "Soviet power without the communists." The leaders of the Soviet government had to confront this development. When the president of the Soviet state, M.I. Kalinin, gave a speech to a crowd of approximately 16,000 who gathered on the Yekernaya Square in Kronstadt on March 1, 1921, he was not able to convince the seamen and local populace of the futility of this anti-communist turn. 41 The revolt had the effect of speeding up the process of introducing the market economy. The NEP did not appear on the agenda of the 10th Party Congress without preparation. It was not a result of coincidences, though it was overdue. The Soviet leaders sensed that war communism was stalling soon after Kolchak's defeat. This was reflected in Trotsky's rejected proposal in February 1920. This idea had gained ground in SR and Menshevik circles as well. It is enough to remember the argument between Lenin and Roscoff in January 1919. Through 1919 and 1920, the reinstatement of free commerce came up frequently in the Menshevik Party, and not a few Mensheviks later claimed that Lenin stole the concept of the NEP from them. Most curious was that, alongside their demands for the reinstatement of free commerce and market conditions, their documents show that at the height of war communism and the Civil War, they upbraided the Bolsheviks for not having realized labor self-government, an unusually naive idea, as the two systems excluded each other. A year later, another group of Mensheviks was trying to convince Lenin and the Bolshevik leadership to give up the NEP, alluding to its consequences of creating inequalities and giving up on realizing socialism. Their position seemed mainly to have integrated the final conclusions of the labor opposition, led by Shlyapnikov, which rejected the NEP at the party congress that introduced it. 42. The introduction of a market economy and direct democracy broadening workers' democracy also proved to be a contradiction that could not be bridged. Significant segments of the laboring masses became tired of the sacrifices they were called upon to make and were demanding a loosening of the bolts, but very few were in possession of the skills required for direct democracy. Lenin later expressed the necessity of the NEP, neatly and self-critically summarizing it at the 11th Party Congress in the spring of 1922, "We must organize things in such a way as to make possible the customary operation of capitalist economy and capitalist exchange, because this is essential for the people." 43. One of the main trends of the current historical literature 44 emphasizes the capitalist market characteristic of the NEP, but also that with its well-known measures permitting rural wage labor from 1922 onward, the Soviet state integrated social conflicts into the as yet not fully formed web of Soviet society, which later threatened instability and inner combustion, and finally had a major role in the later defeat of the NEP. Nevertheless, it is commonly acknowledged that, in lieu of external economic resources, the state's only solution was in overseeing the villages and grain. Lenin's efforts to give concessions to a segment of Soviet industry or to exploit natural resources failed, because of the Western powers' political stipulations. From 1922 on, economic relations with the West basically meant relations with Germany. For Soviet Russia, this was a period of establishing diplomatic contact. Meanwhile, Lenin was extremely wary of growing resistance in the bourgeois intellectual and Nepman peasant quarters. Lenin was not planning to give up political terror. 45. It is a separate matter, meanwhile, that in Soviet Russia, an isolated territory on the semi-periphery of the world economy and operating market economy was not possible even with a bourgeois democratic institutional system and its tools. After the year 2000, a lately departed Soviet historian who had switched to the new ideological paradigm, even though he had been one of the most significant commentators of the period, looked at the NEP. By projecting the latest developments in a presentist fashion, he concluded that the NEP could have been the political instrument for a development of liberal capitalism. 46. It could not have been, for what was special about the NEP was exactly that it was conceived as a market economy managed by a state regime that was special. 47. The nature of power and party dictatorship. Historiographers have shown that international isolation helped create the circumstances that compelled Lenin to give a radical critique of war communist socialism. He realized that political socialism, the grip on power in itself, would not help in eliminating rural Russia's backwardness. He had taken unduly long to turn against war communism, which had become woven into the ideology of socialism. His new proposition was directed at taking a general, civilizational cultural, bourgeois turn, in which concepts such as organization, technology, culture, and education played a role in preparing the ground for real socialism. A formulation of the new contradictions could not be avoided, for the multi-sector economy shaped by the NEP was not in the interest of a direct democracy and the completion of a commune-like state. This was because historical development had swiftly shifted in the direction of excluding alternatives, which became apparent in an unprecedented expansion of the role of the state in economic production and distribution. Lenin defined the survival of socialism as a possibility as a question of a proletarian Soviet government overseeing and regulating the reinstated capitalist conditions. However, an impartial analysis leads to the discovery of the most significant contradiction of Lenin's entire theoretical and political work after the revolution. His term for the realization of the Soviet government was the power of the proletariat, despite contradicting his own critical considerations at an earlier juncture, formulated during the so-called trade union debate. 48. These theoretically well-founded critical theses, which he held for the rest of his life, dealt with the not-so-proletarian character traits of the power apparatus. the debate about the role of the trade unions exploded in the totalitarian context of war communism in the autumn of 1920.49. This history was uncovered in the Soviet Union under perestroika. For unknown reasons, the sources had been inaccessible to Soviet researchers. 50 In his writings and speeches, Lenin constantly drew attention to the dissipating weight of the proletariat, weak in numbers, and the sea of petty bourgeoisie. This suggests that the dictatorship of the proletariat had not even been established, though he had spoken about it at the 1920 Congress of the Comintern with such assurance. Regarding the trade unions, which had become instruments of the militarization of labor, Lenin outlined the traits particular to the war communist regime in a new manner. As he saw it, the trade unions were playing a mediating role between the Communist Party and the state apparatus. His argument made it clear that it was the party, and not the proletariat, that would realize the dictatorship of the proletariat. What happens is that the party, shall we say, absorbs the vanguard of the proletariat, and this vanguard exercises the dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictatorship cannot be exercised or the functions of government performed without a foundation such as the trade unions. 51. Therefore, the basic task of the trade unions was to create the link between the party and the working masses. Lenin staked his claim for the party dictatorship not only on the grounds of the scarcity of proletarians, but also that as in all capitalist countries the proletariat is still so divided, so degraded, and so corrupted in parts that an organization taking in the whole proletariat cannot directly exercise proletarian dictatorship. Lenin described the trade unions, situated between the Soviet apparatus and the party, as parts of a general power structure forming an arrangement of cogwheels. In the course of appraising and transforming the labor regime managed by the party dictatorship, Lenin faced two types of opposition. 52 One of the opposition groups, led by People's Commissar for War Trotsky, rejected all functions of trade unions in the power structure, looking upon them solely as compulsory organizations for the militarization of labor. The other was the so-called labor opposition, which, in contrast, was seeking to broaden the social base of the dictatorship by considering the trade unions as organs of economic democracy in production and plants. Lenin stressed the need for labor self-defense against Trotsky's argument. In the latter case, Lenin argued there could be no labor state in the period of transition, even if it was not a bourgeois state either. The Soviet state, as he wrote in his January 1921 polemic against Bukharin, the party crisis, was not a pure workers' state. A workers' state is an abstraction. What we actually have is a workers' state with this peculiarity, firstly, that it is not the working class but the peasant population that predominates in the country, and, secondly, that it is a workers' state with bureaucratic distortions. 53. The fact that trade unions would have had to function as the organizations of labor self-defense followed from the distinctive sociological and political features Lenin cites above. We now have a state under which it is the business of the massively organized proletariat to protect itself, while we, for our part, must use these workers' organizations to protect the workers from their state, and to get them to protect our state. 54. Lenin saw the separation of democracy in politics from democracy in production as a step backwards, and one that raised the fear of an end to Soviet power. He recognized that the Russian Revolution in itself could not eliminate the established structure of labor distribution in manufacturing, nor could it remove compulsion from production without risking total collapse. The political system, and the bureaucratic mode of operation at the level of state government, could not easily challenge these restrictions. The concept of community, the essence of which was the commune, was rounded out with a higher state and party leadership, an external and often unobserved external hierarchy. If economics and politics did not unite, the parallel existence of the two spheres would inevitably bring about their own detached apparatus, cementing the privileged circles of both spheres. Lenin's stance had a number of weaknesses. It was a mistake to think that the workers could defend themselves against their own state without democracy. It was therefore theoretically untenable to speak of the power of the proletariat in regard to the realized Soviet state. This does not mean that wide groups of the proletariat and peasantry were unintegrated within the power structure, or that the Soviet government did not represent their main interests. However, the formulation was not wholly true, and put ironically, a bureaucratic state with proletarian offshoots would have been a better definition. Lenin was aware of this problem, and in the theses he put forward in January 1922, he spoke of protecting the economic interests of the working classes from the renters and management as state companies transformed to commercial capitalist operational grounds. The reinstitution of capitalism under the NEP incorporated a significant number of state companies recalibrated to what was called independent cost accounting, entailing the legal involvement of economic special interests on the part of renters and the management in general. In the course of the debate on trade unions, Lenin developed the idea that, apart from cultural and human factors, state regulation of capitalism on a Soviet basis depended too much upon the Soviet system handling the contradiction of capital and labor. As he put it, even if this regulation is completely successful, the antagonism of class interests between labor and capital will certainly remain. Lenin's theses, seeking to protect in every way the class interests of the proletariat, were even questioned by his well-known supporters, who claimed that he was mistaken because the opposition between the management and workers of the factory was not a class issue. 55 Of course, Lenin's reasoning was sound, since no great change had been brought about in the division of labor in factories, as compared with the way the division of labor was typically structured in capitalist companies. The Soviets had for the most part rather speedily changed into regular bureaucracies. The dependence of the management on capital was, moreover, an insurmountable factor from the point of view of both profit yield and apportioning surplus. Democracy was curtailed even within the party when the 10th Congress temporarily banned all fact-ious behavior. This was based on Lenin's proposal to limit critical opposition platforms, and he was able to find numerous reasons for this measure. The leftist opposition groups, unable to reconcile themselves to the partial reinstatement of capitalism and a market economy, had brought up abstract arguments aiming to realize socialism immediately. For example, they demanded the eradication of the division of labor in plants inherited from capitalism and the introduction of democracy in production, which were patently unrealistic suggestions under the circumstances. In support of Lenin, Trotsky rejected every abstract criticism for not offering a viable solution for the existing situation. Trotsky was obviously right both philosophically and politically in claiming that the normative perception of values, with its own abstraction, will at times only bolster the bourgeois line of argument, and may thrust political developments in the direction of a pre-revolution state. He marked out the apologetic methodological foundations of the liberal approach to democracy in the Metaphysics of Democracy, which following Kant's reasoning is not based on vital history, as in what is, but eternal and unchanging standards of law, in which the categorical imperative of the theory of natural law replaces the theory of scientific socialism. Trotsky, just like Lenin, portrayed the democratic turn of their earlier teachers, Koski and Plekhanov, as a conservative return to a pre-Marxist theoretical tradition. 56 In the course of re-establishing party unity, torn asunder by critical platforms, the critique of a normative approach came up in relation to the labor opposition. They accused the leftist formations of not basing their explanations of the difficulties among laborers on objective economic dissatisfaction, but on a lack of democracy, instead an obvious confusion of cause and effect. This could have been a valid counterargument, but it did not pierce the most serious error in the operation of the political system, namely an understanding that the Soviets had been unable to fulfill the political tasks given to them by the party program of 1919. An objective that seemed especially utopian was that no socially detached apparatus, with independence in ruling over the productive classes, should be allowed to come about. Robert Meyer pointed out Lenin's fundamental methodological and political limitations accurately. These cannot be explained through simple subjective mistakes alone, but only in contradictions that followed from concrete historical sets of relations that could not be transcended at the time. No one, Lenin included, could come up with dialectical solutions in those days. It is nevertheless fair to ask whether the dictatorship of the party is consistent with a dialectical sensibility. This question is especially important because, as Meyer writes, like Aristotle, Lenin believed there was always one correct tactic for any given situation. And if this is the case, then only one right solution for the contradiction between democracy and dictatorship can be presumed from Lenin's perspective. 57 It might even follow from this that, in a changed situation, Lenin might have reinstituted a multi-party system if it did not threaten a return to the reign of private property. It is not a coincidence that political parties were not legally banned. The election of the Soviets by a direct democratic process, and the right to the immediate revocation of delegates, in principle remained intact. The real problem was not that the bourgeoisie, relatively small in numbers, had been stripped of its electoral rights, but rather that for Lenin, in principle, the sense and validity of democracy was only meaningful as a tool for the emancipation of the proletariat. In practice, however, the party, the avant-garde, took the place of the proletariat after October. It repressed growing dissent within the proletariat, and this is very difficult to justify from a dialectical standpoint, in that paternalistic practices can be emancipatory, at most stringent conditions must be met in order to make such arguments plausible. The problem with Lenin's dictatorship was that instead of admitting that his regime was oppressive and then showing how that oppression served emancipatory purposes, Lenin denied that Soviet workers were oppressed in any way. 58. First, Lenin was very much aware of and reacted to the contradiction, trying to ensure that the workers could defend themselves against the distorted workers' state. Second, in his theses Lenin put up a determined defense of the right of the trade unions to protect the workers by all means at their disposal in their struggle against capital. These were the basis of his demands for the establishment or replenishment of the strike funds. This is a yet more interesting move when seen in the context of Soviet labor's powerful and frequent use of the strike as a weapon in the fight for its rights. It is also not a negligible matter that workers' protests in the NEP period were not generally directed at the Soviet government, but were for better provisioning and of improvement of material conditions, and against rising work expectations, management, the bureaucratic apparatus, and capital. It was typical of the self-awareness of the workers, and this reaffirmed Lenin's stance that, of those employed at factories and plants, great numbers participated in making decisions on questions that decided the fundamental policies of the party. The party debates of 1923 may be the first such case, when the workers supported the Central Committee line in a majority of the cases against the left opposition that had formed under the leadership of Trotsky. For example, on December 29, 1923, 630 main organizations of the party supported the position of the majority in the Central Committee, while 178 supported the opposition. Significant groups of workers who were not members of the party also took part in the debate, though in those lean years, they were obviously more interested in the economic and social issues. 59 Lenin calculated well in supporting the labor strikes that served the interests of the workers, as this was a sort of balance to the dictatorship of the party, helping to protect the interests of the laborers on the social level. However, developments did not show a tendency toward the realization of worker democracy. Thus the real difficulty was that Lenin could not point to the instruments of self-defense on a practical level, and even in his final writings he could only come up with an office, the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate, to oversee the bureaucracy. The other weakness of Lenin that had a long-lasting effect was that he was not able to grasp the institutionalization of opposition activity. It was characteristic of him to categorize every criticism of oppression that did not come from either himself or the communists as the machinations of petit bourgeois or bourgeois class enemies. As he was obliged to argue that the dictatorship of the proletariat was only possible through the dictatorship of the Communist Party, he found himself in a non-dialectical situation from the start. State oppression was justified to preserve party dictatorship. Lenin's real mistake was not showing how the character of the dictatorship could be authentically proletarian, even as the party suppressed dissident thinkers and restricted electoral freedom. As Meyer noted, Lenin did not bring dialectics on a par with the injunction seek and speak the truth. In this sense he betrayed dialectics, to which he had been faithful most of his life. He never felt the pangs of conscience, however, always justifying the hiatus with the power already won and the need to preserve the achievements of the revolution. Rosa Luxemburg did not accept this argument, although her practical proposals were limited to rescuing the Constituent Assembly. Lenin had a basic counterargument, which as it later turned out lacked actual guarantees. Central to Lenin's theory of the state from 1917 onward was the question of the Soviet state in a multi-sector economy. The state had to defend and support the sectors and circumstances aimed towards socialism, because capital was not able to restrain itself. What was the likelihood, however, that a still semi-bourgeois state could resist all social pressure, and that its self-interest would become stronger than even those of its society? Although it is better to not get ahead of the analytical argument at this juncture, a note should be added that Lenin, unlike his wise critics in posterity, certainly observed one fact quite clearly: the narrowing and closure of the vast historical outlooks of socialism did not support theoretical thinking in the least. The revolution gave expression to everything Lenin and his revolutionary associates already knew, and the task became simpler in October. Short-term political and power objectives came into the foreground, in order to keep the hope of socialism alive. Virtually every line he wrote was permeated with the notion that all political restrictions, even the dictatorship of the proletariat, through party dictatorship, was a historically demanded stage of development, which must in the future be replaced by the regime of direct democracy of the workers. This alone could justify party dictatorship. His last papers, in 1922-23, were an exposition of the historical and Soviet roots of Soviet bureaucracy and bureaucratization. Their significance can be appreciated in the light that no theoretical criticism of the system, other than what Lenin himself had outlined in a few of his writings, was possible in Russia for decades to come. 60 And these writings were only a consequence of his serious ailments that prevented actual political activity. Before his death, Lenin had little time left to create a theoretical analysis of some of the important implications of things as they stood. The period of transition. State capitalism. With the ascent of the NEP, the question of socialism in Lenin's thinking was broadened by new elements and hypotheses. He made it clear that he was unwilling to become subject to his own party's propaganda, and he differentiated conceptually between the NEP period and socialism. The NEP came to be defined as an unpremeditated transitional phase within the transitional period. Lenin consciously took precautions not to make the same mistake, made during war communism, of attempting to give the conditions of the war economy legitimacy in socialist theory. 61 A sort of restoration in terms of theoretical and ideological thought took place after the introduction of the NEP, and the concept of the transitional period once again gained status, replacing socialism. In theoretical terms, socialism was removed one step further from being attained as well. Bukharin's new book, intended as a rectification of the earlier volume, no longer discussed communism, even in its title. The economy of the transitional period sought to lay the foundations of the new period's ideology, that of transition. Yet he brought the two periods, the two stages, far too close together. Bukharin practically identified socialism with organized society, which theoretically belonged to the period of transition and took the place of the capitalist society of commodity production, qualifying political economy's categories as invalid for the NEP. He did not comprehend that the transitional period was still a commodity-producing, market-oriented society. 62. This misunderstanding was not the only reason Lenin disliked the book, although Bukharin had made an earnest effort to take the teacher's viewpoint into account. For example, he used Lenin's basic concept with respect to the transitional period, state capitalism. But Bukharin constructed a purely political terminology that underscored the difference between the concepts of capitalism and socialism. Lenin had indeed made state capitalism central as part of the transition after the spring of 1918, but in a structured manner. The concept had an immediate political meaning. The Soviet state gave preferential treatment to organized large-scale capital and market-oriented state property rather than anarchic private property, the uncontrollably chaotic economy of the petit bourgeois. The grounds for this were that a capitalism overseen by the state was the only solution for an ordered retreat, and only state capitalism could replace bureaucratic war communist centralism, which had also begot chaos. Of course, Lenin called this a retreat compared with theoretical socialism. In concrete terms, he spoke about a step forward from the practice of economic policy under war communism. Just as he had described the transitional period state as a bourgeois state without a bourgeoisie, he spoke about a state capitalism without a bourgeoisie coming into being as a consequence of the NEP. As long as the state enterprises will to a large extent be put on a commercial, capitalist basis. 63 This was a real retreat from theoretical socialism, as a needs-based orientation was replaced by profitability as a central concern. Politically, however, it was a step forward, since the social basis of the regime, the smikha, had been stabilized. In November 1922, in contradiction to the groups linked with the left communist tradition of the party, Lenin stated in his last public speech that the realization of socialism was not on history's agenda yet. Now was the time of the transitional period, of creating the historical cultural preconditions for socialism, in light of which the socialism of war communism was viewed as a mistake, a dead end. In other words, while in 1919 Lenin tried to make a virtue out of the necessity for war communism, by 1921 he looked upon it as a necessity, and, as Kronstadt and the peasant revolts showed, an overdone one at that. This was how the pure form of state capitalism, which the Soviet government needed to function, came to be considered the opposite of war communism. Lenin marked out the purpose of the NEP in one of his last writings, to lease out concessions. In the prevailing circumstances, concessions in our country would unquestionably have been a pure type of state capitalism. 64 For Lenin, as he himself stressed, the practical objectives were always of primary importance, and so he could only experiment with a theory that also reinforced the practical objective. Now what was essential to him was precisely that a special type of capitalism had come into being in Russia, one previously unknown to history. It was important for me to show the continuity between ordinary state capitalism and the unusual, even very unusual, state capitalism to which I referred in introducing the reader to the new economic policy. The concept of state capitalism is used in two senses here, on the one hand as a sector of a mixed market economy. On the other it is a term from formation theory denoting the economic method and arrangement for the transitional period and seen as a phase of it. It is a type of state capitalism, in quotes, that cannot be found in any textbooks, nor in the writings of Marx and Engels. On the question of state capitalism, our press and our party make the mistake of dropping into intellectualism, into liberalism, philosophies about how state capitalism is to be interpreted, and look into old books. But not a single book has been written about state capitalism under communism. 65. The word communism here is identical to the concept of political socialism, which describes the phase when socialism becomes a state objective and task that represents the interests of the working class, but is not yet economically feasible. One of Lenin's greatest admissions was that the Soviet government, the workers' state, that is, political socialism, was not in itself sufficient for a changeover to socialism in an economic sense. This is the context in which his following remark can be better appreciated. State capitalism would be for us, and for Russia, a more favorable form than the existing one. We did not overrate either the rudiments or the principles of socialist economy, although we had already accomplished the social revolution. On the contrary, at that time in 1918 we already realized to a certain extent that it would be better if we first arrived at state capitalism and only after that at socialism. 66. As indicated, Soviet state capitalism, the way Lenin thought of it, and the Party Congress declared it, was intended to establish the political and cultural preconditions of socialism. This was a matter of serious contention between Lenin and the Mensheviks, Western Social Democrats, liberals, and others, who doubted the reasonability of the Bolshevik experiment while remaining insensitive to its uniqueness. Lenin saw himself as the representative of a historical alternative, in circumstances in which no other reality had materialized on the left. He repeatedly said the originality of the Russian Revolution was that the prerequisites of socialism came into existence not before it but after. If a definite level of culture is required for the building of socialism, why cannot we begin by first achieving the prerequisites for that definite level of culture in a revolutionary way, and then, with the aid of the workers' and peasants' government and Soviet system, proceed to overtake the other nations? 67. Even earlier, his reasoning about the international isolation of the revolution and remaining alone was that if, owing to the backwardness with which we came to the revolution, we have not reached the industrial development we need, are we going to give up? 68. But if giving up was unacceptable, what remained except to fight for survival? Bureaucratic centralism and the Thermidorian alternative. It was amply clear, even during Stalinism, that the fight against bureaucracy factored decisively in the Lenin legacy. 69. This perspective was taken to such limits that it became a determining factor in the terror that unfolded in the 1930s, chastening the bureaucracy. Where Lenin was concerned, this was not supposed to apply to class enemies or pen pushers, but was connected to the quality of the new state. The character of the new system, and system-specific traits, represented both a formative problem of the new type of society and a social and cultural problem. The theoretical and political significance of the problem of bureaucracy came up in two important contexts. The first was the polemical exchange about the NEP between Lenin and the Bolsheviks on the one side, and Kolchak's one-time propaganda chief Nikolai Ustryalov and his intelligentsia followers on the other. The second was in the internal struggles during the creation of the Soviet Union and Lenin's fight against the consolidation of a privileged stratum, detached from society. Ustryalov and the national Bolshevism he inspired, in the form of the intelligentsia Smeenovikist movement, intuited the inextricable historical situation of the Soviets. They wanted a deal with the Soviet government and the Red Army, which defended the imperial interests of Russia. Ustryalov's willingness to wed a decommunized Soviet government was not only a service to an imperial nationalism. This fraction of the Russian intelligentsia appraised the evolution of Bolshevism and the NEP as the degeneration of communism, and encouraged émigrés to make peace with the Bolsheviks in the interests of deepening this evolution. The tactical degeneration of Bolshevism, which we foresaw 1.5 years ago, is being played out in front of our eyes. Out of a realistic program, communism gradually turns into a peculiar regulative principle, less and less reflected in the concrete organism of the country. 70. Ustryalov, following the analogy the French Revolution's progress from Jacobin dictatorship to Napoleon's ascent, thought communism liquidates itself. The program Ustryalov drafted is related to several white concepts of modernization, the liquidation of communism and the stabilization of the well-to-do village peasantry, making peace with the great powers while preserving the national greatness of Russia, drawing in foreign capital under strict state supervision, a strong dictatorial regime supported by the army and the active agents in the country, a total rejection of monarchist restoration, and a friendly alliance with the revolution. In the place of an irreconcilable liberal counter-revolution, this program suggested Thermidorian restoration, a form of bourgeois degradation of the revolution, on the basis of a new type of autocratic regime. 71. These were the outlines of a counter-revolutionary concept for national capitalism, which Lenin took seriously enough to cite and digress upon in a number of his writings and speeches as a form that the restoration of capitalism could take. But did not share the simplifying critical notions of Ustryalovism, which surfaced in the Soviet press. Lenin himself was well aware that the Bolsheviks were themselves risking the reinstatement of capitalism, while others, looking to the myth of war communism, described the NEP as the economic policy of Brest-Litovsk. At the 11th Congress, Lenin challenged those communists who underestimated the analytical insights of Ustryalov and the Smeenovic, the Thermidorian alternative. Watching capitalism without a bourgeoisie take root in Russia, Lenin was keenly interested in what social relations and strata were strengthened and what their influence on political power was. Ustryalov had the same approach, and in fact Lenin was primarily concerned that Ustryalov's hope for an alliance between the strata of state officials and the reborn bourgeoisie would be successful. In March 1922, Lenin posed the matter at the 11th Party Congress. In this connection, I should like to deal with the question, what is the Bolsheviks' new economic policy evolution or tactics? This question has been raised by the Smenovik people. What sort of state is the Soviet government building? The communists say they are building a communist state and assure us that the new policy is a matter of tactics. The Bolsheviks are making use of the private capitalists in a difficult situation, but later they will get the upper hand. The Bolsheviks can say what they like, as a matter of fact it is not tactics but evolution, internal regeneration. They will arrive at the ordinary bourgeois state, and we must support them. I think that by being straightforward like this, Ustryalov is rendering us a great service. We must welcome this frank utterance of the Smenovik people. The enemy is speaking the class truth and is pointing to the danger that confronts us. Smenovik adherents express the sentiments of thousands and tens of thousands of bourgeois, or of Soviet employees whose function it is to operate our new economic policy. This is the real and main danger. The fight against capitalist society has become 100 times more fierce and perilous, because we are not always able to tell enemies from friends. 72. Soon after Lenin's death, Bukharin, the other main theorist and a party favorite, demonstrated that Ustryalov's autocratic solution was not a traditional approach. Instead, Ustryalov was very much in tune with the spirit of the age, and sensed in his epoch the heart-throbs of Caesarism. Only dictatorial forms of capitalist restoration could be considered in Russia, and a Thermidorian degeneration, as in the French Revolution, certainly meant this in the final run. At the time of this debate, in 1922, the unprecedented famine was still continuing. But this afflicted reality only strengthened the need for order not only in the way those in power thought, but also among simple people whose passion could be fueled by nationalism. Bukharin reflected on this in his pamphlet Caesarism in a Revolutionary Mask, where he dissected the Ustryalov challenge. 73 In Ustryalov he saw a threat that could scare off party members from the NEP. They might turn back from the more liberal line to the earlier war communist tools. Following Lenin's reasoning, Bukharin did not yet suspect that the real danger was not coming from the direction of a Ustryalovist prefiguration of a capitalist dictatorship. It had not been decided at the time which social-political forces would have control over the villages and their complex contradictions serving state accumulation, nor of what form it would take. Bukharin formulated the theory of an essence of Ustryalovism as such. The theory, strategy, and tactics of Russian fascist Caesarism. Its national Bolshevism, its anti-parliamentarism of the heavily military top brass and Reichswehr kind, its cult of Mussolini, unabashed Caesarist ideals, national imperialist daydreams, the cult of power's sex appeal, struggle with socialism, and its peculiarity of building on the simple capitalist bourgeoisie trailed by the tough muzhik. It sets its hopes on all these elements coming to maturity in more than their own instance, so that the great Messiah can be born, to really straighten out the riffraff. 74. Ruminating over the social base of a Thermidorian Caesarist restoration, Bukharin came across its roots in the NEP. As a matter of fact, strange as it is, Mr. Ustryalov is defending a post-reform autocracy, a new type of autocracy. After all, the Caesarism of the fascist kind is nothing more than the slick, knowingly villainous form of autocracy, where instead of the old coat of arms of the nobility, only the coat of arms of embezzlers, speculators, and shady businessmen are to be seen, and leans on a mass of a new order of servants, kulaks, black marketeers, and a crowd of recruits from déclassé, corrupt and co-opted elements. 75. Bukharin had taken Lenin's analysis to its conclusion and even refined it. However, he lost sight of the fact that dictatorship, whose foundations were to be the newly established bureaucracy itself, was no longer a threat from the right. Analyzing the Soviet form of Caesarism may not have served the purposes of those holding power at the time, but it touched upon the issue using the term Bonapartism amid the power position struggles that were escalating during Lenin's illness. It is widely known that Trotsky, the People's Commissar for War, had also been accused of Bonapartism in 1922-23, in the heat of his power struggle with Stalin. On the other hand, the historical fundamentals of Caesarist autocracy were far more stable than many Bolshevik theoreticians imagined. Though Lenin was not among them, he had long been occupied with the specificities of Russian autocracy. He recognized that the Soviet bureaucracy incorporated virtually every significant trait of the old historical Russia, but he did everything in his power to preclude a return to the capitalist setup. The glimmer of optimism for him was that socially the resources of the new bureaucracy were the laborers and peasants. Lenin looked for ways to humanize the Soviet bureaucracy, for example by public inspections, curbs on privileges, and elevating communist worker cadres. These passionate causes were also apparent in the party debates surrounding the creation of the Soviet Union. His views gained clarity especially in the process of establishing the Soviet Union, when he confronted Stalin's concept of autonomization. Lenin's image as founder of the state also took its final shape at this time. Seriously ill, he dealt with the significance of the national question, particularly in relation to the formations of the Soviet Union in an important work, referenced below. The chastisement of bureaucratic solutions for this matter was an important factor in the search for democratic options. 76 What was really at stake 77 in this battle was whether bureaucratic centralism as a peculiar manifestation of state oppression, forming a constellation of relationships with deep historical roots could be restrained. Lenin considered the curbs on bureaucratic centralism a matter of principle on three correlated grounds. From the perspective of bringing the Soviet Union into existence, since the so-called Georgian conflict in 1922, he had seen that the small peoples of Russia were defenseless in the face of greater Russian chauvinism. It was an overbearing, centralized, merciless, and Russian bureaucracy, inherited in large part from the Tsarist system. For the small peoples, resistance to their oppression found expression in nationalism and the rejection of the central power of the Soviet. On the other hand, Lenin also saw how the nationalism both of the hegemonic and the oppressed peoples developed, and saw bureaucratic centralism as one of its sources. Examining the way in which these two types of nationalism related to each other in a show of sensitivity unparalleled in his party and his time, he warned in his last writings that the nationalism of the larger people, the chauvinism of Greater Russia, always carried more danger. The small people had borne so many centuries of oppression that it would be impossible for them to immediately let go of their nationalist reflexes of self-defense, and so the communists of Greater Russia had to make allowances for this. Mortally ill, Lenin was probably not very optimistic on the day when Stalin instead of Lenin declared the formation of the Soviet Union at the 10th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. On December 30, Lenin wrote these famous lines about nationalism. A distinction must necessarily be made between the nationalism of an oppressor nation and that of an oppressed nation, the nationalism of a big nation and that of a small nation. In respect to the second kind of nationalism, we, nationals of a big nation, have nearly always been guilty, in historic practice, of an infinite number of cases of violence. Furthermore, we commit violence and insult an infinite number of times without noticing it. That is why internationalism on the part of oppressors or great nations, as they are called, must consist not only in the observance of the formal equality of nations but even in an inequality of the oppressor nation, the great nation, that must make up for the inequality which obtains in actual practice. Anybody who does not understand this has not grasped the real proletarian attitude to the national question. He is still essentially petit bourgeois in his point of view and is, therefore, sure to descend to the bourgeois point of view. 78. Lenin criticized the nationalism of the one-time oppressors in this spirit, in the question of nationalities or autonomization, making his case for the greater independence of the national republics within the Soviet Federation, with the aim of creating as strong a League of Nations as possible. Lenin connected this whole field of issues to the problems with the new apparatus. When Stalin rejected his proposal for the Soviet republics to join the Russian Soviet Socialist Republic, what he had in mind was avoiding giving more power to the bureaucratic centralism of state domination over the nations. Instead, Lenin sought to reinforce the federal state structure, so as to ensure greater freedom for the development of national frameworks and heritages. From the way Stalin, Orджonikidze, Dzerzhinsky, and the infamous bureaucratic centralists stamped out the wing of the Georgian Communist Party's leadership that was oriented toward federal solutions, it was clear that the construction of the state, its institutional system, and the basic issues of the transitional period were inseparable. Another important remark of Lenin's pointed out that at times communists of other ethnicities, perhaps on account of their inferiority complex, played at being greater Russian henchmen, alluding here to Stalin's impatient political attitude to the smaller nations. This compensating behavior to be more Russian than the Russians affirmed a chauvinistic tradition in the bureaucracy with deep roots in Tsarist Russia. Lenin also referred to the fight against nationalism as only truly efficient when members of both the large and small nations first took steps against their own nation's nationalism. 79 But what should be done if no steps are taken? This rather obvious question did not receive an answer. The assumption was that, in lieu of other social forces, this would be another task the Communist Party would have to shoulder. In a dictated text dated a few days later, on January 4, 1923, Lenin discussed how a lack of culture is the true quagmire of bureaucracy. A bureaucracy, which is a detached apparatus, has its own interests, and is kept by society as an army of leaders with their own peculiar traditions, which become the main obstacle to the realization of socialism. According to the statistics he cites, not counting Central Asia, an average of 223 people among 1,000 could read and write at the time of the 1897 census, and 23 years later, in 1920, only 319 out of 1,000 were literate. We must bear in mind the semi-Asiatic ignorance from which we have not yet extricated ourselves, and from which we cannot extricate ourselves without strenuous effort, although we have every opportunity to do so, because nowhere are the masses of the people so interested in real culture as they are in our country. 80 This social setting was shaped by the scarcity of truly grounded revolutionary workers, who were few in number to begin with, having been practically liquidated. The setting was also affected because the drill of Soviet ideology and culture, the initiatives given for self-activation in rural regions, came up against unheard of difficulties among the illiterate peasant population. A more authentic picture was painted by the now classic Soviet literature of the 1920s. The liberal bourgeois civilization of Western origins, and the socialist culture that had been imagined, could not be built directly onto the socio-cultural fundament that was so captivatingly and deeply portrayed by Soviet writers such as Babel and Vezioli, Pilniak and Mayakovsky, Ilf Petrov and Zoshchenko, Solokhov and Bulgakov, and Ivanov and Shishkov. Lenin did not take Bukharin and others on for a fight and say that they should not be fantasizing about the creation of a proletarian culture on the basis of a vulgar perception of class, but should elevate general cultural standards to a bourgeois level. For an overview of the cultural preconditions of socialism, it is worth remembering Shishkov's Red Soldier, 81 Pilniak's The Naked Year, or Babel's Red Cavalry, to understand the particularities of this social bed upon which Lenin's late theoretical streams of thought reflected. Better Fewer, but Better was one of the last articles Lenin lived to see published, appearing in Pravda on March 4, 1923. He asked the question that had occupied him even in his interpretation of the Thermidor alternative: in what way does the system of relations under state capitalism corrupt an administration of historically Asiatic descent, and how will the party be able to mobilize this apparatus for its social aims and interests? He would have wholeheartedly liked to overcome the old bureaucratic traditions, and scolded the dreamy intellectuals fantasizing about a proletarian culture in regard to this matter. For a start, we should be satisfied with real bourgeois culture. For a start, we should be glad to dispense with the cruder types of pre-bourgeois culture, i.e., bureaucratic culture or serf culture, etc. 82 An apparatus that would deserve the name of Soviet socialist has not yet come into being, but he saw the chance of this in the popular interest in, and dedication to, culture. In his closing, he seems to say these words to himself, and his call for patience in the elimination of cultural backwardness seems prophetic: nothing will be achieved in this by doing things in a rush, by assault. 83. In spite of this, he hated copying others and did not believe in it. He even dedicated a separate article to those who copied the West, reacting to the Menshevik Sukhanov's notes, who criticized Lenin's revisionist stance from an orthodox Marxist point of view which seemed deeply conservative and anti-revolutionary in 1923. As orthodox Marxists, the Mensheviks had not comprehended what Antonio Gramsci would formulate a few years later, that the October Revolution had been carried out against Marx's capital. Criticizing the petty bourgeois Democrats and heroes of the Second International, Lenin wrote, "Even the best of them fortified themselves with reservations apart from this characteristic, which is common to all petty bourgeois Democrats and has been abundantly manifested by them throughout the revolution. What strikes one is their slavish imitation of the past." 84. The First World War, out of which the revolution had sprung, was unprecedented in world history, and even the richest states had not yet been able to restore normal bourgeois conditions. Similarly, Russia's historical development served as the grounds from which the particular traits of its revolution could be deduced. Russia stands on the borderline, as he put it, between civilized countries and the countries which this war has for the first time definitely brought into the orbit of civilization, all the Oriental, non-European countries. 85. The Oriental particularities provided him the ground on which he could pose questions about pedantic Marxism. You say that civilization is necessary for the building of socialism. Very good. But why could we not first create such prerequisites of civilization in our country by the expulsion of the landowners and the Russian capitalists, and then start moving towards socialism? Where, in what books, have you read that such variations of the customary historical sequence of events are impermissible or impossible? A tinge of uncertainty seemed to permeate the question of why the peoples of Russia were allowed to take another route from that of the most developed bourgeois states. Why cannot we, with the aid of the Soviet system, proceed to overtake the other nations? 86. Nor is it coincidental that he composed his thoughts in the form of questions. Since October 1917, Lenin had known precisely that the possibility of defeat was built into the fact of isolation. He tried to find a way through the particular revolution to the general one over which, however, he did not, and could not, have supervision. The theory of socialism and its systemic coherencies. This reconstruction has shown that after the introduction of the NEP, Lenin thought in terms of a mixed market economy overseen by the Soviet state, in which the most important sector would be the privately owned peasant economy, subjected to state taxation. 87. In principle, voluntary cooperatives, self-governing cooperative ventures, and working in communes were all to have had an important role, especially in agriculture. These forms of production would have formed islands of socialism, prefiguring the voluntary associations of a future socialist society, and its economic, administrative, production, and consumer communal units. In terms of accumulation, the industrial and banking entities formed the most important sectors. Having come under the ownership and supervision of the Soviet state, they provided the most significant part of its budget. The importance of the state socialist sector in Lenin's eyes was well demonstrated in one of his last debates, in which he struck out for preserving the state monopoly on international trade. He considered this an essential component of capital accumulation and continued a prolonged battle for its preservation, even while he fought his health problems. He put forward his concept in a letter addressed to Stalin and the plenary meeting of the Central Committee dated December 22, 1922, arguing in this instance with Bukharin and Pyatakov, who, in the name of private trade and market interests, were against upholding a state monopoly. 88. On the question of forming mixed companies and capital accumulation itself, he believed contradicting Bukharin, but supporting Krausz. The problem as a whole had economic, social, and political dimensions. It had to be understood from the perspective of the whole system, the actual balance of political and class forces, the formation of mixed companies as a means, firstly, of mobilizing the peasants' stocks of goods, and secondly, of obtaining for our exchequer no less than half the profits accruing from this mobilization. Lenin's opinion was that Bukharin had missed the essence of the question by not understanding that the mobilization of the peasants' stocks of goods would lead to the entire profit landing in the pockets of the N-Eatman. In regard to the class impact of surrendering the monopoly on foreign trade, quoting Krausz, he remarked that without a monopoly the most pernicious exploiter, the merchant, profiteer, the agent of foreign capital, operating with dollars, pounds, and Swedish crowns, will be artificially introduced into the rural districts. 89 Here Lenin, because of his political goal, did not mention that the state could assume the role of the exploiter. But he argued persuasively, and prevailed on his comrades, by emphasizing the global economic aspect. The material economic difference between rich and poor countries could only be reduced if they employed the powers of their state, since in the given circumstances of grim economic competition they had no other recourse. 90 It became clear to many people that Russia was not capable of rebuilding its industry without defenses such as a monopoly on foreign trade, as customs policy was simply not enough. This was because, as Lenin noted, a rich state pays a premium on the foreign sale for the export of those goods, on which Russia demands a levy. Unregulated market competition and the crises that attended it, such as the curtailing of inflation, the financial reform, and the so-called agrarian industrial price scissors experienced in 1923-91, all pressed for state intervention. At the same time, Lenin considered this intervention an indispensable precondition to the bare possibility of socialism, placing emphasis on a close examination of the differences between the various forms of state ownership. The issue was starkest in commerce, for agricultural trade was in decisive measure held by private owners in 1920-21. In spite of a grain monopoly, the urban populace secured nearly two-thirds of its grain products from those that were called in the terminology of the day hucksters or speculators, and the NEP only strengthened this. The other major source of private capital accumulation was illegal alcohol, with the new bourgeoisie also profiting from city-manufactured goods sold in rural areas. 92 State capitalism, the purest form of ownership, did not represent a strong force. According to data from 1925, the 31 concessions granted in Russian industrial production did not exceed 0.6%. State lease was another, more widely used form, of state capitalism, but the most numerous of these forms in the early 1920s was mediation in private commerce and by commission. 93 As the most significant form of ownership in the industrial sector, state socialism meant a direct source for accumulation, although a mixture of state capitalist and state socialist forms was not rare. However, rather than eliminating the differences and conflicts between particular classes, sectors, or forms of ownership, it only exacerbated them. 94 A state capitalist company preserved the logic of capitalism and economic self-accounting, while state socialist companies also functioned according to the NEP's market laws. Within the internal system of labor distribution, the institutions of worker supervision such as the labor unions or plant committees could, in principle, influence the company directorate, in the interest of the workers, but the state had final control over the profit. Therefore Lenin thought that it was impossible to eliminate competition, since NEP's reinstatement of capitalism relied on it, and he also had a realistic understanding of international economic relations. He knew the state would have to compensate for the inequalities generated by the ongoing competition in the global and national economies, using social political measures, for example. In his speech at the 11th Party Congress he stressed in particular that during the NEP period Russia would develop in the framework of a multi-sectoral mixed economy, in which the various forms of economy compete, and mobilize different social forces. When I spoke about communist competition, what I had in mind were not communist sympathies but the development of economic forms and social systems. 95. These various forms, small proprietors, the state capitalist, state socialist, and self-governing cooperative sectors, brought about a system of market economy, which meant that the realization of socialism was taken off the practical political agenda. On a theoretical plane, Lenin looked at this development in terms of formation theory, seeing the concept of state capitalism as a phase within the transitional period. In other words, everything stood to help socialism survive as a sector. Lenin's theory of socialism fit this coherent structure, in which each sector was composed of further subsectors and organizational forms. The special characteristic of direct communal ownership and production was realized either in the form of voluntary associations or by way of state mediation, though only in a small fraction of agricultural and industrial units or fields. 96 Lenin focused much of his attention at the end of his life on self-governing and cooperative socialism, the historical possibilities of an economic system built on direct democracy which he called islands of socialism. 97 The significance of the experiments with cooperatives. 98 was of immense importance to Lenin, because this political power owns all the means of production. The only task, indeed, that remains for us is to organize the population in cooperative societies. Socialism will achieve its aim automatically. 99 Though the NEP had been made to last, theoretical socialism was never struck off Lenin's agenda, even under the everyday circumstances of market restoration. As he explained it, formerly the stumbling block for very many socialists was how to first subordinate the concession to the peasant as a trader, or to the principle of private trade, for the sake of common interests, only to come around once again in the process to the cooperative as a solution. Though he knew that thinkers and politicians who had been nursed by the market and state looked down upon cooperatives, even from the standpoint of transition to the new system by means that are the simplest, easiest, and most acceptable to the peasant. He knew that incorporating the whole population in voluntary cooperatives of production and consumption would take an epoch to realize, precisely on account of the absence of the cultural civilizatorial preconditions, and yet he insisted on posing this problem. 100. The precise relationship between cooperatives and socialism that Lenin had in mind becomes clear in the light of his whole approach, the complete coherency of his thoughts. The cooperatives, as he wrote, are the products of capitalism. They are collective capitalist institutions in which the future of socialism can be glimpsed. Producers have the opportunity to shape the cooperatives in their own image in the course of a revolutionary reform of state power, similarly to how in the NEP, when we combine private capitalist enterprises with enterprises of the consistently socialist type. The question arises about a third type of enterprise, the cooperatives, which were not formally regarded as an independent type differing fundamentally from the others. He spoke about the possibility of coexisting state socialist and cooperative socialist enterprises, though a differentiation between the two forms of cooperative, state and self-governed, would come due. 101 By the mid-1920s, nearly 10 million people had been pooled into state-organized and state-subsidized consumer cooperatives. Lenin marked out explicitly that a shift must be made from the interpretation of socialism previously reached to the position of cooperative socialism. Now we are entitled to say that for us the mere growth of cooperation is identical with the growth of socialism, and at the same time we have to admit that there has been a radical modification in our whole outlook on socialism. The radical modification is this: formerly we placed, and had to place, the main emphasis on the political struggle, on revolution, on winning political power, etc. Now the emphasis is changing and shifting to peaceful, organizational, cultural work. I should say that emphasis is shifting to educational work. Were it not for our international relations, were it not for the fact that we have to fight for our position on a world scale. 102. Of course he treated the outlook for real socialism very cautiously on account of the ridiculously inadequate elements of knowledge, education, and training. It is interesting that Trotsky came to a very similar theoretical conclusion, rejecting a purely economic critique of war communism, and thus differentiating between the political and economic definition of socialism. The economic imperative does not always coincide with the political imperative. 103 Trotsky also believed that on power political grounds the old form of economic control had been eliminated, as a consequence of the Civil War, before we had a chance to create new ones, and so he also delayed the realization of socialism to a future date, defining completed socialism as planned social economy, with its initial stages necessarily played out in a capitalist shell. Other Bolshevik theoreticians, most importantly Preobrazhensky and Bukharin, also ditched the purely normative approach to socialism for a historical and economic one. With their discussion of an Asiatic form of socialism under Russian conditions. 104. Lenin's point of reference, even during war communism, was that work had to be measured according to the time put into it, with differing categories of hardship, importance, and significance. He had 4 categories in the earlier period of war communism. Hard physical labor was at the top of the list, and administrative and office work in the lowest category. Of course, the means of measurement could be different in voluntary associations, as they would be dependent on internal agreement. The sphere of the cooperatives and agricultural cooperatives could relate to the other market and state sectors after the introduction of the NEP. Therefore, the producers could also put products on the market, even though profit was not a determining factor. A direct replenishment of needs had the advantage of presenting internal needs and potential output that could be calculated in advance, without employing an office to do such work. 105 The most comprehensive modern theory of socialism has been published by Istvan Meszaros, who ties his work on capital to the theoretical fundamentals of Marx and Lenin, and links his concept of socialism, not to the concepts of market production, but both looks for and defines these concepts beyond the market and the state beyond capital, in short. 106. The first generation of Soviet ideologues, including Lenin, defined the difference between the state capitalisms under the reign of capital and the dictatorship of the proletariat in that they wielded power in the name of a different class. They consolidated different modes of distribution and ownership, with a preference for different cultural values, marking out different political goals for society. Lenin limited the direct socialist exchange of goods to the state socialist sector, its fate hanging by the market competition that connected to the capitalist sectors of the NEP and the state-regulated buying and selling, to the money system. 107 Contrary to Lenin, Bukharin often defined the state economy as socialism, in both the ABC he wrote with Preobrazhensky, and in his Transitional Economy. This definition of socialism as state socialism transitioned directly, leaving Lenin out to the ideological medium of the Stalinist period. Lenin outlines 4 potential courses of development during the state capitalist phase of the transitional period, which also explains why such a wide variety of movements, both inside and outside of Russia, refer to his ideas. 3 of these possibilities remained aligned with the conceptions of socialism. In the course of time, the 3 basic trends could be observed not only in political thought and factional struggles, but also in historiography. 1. Intellectual groups, politicians, and thinkers who considered the multi-sector economy of the NEP as socialism later identified as the market socialists and took their inspiration from the late work of Bukharin, although he never actually called a market economy socialism. 108. 2. Stalin and his followers were called, in this sense, state socialists, although it was Lenin who was proclaimed the progenitor of the market reforms to socialism in 1951. In the 1980s, this trend finally merged with the market socialists 109 who had earlier been designated revisionists. Istvan Meszaros gives a generous summary of the characteristics of market socialism's nature. Most importantly, he unmasks the common motives of social democratic thinking and the Stalinist tradition in their similar superstitious way of relating to state and market. Both camps positioned themselves rigidly in opposition to the conversion of state property into communal property. Both the traditional forms of labor division and the power of disposing with the surplus value remained within the scope of the detached apparatus. Every experiment that tried to reform this was undermined by the leaders of that party, even though Lenin had founded it with exactly the opposite aim. Though the later forms of market socialism were advertised as reformed state socialism, the first proved to be an evolved state of the second, which in the end led to capitalism. 110. 3. The conception of socialism founded on autodynamic self-generating and needs-based production, direct democracy, cooperative ventures, and the cooperative system of producer and consumer collectives, traces back to Lenin's way of thinking and has a rather extensive historiography to its credit. 111. Therefore, on various grounds, the market socialists, the state socialists, and the self-governors all could be traced back to Lenin, whose theoretical stance on socialism was founded on the Marxian concept of social self-government. Let us not forget that the Leninian approach to socialism was validated as the ideology of state socialism during the Stalinist period. The 1936 Constitution declared Stalinist state socialism to be complete socialism. Under Khrushchev, Lenin's conception of socialism was defined as the theory of social self-government in the theoretical program of the 22nd Congress, and eventually this interpretation was pushed aside in the period of Gorbachev's perestroika. Lenin's theory of socialism justified the existing reality as a market socialism of sorts, leading to and concluding with the collapse of the Soviet Union. 112 The interpretation provided by mainstream historiographers has gone beyond all of the above. According to their views, the natural evolution of the NEP and the normal unfolding of capitalism were thwarted by Lenin and the Bolsheviks, which is a logically and historically perfect fit for the Thermidorian Australist paradigm. 113. The key to Lenin's approach to socialism is therefore provided by his cooperative socialism, which can be traced back to theoretical roots before October 1917. Currently, the Australist, Thermidorian school of interpretation can in fact consider itself in the most powerful seat, as national capitalism, restored under the rule of the new class, is apparently stable in the New World Order. From its standpoint, the history of socialism only crops up as a utopian cul-de-sac. Whether it can be held against Lenin's theory that the 20th century saw socialism crushed between the big wheels of marketization and nationalization, does not predict the future, though it is advertised with incredible vehemence by various ideologues proclaiming the end of history and has the support of competing market beliefs. Moreover, it is the study of the Leninian legacy that is particularly persuasive about how history can never be taken as absolute evidence. Perhaps socialism never seemed more of a utopia than today, and yet there is still no other historically and theoretically grounded alternative to the established world order than socialism. The original concept became the tool of a kind of socialist bureaucratic manipulation of the citoyen characteristic, unifying in a formal socialist manner, and thereby compromising from the current perspective of its practice, the ways discovered by Marx and given concrete form by Lenin to fight bourgeois dualism. If we want to revitalize this practice, we must apprehend where Lenin had failed. George Lukács, Atar Sadal Milet Ontologia Jarl. Summary comments. In place of a postscript. I mentioned both at the beginning of this book and elsewhere that certain authors have deliberately eliminated from Lenin's legacy the essential philosophical tenets and methodology that made him who he was. For one thing, they neglect his most important practical discovery, namely his precise theoretical interpretation of Marxist dialectics, its reconstruction, and his practical application of those dialectics. 1 Lenin understood, even on the basis of its Hegelian roots, that dialectical materialism incorporates the self-movement in things, phenomena, processes, as well as the conscious human activity to transform society. Thus it is not a matter of the historical dialectic of ideas, but rather the self-movement and self-creation of history through social classes and individuals. For Lenin, epistemology was not simply a matter of getting to know reality. It did not exist for its own sake. He aimed instead to seek out the truth, the solution to contradictions within things, and the struggles that resulted. He wanted to see a radical transformation of the world so that humanity could rid itself, by its own will, of the dominant powers. Lenin gave Marx's 11th Feuerbach thesis a new urgency. The philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways, the point is to change it too. In other words, history was not an abstract whole, an object of study for him, but a tool through which the elements and tendencies to be continued or transformed could be located in the midst of collapse. 3. Though the starting point in his theoretical practice was to gain knowledge of the general laws of the world and of ideas, his objective nevertheless was to be mindful of ideas and action while not getting bogged down in details, in barren particularism. This was an endeavor particularly pronounced in his struggles against scholasticism, relativism, and mysticism. He had a passion for seeking the truth since childhood, as manifested in his rejection of all forms of oppression and exploitation. This was also at the root of his struggle against institutions and ideologies dominating humankind, for example, the radical rejection of clericalism. He reached a perception of totality, according to which the whole is composed of a variety of contradictions that must be laid bare in order to discern the continuous and discontinuous elements and processes of a changing history. Point 4. The social revolution, that is, the conceptualization's qualitative leap, is an organic and inalienable part of the history of modern society, and Lenin understood this as one of the most important discoveries of Marxism. A historically adequate interpretation of Lenin's Marxism in Marxist terms must begin with the recognition that Lenin's legacy is essentially a specific, practical application of Marx's theory of social formation, and how he took it further theoretically, in light of historical circumstances and experiences of an easily circumscribed epoch and region. Lenin's basic awareness that humankind stood at the gates of the possibility of a social revolution and socialism was the most fundamental conclusion he drew from the experiences of his political practice during these years. Because of this, Lenin's political and theoretical legacy, as a historical variant of Marxism, is unique and unrepeatable. On the other hand, it is an original experience and methodology of revolutionary theory and action, which played an inarguably colossal role in 20th century history. The circumstances by which, even today, Lenin remains at the center of furious political and theoretical skirmishes that engage almost every political and intellectual trend, including various tendencies of Marxism itself, amply demonstrates this. In our own time, under less than promising circumstances, there are attempts to refurbish Lenin's Marxism for the anti-globalization movement. Point 5. The main reason for this is that the Leninist tradition of Marxism is the only one that has offered, at least for a time, an alternative to capitalism. It alone made a breach in the walls of capitalism, even if today that breach seems mended. Point 6. The world's situation since the 1990s demonstrates that the global dominance of capital has engendered new forms of discontent. These have not obviated the need for Marxism as a theory and a movement. Indeed, they could not. Instead, in a search for alternatives, the discontented keep running into Lenin's Marxism at every turn. This tradition constitutes points of reference, arguments, and practical conventions of the movement to confront that form of progress that flows into capitalism. Marxist writers such as Lukács in the 1920s or Gramsci in the 1930s, as well as movements sometimes polemically engaged with each other and opposing political and theoretical trends within the communist movement, have found their source in Lenin. Thus, if we talk of Marxism, the stakes are higher than we may think, for the legacy of the primacy of Lenin's Marxism is not a thing of the past. Concept and systemization. Though Lenin knew everything there was to know at that time about Marx and Engels, he did not simply excavate Marxist theory from beneath layers of European social democracy and anarchism. He applied it in his own way to Russian circumstances, by tying theory and revolutionary organizational practice together. In the process he contributed many original ideas to the theoretical reconstruction of revolutionary action and movement in opposition to reformist social democratic tendencies. Point 7. The systemization of Lenin's legacy began in his lifetime as part of the struggle over the inheritance of his mantle and concurrent legitimization of that struggle. Point 8. What was characteristic of these deconstructions was not merely that Marxism was identified with Lenin's legacy, nor that Marxism was Russified as a result of that struggle. Rather, Lenin's Marxism was interpreted exclusively as the theory and practice of revolution and class struggle, omitting the stages and method of development that made the phenomenon what it was. This reductionist approach simplified Lenin's Marxism to the ideology of political class struggle and, above all, an ideology that justified the Bolsheviks' preservation of power. The subsequent Stalinist period came to see Leninism only as party ideology, the main and almost exclusive vehicle of Marxism, with the Communist Party, then its general staff and eventually its leader, alone functioning as its sole guardian. The Soviets, the labor unions, and other forms of social self-organization, all of which Lenin thought to be central elements in the transition to socialism, were increasingly omitted in the reproduction of theory and ideology. Everything became nationalized. Marxism-Leninism became the new ideological legitimation for the preservation of the system. Only with the collapse of the Soviet Union did the emperor with no clothes become plainly apparent, when the legitimizing ideology of Leninism sank into the pits of history along with the system itself. The result is that it is impossible to excavate the legacy of Lenin without steady determination and strict analysis. The still powerful elements of pre-Stalinist Marxism were analyzed in the 1960s by Lukács and his anti-Stalinist followers. The resulting Lenin Renaissance permitted under Khrushchev rose to a high philosophical level. By the 1970s many European and anti-Soviet Marxist communist writers from Rudolf Barrow to the Italian Garitano, or Ferenc Tokai for that matter, or for a different aspect, from Benskis to reconstructions of a self-governing society attempted to mobilize these views as a criticism of state socialism, constituting an authentic socialist alternative. Such writers made it clear that the historical, political, and theoretical/scientific power of Lenin's Marxism could not be reduced exclusively to power management or to the welfare state as the Soviet ideologues and their bourgeois adversaries had tried to do for the past several decades. These efforts formed part of a worldwide attempt to sketch a new critical framework for Marxism. Marxists from a wide range of perspectives sought during these decades to forge a kind of third way between the preservation of state socialism and the restoration of capitalism, a way back to a Marxist politics that could lead to authentic socialism. Existentialist Marxism gathered strength in opposition to Marxism inspired by epistemology, in parallel with the ontological anthropological interpretation of Marxism, and numerous other interpretations of auto-directed Marxism. In contrast to these attempts for systematization which may be considered philosophical expressions of individual and collective freedom, or participatory democracy, the arguments of the anti-Leninists, almost regardless of ideology, all derive from folding Lenin's heritage back into Stalinism. To this day they form vital elements of the discourse of anti-Leninist anti-capitalism. The reservations voiced with regard to Lenin's Marxism are understandable, as it only became widely apparent after the collapse of the Soviet Union that this historically specific intellectual and practical achievement, which no longer serves state legitimation, wholly resists, be it in theoretical, political, or methodological terms, all liberal and nationalist justifications of the system, as well as any religious or speculative appendages and interpretations. At the same time, the internal logic of Lenin's Marxism can only be resuscitated by combining Marx's theory of social formations with revolutionary anti-capitalist practice. Yet another subjective ground for the rejection of Lenin's Marxism by leftist experts in academia is that Lenin's ideas philosophically resist fragmentation or segmentation by discipline, as the experience of many decades has shown. All its constituent elements point toward the totality, the indivisible process. Following Marx, Lenin knocked down the walls separating science from philosophy, theory from practice. Lenin's theoretical work cannot possibly be separated from the movement to go beyond the capitalist system. In this sense, his Marxism is linked indissolubly to industrial workers in the 20th century and their movement, though at the same time it is a surprisingly adept methodological tool for the apprehension of processes within different frameworks. Marx's philosophical and economic achievements may continue to exist apart from any revolutionary workers' movement, but not Lenin's. Until 1917 all his theoretical and political arguments were aimed at the workers' movement and revolution. After 1917, as the founder of a Soviet state in the grips of the acute contradictions between holding on to power and the announced aims of the revolution, between tactics and strategy, Lenin tended to vacillate, becoming increasingly aware that the objectives of the revolution had to be postponed for the foreseeable future. 10. The origins of Lenin's Marxism. Lenin's Marxism derives from different sources, each representing in its time an opportunity for changing society in a revolutionary way. These include the French Enlightenment and revolutionary Jacobinism as the inheritance of the revolutionary bourgeoisie, without which it would not be possible to transcend traditional society. Then there was the Paris Commune as the apex of French socialism. Among Lenin's Russian roots we find Chernyshevsky and the Russian Westerners, reinforcing and complementing one another, as well as the revolutionary Narodniks, the mainstay of the Russian Jacobin tradition. Lenin synthesized them all on the basis of Marx and Engels, absorbing a lot, particularly the interpretation of philosophical materialism, from the earlier generation of Russian Marxists, chiefly Plekhanov. He also absorbed the ideology and practice of modern workers' movement organization from German social democracy, chiefly Krausz. These are the sources of his thought in terms of the movement and in terms of politics. All of the sources of Lenin's Marxism were combined in the articulation of theory with practice, of the class approach to culture and politics. And yet Lenin resisted the vulgar ideology of class, the populist perception of class struggle, and the appeal to its negative counterpoint, the teleological abstraction of reality. In Lenin's theoretical practice, the basic issue is always the relation between action and theory, the transitions and the elaboration of the contacts between the two. The sources of his Marxism evolved into an anti-messianic and anti-utopian approach. Lenin's interest in long-range objectives was deeply pragmatic. Finally, the issues he raised and the solutions he advocated always incorporated the objections or conclusions of his comrades in debate. In this sense, Lenin's comrades in the Second International also belong to the array of sources for his Marxism. In addition to Plekhanov and Krausz, there was Bernstein and the young Struve, Berdiev with the ethical socialism of his younger years, Maslow and Trotsky, Bogdanov and Panikok, Bakunin and Sarl, Rosa Luxemburg and Bukharin. These were in addition to the leftist tendencies with which he had to contend in the aftermath of the revolution, tendencies that postulated a permanent revolution at a time when the counter-revolution was already underway. Lenin transcended these tendencies, albeit with grave contradictions. Nevertheless, his responses to their queries reflected a narrowing of alternatives, even in the particular political context of his office. Lenin was an independent thinker, but he did not create an independent theoretical system, an ism within Marxism, although many modern thinkers systematizing Lenin speak of Leninism. 11 What he did was rediscover, re-energize, and deepen elements of the Marxist tradition that mainstream European social democracy was intent on burying. Certainly, his Marxism was a Marxism and not the theory of a conspiratorial party. To steer clear of another misinterpretation, it is important to stress that Lenin's Marxism, focused on the movement and on political action, was not the theory of a conspiratorial party determined by its Russian sources. The issue of organization. Lenin's notion of a centralized, vanguard underground party, the party of professional revolutionaries, is usually ascribed to Russian origins and, indeed, this has some factual basis. In effect, the historical experience of building an underground party was important to Lenin's Marxism, and his party theory was a product of this. What remains important is Lenin's promotion of a social counterpower, a political and cultural leader of a network of civil society organizations, the Workers' Party, which never exclusively signified the party of manual laborers. In this context, the party becomes a network promoting understanding and an articulation of interests, the organizational form of proletarian class consciousness. This party was the demiurge of a broad, horizontally and vertically segmented social resistance, the moving force of which is the proletariat. In Lenin's concept and practice, the cadres of the counter-society were trained by the underground and centralized revolutionary party. Thus, in Lenin's theory, the historical role of the party was not simply to import class consciousness into the proletariat from the outside, but rather that the party, as part of the social class's most revolutionary part, becomes an independent actor with a vested interest in the conscious, revolutionary transformation of society. Lenin raised the issue in April 1917 when he argued that the existence of the party is justified only as long as the class of wage earners has not created the economic and political conditions for its own liquidation. He had no ready-made theory that the party should become the embodiment of the missing components of socialism, whether in organization, in theory, or in sociology. One cause and consequence of the one-party system that eventually emerged in the USSR was that the party itself took on the functions of the proletariat. But even the communist parties that came into existence elsewhere in Europe included only the most revolutionary strata of the working class. Lenin was aware that in this situation the evolution of the party was impacted by the combination of bureaucratic pragmatism and revolutionary messianism. Proletarian class consciousness was increasingly embodied in the Russian Bolshevik Party as a kind of substitute. The organizational issue was thus raised to the level of the general issue of the application of state power. Looking at it from the point of view of the 1930s, the statization of the party became inevitable with the defeat of European revolution. Lenin never adequately explained the failure of the revolutionary breakout in Western Europe. The young Lukács, analyzing the causes of the surprising ideological crisis of the proletariat in his magisterial work History and Class Consciousness, came to the conclusion that the Menshevism and economism of the working class, or the emphasis on the role of the workers' aristocracy and on their bourgeoisification, probably did not affect the totality of the issue, that is, its essence. In recognizing the limits of revolutionary spontaneity, Lukács found that it was not enough merely to enlighten the masses with propaganda that endowed them with consciousness sufficient to overcome the impasse. The party must hold the entire proletariat through its direct immediate interests. According to this argument, the experiences of the revolutionary struggles have failed to yield any conclusive evidence that the proletariat's revolutionary fervor and will to fight corresponds in any straightforward manner to the economic level of its various parts. 12 Thus, on the basis of his analysis of the German situation in particular, Lukács came to the decisive role of forcing decisions by increasing the role of the people in organizations. The older Lukács, in polemics with his younger self some 50 years later, discovered the weak points of Lenin's analysis regarding the party and proletarian class consciousness in his book The Ontology of Social Being. 13 The elder Lukács was no longer seeking the resolution of the basic problem in the ideological backwardness of the proletariat. Neither the mechanistic theory of spontaneity nor the superficial understanding of the importation of class consciousness from the outside could adequately explain the crisis in the anti-capitalist consciousness of the proletariat. In his critique of Lenin, he drew attention away from the ideological aspect toward the economic aspect, to the changes in the nature of the capitalist economy, and to the subjective consequences of these changes. Lenin's general thinking, contrasting Marx's concept in a revolutionary way with the reality of the present, placed too much emphasis on revolutionizing the ideology. Hence he did not direct this ideology specifically on the object to be revolutionized, the capitalist economy. 14. Lenin was unable to identify the economic features of the latest stage of capitalist development, the transformation of the workers' movements in the developed countries. Thus, according to the late Lukács, economic interest as a social motive was not at the center of Lenin's thought in the years following the revolution. Although Lenin's Marxism did consider many of the new features of capitalism as, for instance, in his analysis of the Taylor system, he did not attribute sufficient significance, as Lukács put it, to the fact that when the relative surplus values became dominant, the mode of exploitation of the workers changed. 15 Indeed, Lukács notes, there is no reference, in all of Lenin's writings, to the most important distinction to be made between the unionist perspective and political class consciousness, whether this came about as a result of changes in the essence of capitalism, or whether it applies to every stage in the development of capitalism. He simply refers to the conflict between two behaviors from an ideological standpoint. 16. Lenin provided a means to break out from the notion of apologetics found in Realpolitik, only to become the theoretician of a new version of the same. The party itself became the organization embodying this new Realpolitik, eventually becoming the party state, the objective of which was no longer to locate the rights to power in the working class but to preserve the power of an isolated elite. Uneven development and the hierarchy of the world system. Is revolution still possible? Lenin started with the contemporary analysis of capitalism. The point of departure was his understanding that the development of capitalism in the Russian context toward the end of the 19th century was both a general and a specific manifestation of capitalism. He analyzed Russian capitalism's peculiarities with a scientific approach to its history, taking Marx's theoretical and methodological concepts as his point of departure. he was aware of the social-political consequences of the coexistence and constriction of various social formations and their penetration by the overwhelmingly dominant capitalist form. Even before 1905, Lenin revealed this particular development, namely that Russia became embedded in the world system through a process that today we might describe as semi-peripheral integration, whereby pre-capitalist forms are preserved under capitalism in order to reinforce subordination to Western capitalist interests. Capitalism integrated pre-capitalist forms within its own functioning. Lenin was able to tie the mixing of pre-capitalist and capitalist forms to the concept of internal colonialism under the Tsarist regime. He also defined the existence of a center-periphery relation inside Russia in light of this internal colonialism. He was aware not only of the triple structural hierarchy and basically unequal relations of capitalism, but also of a hierarchy within regions and nation-states. Learning the lessons of the Great War, Lenin offered a theory regarding the hierarchical constitution of the capitalist world system, outlining the so-called law of uneven development of capitalism in the age of imperialism. Within this framework he regarded dynamics at the colonial periphery as the byproduct and manifestation of international capitalist competition and capital accumulation. Parallel to this was the contradictory alliance between anti-capitalist proletarian resistance and the struggles for national independence of Third World capitalism, a struggle that ties in with the anti-regime struggle of the semi-periphery with the center. He brought to light the variety of forms in which the national struggles for independence existed, their different social and class makeup, and the possible historical connection between the proletarian class struggle and the national, anti-imperialist struggles for independence. Lenin's break with a Eurocentric worldview in the summer of 1914 entailed a total theoretical, political, and organizational break with revisionist social democracy. That was when the official nuclei of social democracy in Europe decided to support the imperialist governments of their respective countries. In the process of Lenin's examinations, he was able to outline not only the historical forms of nationalism, but also nationalism in its manipulations, its quasi-religious function within ruling class policies and propaganda. The collapse of social democracy in 1914 made Lenin acutely aware that it represented primarily the interests of the upper echelon, of the bourgeois-inclined stratum of the proletariat, that it was revisionist social democracy, the political expression of those who had surrendered the concept and praxis of the universal revolution and class struggle as theorized by Marx. Although Lenin wrote no original works in sociology or philosophy, he clearly defined the practical organizational and theoretical requirements necessary for the overthrow of capitalism. Nevertheless, he did not fully envision the political, sociological, psychological, and organizational configuration that arose as a consequence of the very uneven development of global capitalism, which he himself had discovered. In other words, he did not fully deduce the consequences of the fact that the contradiction between uneven development and even development within a national community or the world system did not match. The relative nature of the contradiction between these two has only become apparent in the present point. 19 As we know, history can never provide decisive proofs on theoretical issues. And the developments after 1945 certainly did not validate the expectations of Lenin. Rather than the capitalism of the center growing ripe for socialist revolution, the center nations stabilized capitalism in the form of the welfare state. Acknowledging this is not to excuse the historical role of social democracy. On the contrary, since the end of history did not occur in 1989, one need not be a prophet to foresee that the need for the revolutionary salvation of the world will arise again. Method and philosophy of revolution. The Great War signaled the arrival of a new period, one that promised the fulfillment of the conditions for the revolution. At the same time, a turn took place in Lenin's revolutionary tactics inspired by his study of Hegel, which was an integrated conception of theory, politics, and organization. From the beginning of the war, his revolutionary strategy was based on the premise that there could be no compromise with any pro-war attitude or with pacifist half-solutions, as the war must engender a potentially revolutionary situation within Russia. He addressed the masses that had no interest in pursuing the war directly, because he counted on the evolution of the subjective conditions of a revolutionary situation. Hence he broke with the centrists and called for a new international. Authors who argue that Lenin's Marxism elicited a radical reinterpretation of subjectivism, mainly as a result of his reading of Hegel, are right. Lenin became aware of the historical circumstances that caused the awakening of the consciousness of the individual and of the masses. He understood that this could provide a foundation for revolutionary politics. That is, the objective relations of forces can be reconfigured, since even 10 may suffice to confront the war. Under the new set of circumstances, millions may join them. Lenin knew this already at the time the recruits were marching to the front, singing in high spirits. In contrast to the elitist and speculative mass philosophies and the utopian, prophetic socialists, Lenin, on the basis of his study of Hegel and Marx, emphasized the ideas and practice of revolutionary change. It was partly this challenge that motivated his philosophical studies and debates, as well as the notion that the revisionism of official social democracy was striving to save the collapsed world order. Their empiricism or neo-Kantian messages sought to lull workers with the promise of the pacification of the capitalist order. The opinion of some experts that at the turn of the century Lenin considered revisionism merely an ideological or political aberration would suggest to us that the Bernsteinian turn has been validated in light of recent decades. Ultimately, they argue, social reforms, rather than social revolution, found their justification. Point 20. Of course, this apology for revisionism does not stand up to analysis, because it continues to reflect only the Eurocentric view of the center countries. The global capitalist system did not overcome the starvation affecting hundreds of millions, the crises, the wars, the dictatorships, the unemployment, not to mention the social and cultural alienation affecting the lives of many more millions. Lenin's Marxism strove for totality in its manner of contemplation. That is, in contrast to his previous contemplative materialism, he moved in the direction of an activist dialectical practical philosophy. 21. With the Great War, the time had come when the proletariat could take its fate into its own hands worldwide. In contrast with Western social democracy and the partial solutions it had offered since the turn of the century, Lenin took the position of considering the whole. He restored the Hegelian Marxist theoretical and methodological awareness, based on totality, to its rightful place, including, first of all, the qualitative leap of revolutionary change, the dialectical dismissal of the old civilization. In accord with his basic objective, Lenin's Marxism had arrived at the theory and practice of social transformation in the historical moment when it did indeed prove possible to break through the surface of the capitalist world order, at least for a time. In Lenin's social theory, history provides multiple potentialities. Hence the art of revolutionary politics is contained in recognizing and finding a way among alternatives. This does not necessarily signify from the perspective of the proletariat a choice of the most radical revolutionary action. The starting point can only be what is specifically possible. In Lenin's thought, the prerequisite for determining what is and what is not possible resides in the historical, concrete analysis of political relations and the respective power of the classes, a selection of the direction of change and of strategy for securing lasting allies for the working class. Lenin's theoretical and political theses, grounded in historical and economic fact, held that the Tsarist autocracy could only be dislodged by revolution. This was accompanied by his recognition that the Russian bourgeoisie could play no leading role in the revolution. For Plekhanov, such an assessment of the Russian bourgeoisie was disagreeable. Lenin, by contrast, grasped the Russian national revolution or bourgeois revolution as a joint venture of the urban workers and the landless peasantry. This is precisely what the events of 1905 demonstrated. This naturally led to the well-known thesis that the bourgeois revolution cannot be separated from the proletarian revolution by a Chinese wall. With capitalist globalization reaching a higher level by the time of the Great War, this view was vindicated globally as the movement of the disgruntled masses of armed workers and peasants, as well as the movements of the nationalities, gained momentum and intimated the possibility of another revolution, namely the revolution of the workers, soldiers, and peasants, premised on land reform and an exit from the war. Though Lenin called this simply proletarian revolution, he was perfectly aware that a purely proletarian revolution was impossible in Russia. His well-known intermittent debates with Trotsky reflect how complex was the actual relationship of policy-making and theory. Yet Lenin had to modify the notion, inherited from Marx, regarding the world revolution and the law of uneven development, the weakest link in the chain of imperialism. He argued that world revolution, as a long-range historical process, may indeed begin in Russia. The Russian Revolution might well become the spark of world revolution. Although Lenin knew well that this was merely a historical possibility, he also knew that nothing could be worse than the war itself. Lenin drew his political conclusions from these facts. Other leaders of European Marxism, such as Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, agreed. The real analytical difficulties arose from 1917, for history took a different course than had been presumed by Marxism up to that point. Political revolution was formulated as a part of the social revolution in Lenin's theory, in reflection of the universality and depth of the whole revolutionary transformation, but the tangential development of history bred serious contradictions. That is, the Russian Revolution came under well-known world historical constraints, on the basis of which Lenin came to the conclusion that the historical mission of the semi-peripheral Russian Revolution was to establish the cultural civilization and economic psychological preconditions of socialism locally, until global developments wrenched Russian history out of the shackles of conventions and grained over 1,000 years to become integrated into the new European socialist civilization. Numerous extant comments and analyses after 1917 by Lenin deal with this matter, including his last writing in particular. The historical constraints, rather neatly in accord with historical dialectics, incidentally only allowed a distorted and one-sided proposition of socialism as practice. In place of realizing a communal society, the path of authentic socialism led to the bureaucratic system of state-governed community. Right from the beginning, the problem of revolution was linked to the question how the state and society are related in Lenin's theory. As discussed, his concepts of counter-publicity, counter-power, and a network of social self-organizations were soon buried under the power demands of the system he himself had helped to create, and finally the one-party system. In principle, the revolution would have cleared the way for a system based on self-organization in society as a whole. A self-governing social order built from the bottom up could have come into existence in such a society, whereas a dissociated bureaucratic institutional system could not have established itself. 22 The feasibility of the historical cause presupposed the support of an international revolution. To the degree that history confirmed Lenin's Marxism where the Russian Revolution was concerned, it did not confirm his idea and aspirations for developments after the revolution. One of the cornerstones of his political concept prior to 1917, the question of democracy, fixed the stages of transition on the path to revolution. Not only did he underpin his critique of bourgeois democracy and bourgeois approaches to democracy with the economic and social dimensions of democracy demonstrating the oppressive functions of the bourgeois system aligned with his critique of capitalism, but he also outlined a set of political organizational stipulations. Bourgeois democracy in turn becomes plebeian democracy and then a workers' democracy, presupposing a transformation within the power structure of the social economic change of regimes as a whole. Without social forces to support an upswing, the workers' democracy, which is in both theory and practice a dictatorship, i.e., the dictatorship of the proletariat against defenders of the old system, soon descended into party dictatorship, a concept that came to take precedence in Lenin's theoretical work. The answer to the given situation Lenin bequeathed within his own reading of Marxism, and outlined theoretically, was that not only could socialism not be introduced, but numerous stages of transition would be required, transitions within the transitions. However, theoretically and politically, the dimensions of transcending party dictatorship dimmed and became convoluted, and finally sank irrevocably under the demands of the regime's self-preservation. The socialist perspective, the unresolved contradiction. Because of the limits imposed by historical circumstances and individual mortality, Lenin was able to provide only a limited Marxist answer to the issue of having to resort to a dictatorship even against its own social base for the sake of preserving Soviet power. On the one hand, he tried to compensate for political oppression by proclaiming, in opposition to the remaining and ever stronger state power, that the working class must defend itself against its own state. He left unexplained how it could do so with the support of that very state. In other words, the workers must confront the state, yet defend the state and all its institutions at the same time. There was no dialectical solution for such a contradiction. Moreover, there was another contradiction without resolution. Lenin reserved to the party and the state the capacity for extra economic compulsion, which was proportional to the lack of conditions for realizing socialism. Even Peter the Great had to resort to barbarian methods to sweep away the barbarian conditions. The earlier theory and practice of social self-defense in Lenin's ideas not only grew faint, but were eventually completely displaced by the Stalinist turn, which later obviously contributed to the fall of state socialism. The dead end of war communism, the removal of ideology from military measures accompanying a specific kind of state socialism, the realization that the change of social forms can be carried out only partially, were formulated in Lenin's thinking. The new economic policy entailed the recognition that neither direct workers' democracy nor cooperative economics built on social self-government could be established. He identified the stage as one of transitions within the transitions, as state capitalism overseen by the Soviet state. 23 Unlike the majority of the Bolsheviks, Lenin stressed at this point that the new society could not be introduced by political means, by a revolutionary assault. Increasing development or reforms could not be confused with the revolutionary leap if we take into account the human, subjective boundaries of development and the significance of step-by-step progress. Yet Lenin never turned into a Bernsteinian, as some authors have suggested. 24 He never dissolved the Marxist heritage into methodological and scientific parts. Rather, he accepted the contradiction, and he conceived of it as a relative whole or as a system that could not be complemented or pluralized, a concept that could not be deconstructed at will. As opposed to anarchist and dogmatic thinking, which treats totality as an absolute and stresses the universality of gradualness, segmentation, the partial tasks, and against the particularism of revisionism, Lenin emphasized a totalizing approach to the totality of the goals of socialism. Lenin's key discovery after the revolution was precisely that Russia had to assimilate the basic achievements of Western technology and cultural civilization at the same time that it attempted to create a new mixed economy. In such circumstances, the Soviet state was called upon to back the competing social community sectors as islands of socialism. The chief imperative was that this modernization must advance the state and the social community sectors, because the free market and the uninhibited domination of capital are the foundation of human oppression. The autonomy of the individual and of personality as the communal society's main context of unfolding was missing not only from Lenin's legacy but from the legacy of the entire period, which insisted on other dimensions of development. In other words, the task of Lenin's Marxism did not lie in playing the 19th century role of Western European liberalism but in combining the economic, cultural, and other sectors that supported each other. Yet objective historical circumstances brought about an irreconcilable contradiction between a political philosophy bent on preserving power and social economic theory. This concept of theoretical socialism, originally broached in State and Revolution, activated certain, almost forgotten, views of Marx. Socialism was the outcome of a protracted historical process, the first phase of communism. It inaugurated a possibly universal evolution toward a future of the community of associated producers, the global freedom of civilized humanity. The life work of Lenin reflects that Marxism as both a theory and political praxis deals directly in the project of going beyond capitalism. For him, Marxism was not a sort of abstract discipline valuable for its own sake. Certainly, it was no abstract philosophizing about the meaning of life. Science and philosophy are merely tools to achieve human emancipation. The starting point for Lenin's Marxism is, therefore, the correct mapping of its own historical background. At the center of his thought and all his activities we find the exploration of opportunities for the proletarian revolution in Russia and the world at large, and their inherent potential for practical realization. The specific historical form of the revolutionary trajectory examined here from an aspect of its end goal of social equality, that is, the end of social classes and the achievement of freedom, was stranded in historical circumstances and human limitations. But at the same time the methodology of world community transformation survived the failure of the practical experiment. This is the contradiction that modern Marxist tendencies live through day in and day out. The conclusions are still being drawn. The modern triumph of revisionism has revived the ideological hypothesis confuted by the blood-stained history of the 20th century, the hypothesis that capitalism can be rendered globally civilized, can have a human face. Revisionism's main discovery was that capitalism can be civilized and can espouse civilization at the center of the capitalist system. What Lenin understood was the meaning of the system itself, namely that if it can be improved in some way, this can be achieved only at the expense of the welfare of peripheral populations. Thus to genuinely improve the system for all requires overcoming the system. To this day, the issue is, can capitalist civilization be conquered by means of social emancipation? Any attempt at answering this question cannot overlook Lenin's theoretical and political contributions. His political adversary, Nikolai Ustryalov, in a writing dedicated to Lenin, looked at the Bolshevik leader's achievements from the point of view of the greatness of the Russian nation and opined that Lenin was deeply rooted in Russian history, that his place was clearly among the great Russian national heroes, embodying Peter the Great and Napoleon, Mirabeau and Danton, Pugachev and Robespierre, all at the same time. 25. Slavoj Žižek has summarized the problem on a Marxian footing. To repeat Lenin does not mean that we must repeat what he achieved, but rather what he was not able to achieve. Even Václav Havel admits, as Žižek notes, that bourgeois democracy has exhausted its own resources and is incapable of resolving the world's basic problems, but if a Leninist makes this claim, then he is immediately accused of totalitarianism. Lenin's topicality resides in the fact that he transformed his own historical experiences into a set of theoretical concepts that undermine and destroy any justifications for bourgeois society and, in spite of the contradictions involved, he provides tools for those who still think of the possibility of another, more humane world. 26. Chronology of Russian history. 1917 to 1924. 1917. January, February, food and fuel shortages in the capital. Continuous strikes and protests against the war and autocracy to improve living conditions. February 23, thousands march on the streets of Petrograd, hunger strike on International Women's Day, the march turns into a general strike. The Second Russian Revolution begins, the monarchy will be overthrown, the Soviets will be formed again. February 27, Tsar Nikolai II dissolves the Duma and orders disturbances suppressed. Duma stays together. In Taurian Palace the Petrograd Soviet of Workers is formed under Menshevik and SR influence, its leader is the Menshevik Nikolai Chij, deputies are Trudovik Alexander Kerensky and the Menshevik Matvey Skobelev. February 28, the Provisional Committee of Duma announces that it will take power. The ministers of the Tsarist government are discharged. March 2, in his special train at the Pskov railway station Tsar Nikolai II receives the deputies of the Duma, the Octoberist Alexander Gukakov and the monarchist Vasily Shulgin. At their request he abdicates in favor of the Grand Duke Mikhail. The provisional government is formed, it is led by the cadet Prince Georgy Lvov, who will also take the post of Minister of Interior. Among the members are the cadet Pavel Milyukov as Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Octoberist Alexander Gukakov, Minister of War, the Trudovik Alexander Kerensky as Minister of War, etc. This event is the beginning of the double power of the bourgeois government and the socialist Petrograd Soviet. The Grand Duke Mikhail abdicates the same day. March 4, in Kiev the separatist Ukrainian Central Rada is formed. Members are Ukrainian Social Democrats, SRS, and Petit Bourgeois parties. Its head is the SR Mikhail Grushevsky, a historian, his deputy is Vladimir Vinnichenko, a writer. March 8, On the Soviets' demand, Nikolai Romanov is held under house arrest while the provisional government is preparing for the Tsar's emigration to England. March 9, the provisional government forms the special committee in Tiflis in order to govern the Transcaucasian territories. The committee works until November 15, 1917. March 17, the government recognizes the separation of Poland. April 4, Lenin arrives in Petrograd from Swiss exile. He immediately takes part in controlling the revolutionary processes. He outlines the possibilities and tasks of the proletarian revolution in the April Theses. April 14, Vladimir Lvov, the new chief procurator for the Holy Synod, discharges the clerical dignitaries who gained ranks with Rasputin's support, and he also replaces the members of the Synod. 14 bishops are dismissed because of their close relationship of interest with the Staryets. April 18, Foreign Minister Miliukov sends a note to the Allies promising war to victory on the old terms. 24 to 29 April, beginning of All-Russia Conference of the Bolshevik Party in Petrograd. The meeting deals with the questions of the relationship with the Soviets, the party program, the agricultural and organizational problems, the peace conference, and the character of the revolutionary process. Lenin declares that the bourgeois revolution is finished. Kamina and Stalin refuse to accept this viewpoint. May 3, the government falls because of its warfare foreign politics. Pavel Miliukov and Alexander Gukakov resign. 4 to 28 May, the first All-Russia Congress of Peasant Deputies opens in Petrograd. They ask for Sovietization of land and elect an SR leadership. May 8, first coalition cabinet of provisional government formed including 6 socialist ministers. June 18, Kerensky as Minister of War orders the army to start an offensive in Galicia. After a successful start, the offensive soon collapses. End of June, the provisional government recognizes the General Secretariat, elected by the Ukrainian Central Rada, as the provisional government of the Ukraine. The Rada declares Ukrainian autonomy on June 10. 3 to 4 July, the failure of the Kerensky offensive prompts thousands to take to the streets in protest. The mass meetings in Petrograd organized by the Soviets turn into pro-Bolshevik demonstrations, but the Bolshevik leadership finds a revolution premature. The government prohibits the Bolshevik Party, its leaders are either arrested or declared illegal. On July 7 an arrest warrant against Lenin is issued with the signature of Andrei Vyshinsky, a right-wing Menshevik. On July 5 Pravda is banned. The democratic period of revolutionary development ends. July 24, Kerensky forms a new coalition government. Most of the ministers are either Menshevik or SR members. July 26 to August 3, 6th Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party in Petrograd. The Congress adopts the plans of an armed insurrection and the achievement of a proletarian revolution, with the nationalization of land. Lev Trotsky and the so-called Mezrayancy Anatoly Lunacharsky, Adolf Yoff, David Ryazanov, Maisy Uritsky, and Konstantin Urena join the Bolshevik Party. August 2, the government declares that the elements threatening the inner security of the state must be prosecuted without judicial procedure. 12 to 15 August, cadets demand that the provisional government hold a state conference in Moscow. The conference has 2,500 participants, out of which 488 represent the Duma, 129 are peasant deputies, 100 are worker and soldier deputies, 147 represent the municipal Dumas, 117 are deputies of the army and the fleet, 313 represent cooperatives, 150 represent industrial and bank capital, 176 are deputies of the trade unions, 118 are deputies of the Zemstvos, 83 represent the intellectuals, 24 represent the church, and 58 deputies represent the nationalities. Generals Kornilov and Kaldin, Miliukov, and Shulgin all ask for the elimination of the social control over the Soviets and the army. 25 to 30 August, the monarchist General Lavra Kornilov, Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Provisional Government's armed forces, demands that the Kerensky government resign, but his forces advancing against Petrograd are stopped by workers. Kornilov is arrested in Mogilov. August 31, the Petrograd Soviet adopts a resolution on power. Its chairman is Leon Trotsky. September 1, the provisional government falls apart as cadet ministers support the general during the Kornilov revolt. The newly formed Directory, with 5 members headed by Kerensky, declares Russia a republic. September 5, the majority of the Moscow Soviet is now Bolshevik. 14 to 22 September, in Petrograd the All-Russia Democratic Conference meets and elects a pre-parliament in order to control the future provisional government. September 25, the Third Coalition Provisional Government is formed, led by Kerensky, who is also the Supreme Commander-in-Chief. October 7, opening of the pre-parliament in the Maria Palace, Petrograd. Out of its 550 members 135 are SRS, 92 Mensheviks, 75 cadets, 58 Bolsheviks, and 30 are People's Socialists. The remaining 165 delegates are representatives of different capitalist and landowner groups, as well as SRS, Mensheviks, and Bundists, etc. The Bolshevik delegates refused to participate on the first day. The pre-parliament operates until October 25 when the Bolsheviks disband it. October 9, at the meeting of the Petrograd Soviet a resolution is adopted to form the Petrograd Military Revolutionary Committee, which will lead the armed insurrection. October 10, having gained a majority in the Petrograd and Moscow Soviets, the Bolshevik Central Committee votes 10-2 in favor of Lenin's demand to seize power. October 18, the Bolshevik Central Committee members Lev Kamina and Grigory Zinoviev announce the Bolshevik plan for revolution in Gorky's newspaper, Novaya Zhizny, and also express their differences of opinion. October 24, the provisional government attempts to close the current underground Bolshevik newspaper, Rabochi Puty, which since July has moved its office and changed its name. It was published under this title between September 3 and October 26. At the same time, an offensive is launched against Smolny to arrest the Bolshevik leaders. In a letter, Lenin, still undercover, claims the Central Committee should immediately start the armed insurrection. At night, the soldiers of the Red Army occupy key buildings of the capital. October 25, during the early morning hours, units linked to the Military Revolutionary Committee occupy key points, including post offices, telegraph offices, train stations, and the State Bank. At 10:25, the Military Revolutionary Committee led by Lev Trotsky proclaims that they have overthrown the provisional government. At 1300 hours soldiers of the Red Guard occupy the naval port and the headquarters of the Navy. At 21:40 the sign given by the Aurora indicates the beginning of the siege of the Winter Palace, seat of the provisional government, which has refused to surrender. Mid-morning, Kerensky leaves Petrograd by car to seek loyal forces at the front. Forces of the Military Revolutionary Committee close pre-parliament at noon. At 22:40 the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies convenes in Smolny. Lenin announces that Soviets have taken governmental power into their own hands. The Menshevik and the SR representatives walk out of the Bolshevik Majority Congress. In Moscow, revolutionary forces encounter stiff opposition from Colonel Ryabtsev. At the local Duma in the evening, cadets, right-wing Mensheviks, and SRS form the Committee for Social Security, a counter-revolutionary organization which is guarded by local cadets wearing armbands. They call themselves Whites or White Guards in order to distinguish themselves from soldiers of the Red Army. October 26, at 2:10 the revolutionaries occupy the Winter Palace. Vladimir Antonovov-Zinko arrests members of the provisional government except for Alexander Kerensky, who has fled. The Congress of the Soviets passes decrees on peace and land reform. The first Soviet government is created, the Council of People's Commissars. The chairman is Vladimir Ulyanov Lenin. The commissars elected to the council are, V.P. Milyukov, Commissar of Agriculture, V.A. Ovzienko, N.V. Krylenko, and P.V. Dybenko, Commissars of Army and Navy, V.P. Nogin, Commissar of Commerce and Industry, A.V. Lunacharsky, Commissar of Education, A.I. Rykov, Commissar of Food, I.A. Todorich, L.D. Trotsky, Commissar of Foreign Affairs, A.I. Rykov, Commissar of Interior, G.I. Apokov, Commissar of Justice, A.G. Shlyapnikov, Commissar of Labor, I.V. Jugashvili, Commissar of Nationality Affairs, N.P. Avilov, Commissar of Post and Telegraphs, and I.I. Skvortsov-Spanov, Commissar of Treasury. November 1st, in Gatchina, the Bolsheviks arrest Pyotr Krasnov, one of the main figures organizing the counter-revolutionary military. In the Ukraine, the separatist bourgeois government takes power. Colonel Alexander Dutov, ataman of the Orenburg Cossacks, wages war against the Soviet government. November 2nd, Alexei Kaldin, a Don Cossack white general, revolts against the Soviet government. Lenin proclaims the Declaration of Rights of the People of Russia, giving equal rights and sovereignty to the nationalities of Russia and permitting them to break away and have full independence. November 3rd, the bloody battle in the streets of Moscow starting on October 25 ends with the victory of the Soviets. November 5th, the Synod of the All-Russia Orthodox Church selects Tikhon, Metropolitan of Moscow, for the position of Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church. November 7th, the Central Rada declares the Ukrainian People's Republic but does not report the breakaway from the Russian Empire. It starts negotiations with the Council of People's Commissars. November 11th, in a decree the CPC abolishes feudal rights. The property of trading and bourgeois firms is transferred to local governments, but the implementation of the decree is in the hands of the newly formed local Soviets. In Yekaterinodar, the Rada of the Kuban Cossacks forms a government and declares the independence of the Kuban region. November 15th, after the special committee set up by the provisional government in Tiflis is dissolved, the Transcaucasian Commissariat is formed with Georgian, Armenian, and Azeri Menshevik SR politicians participating. The body does not recognize the Soviets' power. Its chair, the Georgian Menshevik lawyer Yevgeny Gagashkori, is looking for relations with the white ataman of the Kuban Rada and the Cossacks in Terek and Dagestan. November 18th, Vladivostok is controlled by the local Soviets. 19 to 28 November, the left wing of the SR party, who were expelled for cooperating with the Bolsheviks, forms an independent party. November 20th. Commander-in-Chief General Nikolai Dukhanin is arrested because he refuses to execute the CPC's command to seek an immediate armistice with the Germans. The angry crowd beats him to death at Mogilev railway station because he has freed the officers arrested after the Kornilov revolt. November 23, Finland announces its independence from Russia. 26 to 29 November, in Kakand Uzbek, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, and Tajik Muslim leaders form a government that strives to free Turkestan from Soviet Russia. November 28, the decree of the CPC declares the Cadet Party the enemy of the people and bans it. Patriarch Tikhon excommunicates the Soviet power and calls believers to fight against the Bolsheviks. In November in Tashkent, the Congress of the Soviets of Turkestan Workers, Peasants and Soldiers Deputies gathers. All the members of the government elected by the Congress are Russian. Out of the 14 leaders of the Turkestan government, only 4 are members of the Bolshevik Party. The forces of the Tashkent government crush the counter-government in Kakand, led by Mustafa Shoke. November, December, results from the elections to the Constituent Assembly are tallied, with mixed results for the Bolsheviks. The elections take place in only 65 of the 76 constituencies. Instead of 90 million votes, only 45 million are cast. 40.4% go to the Socialist Revolutionaries, 28.3% to the Russian and National Bourgeois parties, 24% to the Bolsheviks, 4.7% to the Cadets, and 2.6% to the Mensheviks. At the beginning of December 6 left SRS become members of the Council of People's Commissars. December 2, in Brest-Litovsk, An armistice is signed between Russia and the Central Powers. December 3, the CPC's proclamation recognizes the Ukrainian people's right to sovereignty but regards the Central Rada counter-revolutionary. December 7, the Chayka is created by the CPC, Felix Dzerzhinsky is appointed as chairman. The main task of the Chayka is to repress counter-revolutionary and sabotage actions. December 9, peace talks with the Central Powers begin in Brest-Litovsk. Germany demands that 150,000 square kilometers of territory be evacuated. 11 to 12 December, in Kharkov, the first All-Ukraine Congress of Soviets declares Ukraine a Soviet Socialist Republic, still independent from Russia, and disavows the Central Rada. December 15, under the leadership of the Belarus Rada, the All-Belarus Congress opens in Minsk. It does not recognize Soviet power. December 16, the CPC's decree on the democratization of the army is that all power should be handed to the soldiers' committees. Officers are elected and political commissars appointed to control Tsarist officers. December 18, the CPC issues a decree on the state independence of Finland. December 23, Lloyd George and Clemenceau make a secret agreement to intervene against Russia. December 26, the revolutionary forces start an offensive against the Rada in Ukraine to establish Soviet power. 1918. January, Romania occupies Bessarabia. Within the Bolshevik Party a left communist faction forms against the Leninist wing. Its leaders are Nikolai Bukharin and Yevgeny Preobrazhensky, Karl Radek, Georgy Pyatakov, and Valerian Ossinsky. They oppose the Brest-Litovsk peace talks on the basis of refusing to make any compromise with imperialism. 5 to 6 January, the Constitutional Assembly holds session in Petrograd. The Bolsheviks close the meeting. 10 to 18 January, the Third All-Russia Congress of Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants Deputies convenes. It elects the All-Russia Central Executive Committee with Yakov Sverdlov as chairman. January 11, Central Rada proclaims Ukrainian independence. Fearing the Red Army's pushes forward, the Rada relocates to Volonin and on January 27 asks Germany and the Austrian monarchy for military help. The Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party splits into three factions on the question of the Brest-Litovsk peace talks: supporters of the forced separate treaty, Joseph Stalin, supporters of the Revolutionary War, and unilateral disarmament, but refusing to sign the treaty neither war, nor peace. January 15, Council of People's Commissars decree is formulated on establishing the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. January 21, according to a CPC decree, a Jewish commissariat headed by S. Diamondstein will work side by side with the Commissariat of Nationalities. January 21, the Central Executive Committee passes a resolution to repudiate all foreign debts. January 31, the CPC appoints Stepan Chomayan, a Bolshevik from Baku, as its Commissar Extraordinary for the Caucasus. Turkish troops begin occupying East Armenia while German and Turkish troops extend their influence over southern Georgia. February 10, Lev Trotsky, Commissar for Foreign Affairs, breaks off peace talks with the Germans in protest over annexation claims. February 11, decree establishes the Red Fleet. February 16, Lithuania proclaims independence. February 18, a small number of German troops begins offensive against Petrograd. February 21, the CPC's decree, the Socialist Fatherland in Danger, gives the Chayka license to use special measures that allow them to execute ordinary criminals under summary procedure until September 5, 1918. February 23, in Tiflis, the Transcaucasian Sejm is formed, deputies to the Constituent Assembly are elected. German troops get close to Pskov and Narva. The Socialist Fatherland in Danger flyer is circulated in the army and in the cities publicizing the CPC's decree of February 21. February 24, Estonia proclaims independence. March 3, George Chicherin, Deputy Commissar of Foreign Affairs, signs the Brest Treaty since Lev Trotsky was called back. Soviet Russia loses 1 million square kilometers of territory, i.e. most of the Ukraine. In a meeting at the beginning of March, the delegates of the workers' councils of 56 Petrograd factories protest against the termination of workers' control in the workplaces. They accuse the CPC of arbitrariness, ask for a new election of the Soviets, and refuse the Brest Treaty. It is the beginning of the movement of the trustees, which lasts until the beginning of July 1918. 6–8 March, the 7th Congress of the Bolshevik Party discusses two major items on the agenda. It approves the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and discusses the preparations of a new party program. The party adopts a new name, Russian Communist Party, RCP. March 9, English troops land in Murmansk, beginning foreign intervention. In April and August respectively, Japanese and American troops land in Vladivostok. In May, British and German troops enter the Caucasus. March 11, the Bolshevik government transfers to Moscow because the front is nearing Petrograd. On March 12, Moscow becomes the capital. 14–16 March, extraordinary 4th All-Russia Congress of Soviets is held in Moscow to ratify the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. As a protest against ratification, the Left SR Party announces its withdrawal from the Council of People's Commissars. March 24, the Hungarian group of the Russian Communist Party is founded at the Hotel Dresden in Moscow. In Minsk, the government of Belarus People's Republic proclaims independence. It is formed from the Belarus Rada and is backed by Polish, and later German, military forces. April 1, by decree the flag of the Russian Republic deletes the white-blue-red tricolor from the state symbol. April 22, the Tiflis Sejm proclaims the Transcaucasian Democratic Federative Republic consisting of the Transcaucasian territories. The head of the new government is Akakich Genkili, a Georgian Menshevik. April 25, the Baku Commune is established. In Baku as early as October 31, 1917, victory of the Soviet power was proclaimed, but it is only in April 1918 that the Musavatists are ousted from the local Soviet, whose revolt on March 30, 1918 had been suppressed by Bolsheviks, Left SRS, and Left Mensheviks. The commune exists for 97 days. April 28, General Hermann von Eichhorn, the commander of the occupying German forces in Ukraine, dissolves the Central Rada. Under German pressure, the power is given to General Pavlo Skoropadsky, a monarchist and Tsar Nikolai II's former Flügeladjutant. He is formally elected Hetman of Ukraine on April 29 at the Congress of the Peasants. April 30, in Tashkent, the Turkestan Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic is proclaimed. During the Civil War some smaller Khanates and Emirates circumvent its control. In April, the Cheka liquidates the Petrograd anarchist organizations. In the Red Army, military commissars are introduced to head military units. May 3, after Provisional Red Power, the Don region returns to the White forces and the government of the Great Don Army headed by Ataman Peter Krasnov is elected. The independence of the Don region is proclaimed. May 25, along the Trans-Siberian Railway the Czech prisoners of war who support the White forces start a revolt. May 26, the Transcaucasian Sejm declares itself dissolved. Under the pressure of German and Turkish occupational forces, the Sejm, rent by contradictions between the nationalist parties, disintegrates into separate bourgeois republics. In Georgia the Mensheviks, in Armenia the Dashnaz, and in Azerbaijan the Musavatists all form governments. The Mensheviks proclaim the independent the Georgian Republic. May 27, in Tiflis, the Azerbaijan Republic is proclaimed. The government of Musavatists relocates to Ganzha, and in order to liquidate the Baku Commune asks for the help of the Turkish army that has invaded Armenia. May 28, the Armenian Republic is formed. The Dashna government is at war with the Turkish army that occupies the eastern region of the country. May 30, after the Brest-Litovsk peace treaty is signed, Trotsky, who has advocated a different position, resigns. Georgy Chicherin is appointed Commissar of Foreign Affairs. Trotsky is appointed People's Commissar of the Army and Navy and the Chairman of the Supreme Military Council of the Republic. Also in May, the Eighth Party Council of the Party of Socialist Revolutionaries decides to start an armed attack on Bolsheviks. The German army occupies parts of the Northern Caucasus and Transcaucasus. As a result of a serious food and grain shortage, the People's Commissariat for Food gains more power to collect and distribute food. The food dictature starts and armed brigades of workers are organized to confiscate food throughout the countryside. June 4, in Batumi, Georgia, and Armenia sign a peace treaty with Turkey, thus legalizing the Turkish-German occupation of both countries. The Armenian territory remaining under Dashna control is reduced to 12,000 square kilometers. June 11, a decree is issued by the Poor Peasants' Committees of the villages to confiscate surplus grain from the kulaks. June 14, the Executive Commit of RCP excludes Right SRS and Mensheviks from its body and from local Soviets. The reasons are extraordinary conditions, inner counter-revolutionary activity, connections with the enemy at a time of internationalist imperialist aggression, and destruction of the Soviet power from inside. June 16, re-election of the Petrograd Soviet. Though the Bolsheviks lose several seats, they still retain majority. July 2, the first great political strike in Petrograd since the October Revolution is triggered by famine and hardship. The mass strike organized by the workers' trustees is fruitless, and the Bolshevik-led Soviets put down the movement. 4 to 10 July, the Fifth All-Russia Congress of Soviets in Moscow adopts the first Soviet constitution and renames the country the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic with Yakov Sverdlov as de jure head of state. The constitution claims that the Congresses of the Soviets and their executive committees have the right to nullify decisions of local Soviets. It orders local Soviets to establish administrative apparatus. 6 to 8 July, uprising of the left SRS. Count Wilhelm von Merbach, German ambassador, is assassinated. After the uprising is put down by Bolsheviks, the activities of the left SR party are suspended. July 17, Tsar Nikolai II, 6 members of his family, and his servants are executed by the Ekaterinburg Soviet. July 20, Maisy Volodarsky, the Commissar for Press and Agitation, is assassinated by an SR. July 27, the CPC issues a decree on combating anti-Semitism. July 29, in Baku, the SR Menshevik group of the local Soviet calls in British forces stationed in northern Iran to help them keep their power and fight against the Musavatists and the approaching Turkish army. July 31, the Baku commune fails, the commissars flee from the town. August 7, in Kazan, White Czechs seize the gold reserves of the RSFSR and hand it over to Kolchak. The counter-revolutionary uprisings of the Whites against the Soviet power broaden into civil war. The Church offers full support to the Whites. At the end of August, the Chayka unveils the so-called conspiracy of the ambassadors. The conspiracy is disclosed and British diplomat Robert Lockhart is arrested in Moscow. August 30, Maisy Uritsky, chairman of the Petrograd Chayka, is assassinated by a student. Workers hold a rally at the Michelson factory in Moscow region at which Lenin speaks to workers. He is seriously wounded by 3 shots. September 5, in a decree the Council of the People's Commissars as a consequence of the murderous attacks against Bolshevik leaders announces the Red Terror, that is, Chayka gets a free hand to liquidate or deport white Kurdist conspirators and rioters to camps. September 15, the Turkish army that supports the Musavatists and is an ally of the Central Forces besieges Baku. The British and the Menshevik SR local magistrates flee. The Musavatists take power in Baku. September 20, the evacuating British troops take 26 commissars from Baku and later execute everyone, including Stepan Shalmian. October 29 to November 4, at the First Congress of All-Russia Communist Union of Youth, Komsomol is formed. Beginning of November, the West Ukrainian People's Republic is proclaimed in Lemberg. Its government supports war against the Bolsheviks. November 3, the Commissar for Education orders that national schools must be established wherever at least 25 children of the same age live. November 6, in Krakow the independence of Poland is proclaimed. November 13, on news of the German capitulation and the revolution in Berlin, the CPC annuls the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. In Beloyardzerkov, the Ukrainian Directory is formed in order to take power in Ukraine after the German withdrawal. November 18, Latvia proclaims independence. Admiral Kalkak sets up his own dictatorship in Siberia after having overthrown the SR Menshevik government. The SR and Menshevik members of the Constituent Assembly are arrested and executed in Omsk. November 30, the Central Executive Committee recognizes the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party after the latter recognizes Soviet power, and the CEC withdraws its June 14 decision on Mensheviks being excluded from the Soviets. November, as a consequence of the defeat of the Central Powers and the armistice negotiations, Turkey withdraws its army from the occupied Armenian, Azeri, and Georgian territories. The Turkish are followed by British and American troops. The Germans evacuate the Ukraine. On November 20 in Moscow, the Provisional Workers' and Peasants' Government of Ukraine is announced. December 8, the CPC recognizes the independence of the Estonian Workers' Commune. December 14, Hetman Pavlo Skoropadsky flees to Germany. Power goes to the Ukrainian Directory representing the National Union and is supported by the well-to-do land-owning peasantry. Its chairman is Vladimir Vinikenko, the military commander is Simon Petliura. December 15, the newspapers His Nationalnosti publishes the CEC's instructions ordering the creation of national sections side by side with the executive committees of local Soviets. December 22, the People's Commissariat recognizes the independence of the Latvian and Lithuanian Soviet republics. End of year. A wave of pogroms sweeps the Ukraine and is still at its peak in the spring of 1919. The bloodshed imposed by Petliura's Free Troops and the White Guards leaves 500,000 victims, the number of those killed is about 200,000. 1919. January 3, the Bolshevik Ukrainian government arrives in Kharkov with the Red Army. Its purpose is to overthrow the counter-revolutionary Ukrainian Directory, which is an ardent enemy of Soviet power. January 11, the People's Commissariat decrees the surplus appropriation system that authorizes the confiscation of grain from the peasantry for a nominal fixed price. It also introduces rationing and the general obligation to work. January 16, the Ukrainian Directory wages war on Soviet Russia and asks the Entente for help. February 6, the Red Army occupies Kiev. The Directory flees, its chairman, Vladimir Vinikenko, transfers all power to Simon Petliura, who makes an alliance with the Lvov government of the Western Ukrainian People's Republic to fight against the Bolsheviks. 2–6 March, the first Congress of the Communist International is held in Moscow. It creates the World Communist Party by uniting the international left Socialist Party groups. Its chairman is Grigory Zinoviev. Its deputy chairman is Nikolai Bukharin. March 10, the Third All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets adopts the first constitution of Soviet Ukraine. Grigory Petrovsky is elected chairman. March 16, Yakov Sverdlov dies and Mikhail Kalinin replaces him as president of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee. The titular head of state of Soviet Russia, Stalin, is appointed head of People's Commissariat for State Control. 18–23 March, the 8th Congress of the Russian Communist Party in Moscow convenes. It decides about the extension of war communism and adopts a new party program to replace the first program of 1903. At the Congress, the so-called military opposition introduces itself. They protest against the employment of military experts, Tsarist officers in favor of people's militias, partisan war, and the eligibility of military leaders. They oppose Trotsky, Commissar of War, who wants a skilled regular army. The majority of the Congress, headed by Lenin, supports Trotsky's ideas. End of March, the RCP adopts a resolution on the war against SRS, anarchists, and Mensheviks. Their newspapers are banned and their leaders are arrested. Alexander Kolchak occupies Ufa and wants to unite his army with Anton Denikin's troops, which control the Donets Basin, in order to jointly march against Moscow. The Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, consisting of autonomous territories and a federation of republics, signs bilateral military political treaties with the independent Soviet republics that have formed in the place of the Tsarist Empire. April 4, with the support of Entente forces, Kolchak starts a decisive attack on the Eastern Front, the first campaign of the Entente. April 15, the All-Russia Central Executive Committee orders the creation of forced labor camps. April, the Bund mobilizes its members between the ages of 18 and 25 to enter the Red Army. In order to facilitate operations in the Central Committee, organizational measures are taken by the Secretariat, Organizational Bureau. July 9, the Central Committee's call, everyone to fight against Denikin. July 25, the Council of People's Commissariat renounces all extraterritorial rights claimed by the Tsarist government in China. July, the Central Committee of the Menshevik Russian Social Democratic Labor Party issues a proclamation and calls for the elimination of war communism and also takes a stand against Denikin and Kolchak. August 24, Lenin declares victory over the main forces of Kolchak. August, the British Army starts evacuating the territories it has occupied. General Anton Denikin invades Kiev. The Ukraine comes under control of the White and Cossack forces. September 25, underground anarchists bomb the Moscow Committee of the RCP. Of the 150 participants, 12 are killed, including the local secretary, V. Zagorsky, and 55 are injured, including Bukharin, Almansky, and Yaroslavsky. September, Anton Denikin's cavalry comes within 150 kilometers of Moscow. October 8, Patriarch Tikhon issues a message to the Russian Pravoslav clergy and asks them not to get involved in political struggles. October 13, White Guards occupy Oryol and prepare to attack Moscow. October, Entente groups are withdrawn from the north. Extraordinary revolutionary tribunals are set up with juridical authority. November, under Semyon Budany's command, the 1st Red Cavalry is organized, which will become famous during fights against Denikin, Rigel, and the Poles. The Red Army beats off Anton Denikin and forces Nikolai Yudniki to retreat after he tries to attack Petrograd. 2–4 December, the 8th All-Russia Conference of the RCP institutes party control over state and social institutions. 5–9 December, the 7th All-Russia Congress of Soviets resolves the further consolidation of Soviets and government bodies and gives an exact formulation of their rights and duties in the center and in the provinces. The latter are in double dependence, local apparatuses are subordinated to both the local elected body and the upper-level sectorial units. These steps reinforce the centralized character of Soviet government. The Congress protests against the White Terror in Hungary. December 12, the Red Army marches into Kharkov, and on December 16, into Kiev. The Reds completely sweep Denikin's White Guards from the Ukraine, lasting until February 1920. 1920. January 7, the Red Army occupies Krasnoyarsk. This marks the end of Kolchak's rule in Siberia. January 17, in accordance with Lenin's instruction after the victory over Denikin, the death penalty imposed by revolutionary tribunals and extraordinary committees on those convicted for political crimes is cancelled. February 1, Soviet troops occupy Kyiv after a week of siege. Revolutionary Committee takes power. February 7, Alexander Kolchak is executed in Irkutsk. February 19, a general obligation to work is introduced. Denikin's scattered troops are reorganized by General Rigel in the Crimea. March 29 to April 5, the 9th Congress of RCP enlarges the Secretariat, which is formally subordinated to the Central Committee, though in practice it still controls the party apparatus. It organizes the meetings of the Politburo, deals with individual matters, and liaises with lower party organizations. The Central Committee consists of about 600 people. Nationwide there are about 15,000 party workers. April 8, in Moscow the Caucasian Bureau is formed. It is a regional body authorized to represent the Central Committee of the RCP in the Caucasus. Its main task is to prepare the attacks on the independent Azeri, Armenian, and Georgian states, and to organize local rebellions. The body's head is Grigory Orgenikij. April 21, the Treaty of Warsaw is signed sealing the alliance between the Second Polish Republic, represented by Joseph Pilsudski, and the Ukrainian Directory, represented by Simon Petliura, against Bolshevik Russia. The independent Ukraine gives territorial concessions to Poland in return for its help. April 25, Poland attacks Soviet Russia. Polish troops occupying Zhytomyr marked the beginning of the Polish-Soviet War. Joseph Pilsudski is supported by Pyotr Jul's forces that start an offensive from the Crimea, and also by Petliura's army. April 28, Red Army occupies Baku. Soviet power is declared. May 2, a Red Army campaign gives support to a communist uprising in Georgia. May 7, the independence of Georgia is recognized by Russia and concludes a non-aggression pact. The treaty de jure establishes the existing borders between the two nations and obliges Georgia to surrender all third-party elements considered hostile by Moscow. Georgia also promises to legalize the local Bolshevik party and to withdraw British troops from Georgia. Polish troops invade Kiev. May 14, in a treaty with Japan, Soviet Russia recognizes the Far Eastern Republic, a buffer state between RSFSR and the territories occupied by Japan. May, in Alexandropol in Armenia, a Bolshevik revolt breaks out as a result of the Red Army's approach. The revolt is suppressed by the Entente-supported Dashnik government. July 11, Lord George Curzon, British Foreign Secretary, makes a proposal to determine the Polish-Russian armistice line on the basis of the demarcation border suggested on December 8, 1919. July 19 to August 17, the Second Congress of Comintern is held in Petrograd and Moscow. Grigory Zinoviev is elected chairman of the executive committee, his deputy is Nikolai Bukharin. The Congress elaborates 21 conditions as prerequisites for any group wanting to become affiliated to the Third International. The conditions call for the demarcation between communist parties and other socialist groups, democratic centralism, recognition of dictatorship of the proletariat, and use of both legal and illegal operational methods, etc. The Congress condemns leftist impatience in forcing an unprepared revolution. It makes important decisions on national and colonial questions. August, at the time of the Comintern Congress, the International Provisional Bureau of Proletkult is also organized. Lenin, stimulated by Alexander Bogdanov's theoretical and public activity, initiates a new edition of materialism and empirio-criticism. 16 to 17 August, Red troops under the command of Mikhail Tykhaevsky are defeated near Warsaw. August 28, in Charjo, a small town close to Bokhara, a Bolshevik revolt breaks out. The rebels asks for the Red Army's help. At the same time, Mikhail Frunze's troops overthrow the Bokhara Emirate. 1 to 7 September, at the Congress of the Peoples in the East in Baku, a call goes out for a joint anti-imperialist struggle. September 5, the Cheka orders search for the deserters from the labor armies. September 13, the RSFSR and Khwarezmi People's Republic sign an agreement of alliance. 22 to 25 September, 9th All-Russia Conference of RCP. September, the delegation of the Second International headed by Karl Koski makes an official visit to the Georgian Republic. October 12, preliminary peace talks in Riga terminate the Polish-Soviet War. October 28, the Red Army commanded by Frunze leads a decisive attack on the southern front. November 16, after subduing Pyotr Jul, the Red Army occupies Sevastopol. The liberation of Crimea marks the end of the civil war in European Russia. November 20, In Warsaw, Simon Petliura announces that the Ukrainian Directory fighting for independence will cease its activities. November 25, according to Front's instructions, liquidation begins of the anarchist peasant troops fighting against both Reds and Whites since the end of 1918 in Left Bank, Ukraine. November 29, in Delijan and the Kazakh territories of Armenia, a Bolshevik revolution breaks out. Its members request help from the Red Army residing in neighboring Azerbaijan. The Soviet commissioner in Yerevan presents an ultimatum to the Dashnik government to resign in favor of the Bolshevik counter-government formed in Baku. November, December, at different party forums a debate starts on the role of the trade unions in 1921. The three main trends are, the militarists, the workers' opposition, and the democratic centralists. December 2, the Armenian government hastily signs a peace agreement with Turkey in which it gives up all territorial claims, but this does not prevent its breakdown. December 6, the Red Army occupies Yerevan. December 20, Felix Dzerzhinsky's decree orders that political prisoners must be held separately from ordinary prisoners, under circumstances that make intellectual activity possible. 22–29 December, 8th All-Russia Soviet Congress draws up a balance sheet of the Civil War, adopts the plans for reconstruction and the electrification of Russia. 1921. January 14, Pravda publishes the so-called Rudzutak Theses, the tasks of the trade unions in production. The platform of Tanyan Rudzutak, Mikhail Tomsky, Grigory Zinoviev, Lev Kamina, Yosef Stalin, etc. is supported by Lenin in the debates. February 12, at the border area between Georgia and Armenia, a Georgian Revolutionary Committee calls for a revolt and asks the Red Army for military help. February 13, the death of Pyotr Kropotkin, father of Russian anarchism. The imprisoned anarchists are allowed to attend the funeral if they promise to return to prison after the event. They do so. February 25, after a week of siege the Red Army occupies Tbilisi and overthrows the Menshevik government. Soviet power is declared in Georgia. February 28 to March 18, in Kronstadt, a rebellion breaks out among sailors over dissatisfaction with war communism. The rebels' main slogan is Soviets without communists. March, the 13th Extraordinary Conference of the Jewish Bund, adopting the conditions of the Communist International, issues a resolution on joining the RCP. 8–16 March, the 10th Congress of RCP. The new economic policy is decided. The debate on trade unions in view of the new situation is concluded with the adoption of Rudzutak platform. The 300 members of the Congress help suppress the Kronstadt rebellion. In order to achieve party unity, a provisional government order bans internal factions. March 18, in Riga, Poland and Soviet Russia sign a peace agreement that relocates the new border line east of the Curzon line, roughly following the ethnic borders. March 21, the Presidium of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee decrees the replacement of the surplus appropriation system with the food tax. April, cooperatives get the right to sell their surplus products on the market. April 13, in Tashkent, the Turkestan Autonomous Soviet Republic is proclaimed. May 17, decree on nationalization of small-scale industry is withdrawn. May 21, Soviet Georgia and the RSFSR sign an agreement of federation. 26–28 May, the 10th All-Russia Conference of RCP analyzes the problems arising at the introduction of the NEP. June 22 to July 12, the Third Congress of Comintern is held in Moscow. The policy of Workers' United Front is announced. June, the Chayka is restrained, it cannot inflict an imprisonment longer than 2 years. 3–19 July, the founding Congress of the Red International of Labor Unions is held in Moscow. The General Secretary of the new council is Alexander Lazovsky. July, the labor armies are dissolved. July, leasing of properties belonging to the Supreme Soviet of the national economy is regulated. But a termination of nationalization rarely occurs, the Presidium of the Soviet returned 76 firms to former owners. July, August, in the state sector wages are paid in cash again. August 6, a severe famine sweeps through the country. Lenin asks for help from the proletariat of the world, stating that in some Russian gubernias the food situation is worse than it was at the time of the 1890 famine. In 1890 the number of those starving was 964,620, their number in 1921 can only be expressed in millions. 20% of the country's city population and 25% of the rural population is starving. August 8, Patriarch Tikhon turns to believers to raise funds to feed famine victims. A collection begins in the church. August 16, government makes decrees on individual accounting in state-owned industry and commerce. The criteria of the state-owned trust's efficiency are their profitability and avoidance of losses. August, the Red Army in Mongolia liquidates the remnants of the Russian White Guards. The White Commander, Baron Unger von Sternberg, is executed on September 15. September, Workers' International Relief is formed in Berlin to channel relief from international working-class organizations and communist parties to famine-stricken Soviet Russia. Among the founders are Albert Einstein, Martin Anderson Nexo, Romain Rolland, and Anatole France. Fridtjof Nansen sets up a committee for famine relief with the support of the League of Nations. October 13, Turkey and Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan sign a peace treaty. Turkey gives up the protectorate in Nikkevan, withdraws from southern Georgia and the Armenian Alexandropolis, but keeps the regions of Kars, Argadon, Artvin, and Sarikamish populated with Armenians. October 14, the All-Ukrainian Sobor is called in Kiev and declares the Ukrainian Autocephalous Orthodox Church independent from the Moscow Patriarchate. Patriarch Tikhon does not recognize it. October 18, a common decree of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee and the People's Commissariat declares the Crimean Autonomous Socialist Soviet Republic within the borders of the RSFSR. November 1, the new Mongol state signs a peace agreement with Soviet Russia. December, Lenin proposes tightening the area of Cheka activities, and a decree is issued on the personal juridical responsibility of those reporting false information on others. 19 to 22 December, the 11th All-Russia Conference of the RCP. The main points on the agenda are commodity and financial conditions, restoring the market. The conference also discusses the results of party purges. 23 to 28 December, the 9th All-Russia Congress of the Soviets orders the reorganization of the Cheka and consolidation of legality. The Congress expresses warm appreciation to the workers of all countries who came to the assistance of the famine-stricken gubernias of Soviet Russia. 1922. January, a philosophical and socio-economic monthly journal, Pod Znamenem Marxisma, is published for the first time. End of January, early February, the Society of Old Bolsheviks is formed. To apply, at least 18 years of party membership is required. In the first year it consists of 64 members. February 6, the decree of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee liquidates the Cheka, the state political directorate takes over its role. The first chief is the Cheka's former chairman, Felix Dzerzhinsky. Unlike its predecessor, the GPU is subordinated to the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs and becomes one of its departments. The GPU inherits its headquarters and organization from the Cheka. Until 1930 the GPU will act with more restraint than the Cheka, it does not have the right to arrest or shoot suspects, and has no juridical authority. February 23, the All-Russia Central Executive Committee issues a decree ordering the church to turn over jeweled objects and other valuables that can be exchanged for hard currency, which will be used to make purchases of food abroad. February 28, Patriarch Tikhon resists and condemns the confiscation of the property of the church. February, the First Congress of the Communist Organizations of Transcaucasia elects a Transcaucasian Regional Committee of the RCP, which takes over the role of the Kavbureau. March, the first issue of Novaya Rossiya, a Smenovikist journal, appears. March 12, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, which are formally independent of RSFSR but in close alliance with it, form the Transcaucasian Federation. March 27 to April 2, the 11th Congress of the RCP reorganizes the Secretariat that coordinates the work of the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission, and introduces a new party function, General Secretary of the Politburo. The party's conditions of admission of new members are rendered more severe. This is the last party congress in which Lenin participates. April 3, the beginning of the plenum of the Central Committee. In Lenin's absence, the presiding Komitea recommends Stalin as General Secretary. April 10 to May 19, a Soviet-Russian delegation takes part in the International Economic Conference in Genoa. April 16, in Rapallo, Germany, and the RSFSR sign an agreement in which Germany accords Soviet Russia de jure recognition. The two signatories mutually cancel all pre-war debts and renounce war claims. Particularly advantageous for Germany is the inclusion of the Most Favored Nation clause and extensive trade agreements. Beginning of May, Patriarch Tikhon is interrogated by the court as a witness, later as an accused. He is confined in Donskoy Monastery. May 12, the leaders of the renovated church, a reform movement supported by the Soviet government, secede from Patriarch Tikhon's church and restore a holy synod to power. Patriarch Tikhon, under house arrest, agrees to step down from the patriarchal throne and hand authority to Metropolitan Agafangel of Yaroslavl, whom Tikhon has chosen as his successor. May 19, in a letter to Felix Dzerzhinsky, Lenin proposes preparing for the expulsion from Russia of the intellectuals who are dissatisfied with Soviet power. He does not see it timely to ban Novaya Rossiya. May 19, at the All-Russia Conference of the Komsomol, a resolution is adopted on the organization of the first pioneer groups. May 22, the All-Russia Central Executive Committee decrees the conditions of leasing land. May 29, in Moscow the group consisting of priests named Living Churches formed political parties serving as a model and sharply attacks the Orthodox Church loyal to the Patriarch. June 6, the People's Commissariat decrees the forming of Glavlit as the main authority for censorship of press and literature. July, authorities introduce a new currency, called chervonets, which is fully convertible and backed by the gold standard. 4 to 7 August, the 12th All-Russia Conference of the RCP calls attention to the danger of bourgeois political forces, and condemns the Smeenovikist trend. It modifies party rules to limit admission of new members coming from non-proletarian classes. August 11, the Politburo forms a committee to elaborate the principles of unifying the Soviet republics, with Valerian Kubyshev as president. Members are Grigory Sokolnikov, Christian Rakovsky, and the representatives of the republics. The committee insists on Stalin's autonomization project, which does not consider the new Soviet state as a federation of republics with equal rights, and if necessary would make the republics enter the Russian Federation by force. Summer, 34 SR leaders are publicly tried for high crimes against the Soviet state. In their defense, the Second International intervenes. Emil Vandervelde and Theodor Liebknecht arrive in Moscow for the trial. In the end, these efforts lead to the commutation of the death penalty. September 26, the Lenin sends a letter to the Politburo criticizing Stalin's ideas, suggesting that the principle of the organization of the Soviet Union should be a voluntary and equal unity of the republics instead of the forceful autonomization. October 6, Lenin's proposals are accepted by the plenum of the Central Committee. In accordance with the changes, the resolution is revised by the Preparatory Commission. With Lenin's consent it suggests a federation for the Transcaucasian territories. October 19, in Tiflis at the plenum of the Transcaucasian Borderland Committee some members of the Central Committee of the Georgian CP Kotetsinsads, Sergei Kaftads, Philip Maharads, and Mo Kujava announce their support for Budum-Divanese motion, Georgia should enter the Soviet Federation independently, not as a member of a Caucasian confederation. Grigory Orgenikij, head of the CC of RCP's Transcaucasian Borderland Bureau, denounces it as chauvinism and relieves Okujava from his office for violation of party discipline. October 25, the Red Army liberates Vladivostok from the reign of the Japanese interventionist forces, and the last American interventionist troops set sail. October, the Party Congress of the Menshevik RSDLP demands political freedom and a democratic republic. November 5 to December 5, the Fourth Congress of the Comintern is held. November 15, the Far Eastern Republic unites with the RSFSR. November, Orjonikij, a representative of the party center, punches Akaki Kobakij in the course of a fierce debate on the question of the Transcaucasian Federation. Kobakij complains about Orjonikij at the Central Control Commission. November 25 to December 12, to investigate the Georgian affair, the Politburo dispatches a committee to Tbilisi with 3 members, headed by the Cheka chief, Dzerzhinsky. The committee stands by Orjonikij and condemns the Georgian Central Committee. December 1, the Land Code is put into effect. It confirms the nationalization of land, prohibits trading of land, rejects cutting up farms, and at the same time allows leasing of land and the use of wage labor. 2 to 12 December, a conference on reduction of armaments is held in Moscow in which the representatives of Latvia, Poland, Estonia, Finland, and the RSFSR take part. The Soviet states' offers on serious reductions of armies of the countries is rejected by the participants. In spite of this, the People's Commissariat reduces the Soviet-Russian army by 50%. December 13, in Baku, the Transcaucasian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic is formed, uniting Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. December 18, the plenum of the Central Committee makes Stalin personally responsible for the medical regimen prescribed for Lenin by his doctors. December 22, Stalin uses offensive language against Krupskaya, who turns to Kamina for protection. 23 to 27 December, the 10th All-Russian Congress of Soviets adopts a resolution to unify 2 national and 2 federal republics into a single union state, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. December 30, the First Congress of Soviets of the USSR proclaims the creation of the Soviet Union, elects members of the Central Executive Committee and Head of State, Mikhail Kalinin. During 1922, the number of people living on wage and salary drops to 6.5 million by 1921-22, which means a 50% reduction compared to 1912. Real income is 9.47 rubles calculated at constant prices. The real wage level in 1913 at constant prices is 25 rubles. In mid-1922, 50% of wages are still paid in goods and services. A new labor code is introduced that guarantees an 8-hour workday in case of hard physical labor, shorter workdays, 2 weeks of paid holidays, and social security for the workers. For young men, extraordinary rights are provided, for example, a 6-hour workday. Wages and working conditions are regulated by collective contracts made between trade unions and management. In order to provide industry with the necessary loans, Prombank is established. According to official statistics, an estimated 5 million people died as a result of the famine of 1921-22. 1923. January, the number of registered unemployed is 461,000. Suhawizakhan, the prohibition on alcoholic drinks introduced at the outbreak of the First World War, is lifted. The most important reason for implementing the state monopoly on selling vodka is to increase state income. The main argument of those opposed to its repeal is alcoholism and its destructive effects on the people, a consequence not compatible with the principles of socialism. As a compromise, a new kind of vodka is produced that has half the usual alcoholic content. This weakened vodka is named Rykovka, after Alexei Rykov, deputy chairman of the Council of the People's Commissars, who signed the decree. January 4, Lenin, now seriously ill, makes an addition to his letter to the Congress to say that Stalin should be removed from the post of Secretary General. January 25, Lenin's article, How We Should Reorganize the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, is published in Pravda. It emphasizes the importance of democratizing the leadership. February 21, a plenary session of the Central Committee of the RCP discusses Stalin's draft thesis on the national question for the 12th Party Congress. It is basically accepted, but at Lenin's suggestion some corrections are also made. March 5, in a letter Lenin asks Trotsky to represent his standpoint at the 12th Congress on the Georgian affair in a debate on national policy. Trotsky declines to confront Stalin on the issue. March 14, an official medical report on Lenin's state of health is issued. Stalin's article concerning the question of the strategy and tactics of the Russian communists is published in Pravda and a more detailed version in Petrogradskaya Pravda. 17–25 April, at the 12th Congress of RCP, Lev Trotsky does not dare to take Lenin's position on right-wing nationalism. Still, with Nikolai Bukharin's lead the Congress condemns the remnants of Great Russian chauvinism. At the Congress Stalin announces the so-called policy of Korenizatsiya, in which the goal is to grow national cadres for every nationality. Thus the party line can be pursued everywhere by representatives of the local nationality and the national proletariat will rise against its exploiters. Networks of schools, theaters, libraries, journals, publishing houses, and associations disseminating the state ideology are created, all using the vernacular. April 29 to May 2, the Renovationist, Second All-Russia Synod condemns capitalism as an anti-Christian social formation and welcomes socialist revolution. It puts Patriarch Tikhon on ecclesiastical trial in absentia for his opposition to communism and strips him of his episcopacy, priesthood, and monastic status. It withdraws his pastoral circular letter that anathematizes the Soviet power. June 16, Patriarch Tikhon sends an open letter to the Supreme Court of RSFSR to admit his guilt, but he does not officially get back his title before his death in 1925. The letter is published in the newspaper Bezboznik. July, within the borders of Azerbaijan, the Mountain Karabakh Autonomous Region, with a majority Armenian population, is formed. July 1, labor camps on Solovki Island and in the Petsara Valley start to function. July 4, in the Gazette of the Central Executive Committee, Tikhon announces that the Orthodox Church refrains from engaging in politics. July 15, Tikhon publishes his free decision to return as head of the Church and does not recognize the decisions of the 1923 Synod, which brings about a schism within the clergy. The minority conform to the decisions concerning the changes in the canonical rules of ordinations and other reforms, and the majority supports Tikhon and the moderate reforms he has already accepted. October 8, Lev Trotsky sends a letter condemning the Secretariat to the Central Committee, after which the left opposition movement unfolds. Its economic program is based on primitive socialist accumulation of capital, with the accumulation, serving rapid industrialization, based upon unequal exchange. October 15, the Declaration of the 46, the platform of the left opposition, repeats the concerns of Lev Trotsky's letter, the restoration of party and workers' democracy, though forced industrialization will not serve to widen workers' democracy. November 15, the Central Executive Committee reorganizes the State Political Directorate and transfers it to the All-Union Joint State Political Directorate. December 9, under circumstances that are still unclear, an assault is made upon Patriarch Tikhon. December 11, Pravda publishes Lev Trotsky's article New Course, in which he demands that the party give grassroots organizations greater democratic rights in internal party life. During 1923, in Moscow the SR party announces its dissolution. The passport system used in the Tsarist era is cancelled. Instead, a personal certificate is issued to those who claim it. In the first quarter of the year, the proportion of paying in kind is still 20%. In 1922–23 the terms of trade between town and country begin to diverge in favor of the state-run industrial economy and at the expense of rural consumers. The scissors crisis reaches its peak in October 1923. Industrial prices are then 276% of 1913 levels, while agricultural prices are only 89%. According to a trade census of 1923, N. Eatman control 15% of wholesale trade and 83% of retail trade. The state sector controls 77% of wholesale trade and 7% of retail trade, and the cooperative sector dominates 8% of wholesale trade and 10% of retail trade. 1924. 16 to 18 January, the 13th conference of the RCP starts a counterattack on the opposition. In order to discredit members of the opposition, Stalin publicly reveals for the first time the provisions of the 10th Congress, the 1921 resolution on party unity relating to disciplinary procedures against Central Committee members. One of Lev Trotsky's main supporters, Vladimir Antonovovzhenko, is dismissed after he, as director of the political administration of the Republic Revolutionary War Council, sends out a circular to army party cells demanding democracy. Grigory Zinoviev and Lev Kamenev want Trotsky to be expelled from the party, but Stalin opposes it for tactical reasons. January 21, in Gorky, Lenin, the head of the People's Commissariat, dies at the age of 54. Lenin's body is embalmed and exhibited in a temporary wooden mausoleum on 27 January in Red Square. January 26 to February 2, Second All-Union Congress of Soviets. On the eve of Lenin's funeral, Stalin in the name of the Bolshevik Party takes a solemn vow to hold sacred and fulfill the behests of Lenin. To perpetuate the memory of Lenin, the Congress adopts a decision to change the name of Petrograd to Leningrad. The Congress adopts the first constitution of the Soviet Union and elects members of the two chambers of the Central Executive Committee, the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities. Alexei Rykov is elected head of the People's Commissars. 29 to 31 January, the plenum of the RCP proclaims the Lenin enrollment. Until May 15, more than 240,000 new members, of whom 90% are workers, are enrolled in the party. The social composition of the party improves, the proportion of workers rises from 44 to 60%. These steps help isolate the opposition. February 1, the United Kingdom recognizes the USSR. February 7, Italy recognizes the Soviet Union. February 11, Ephraim Sklyansky, Trotsky's close companion and deputy of the Commissariat for War, is dismissed, and Mikhail Frunze, the hero of the war against Rajul, is appointed in his position. March 21, the resolution of the CEC terminates legal procedures against Patriarch Tikhon. May 18, Nadezhda Krupskaya hands Ver Lenin's letter to the Congress, which he originally wrote to the Central Committee during the 12th Congress. May 24, the meeting of the Central Committee introduces a resolution that Lenin's letter cannot be publicly read or printed, it will be read to each delegation separately in executive sessions. Stalin pledges to mend his ways. 23 to 31 May, the 13th Congress of the RCP re-elects Stalin General Secretary of the Central Committee of the RCP. The Political Committee, the Central Committee, and the majority of the Congress delegates condemn the ideas of the left opposition led by Trotsky. June 17 to July 8, the 5th Congress of the Comintern diagnoses a partial and temporary stabilization of capitalism. A decision is made distorting the earlier correct slogan of the United Workers' Front, saying it will only take permissions from below, which makes cooperation with non-communists impossible. Its new slogans are, "Out among the masses," and "Let's make the communist parties Bolshevik." September 19, in Bokhara the Kurultai of Soviets adopts a resolution that liquidates the independent state. Uzbek and Turkmen SSR and the Tajik Autonomous SSR are formed. September, Stalin calls social democracy a variant of fascism. Autumn, Trotsky, in his Lessons of October, revives the thesis of permanent revolution that he elaborated in 1905 to 1907, and analyzes the importance and main processes of the October Revolution. The analysis becomes the subject of factional struggles. October, before the parliamentary elections in England, the Foreign Office publishes the so-called Zinoviev letter calling for intensified communist agitation in Britain. The letter, an obvious forgery, helps ensure the fall of the Labour government in the October elections. November 18, at the plenum of the Moscow Party Committee, Lev Kamenev classifies Trotskyism as an independent trend that has always been opposed to official party ideology. December, Stalin puts forth his theory of socialism in one country against Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution. Stalin's theory stresses that the Soviet Union, being isolated internationally, should fully industrialize before embarking on a policy of spreading communism to the world, and that socialism can be built in Russia without the victory of the working class in developed countries. The theory is published as the October Revolution and the Tactics of the Russian Communists. Based on Thomas Krausz, Akos Zilogy, Zoltan S.Z. Biro, eds, Orazerzagiesa Zovjetunio XX, Sazadi Keps Chronikaja. Translated by Catalin Barath. Biographical sketches. Adler, Victor was an Austrian social democratic politician. He founded the Marxist journals Gleichheit and Arbeiter, Zeitung. He was the founder and first leader of the Austrian Social Democratic Party. In October 1918 he became Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Austrian government. Agursky, Samuel was a communist, politician, and historian of the revolutionary movement. In 1902 he joined the Bund. In 1906 and 1907 he emigrated first to Great Britain and later to the United States. He joined the RCP in 1918 and worked for the People's Commissariat for National Affairs. In the 1920s he traveled to the United States to collect donations for Soviet Russia. He authored several scholarly works on the history of the October Revolution. In 1938 he was arrested on fabricated charges and was sentenced to 5 years of exile in Soviet Central Asia, Kazakhstan. In 1947 he returned to the prohibited city of Moscow to look after his affairs but was forced by the authorities to return to Pavlodar. He died there shortly thereafter. He was posthumously rehabilitated in 1956. Akhmatova, Anna Andreevna was a Russian and Soviet poet. Her famous cycle, Requiem, documents her personal experiences and was published in 1987. She belonged to the Akhmist school led by Mandelstam. In 1962 she was nominated for the Nobel Prize in Literature. Akhmov, Vladimir Petrovich was one of the spokesmen for the economists in the Russian Social Democratic Party. He took part in the activities of the Union for the struggle for the liberation of the working class. He was arrested, then emigrated. Later he joined the emigrant Russian Social Democrats and became the leader of its right wing. He returned to Russia in 1905 but no longer participated in politics. Axelrod, Pavel Borisovich was a social democratic revolutionary, a leading Menshevik politician, and publicist. He was a member of the Liberation of Labor Group and the founding editor of Iskra. He was one of the leaders of the group called Liquidators. In 1912 he participated in the August Bloc. During the October Revolution he was head of the Central Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. He opposed the revolution, and emigrated. Alexander II was a Russian Tsar. He proclaimed the reforms of 1861. Alexander III was a Russian Tsar. Alexandrov, Mikhail Stepanovich, C. Almansky, Mikhail Stepanovich. Alexinsky, Grigory Alexeyevich was a Bolshevik, representative of the Second State Duma. A popular orator of the Bolshevik faction of RSDLP, he emigrated after the dissolution of the Duma. In 1909 he with Bogdanov was a member of the V-period group. After the February Revolution he returned to Russia, joined the Plekhanovist Unity Group, and adopted an anti-Bolshevik stance. He charged Lenin with being a German spy. In 1918 he was arrested, he emigrated upon his release. Antonov, Dmitry Ivanovich was a Bolshevik revolutionary, and a member of the Russian Communist Party from 1918. He served in the Red Army and fought in the Civil War. He worked for the party after 1922. Between 1935 and 1938 he was the head of the Central Committee's Industrial Department. Between 1938 and 1940 he was the first secretary of the RCP in the Chelyabinsk district. Arilov, Semyon Ivanovich was a revolutionary, Soviet politician, and a military officer. He was the first head of the Soviet Red Army Intelligence Directorate. In 1921 he began a career in diplomacy. He volunteered for service in the Second World War, then retired. Armand Inessa was born in Paris and from the age of 5 was brought up in Moscow. She joined the RSDLP in 1904. She was in close contact with Lenin, then living in foreign exile. After arriving in Russia in April 1917 she kept working as an organizer. She joined the left over the question of Brest-Litovsk. In 1920 she participated in the Second Congress of the Comintern. She died of cholera and is buried in the Kremlin Wall necropolis in Moscow. Arshinov, Pyotr Andreyevich was a Bolshevik, later an anarchist. He was Nestor Makhno's secretary as of 1919. In 1923 he wrote the history of the Makhnovist movement. In 1938 he was arrested and died in prison. Babel, Isaac Emanuelovich was a writer who became a literary sensation. In 1920 he was assigned to Field Marshal Semyon Budyonny's 1st Cavalry Army. Between 1921 and 1925 he wrote at least 50 short stories, which were published as a collection titled Red Cavalry in 1926. In 1931 he published Odessa Tales. He visited Paris several times. In May 1939 he was arrested on fabricated charges and was executed on January 27, 1940. He was rehabilitated on December 18, 1954. Babushkin, Ivan Vasilyevich was a worker and Bolshevik revolutionary. He studied in the Workers' Marxist Circle under the guidance of Lenin in Petersburg in 1894. He was arrested several times. He was one of the first correspondents for Lenin's Iskra. He participated actively in the 1905 revolution. He was a member of the committee of the RSDLP in Irkutsk. In 1905 he went to Chita to collect weapons. Upon his return he was taken captive by General A.N. Mellor-Zakomelsky's troops and executed. Batayev, Alexei Yegorovich was a Bolshevik politician and member of the RSDLP beginning in 1904. In 1912 he was elected a member of the Bolshevik faction in the 4th Duma. He was arrested in 1914 and exiled to Siberia. Between 1912 and 1913 he was the official publisher of Pravda. He held a number of positions connected to food procurement in various Soviet organizations in Petrograd and the Northern Territory. From 1930 he was chairman of the Central Union of Consumers' Societies. In 1938 and 1939 he was the People's Commissar for the food processing industry of the Russian SFSR. Between 1938 and 1943 he was chairman of the RSFSR Supreme Soviet and the deputy chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. Bakunin, Mikhail Alexandrovich was a revolutionary and theorist of anarchism. In 1848 and 1849 he was one of the leaders of the riots in Prague and Dresden. In 1851 he was turned over to Russia where he was imprisoned. He escaped to Japan, then traveled to the United States, and ended up in London. He joined the First International, which was dominated by a struggle between Marx and a faction around Bakunin. Finally Bakunin was expelled from the International. He died in Switzerland. His main works are Confession and Statism and Anarchy. Balabanova, Angelika Isakovna was an activist in the Italian workers' movement. She left Russia in 1897, joined the Union of Russian Social Democrats abroad, and settled in Italy. After the Second Congress of the RSDLP she was a Menshevik. Between 1912 and 1916 she was a member of the Italian Socialist Party. She was one of the editors of the party newspaper, Avanti. In 1917 she joined the Bolshevik Party and participated in the First Congress of the Comintern where she worked alongside Lenin. In 1922 she left Soviet Russia. In 1924 she was expelled from the RCP. Bauer, Otto was an Austrian social democratic politician. He was an early inspirer of the New Left movement and Eurocommunism. His first book, Social Democracy and the Nationalities Question, was published in 1906. He was the founder of Der Kampf, a theoretical journal. During the First World War he spent 3 years as a prisoner of war in Russia. From 1918, after Victor Adler's death, he was the leader of the Austrian Social Democratic Party. For a short time he was a Minister of Foreign Affairs. After the 1934 Schutzbund uprising he was forced into exile in Czechoslovakia and France. Bazarov, Vladimir Alexandrovich was a philosopher, economist, and social democrat. Between 1904 and 1907 he was a Bolshevik, and from 1905 a member of the editorial board of Partiyny Izvestiya. From 1917 to 1919 he was a Menshevik. In 1921 he joined the staff of the State Planning Commission as a member of the Presidium. Babel, August was a German social democratic politician. First a leftist liberal, he became a revolutionary Marxist under Wilhelm Liebknecht's influence. From 1867 on he was the president of the Union of German Workers' Association, one of the founders of the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany, and between 1875 and 1913 the co-chairman of the party. His main works are Our Aim and Women and Socialism. Bilis, Menahil Mendel was arrested and accused of ritual murder of a Christian boy in Kiev in 1911. The blood libel sparked fierce debates in Russian political life. After his release he left for Palestine and later emigrated to the United States with his family. Belinsky, Vissarion Grigorievich was a literary critic, philosopher, and publicist. Between 1828 and 1832 he studied at Moscow University. He was expelled for political activity. In 1830 he wrote a play, Dmitry Kalinin. From 1839 on he lived in St. Petersburg. In 1839–46 he worked for Otechestvenny Zapisky, and in 1846 for Sovremennik. He belonged to the circle of N.V. Stankiewicz and M.A. Bakunin. Berdyaev, Nikolai Alexandrovich was a philosopher influenced by Marxism, a legal Marxist. Later he departed from radical Marxism to focus his attention on Christian existentialism and personalism. He took part in the publishing of Vika, which sharply rejected revolution. In Paris he published Puty, a Russian religious organ, as he called it. His popular works deal with the problems of the Russian Revolution and Soviet development. He was exiled in 1922. Bernstein, Eduard was a German social democratic political theorist and politician. He was concerned with refuting Marx's predictions about the inevitable demise of capitalism. He is considered to be the father of revisionism and opportunism. His ideas are still much debated. Berdin, Jan Karlovich was a revolutionary and Soviet politician of Latvian origin. He was a member of the RSDLP beginning in 1905. He was a participant in the Russian Revolution of 1905 to 1907. In 1907 he was arrested and charged with political murder, and was sentenced to 8 years imprisonment, which later was reduced to 2 years. In 1911 he was arrested again for revolutionary activities but managed to escape. He was drafted into military service but did not join. He actively took part in the 1917 revolution. He was one of the founders of Soviet military intelligence, commander of Lenin's Guard. In 1936 and 1937 he was a deputy commander in the Spanish Civil War. After his return to the Soviet Union he was arrested and executed. He was posthumously rehabilitated in 1956. Bialik, Chaim Nauman was a Jewish poet. He lived in Russia until 1920 when he emigrated to Palestine. He published a collection of poetry, In the City of Slaughter. Blanqui, Louis Auguste was a French socialist and political activist. A representative of utopian socialism, he thought that revolution should be carried out by a small group that would establish a temporary dictatorship by force. In 1830 he took part in an armed uprising. He was arrested several times. In 1840 he was sentenced to death, but this was later commuted to life imprisonment. In 1848 he was released by the revolutionary partisans. He again took part in the uprising and was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. He was granted amnesty in 1859. He lived in London, Paris, and Brussels. In 1871 he was a member of the Paris Commune. After its fall he was again imprisoned and he died in Paris. Bogdanov, Alexander Alexandrovich was a revolutionary, party politician, philosopher, economist, and physician. After the split of the RSDLP he was a member of the Bolshevik faction. In 1907 he emigrated with Lenin. He was the editor of the Bolshevik newspapers Proletary and Novaya Zhizny, and leader of the Itzovists. In Kopri, together with Gorky and Lunakarsky, he started a school for Bolshevik rank-and-file party members. He was a member of the V-period group but later left it, and took a stand against the Bolsheviks. After the faction struggles in 1911 he abandoned political activities and dealt with sciences. During the First World War he served as a doctor. He was an ideologist of proletkult. He was the founder of a systems analysis called techtology. In 1926 he founded the Institute of Hematology and Blood Transfusion, the first institution of its type in the world. A transfusion cost him his life. Bunkbruyevik, Vladimir Dmitrievich was a Bolshevik politician. He worked for Iskra. He participated in the 1905 revolution. In February 1917 he was a member of the executive committee of the Petrograd Soviet. In October he was a commander of the Smolny, Tavrichesky district and a fellow worker of Lenin. Later he turned to social science, and dealt with history of religion. He was one of the founders of the Central Committee's archives and wrote several books about Vladimir Lenin. Bosch, Yevgenia Bogdanovna was a Bolshevik revolutionary and a member of the RSDLP beginning in 1901. With Pyatakov, in 1914, she managed to escape from exile to Japan and then to the United States. Later she took part in the Bern Conference. She opposed Lenin's position on nationalities. She actively participated in the 1917 revolution. She served as the chairwoman of the People's Secretariat of the Ukrainian SSR. Bryukhanov, Nikolai Pavlovich was a revolutionary and Bolshevik politician. He was a member of the RSDLP beginning in 1902. He moved to Ufa where he worked for the party's local newspaper. In February 1918 he was made a member of the Collegium of the People's Commissariat of Supplies, and during the Civil War he worked as the head of the main supplies directorate of the Red Army. He was the first head of the People's Commissariat of Supplies of the new Federation, and later was made Deputy People's Commissar of Finance. In 1938 he was arrested and sentenced to death. In 1956 he was rehabilitated. Bublikov, Alexander Alexandrovich was an engineer in transportation. He was a representative in the 4th State Duma. He was commissar, later minister of the Ministry of Transportation in the Provisional Government. He took part in the arrest of Tsar Nikolai II on March 8, 1917. After the October Revolution he emigrated. Budyonny, Semyon Mihailovich was a Soviet military commander, Marshal of the Soviet Union. In 1904 and 1905 he fought in the Russo-Japanese War, then in the First World War. He became a member of the RSDLP in 1918. He participated in the Civil War, was the commander of the 1st Cavalry, and a firm supporter of Stalin. In 1937 he was made a member of the Supreme Council, in 1938 a member of the Presidium, in 1940 Deputy Minister of War. He fought in the Second World War. After his death he was buried in the Kremlin Wall necropolis. Bukharin, Nikolai Ivanovich was a Bolshevik revolutionary, politician, and theoretician. From 1924 to 1929 he was a member of the political committee of RCP, and from 1919 to 1929 a member of the executive committee of the Comintern. Between 1918 and 1929 he was the chief editor of Pravda, between 1934 and 1937 the chief editor of Izvestiya. He was the principal framer of the 1936 Constitution. In 1937 he was excluded from the party. He was arrested on charges of conspiring to overthrow the Soviet state. On March 13, 1938, the Military College of the Supreme Court of the Soviet Union found him guilty and he was executed 2 days later. He was posthumously reinstated as a party member by the Supreme Court on February 8, 1988, and by the Central Committee of SCP on June 21, 1988. Bulak Balachow's Stanislaw Nicodemovic was a counter-revolutionary general. In 1920 he fought against the Reds on the Polish side. With the SR Savinkov and Petliurist troops he marched into Belarus and organized mass pogroms. After the Soviet troops occupied the territories he fled to Poland. He was assassinated in Warsaw. Bulgakov, Mikhail Afanasievich was a physician by education, and a writer and dramaturge. His first work was published in 1919. His best-known book, The Master and Margarita, was not published during his lifetime. Although Stalin was known to have liked his play Days of the Turbans and his novel The White Guard, Bulgakov's plays were banned. Bulgakov, Sergei Nikolaevich, was a philosopher and economist. He taught political economy at the Moscow University between 1906 and 1918. In 1906 he was elected representative of the Second State Duma. During the Civil War he actively sided with the Whites. He was forced to emigrate in 1923. His articles were published in the journal Puty, whose editor-in-chief was Berdyeev. Buligin, Alexander Grigorevich, was a Tsarist politician. In 1905 he was Minister of Internal Affairs. He was executed by the Cheka. Bunin, Ivan Alexeyevich, was a writer and poet. He started publishing in 1891, and published works in Znaniye, a journal edited by Gorky. He visited Western Europe and the Near East. From 1918 to 1920 he lived in Odessa. He later emigrated. He won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1933. Chapiv, Vasily Ivanovich, was a celebrated partisan commander during the Civil War. In 1919 he fought against Kolchak. The White Army forces ambushed and executed him. Chernyshevsky, Nikolai Gavrilovich, was a Russian revolutionary, philosopher, literary critic, and writer. In 1854 he became the chief editor of Sovremennik, in which he published his main literary reviews and essays on philosophy. He was an emblematic figure in his fight against autocracy. In 1862 he was arrested, and in 1863 he wrote his famous novel, What is to be Done? In prison. It was an inspiration to many later Russian revolutionaries, including Lenin. Later he was exiled to Siberia and returned in 1883. He died in Saratov. Chernov, Viktor Mihailovich, was the leader of the SR Party. He was the editor of the newspaper Revolutionная Rossiya. In 1905 he took part in the revolution, and in 1908 he emigrated. After the 1917 February Revolution he returned to Russia. He was Minister for Agriculture in the Provisional Government. In 1918 he was the chairman of the Constituent Assembly. After the assembly was dissolved he went to Samara and presided at the meeting of members of the assembly. After Kolchak's takeover he opposed him and was arrested. He was freed by the Czechs, then emigrated in 1920. In 1940 he moved to the United States. Chicherin, Georgy Vasilyevich, was a revolutionary, politician, and diplomat. He became a member of the RSDLP in 1905. A wealthy man, he financially supported revolutionary activities. After the October Revolution he was People's Commissar of Foreign Affairs. He was one of the advocates of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. Cornelissen, Christian Gerardus, was a Dutch syndicalist, writer, economist, and trade union activist. Living in France, he actively supported the 1914-1918 war. Dalin, David Yulyevich, was a Menshevik publicist and politician. He participated in the student movement in Petrograd. He was arrested for a short time, then emigrated and got a doctoral degree at Heidelberg University. In 1917 he returned to Russia where he joined the Mensheviks. He condemned the October Revolution, and in 1921 he left the country. In 1940 he settled in the United States. Dan, Fyodor Ilyich was one of the leaders of the Menshevik Party and a physician. He was arrested and exiled several times. In exile he became friends with Lenin and Martov and later led the Menshevik faction in the Fourth State Duma. He did not participate in the October Revolution. He criticized the revolution, the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, and Bolshevik policy in general. In 1921 he was arrested and sent into exile in Berlin. After Hitler came to power he lived in Paris and then New York City. Danielson, Nikolai Frantsevich was a Russian economist. He was one of the first theoreticians of the Narodnik movement. He corresponded with Marx and in 1872 made the first translation of Das Kapital into Russian. He wrote several books on economics. Denikin, Anton Ivanovich was one of the foremost generals of the White Guard movement in the Russian Civil War. He emigrated in 1920. Demanstein, Semyon Markovich was a revolutionary. In February 1918 he was appointed a head of Yevzeksia and the Commissar for the Jewish Matters at the People's Commissariat for Nationalities. In 1919 he was People's Commissar for Labor in the Lithuanian, Belarus SSR. In 1920 he worked as the People's Commissar of Nationalities of the Turkmenian Republic. Later in Moscow he headed different propaganda departments. In 1939 he was arrested and executed. He was rehabilitated in 1955. Dubrovinsky, Yosef Fyodovich was a revolutionary and Bolshevik. He participated in the 1905 revolution. He was arrested several times and after his release he emigrated. At the 5th Congress of the RSDLP he was elected to the Central Committee. In 1910 he returned to Russia where he was arrested again and sent into exile. He committed suicide because of his debilitating tuberculosis. Dunayevskaya, Rhea was an American Marxist revolutionary of Ukrainian origin. In her childhood she emigrated to the United States with her parents. She was a member of the American Communist Party but was expelled at the age of 18 with the charge of Trotskyism. In 1929 she joined the group of American Trotskyists in Boston. In 1937 and 1938 she worked as Trotsky's Russian-language secretary in Mexico. She broke with Trotsky after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Later she was a member of different communist organizations in the United States and published several theoretical Marxist books. Durnovo, Pyotr Nikolaevich was a graduate of the Imperial Naval Law Academy. In 1884 he was appointed Director of Police. In 1900 he was appointed Assistant Minister of the Interior. In 1905 he became Minister of the Interior of the Tsarist Empire. Fyodov, Alexander Ilyich was an ataman, general, and Cossack leader. He fought against the Bolsheviks as head of the All-Russia Cossack Army Union. In 1920 he emigrated to China where he was assassinated by a Bolshevik agent. Dzerzhinsky, Felix Edmundovich was a revolutionary, Bolshevik, and Soviet politician. He was one of the founders of the social democracy of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania. He was involved in the 1905 revolution and was arrested several times. He spent many years in prison and in exile. After the October Revolution he was a member of the Petrograd Military Revolutionary Committee, the director of the Cheka. From 1919 to 1923 he was People's Commissar of Internal Affairs. In 1921 he was also People's Commissar for Transport. In 1924 he was chairman of the Supreme Soviet of National Economy. Ehrenberg, Ilya Grigorievich was a Soviet writer, publicist, war correspondent, and twice the winner of the Stalin Prize. He joined the Bolsheviks in 1905. He was arrested, freed, and later emigrated to France where he lived from 1921 to 1930. He was a correspondent for Izvestia, and during the Spanish Civil War a correspondent in Spain. During the Second World War he wrote roughly 3,000 articles and reports. After the war he supported the work of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee. In 1950 he was elected deputy president of the World Peace Council. His novel Thaw became well known internationally. Essen, Maria Moisevna was a social democratic politician. She was a member of the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. She became a member of the RCP in 1920. She was active in Georgia as a party worker, then lived in Moscow. She retired in 1955. Fedosiev, Nikolai Yevgrafovich was one of the first Russian Marxist theoreticians. In 1888 he began to organize Marxist study groups in the Volga region. He died in exile. Fosiyeva, Lydia Alexandrovna was a Bolshevik politician. She became a member of the RSDLP in 1904. In 1905 she emigrated to Geneva and Paris. She actively took part in 3 revolutions. Between 1918 and 1931 she became the secretary of the Council of People's Commissars and was simultaneously Lenin's secretary from 1918 to 1924. In 1938 she worked at the Central Lenin Museum, and from 1941 to 1945 worked for the International Red Aid. Frank, Semyon Lyudvigovich was a philosopher, religious thinker, and psychologist. He took part in publishing Problemy Idealisma, Vika, and Izglubany. He supported the autocracy against the revolution. He wanted to synthesize rational thinking and religious faith on the basis of Christian Platonism. Franz, Mihail Vasilyevich was an army officer and Bolshevik revolutionary. He joined the RSDLP in 1904. In 1918 he was the military commissar of the Yaroslav military province. In 1919 he was appointed head of the Southern Army Group. From 1920 to 1922 he fought in Ukraine and Crimea as commander of the Southern Front. In 1925 he was appointed chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, People's Commissar of War and Navy. He died during surgery and was buried in the Kremlin Wall necropolis. Gainetsky, Yakov Stanislavovich was a revolutionary and Bolshevik politician. He studied at Berlin, Heidelberg, and Zurich universities. He became a member of the RSDLP in 1896. From 1903 to 1909 he was a member of the main administration of social democracy of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania. He took part in the revolution in Poland. He was one of the financial wizards of the Bolshevik Party. In 1917 he was active in the revolution. Later he worked in different positions for the People's Commissariat for Finance and Foreign Affairs. In 1935 he was director of the Museum of the Revolution of the USSR. In 1937 he was arrested and executed during the Great Purges and was rehabilitated posthumously. Gentile, Giovanni was an Italian neo-Hegelian philosopher. He described himself as the philosopher of fascism. His main work is A Doctrine of Fascism. He was executed by partisans in 1944. Gershenson, Mihail Osipovich was a Russian literary specialist, philosopher, publicist, and translator. He was the editor of the famous essay collection Viki and wrote its preface. He was the chair of the All-Russian Writers' Union, 1920-21. Jessen, Vladimir Matveyevich was a lawyer, jurist, and prominent leader of the Cadet Party. After the October Revolution he was head of the Emigrant Cadet Party's right wing. He was editor of the White Guard journal RUL, published in Berlin. Gypius, Zinada Nikolaeva was a poet, writer, and literary critic. She denounced the October Revolution. In 1920 she emigrated to France with her husband, the writer Merezhkovsky. Glyasser, Maria Ingateva was a Bolshevik. She became a member of the RCP in 1917. She worked at the Secretariat of the Council of People's Commissars, then for the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute of the CC of the RCP. Gorbanov, Nikolai Petrovich was a Bolshevik politician and academician in chemistry. He became a member of RCP in 1917 and was elected head of the Information Bureau of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee. In November 1917 he became secretary of the Council of People's Commissars and personal secretary to Lenin. In 1919 and 1920 he was assigned to political work in the Red Army, serving as a member of the Revolutionary Military Council. Between 1923 and 1929 he was rector of the Moscow Higher Technical School. In 1935 he became permanent secretary of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. On February 19, 1937 he was arrested and on September 7, sentenced to death, and executed. He was rehabilitated in 1954. Gorky, Alexei Maximovich was a Soviet writer and playwright. He participated in the 1905 revolution. From 1905 to 1917 he was a member of the RSDLP. From 1906 to 1913 he lived in emigration in the United States, and later in Capri, Italy, from which he wrote for Zvezda and Pravda. He published Letopis, a journal of his own. In 1917 he was critical of the Bolsheviks and the revolution, but a year later became sympathetic. From 1921 to 1931 he lived abroad, but after his return home he became a celebrated writer and president of the Soviet Writers' Union. He died of tuberculosis in 1936. Gramsci, Antonio was an Italian Marxist theoretician. He was a founder of the Communist Party of Italy. In 1922 and 1923 he lived in Soviet Russia. In 1923 and 1924 was the leader of the CPI. In 1926 he was arrested and sentenced to 20 years in prison. He was released in 1937 and died soon after. Gringmit, Vladimir Andreevich was in 1905 a founder of the organization Black Hundreds, the Russian monarchist union. In 1880 he published Moskovsky Vedomosti and edited it until his death. Gukakov, Alexander Ivanovich was a capitalist, the leader of the conservative Octoberist Party. In 1910 he was chairman of the Third State Duma. From 1907 to 1915 he was head of the Military Industrial Committee. In 1917 he held the office of War and Navy Minister in the Provisional Government. He supported Kornilov's coup d'état. In 1920 he emigrated. Geste, Jules Spazile was a French socialist journalist and politician. Gumilev, Nikolai Stepanovich was a Russian poet and playwright. He was Anna Akhmatova's husband. Between 1918 and 1921 he was an outstanding figure in Petrograd literary life. On August 3, 1921 the Cheka arrested and executed him. Herzen, Alexander Ivanovich was a Russian philosopher. He was a member of the first generation of the Russian Revolutionary Democrats and founder of the Narodnik movement. Herzen, together with Chernizovsky and Ogaryov, created the secret revolutionary movement, Liberty and Land. From 1852 to 1864 he lived in exile in England. He was the editor of Colloquial. Hobson, John Atkinson was an British economist. He published several books on the crisis of modern capitalism and liberalism. In 1902 he published Imperialism, which had a great impact on many, including Lenin. In 1919 he joined the Independent Labour Party. He was a notable critic of the Labour government of 1929. Auerwitsch, Isaac Aronovich was an American economist, statistician, and socialist activist. He supported the Russian Revolution. He taught statistics at the University of Chicago, and then was a professor at Columbia University. His main works are The Economics of the Russian Village and Immigration and Labor. Krustaliev Nosar, Georgy Stepanovich was a working-class politician. He was in 1905 head of the St. Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Delegates. In 1906 he was exiled and lived in France. In 1914 he returned to Russia where he was arrested again. He supported the rightist Ukrainian nationalists Skoropadsky and Petliura and persecuted communists. He was executed in 1918. Ilf Petrov was the pen name of two Soviet prose authors, Petrov, Yevgeny Petrovich, and Ilf, Ilya Arnoldovich. In 1928 they wrote the famous satirical novel The 12 Chairs, a satire of the NEP period. Ivanov, Andrei Vasilyevich was a Bolshevik politician. He joined the RSDLP in 1906. In 1918 and 1919 he was the People's Commissar for Interior Affairs of the Ukrainian SSR. From 1920 to 1925 he was head of the Central Executive Committee of the Ukrainian SSR. From 1925 to 1927 he was the Secretary of the Central Executive Committee of the Soviet Union, and a member of its Presidium. Ivanov, Vsevolod Vyacheslavovich was a notable Soviet writer and playwright. His literary career was supported by Maxim Gorky. In 1947 he published his recollections, Meetings with Maxim Gorky. Ivanova Ironova, Yelena Alexandrovna was an SR revolutionary and terrorist. She was a member of the Central Committee of the SR Party. In 1918 she took part in a terrorist attack against Lenin. In 1937 she was arrested on fabricated charges and executed. She was rehabilitated in 1989. Izgoyev, Alexander Solomonovic was a cadet politician. He was among the authors of Vika. From 1906 to 1918 he was a member of the Central Committee of the Cadet Party. He wrote the first biography of Stolypin. At the 8th Congress of the Cadet Party he attacked the government but supported Miliukov's foreign policy. After the October Revolution he was arrested several times. In 1922 he was deported to Germany with several famous writers. He lived in Estonia in his later years. Kaldan, Alexei Maximovic was a white general. He was ataman of the counter-revolutionary Don Cossack army. After his army's situation had become hopeless, he resigned from his post and committed suicide. Kalinin, Mikhail Ivanovich was a Bolshevik revolutionary and Soviet politician who joined the RSDLP in 1898. He was one of the founders of Pravda, and was arrested several times. He took an active part in the February Revolution. From 1919 to 1938 he was the chairman of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee and simultaneously the chairman of the Central Executive Committee of the Soviet Union. From 1938 to 1946 he was a member of the Presidium of the Supreme Council. He is buried in the Kremlin Wall necropolis. Kamina, Lev Borisovich was a Bolshevik revolutionary, Soviet politician, one of the leaders of the Bolshevik Party, and one of Lenin's political disciples. He studied at the law faculty of Moscow University and was expelled for his social democratic activities. He went to Paris, where he met Lenin and Trotsky's sister, Olga, whom he married. After returning to Russia he was arrested several times. In 1905 he became a member of the Central Committee. With Zinoviev and Lenin he edited Proletary, a Bolshevik newspaper. In 1918 he was member of the Presidium of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee, in 1922 the deputy chairman of the Council of the People's Commissariat. In 1922 Lenin handed over his archival materials to him, and this became the basis of the Lenin Institute. From 1923 to 1926 he was the head of the institute. In 1925 Kamina allied with Zinoviev, Krupskaya and Grigory Sokolnikov. The alliance was known as the Leningrad Opposition. In 1927 he was expelled from the party but a year later was readmitted. In 1932 he was expelled again and sent to exile in Minusинsk. On August 24, 1936 he was sentenced to death and executed. He was rehabilitated on June 13, 1988 by the Supreme Court. Como, Simon Arshakovich was one of the chief organizers of illegal revolutionary activities. From 1918 to 1920 he was the organizer of the illegal party in the Caucasus and southern Russia. He died in a road accident. Kaplan, Fanya Yefimova joined the anarchists in 1905. She was known as Dora in revolutionary circles. In 1906 she was sentenced to death, which was later changed to life imprisonment and forced labor. During her years in prison she became closer to SR ideas. In 1917 she was released and sent to a sanatorium in Crimea because of poor health. On August 30, 1918 she attempted to assassinate Lenin. She was arrested, and on September 3 she was executed. Karamzin, Nikolai Mihailovich was an historian and writer. Koski, Karl was one of the main figures of German social democracy, a theoretician and emblematic figure of the so-called centrist faction in the Second International. In 1883 he founded Die Neue Zeit, the theoretical journal of German social democracy, and worked for it until 1917. From 1885 to 1890 he was a close friend of Engels, and from 1905 he opposed the standpoint of the radical Marxists, for example, Rosa Luxemburg. At first he supported the First World War but later opposed it. He was an outspoken critic of the October Revolution. Kerensky, Alexander Fyodorovich was a Russian lawyer and politician. He was a member of the SR Party beginning in 1917. He worked as the Minister of Justice in the Provisional Government, and later as Minister of War and Navy. Between July 8 and October 25, 1917 he was Prime Minister, and at the same time, from August 30, the General-in-Chief of the Army. Klassen, Robert Eduardovich was a Soviet electrical engineer and inventor. He helped to draft the plan for Gold-Row. He died under mysterious circumstances. Klyuchevsky, Vasily Osipovich was an historian and academician. Kokoshkin, Fyodor Fyodorovich was a jurist and a founder and leader of the Cadet Party. He was professor of political law at Moscow University. On November 28, 1917 he was arrested. He was murdered by anarchist sailors on January 7, 1918. Kolchak, Alexander Vasilyevich was an admiral in the Tsar's navy, oceanographer and hydrologist. He took part in 2 Arctic expeditions. He fought in the Russo-Japanese War. In the First World War he was commander of the Black Sea Fleet. During the Civil War he was one of the leaders of the White Guard movement. He created a military dictatorship in Siberia. In the winter of 1918 and the summer of 1919 he started an offensive against Moscow to overthrow the Soviet power. He was defeated and executed in Irkutsk. Kollontai, Alexandra Mihailovna was a Bolshevik revolutionary and diplomat. She emigrated to Western Europe, and lived in Berlin, Paris, Copenhagen, and Stockholm. She was arrested several times. In 1915 she moved to Norway and later to New York City. She worked for the Secretary of International Socialist Women. She took part in preparing the Zimmerwald International Socialist Conference. Returning to Russia in 1917 and 1918 she was People's Commissar for Social Welfare. In 1920 she became the head of the Women's Department of the RCP. She joined the left opposition faction, later she was one of the members of Workers' Opposition. In 1923 she was appointed Soviet ambassador to Norway, in 1926 to Mexico, and in 1927 she was accredited to Norway. From 1930 to 1945 she was ambassador to Sweden. Kahn, Felix Yakovlevich was a Polish Bolshevik activist. He joined the revolutionary movement in 1882. He was one of the leaders of the left faction in the Polish Socialist Party. He was arrested and in 1914 emigrated. In 1918 he helped create the Ukrainian Communist Party. He joined the RCP in 1918. He had several state and party functions and in 1920 he was put on the Polish Provisional Revolutionary Committee during the Polish-Soviet War. In 1922 and 1923 he was secretary of the Executive Committee of the Comintern. Between 1927 and 1935 he was deputy head of the International Executive Committee of the Comintern. Kondratyev, Nikolai Dmitrievich was an economist. In 1905 he joined the SR Party. In 1905 he took part in the strike movement and was arrested. Later he studied law at Moscow University. He was active in the February Revolution, and in fall 1917 he published an article on the agrarian question and broke with the SR program. Land could not be the property of anyone, the liberation of society would be the result of the nationalization of land. After the October Revolution he worked for some state and economic institutions. He elaborated the theory of 50-year business cycles, also known as Kondratyev waves. In 1930 he was arrested on fabricated charges and sentenced to 8 years in prison. On September 17, 1938 he was executed. He was rehabilitated in 1987. Konoplyannikova, Zinaida Vasilievna was a revolutionary. She joined the SR Party in 1902 and was arrested several times. On August 13, 1906 she assassinated Major General G. A. Min. On 26 August the court of the Petrograd military district sentenced her to death. Kornilov, Lavra Georgievich was a Tsarist general, and leader of the White Forces. He fought in the Russo-Japanese War, then in the First World War. At the time of the revolution he was commander of the Petrograd military district. He was one of the organizers of the White Volunteer Army. In August 1917 he started an unsuccessful endeavor. On March 31, 1918 he was killed by a Soviet shell. Korolenko, Vladimir Galakshanovich was a writer. While studying in college, he was expelled for participating in revolutionary activities with the Narodnik movement. He was imprisoned and sentenced to exile. In 1896 he and N.K. Mikhailovsky edited Russkoye Bogatstvo, the Narodnik periodical. He was a member of the Russian Academy of Sciences but resigned in 1902 when Maxim Gorky was expelled as a member because of revolutionary activities. After the 1905 revolution he protested against police atrocities in his writing. After the October Revolution he considered himself an independent socialist, and rejected both proletarian dictatorship and counter-revolution. Kossovsky, Vladimir was a Jewish politician. He was one of the founders and ideologists of Bund. From 1930 he lived in Warsaw, then emigrated to New York in 1939. Krysin, Leonid Borisovich was a revolutionary and Bolshevik politician. He joined the Social Democratic movement in 1890, in 1903 he was a member of the RSDLP. He was one of the editors of V. In 1912 he withdrew from political activities for many years. After the October Revolution he returned to the RCP. He was a member of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the People's Economy, the People's Commissar for Trade, Industry and Transport, and in 1921 the People's Commissar for Foreign Trade. He was envoy of the Soviet Union in London, 1920-23 and 1925-26. Krasnov, Pyotr Nikolaevich was a writer, Cossack ataman, and white general. He was rewarded for bravery in the First World War several times. He took part in Kornilov's coup d'état. After the October Revolution he was arrested but later released. He fought in the Don region during the Civil War, and after the White Army's defeat he emigrated to Germany. During the Second World War he collaborated with Nazi Germany, and in 1945 surrendered to British forces in Austria. He was handed over to the Soviets and was sentenced to death by the military collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. Krylov, Ivan Andreyevich was a poet and writer. His stories were translated into several languages. Kropotkin, Pyotr Alexeyevich was a revolutionary, anarchist theoretician, and scientist. In the 1860s he took part in several expeditions to the Far East and Eastern Siberia. He studied at the Faculty of Physics and Mathematics in St. Petersburg. In 1870 he was elected secretary of the Russian Geographical Society, later he worked for the Ministry of the Interior. He went to Sweden where he joined the First International. After returning to Russia he proclaimed his anarchist program. He was arrested, and after fleeing from the prison hospital, emigrated. With Bakunin's death he became the leading anarchist theoretician. In 1917, after 40 years abroad, he returned to Russia. He did not oppose the October Revolution but criticized the terror. His main work is Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution. Krupskaya, Nadezhda Konstantinovna was a revolutionary and Bolshevik. She joined in the activities of Marxist circles in 1890. From 1891 to 1896 she was an instructor at a workers' school, and dealt with propaganda. Together with Lenin she took part in founding the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. She was arrested but later allowed to join Lenin in Siberia, where they married. In 1902 she emigrated. From 1905 to 1907 she remained in Russia, then emigrated again. In April 1917 she and Lenin returned to Russia. From 1920 she organized the educational system, working for the People's Commissariat for Culture. In 1924 she was elected member of the Central Control Commission. At the 14th Congress she sided with the Zinoviev-Kamenev opposition, but later she voted for the exclusion of Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev from the party. Kugelmann, Louis was a German physicist, social democratic theoretician, and activist. He was a close friend of Marx and Engels. Kun, Bela was a Hungarian communist politician. He founded the Hungarian Communist Party on March 24, 1918, during which time he built personal relations with Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders. In 1919 he was People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, later People's Commissar for War of the Hungarian Soviet Republic. From 1920 he mostly lived in the Soviet Union. Between 1921 and 1936 he was a member of the Executive Committee of the Comintern. In 1938 he was arrested on fabricated charges, and on August 29, 1938 he was executed. He was rehabilitated in 1956. Kursky, Dmitry Ivanovich was a Bolshevik statesman and politician. He joined the RSDLP in 1904. He took an active part in the revolutions of 1905-07. From 1918 to 1928 he was People's Commissar for Justice of the RSFSR and the USSR. He was the first Soviet Attorney General. In 1928 he was the Soviet Union's envoy to Italy. Kuskova, Yekaterina Dmitrievna was a journalist. While involved in the radical activities of the mid-1890s she wrote the Credo, a manifesto of the revisionist Bernsteinian school. She took part in the 1905 revolution. In 1917 her second husband, Prokopovich, was a member of the provisional government. After the October Revolution she lived in Moscow, and did not join any of the struggling parties. She made her living as a journalist. In 1922 she was forced to emigrate. She lived first in Prague, later in Geneva. Kazhizhanovsky, Gleb Maximilianovich was a revolutionary, Soviet politician, and academician. He took part in the activities of Marxist circles beginning in 1891. He was one of the leaders of the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class in Petrograd and a close friend of Lenin. He was active in the 1905 revolution. After the 1917 revolutions he worked for the Supreme Soviet of the People's Economy, and from 1920 he worked for the Goelro Committee. From 1929 to 1939 he was the president of the Academy of Sciences of the Soviet Union. From 1937 to 1946 he was a representative of the Supreme Soviet. Labriola, Antonio was an Italian philosopher and Marxist theoretician. He was an activist in the Italian workers' movement. Lafargue, Laura was a French socialist and activist in the workers' movement. She was a daughter of Karl Marx. Lafargue, Paul was a French Marxist, husband of Laura Marx, and close friend of Marx. He actively participated in the Paris Commune, then he emigrated to Spain. He returned to France and played a central role in the development of French socialism. Lala Yance, Isaac Christoforovich was a revolutionary and Bolshevik. He was one of the founders of the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. He was arrested several times. From 1914 to 1917 he worked as a statistician in Irkutsk. In 1922 he was head of the Political Enlightenment Division of the RSFSR. In 1929 he retired. Landau, Grigory Adolfovich was a Russian philosopher, critic, publicist, and politician. He was a member of the Central Committee of the Cadet Party. He was a leader of the Jewish Democratic Group. In 1919 he moved to Germany, and from 1922 to 1931 was deputy editor of the journal RUL in Berlin. In 1933 he moved to Estonia and worked for the journal Sigodna. He was arrested in 1940 and died in a labor camp. Larin, Yuri was a social democratic politician. He took part in the revolutionary movement beginning in 1900 and joined the Mensheviks. In February 1917 he was a leader of the group of Menshevik internationalists, later he joined the Bolshevik Party. In 1918 he was a member of the Supreme Soviet of National Economy, and in practice was the head of the Presidium. He had an active role in reconstructing and managing the economy, and also in collectivization. He was a founder of the Public Planning Institute. His daughter Anna was Bukharin's wife. He is buried in the Kremlin Wall necropolis. Latsis, Martin Ivanovich was a Bolshevik revolutionary. He joined the party in 1905. In 1917 he was a member of the Petrograd Military Revolutionary Committee. He was one of the leaders of the Cheka. He was arrested on fabricated charges and executed in 1938, rehabilitated in 1956. Lefebvre, Henry was a French sociologist and Marxist philosopher. Lennik, Friedrich Wilhelmovich was a revolutionary and a Soviet politician. He took part in the revolutionary movement beginning in 1893, he was a member of the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. He was a member of the RSDLP from the beginning. He was arrested and sent into exile. From 1905 to 1917 he worked as a party activist. He participated in the October Revolution, then worked in different party posts. Lepshinsky, Panteleimon Nikolaevich was a revolutionary, Bolshevik politician, and historian. He was a member of the RSDLP from 1898. He took an active part in the activities of the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. He was sentenced to exile in Yenisei province with V.I. Lenin. He emigrated, later returned to Russia and participated in the 1905 revolution. From 1918 to 1920 he worked in the People's Commissariat of Education. He was founder of the International Red Aid, and in 1925 was also its chairman. From 1927 he was director of the Historical Museum, and director of the Museum of the Revolution. Levi, Paul was a German communist politician and lawyer. He joined the German Social Democratic Party in 1906. He was a lawyer for Rosa Luxemburg and her comrades several times. He was leader of the Spartacus League. After the Spartacist revolt he was the general secretary of the German Communist Party. In 1920 he headed the German delegation to the Second World Congress of the Communist International in Moscow. Following the failure of the uprising in March 1921, Levi was expelled from the Communist Party for publicly criticizing party policies. He soon formed the Communist Working Collective, and later re-entered the Social Democratic Party. He died in 1930 after he fell from his window and succumbed to injuries. Liebknecht, Karl was a German Social Democratic politician and lawyer. He joined the German Social Democratic Party in 1900. He was the first Social Democratic member of the Reichstag to openly oppose the war. Imprisoned in 1916, he was co-founder with Rosa Luxemburg and other left Social Democrats of the Spartacus League, transformed in 1918 into the Communist Party of Germany. In January 1919, during the Spartacist uprising, he was captured and murdered by officers of the White Freikorps. Liebknecht, Wilhelm was a German Social Democratic politician and close friend of Karl Marx. He was one of the founders of the German Social Democratic Party. He was Karl Liebknecht's father. Litvinov, Maxim Maximovich was a member of the RSDLP from 1898. In 1918 he was a member of the Collegium of the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs. In 1921 he was elected Deputy People's Commissar of Foreign Affairs. In 1930 he was People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs. In 1934 and in 1939 he was elected member of the Central Committee. From 1934 to 1938 he was the representative of the Soviet Union in the League of Nations. He was a deputy commissar for foreign affairs and took part in the peace treaty negotiations. Lobov, Semyon Semyonovich was a member of the Bolshevik Party beginning in 1913. In 1924 he was elected member of the Central Committee. From 1926 to 1930 he was a member of the Supreme Soviet of the National Economy and Commissar of the Forestry Industry of the USSR from 1932 to 1936. In 1937 he was arrested and executed. Lord Kepenich, Grigol was a Georgian politician and author. In 1917 he was active in the struggles for Georgian independence. He was Minister of Education and Minister of War in the independent Georgian Menshevik government. As a result, he was arrested in 1921 and deported to Suzdal. He was released in 1928. In 1929 he was arrested again and sentenced to exile. He was executed in 1937. Lukács, György was a philosopher, aesthetician, professor, and one of the main figures of 20th-century Marxist thinking. He was a founding member of the Sunday Circle and Galilei Circle. He published his writings in Nyugat, Husidikzad, etc. In 1910 he published his first book, Soul and Form. He lived in Berlin until 1911, and in Heidelberg from 1912 to 1917. In 1918 he joined the Communist Party of Hungary. In 1919, during the Hungarian Soviet Republic, he was Deputy Minister of Culture. From April 3 he was People's Commissar, and in May and June he was Commissar of the 5th Division of the Hungarian Red Army. After the fall of the Hungarian Soviet Republic he fled to Vienna where he became a member of the Provisional Central Committee of the Communist Party of Hungary. He and Gino Landler were in a faction against Bela Kun. In 1921 he took part in the Third Congress of the Comintern in Moscow. He settled in Moscow. He worked for the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute. On June 29, 1941 he was arrested by the NKVD and held for some weeks. After the war, in August 1945, he returned to Budapest. He was a member of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences from 1948. In 1949-50 the so-called Lukács debate took place. On October 26, 1956 he was appointed Minister of Public Education. In 1956 he was arrested by Soviet authorities and deported to Romania. On April 11, 1957 he was allowed to return home. He lived in inner emigration and published his works only in Western Europe. In 1967 he joined the Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party. He was awarded the Kossuth Prize. Lunacharsky, Anatoly Vasilyevich was a Bolshevik politician of education, aesthetician, art critic, writer, and translator. In 1892, as a student of the Kiev Gymnasium he joined the workers' movement. From 1895 to 1898 he lived in Zurich where he met Plekhanov and Axelrod. In 1898 he returned to Moscow, where he was arrested for disseminating illegal propaganda and was imprisoned. He was released in 1904, and moved to Western Europe. He published in V. and Proletary. He was active in the 1905 revolution, and was arrested. In the summer of 1907 he emigrated again and joined Bogdanov. Later he joined the V. group. For a while he was the ideologist of the so-called God Builders. He represented the Bolsheviks at the Stuttgart and Copenhagen Congresses of the Second International. In August 1917 he joined the Bolshevik Party. After the October Revolution he served as People's Commissar for Education, then appointed ambassador to Spain. Luxembourg, Rosa was an internationalist revolutionary, Marxist theoretician, economist, and social democratic politician and propagandist. In 1893 she played a key role in creating the social democracy of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania. In 1898 she joined the Social Democratic Party of Germany and became a leader of the left wing of German socialism. She was imprisoned for her opposition to the war in 1915. She co-founded the Spartacus League with Karl Liebknecht, which became the Communist Party of Germany in 1918. She was one of the leaders of the Spartacist uprising, and in January 1919 she and Karl Liebknecht were murdered by counter-revolutionary army officers. Lyudov, Martin Nikolaevich became a member of the Bolshevik Party in 1903. In 1909 he joined the Mensheviks, and in 1920 returned to the Bolsheviks. He was head of the Globtop and the oil industry in Baku. From 1923 to 1929 he was rector of the Sverdlov Communist University. In 1930 he was appointed director of the Archives of the October Revolution. He published works on party history. Makhno, Nestor Ivanovich was a Ukrainian anarchist revolutionary and partisan commander. He joined the anarchists during the Revolution of 1905. In 1908 he was sentenced to death by hanging, which was commuted to life imprisonment. He was released after the February Revolution in 1917. When he returned home he organized peasants' movements to distribute land among the peasants. He organized peasant guerrilla bands, the core of the Makhnovshchina being Taganrog and the neighboring region. In 1918 he went to Moscow where he met Lenin. He fought against both white and red forces. He emigrated and died abroad. Malinovsky, Roman Vasilievich joined the RSDLP in 1906. He was an agent for the Okhrana from 1911. In 1912 he was a member of the Central Committee, and the Bolshevik representative of the Fourth State Duma. Suspected of being a spy, he was expelled from the party. He fled Russia in 1914 and was deported to an internment camp in Germany. In 1918 he returned to Russia. After a trial he was sentenced to death and executed. Malov, Pyotr Pavlovich was a social democrat, economist, and Menshevik politician. He wrote several books on the agrarian question. After the October Revolution he gave up politics and studied agrarian history, economic development, and education. Manuilsky, Dmitry Zaharovich was a politician and a military official. He emigrated in 1907, and was member of the V-period group. In 1919 he was People's Commissar of Land in the Ukraine. In 1921 he was First Secretary of the Ukraine. From 1928 to 1943 he was Secretary of the Executive Committee of the Comintern. From 1942 to 1944 he worked at the General Political Department of the Soviet Army. He was a member of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. Morelevsky, Julian Baltazar Józefowicz was a Polish Bolshevik revolutionary and close associate of Rosa Luxemburg. He was among the founders of the Comintern. In 1920 he was a member of the Polish Bolshevik Provisional Government. Martyno Piker, Alexander Samolovich was a member of the Narodnik movement in the 1880s. During his university years in Petrograd he was arrested several times. Later he was sentenced to exile in Odessa and Kolomensk until 1899. He joined the RSDLP in 1900. From 1905 to 1907 he played an active part in the revolutions. As a Menshevik leader he opposed the Bolsheviks in 1917. From 1918 to 1922 he worked as a teacher and abandoned politics. In 1922 he joined the Bolshevik Party. He was professor of the Marx-Engels Academy, later he edited the newspaper Krasnaya November. In 1933 he worked for the Comintern. Martov, Yuliy was a Marxist social democratic revolutionary, politician, and publicist, the leading figure of the Menshevik faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. He became close to the revolutionary movement in Vilna as a member of the Bund. From the beginning he was a close colleague of Vladimir Lenin. The two politicians founded the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class, and for this he was exiled in 1898. He was one of the founding members of Iskra, but his political connections with Lenin were practically broken at the Second Congress. During the First World War he was the leader of the left faction of the Menshevik Party. After October 1917 he opposed the Bolshevik power, though during the Civil War he supported the Red Army against the Whites. He emigrated to Germany where he organized Sozialistischeski Vestnik, a journal of Menshevik thought. Mayakovsky, Vladimir Vladimirovich was a revolutionary and poet. He was 15 years old when he joined the RSDLP. He became in the 1920s the leading literary figure of the Soviet Union. On April 14, 1930 he committed suicide in his home in Moscow. Mering, Franz was a German Social Democratic Party politician. He joined the SDP in 1890, and became well known as a Marxist theoretician. Later he was a leader of the Spartacus League, then a founding member of the Communist Party of Germany. Menzinsky, Vyacheslav Rudolfovich joined the RSDLP in 1902, he was a Bolshevik. He took part in the 1905 revolution. In 1907 he emigrated and returned to Russia after the February Revolution in 1917. He was active in the October Revolution. In 1918-19 he was Consul General in Berlin. In 1919 he became a member of the Presidium of the Cheka. After Felix Dzerzhinsky's death he became chairman of the OGPU. Mjelids, Ilarion Vissarionovic was a member of the RSDLP from 1906. He was one of the leaders of the Saratov Party organization, and editor of the Social Democrat. In 1919 he published his writings in Pravda and Izvestiya. During the Civil War he was the head of the political division of the 1st Red Cavalry. In 1925 he was chairman of RAP, the Union of Proletarian Writers. He was member of the left opposition. In 1927 he was expelled from the party as a member of the Trotskyist opposition. In 1929 he rejoined the party. In 1935 he was arrested and in 1941 he was executed. Mikhailovsky, Nikolai Konstantinovich was a Russian literary critic and journalist, one of the ideologues of the Narodnik movement. He came from an impoverished gentry family and studied at the Mining Institute in Petrograd. He started working as a journalist in 1860. From 1868 to 1884 he published in the popular Petersburg literary magazine Otechestveniye Zapiski. He became editor of the journal Russkaya Ekonomka in 1892. Milyukov, Pavel Nikolaevich was a Russian liberal historian and politician. He was one of the founders and leaders of the Cadet Party. He was a member of the 3rd and 4th State Duma. Between March and November 1917 he was Minister of Foreign Affairs in Prince Lvov's provisional government. After the October Revolution he supported Kornilov. In 1919 he emigrated to Paris. Minin, Nikita was a Russian patriarch. He unsuccessfully tried to subordinate the Russian state to the Orthodox Church. His reforms based on Greek models resulted in the Great Schism known as Raskol in the Russian Orthodox Church. Merbekharf, Wilhelm Graf von was the leader of the German delegation at the Brest-Litovsk peace negotiations. In 1918 he was ambassador in Moscow where he fell victim to a terrorist attack in July 1918. Molotov, Vyacheslav Mikhailovich was a party member from 1906, and a Bolshevik. In 1917 he was the head of the press bureau of the Central Committee. In 1920-21 he was the secretary of the Ukrainian Central Committee. In 1921 he became a member of the Soviet Central Committee. Between 1926 and 1957 he was a member of the Politburo. He was a close co-worker of Stalin. From 1930 to 1941 he was chairman of Council of People's Commissars. He was People's Commissar of Foreign Affairs. Between 1946 and 1953 he was Deputy Premier. From 1953 to 1956 he was Minister of Foreign Affairs again. In 1961 he was removed from all his positions and expelled from the party. Muralov, Nikolai Ivanovich was a military leader and a revolutionary. He joined the RSDLP in 1903 as a Bolshevik. In 1905 he took part in the revolution. In 1917 he was one of the founders of the military section of the Moscow Soviet, and the military leader of the Moscow Armed Uprising. In 1917 he was commander of the Moscow District, in 1924 he was commander of the Northern Caucasian District. He became member of the Central Committee in 1925. In 1927 he was expelled from the CC. As a former member of the Trotskyist left opposition, he was sentenced to death on fabricated charges and executed in 1937. Muranov, Matvey Konstantinovic was a member of the Bolshevik Party from 1904. In 1912 he was a member of the Duma. He was arrested and exiled because of revolutionary activities. In 1917 he was a member of the editorial board of Pravda. He took part in the October Revolution. In 1917 he was elected Deputy Commissar of the Interior. From 1919 to 1924 he was a member of the Central Committee. In 1923 he became a member of the Supreme Court. He retired in 1939. Nadson, Semyon Yakovlevich was a popular Russian poet. Nechayev, Sergei Gennadievich was a Russian revolutionary. He set forth the creation and operation of a secret revolutionary organization. In 1868–69 he participated in the revolutionary student movement in St. Petersburg. He died in prison. Nekrasov, Nikolai Alexeyevich was a Russian narodnik poet and journalist. Nikolai was the Russian Tsar between 1825 and 1855. He was one of the most reactionary of the Russian monarchs. He suppressed the revolutions of 1848–49 on the European continent. Nogin, Viktor Pavlovich was a correspondent for Iskra in 1901. He joined the Bolshevik Party in 1903. He was active in the revolutions of both 1905 and 1917. Later he worked in several leading posts. Nolda, Boris Emanuelovich was a politician, jurist, diplomat, historian, and literary critic. After graduating from the law faculty of Moscow University he worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He taught law at different institutions. He was a colleague of the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Provisional Government. In the summer of 1919 he emigrated. At the Sorbonne, Paris, he organized the Russian department and was the Dean of Law Faculty of the Institute for Slavic Studies. He was head of the Directorate General of the Russian Red Cross in Paris. In 1947 he was chairman of the International Institute of Law. Neskov, V.A. was a revolutionary. He was a member of the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. He took part in the preparations for the Second Congress of the RSDLP. Nulens, Joseph was French ambassador to Russia in 1917. Okujava, Bulat was a Soviet poet, writer, and singer. Almansky, Mikhail Stepanovich was a revolutionary, politician, and historian, one of the leaders of the Narodovolets organization. He participated in the revolutionary movement in the 1880s. He joined the RSDLP in 1898. He was on the editorial board of Viprajad and Proletary, and took part in the activities of Zvezda and Pravda. He played an active role in the October Revolution. He was head of Istpart in the party, and the founder of the newspaper Proletarskia Revoluция. He was a member of the directorate of Lenin University. From 1920 to 1924 he was director of the Institute of Party History, and the chairman of the Society of Old Bolsheviks. Orjonikij, Grigory Konstantinovich was a Bolshevik politician. He joined the party in 1903. He was military commissar, plenipotentiary of the Transcaucasian Republic. In 1926 he became a member of the Central Control Committee, and People's Commissar for Supervision of Workers and Peasants. In 1930 he was elected to the Politburo. In 1932 he was appointed People's Commissar for Heavy Industry. He committed suicide after Pyatakhov's arrest. Osinsky, N. was a communist revolutionary, a leftist communist. From March 1918 he worked for the Supreme Soviet of the National Economy. He was on the editorial board of Pravda. In 1920–21 he was one of the leading figures of Democratic Centralism, a party faction. He was chairman of the Supreme Soviet of the National Economy, and from 1923 he had several important party and state posts. He was executed on fabricated charges. Panikok, Anton was a Dutch astronomer, astrophysicist, and socialist politician. He was the main theorist of the so-called Council on Communism. He joined the Social Democratic Workers' Party of the Netherlands in 1901. He founded Tribune in 1907. In 1909 he left the party. From 1906 to 1914 he was an active member of the Social Democratic Party of Germany. He worked for Die Neue Zeit. In 1914 he became a member of the ISD, which later reorganized as IKD. During the war he was the founder of Voorboot, the journal of the Zimmerwald Socialists. From 1918 to 1921 he was a member of the Communist Workers' Party of the Netherlands. In 1921 he left the party. In 1925 he was appointed professor at the University of Amsterdam and became a member of the Academy of Sciences. He is the author of Lenin as Philosopher. Parvus was a German socialist and theoretician of Russian origin. He developed the concept of permanent revolution that Trotsky further expanded. He went to Turkey and was an advisor to the leaders of the Young Turks. As a result of his military trade manipulations, Lenin broke connections with him. Pasternak, Boris Leonidovich was a Russian Soviet poet and writer. He worked for Lev Mayakovsky's avant-garde journal. In 1958 he was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature for his novel, Dr. Zhivago, which he wrote between 1948 and 1955. The book was first published in Italian in 1957, followed by a Russian-language edition financed by the CIA. Under pressure from Soviet authorities he refused to accept the prize. Perovskaya, Sofia Lvovna was a revolutionary and a member of Narodnovolya. In 1870 she joined anarchist groups in the Samara and Tver provinces. In 1873 she returned to St. Petersburg and maintained conspiracy apartments for secret anti-Tsarist meetings. In 1874 she was arrested and put on house arrest. In 1877 she was arrested again but then went into hiding. She took part in the unsuccessful attempts against the Tsar in 1879 and 1880. She reorganized her group, and managed to assassinate Tsar Alexander II in 1881. She was sentenced to death by hanging. Peters, Jakub Hristoforovich joined the Latvian Bolshevik Party in 1904. He participated in the 1905 revolution. He emigrated to England. In 1917 he returned to Russia and was active in the 1917 revolution. In 1917 he was elected a leading member of the Cheka. In 1918 he was Dzerzhinsky's deputy. He took part in the struggles against the interventionist armies. In 1925 he was Inspector General of the Frontier Guard armies. Between 1930 and 1934 he was a member of the Central Control Commission. In 1938 he was arrested and executed on fabricated charges. Petliura, Simon Vasilyevich was a member of the Ukrainian Social Democratic Labour Party. Before the First World War he edited and published 2 socialist weeklies. In 1914 he served as an officer in the Tsarist army. In 1917 he was a member of the Central Rada, the Ataman of the Army of the Ukrainian People's Republic, in 1918 the head of the Directorate. He cooperated with the German forces to fight against the Bolsheviks. During his term as head of state, pogroms continued to be perpetrated on Ukrainian territory. In 1920 he signed an alliance with the Warsaw government to overthrow the Bolshevik regime. He emigrated to Western Europe, and was assassinated in Paris. Petrovsky, Grigory Ivanovich was a Bolshevik revolutionary, politician, and statesman. He joined the party in 1897. In 1914 he was arrested since he was a member of the Bolshevik faction of the State Duma, and was sentenced to exile in Turohansk in 1915. Between 1919 and 1938 he served as chairman of the All-Ukrainian Central Executive Committee. In 1940 he was made deputy director of the Museum of the Revolution and never returned to politics. Pilniak, Boris was a Soviet symbolist author, short story writer, and one of the influential figures of Soviet literature in the 1920s. His main works are Naked Year and Spilled Time. He was arrested on fabricated charges and executed. Pilsudski, Józef was a Polish nationalist military leader, politician, and statesman. He was the first head of state for the new independent Poland. He started his political career as a member of the Polish Socialist Party and ended up as an authoritarian dictator of Poland. In the spring of 1920 he attacked Soviet Russia. Platon, Fritz was a Swiss communist politician. He took part in the 1905 revolution. He returned to Switzerland, where in 1912 he was the secretary of the Swiss Social Democratic Party. During the First World War he pursued anti-war politics. He helped Lenin's return to Russia in 1917 by making use of his political connections. In 1918 he shielded Lenin with his own body when their car came under fire in Petrograd. He was a member of the Presidium of the Communist International in 1919 and later of the Comintern. In 1921 he founded the Swiss Communist Party and became General Secretary. In 1923 he settled in the Soviet Union and taught at universities. In 1938 he was arrested and moved to prison camp, and in 1944 he was shot. Plave, Vyacheslav Konstantinovich was an extremely conservative Russian politician. From 1879 he served in different posts at the state administration. In 1899 he was actual privy councillor. In 1902 he was appointed Minister of the Interior and Chief of the Gendarmes. Plekhanov, Georgy Valentinovich was a theoretician, a philosopher, the father of Russian Marxism. He was born into the family of a small-scale landlord. In 1873 he studied at the Konstantinov Military Academy in Voronezh, then enrolled at the Metallurgical Institute in St. Petersburg. He soon abandoned his studies and turned to the Narodnik revolutionary movement. In 1880 he emigrated to Western Europe. In 1883 he founded the first Russian Marxist group. He also took part in the creation of RSDLP and the newspaper Iskra. He was one of the leading figures of the Menshevik faction. He opposed the October Revolution. Pokrovsky, Mikhail Nikolaevich was a historian, one of the founders of Soviet Marxist historiography. He joined the party in 1905 as a Bolshevik. After the 1905 revolution he emigrated and was affiliated with the Vipert group. He opposed the war, and edited Lenin's Imperialism for publication. He became one of the leaders of the October Revolution in Moscow. From 1918 to 1932 he was Vice Commissar for Education. In 1922 he was appointed Director of the Central Archives. He is buried by the Kremlin Wall. Pospelov, Pyotr Nikolaevich was a Bolshevik party ideologist. He joined the RSDLP in 1916. During the Civil War he worked underground in the Urals. In 1924 he worked for the Central Committee. In 1931 he became an editor of Bolshevik and Pravda. He was elected a member of the Central Committee and was editor of Pravda from 1940 to 1949. From 1953 to 1960 he was secretary of the CC. He was director of the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute. From 1967 to 1979 he was a member of the Presidium of the USSR Academy of Sciences. Patrusov, Alexander Nikolaevich was a Russian Social Democratic revolutionary. He was one of the leaders of the Mensheviks before October 1917. In the 1890s he joined the Marxists. He was one of the founders of the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. In 1900 he took part in editing Iskra. In 1917 he was a supporter of the provisional government. He condemned the October Revolution and went into exile. In 1919 he was arrested. In 1925 he was allowed to move abroad. Preobrazhensky, Yevgeny Alexeyevich was a Bolshevik revolutionary, economist, and theoretician. He joined the party in 1903. In 1918 he was chairman of the Presidium of the Ural Regional Committee. He was elected a member of the CC in 1920, as an expert on economic financial questions. In 1923 he joined the left opposition led by Trotsky. He was expelled from the party first in 1927, and again in 1933 after he had been restored. In 1936 he was arrested, sentenced to death, and shot in 1937. Prokopovich, Sergei Nikolaevich was an economist and politician. First he was a Social Democrat, later, in 1905, he joined the Cadet Party, but he soon left it. In 1917 he was Minister of Industry and Trade in the Provisional Government. From 1918 he pursued anti-Bolshevik politics and as a consequence was arrested in 1922 and sent into exile. Proudhon, Pierre-Joseph was a French socialist writer and journalist, considered among the most influential theorists and organizers of anarchism. In 1840 he published What is Property, in 1846 The System of Economic Contradictions or The Philosophy of Poverty. In 1847 he became a Freemason. He took part in the 1848 French Revolution, and later worked for newspapers. He was an anti-Semite and misogynist. Pugachov, Yemlian Ivanovich was an illiterate Don Cossack and leader of the greatest Cossack and peasant insurrection. He fought in the Russian army in the last battles of the 7 Years' War, later in the campaign in Poland in 1764, and in the Russian-Turkish War. During the siege of Bender he was wounded and returned home. In 1772 he was arrested as a fugitive and sentenced to exile in Siberia. He managed to flee. In June 1773 he claimed to be the dead Tsar Peter IV and sought to overthrow Tsarina Catherine II. He gathered his army consisting of peasants, old believers, and mine workers from the Ural-Volga region. He proclaimed to free the serfs, to overthrow Catherina II, and to form a Cossack peasant state. In 1775 he was beheaded in Moscow. Purishkevich, Vladimir Mitrofanovich was a Bessarabian Russian nobleman and politician noted for his extreme right-wing and anti-Semitic views. He was one of the founders of the reactionary organizations Black Hundreds and the Union of the Russian People Party. Before 1917 these organizations were known for their violent attacks against leftists, Social Democrats, and Jews. He was elected as a deputy for the 1st, 2nd, and 4th State Duma. During the 1917 revolution he was arrested by the Red Guard and under unknown circumstances escaped from the Peter and Paul fortress and went to southern Russia, which was controlled by the White Army. He tried to reorganize the Black Hundreds movement. He died from typhus in Novorossiysk. Pyatakov, Georgy Leonidovich was a Bolshevik, a member of the party from 1910, and one of the leftist communists. In 1912 he joined the Bolsheviks. He was the leader of the Kiev Bolsheviks. After 1917 he took part in the organization of the Red Army in the Ukraine. In 1918 he was head of the State Bank. From 1923 to 1927 he was a member of the Central Committee. In 1927 he was forced to resign from all his posts and was expelled from the party. After revising his opinion he was again head of the State Bank in 1929. In 1930 he was Deputy People's Commissar for Heavy Industry, one of the organizers of industrialization. In 1934 he was elected a member of the Central Committee. In 1936 he was arrested, sentenced to death, and executed. Radchenko, Stepan Ivanovich was a Russian revolutionary and engineer. He was a member of the revolutionary group led by Brusnev from 1890. He was one of the founders of the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. In 1906 he withdrew from political life. Radek, Karl Bernardovich was a highly intelligent journalist, Bolshevik party leader, and one of the main figures of the Comintern. He joined the Social Democracy of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania in 1904 and took part in the 1905 revolution in Warsaw. He moved to Germany and joined the Social Democratic Party of Germany in 1907, and became a leading journalist in SPD papers. From 1918 to 1919 he was a vice commissar for foreign affairs. From 1920 he was a member of the Executive Committee of the Comintern and of the Central Committee. As part of the left opposition he was removed from the Central Committee in 1924 and in 1927 was expelled from the party. After signing a document capitulating to Stalin he became head of the International Information Bureau of the Central Committee and an editor of Izvestia, and again a party member. In 1937 he was arrested and sentenced in the Second Great Political Trial. He died in a labor camp. Radzutok, Jan Ernestovich was a revolutionary and a communist politician. He became a member of the RD in 1905. Between 1920 and 1937 he was a member of the Central Committee. In 1926 he was elected to the Politburo, and made deputy chairman of the People's Commissariat. From 1924 to 1930 he was People's Commissar for Transport. From 1931 to 1934 he was chairman of the Central Control Commission, and a member of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection. In 1938 he was arrested, sentenced to death, and executed. Rahaya, Ivan Abramovich was a Bolshevik politician. He joined the RSDLP in 1902. He took part in the 1905 revolution. He was active in the February Revolution in 1917. In 1918 he was one of the founders of the Communist Party of Finland. He was murdered in Petrograd by White Guardists. Rakovsky, Christian Georgievic was a Bulgarian Bolshevik revolutionary, statesman, and physician. He was active in Bulgarian, Romanian, and Russian revolutionary politics, and in 1917 he became a leading figure in the Bolshevik faction of RSDLP as head of the Ukrainian People's Commissariat. He was Soviet ambassador to France from 1925 to 1927. He was a member of the left opposition. He was arrested in 1938 and sentenced to imprisonment. In 1941 he was executed. Rasputin, Grigory Yemifovich was a Russian Orthodox Christian, mystic, and swindler of Siberian peasant origin. He became a monk and was said to possess the ability to heal through prayer, and to give some relief to Tsarevich Alexei Nikolaevich, who suffered from hemophilia. He soon became an influential favorite of Nikolai II and Tsarina Alexandra. He was accused by many eminent persons of various misdeeds ranging from sexual debauchery to undue political domination over the royal family. In 1911 and 1914 there were attempts to kill him, but both failed. He was murdered in 1916. Razin, Stenko was a Cossack leader who led a major uprising against the nobility and the Tsar's bureaucracy in South Russia in 1670–71. He was born into a wealthy Don Cossack family. In 1660 he was Cossack ataman. In 1662 he was commander of the Cossack army in a campaign against the Crimea Khanate and the Ottoman Empire. His relationship with the Russian Empire deteriorated because of the execution of his brother, Ivan, in 1662. In 1667 he started a successful campaign against Persia and the southern region of the Volga when he closed down commercial roads. In 1670 he incited an uprising among the Cossacks and peasants and occupied several towns. In 1671 he was captured by the Tsarist forces and executed that year in Moscow. Rykov, Alexey Ivanovich was a revolutionary and a statesman. He joined the Bolshevik Party in 1899. He was elected a member of the Central Committee and the People's Commissariat. In 1918 he became chairman of the Supreme Soviet of the National Economy. In 1921 he was elected deputy chairman of the Council of People's Commissars and, after Lenin's death, he became chairman. In 1924 he was a member of the Executive Committee of the Comintern. In 1926 he was elected chairman of the Soviet Council of Labor and Defense. As a member of the right opposition he lost all his posts between 1929 and 1930. In 1933 he was People's Commissar of Posts and Telegraph. In 1937 he was expelled from the party, and arrested. He was executed on March 15, 1938. Roscoff, Nikolai Alexandrovich was a historian and a social democratic revolutionary. In 1898 he was appointed Privatdozent at Moscow University. He joined the RSDLP in 1905. He participated in the 1905 revolution, and he went underground in 1906. After 1907 he adopted the Menshevik point of view. In 1908 he was arrested, and in 1910 sentenced to exile in Irkutsk province. In 1917 he was deputy chairman of the Revolutionary Soviet in Novonikolaevsk. He was deputy minister of posts and telegraph in the provisional government. In 1917 he joined the Menshevik Party. He opposed the October Revolution but did not resist the events. In 1921 he was arrested. In 1922 he broke with the Mensheviks, condemning their political line. Also in 1922 he became a professor and later gave lectures in several universities of the Soviet Union. In 1926, he was appointed director of the State Historical Museum. Ryabushinsky, Pavel Pavlovich was a Russian entrepreneur, banker, and owner of a textile factory. In 1906 he was a leader of the Moscow Stock Exchange. In 1915 he became its chairman. One of the leading figures of the Cadet Party, he was a deputy of the Duma. In 1915 he was head of the Military Industrial Committee. After the fall of his supporter Kornilov, he emigrated to France in 1920. Ryazanov, David Borisovich was a Marxist scholar and archivist. In 1885 he joined the Narodnik movement and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. In 1891 he was sentenced to 4 years exile in Siberia for disseminating Marxist propaganda. He took part in the 1905 revolution and again was sentenced to exile in Siberia but escaped to the West. Working in the archives of the German Social Democratic Party and the British Museum, he published a collection of the journalism of Marx and Engels and a history of the First International. In 1917 he participated in the February and October revolutions. In 1921 he took part in the foundation of the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute and became its director. He initiated the project of publishing the collected works of Marx and Engels. In 1931 he was arrested as a Menshevik, expelled from the party and sent to Saratov. Between 1931 and 1936 he worked at the Saratov University Library. In 1937 he was arrested again, charged with rightist, Trotskyist conspiracy, and executed on January 21, 1938. Saltykov-Shchedrin, Mikhail Yevgrafovich was a writer with radical views and one of the best satirists of Russian literature. From 1841 he published his works in different literary journals and also worked in the Tsarist bureaucracy. In 1848 he was sentenced to exile in Vyatka for his radical political views. In 1855 he received permission to leave Vyatka. In 1858 he was appointed vice-governor of Ryazan. In 1860 he held the same post in Tver, and later worked in many leading administrative posts in different towns. He worked for the Russian magazine Otyuchestveniye Zapiski until 1884. Samilov, Fyodor Nikitich was a revolutionary and party official. He joined the RSDLP in 1903 as a Bolshevik and took part in the 1905 revolution. In 1914 he was arrested and sent into exile. In 1917 and 1918 he was one of the leaders of the Ivano-Voznesensk Soviet. From 1937 to 1941 he was director of the Museum of the Revolution. In 1940 he published his memoir On the Traces of the Past. Savinkov, Boris Viktorovich was a terrorist revolutionary who later supported the First World War and the Whites in the Russian Civil War. In 1903 he joined the SR Party and became the leader of the Fighting Organization, a terrorist group. He organized the assassination of Grand Duke Sergei and V.K. Plave. During the First World War he served in the French army. He was Deputy Minister of War in Kerensky's provisional government. In 1924 he was sentenced to death for terrorist attacks against the Soviet Union, but the sentence was commuted to 10 years of imprisonment. He committed suicide in 1925. He wrote several novels. Scheidemann, Philip was a German Social Democratic politician. He joined the Social Democratic Party in 1883. As a journalist and a parliamentary representative of the Social Democratic Party, he supported Germany's role in the First World War. On November 9, 1918, he proclaimed the Republic from a balcony in the Reichstag building. Later he became the first Chancellor of the Republic. After the Nazi takeover in 1933, he went into exile in Denmark. Semashko, Nikolai Alexandrovich, was a physician and Bolshevik revolutionary. In 1893 he was a member of a Marxist circle. In 1895 he was arrested and sentenced to exile in the Livonia district. From 1901 he worked as a physician, and in 1905 he took part in the revolution. In 1906 he emigrated to Switzerland, and in 1908 moved to Paris. In 1913 he participated in the anti-war movements of the Serbian and Bulgarian Social Democrats and interned at the start of the World War I. In 1917 he returned to Russia. After the October Revolution he was People's Commissar for Public Health. He was editor-in-chief of the Great Medical Encyclopedia. From 1930 to 36 he was a member of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee. After the war he took leading posts in the field of medical education. Shaginian, Marietta Sergeyevna, was a Soviet journalist and poet. From 1915 to 1918 she taught in Rostov and wrote for several newspapers. During the Second World War she was the correspondent of Pravda in the Urals. She was awarded the Stalin Prize in 1951 and the Lenin Prize in 1972. Shagov, N.R. was a textile worker and member of the party since 1900. He was deputy of Kostroma province in the 4th State Duma. Because of his anti-war activity he was arrested in 1914 and sentenced to exile in Siberia. Shomayan, Stepan Georgievich, was a Bolshevik revolutionary from Baku. During the time of his studies, in 1900, he joined the RSDLP. He became a Bolshevik in 1903. He was arrested many times and sentenced to exile. He emigrated to Germany. He took part in 1905 revolution. He was sentenced to prison for organizing the Great Baku Strike in 1914. After the 1917 February Revolution he was leader of the Baku Soviet. He took part in the October Revolution, and was elected a member of the Central Committee. He was appointed Extraordinary Commissar for the Caucasus. In 1918 there was a Muslim uprising in Baku. He and 25 other Baku commissars fled but were arrested by troops under British command and executed. Shinguryov, Andrei Ivanovich, was a physician and a member of the Cadet Party. He was the leader of the Cadet faction in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th State Dumas. In 1917 he was Minister of Economy in the Provisional Government. At the time of the October Revolution he was arrested. He was murdered in prison by a group of sailors. Shishkov, Vyacheslav Yakovlevich, was an author and architect. In the 1900s he worked for the Tomsk district's Department of Waterways. He published several short stories and novels on his experiences. In the 1910s he worked in St. Petersburg and met Gorky. He was a member of the Union of Writers from 1928. During the Second World War he played an active part in the Red Army's propaganda work. His main works are Vatiga, Grim River, and Yemelian Pugachov. Shklovsky, Viktor Borisovich, was a critic, writer, and theoretician. He was a leading figure of the formalist school, which made a deep impression on literary thought in the 1920s. He studied at St. Petersburg University. He took part in the creation of the Society for the Study of Poetic Language. His main works are Matvey Komarov, resident of the city of Moscow, and Lev Tolstoy. Shlyapnikov, Alexander Gavrilovich, was a worker and revolutionary. He became a member of the RSDLP in 1901. In 1903 he became a Bolshevik, and was imprisoned from 1904 to 1907. In 1908 he left Russia, worked in English, French, and German factories. In 1914 he worked in Petrograd but had to go into exile. Returning to Petrograd in 1915 and 1916, he was a primary link between the Bolsheviks in Russia and those in exile. He took part in the February Revolution, then was a founder of the All-Russia Metal Workers Union. He supported the Bolshevik takeover. In 1917–18 he was chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Caspian Caucasian Front. In 1920 he was one of the leaders of the workers' opposition in the party, and rejected the NEP. In 1924–25 he was on diplomatic mission in Paris. At the end of the 1920s he was the head of Metal Loimport. He published his memoirs in 1917. In 1933 he was expelled from the party for alleged factionalism. In 1934 he was deported to Karelia. In 1935 he was sentenced to exile in Astrakhan for participating in the workers' opposition. In 1936 he was arrested again and sentenced to death. He was rehabilitated in 1988. Schmidt, Nikolai Pavlovich was a Bolshevik revolutionary. Nephew of a rich textile magnate, and owner of a furniture factory, he took part in the 1905 revolution. He was a member of the RSDLP. He was executed in Butyrka prison. His funeral turned into a political protest demonstration. Shotman, A.V. was a Bolshevik revolutionary. He took part in revolutionary activities from 1899 as well as the First Russian Revolution. In 1911–12 he was a member of the Helsingfors Committee of the Finnish Social Democratic Party. In June 1917 he became a member of the Petrograd District Committee of the RSDLP. It was he who organized Lenin's move from Rajlov to Finland. After the 1917 revolution he worked in several important posts in economy, in the Soviets, and in the party. Shub, David Notanovich was a journalist and a Menshevik. He became close to Russian social democracy in the 1900s. In 1905 he took part in the revolution and in 1907 emigrated to the United States. From 1910 he worked as a journalist in New York City and after 1923 wrote for the Vorwärts newspaper. He published his book on Lenin in 1928 in Yiddish and in 1948 in English. Shvetsov, Sergei Porfirevich was an ethnographer and revolutionary. He was active in the Narodnik revolutionary movement. In 1878 he was arrested and sentenced to exile in Siberia, where he conducted ethnographical research. In the 1900s he was a member of the SR Party. He took part in the 1905 revolution. In 1918 he abandoned political activity to do scientific work. Sklyansky, Ephraim Markovich was a member of the RSDLP in Kiev. In 1916 he was drafted into the army where he served as a doctor. In October 1917 he was a member of the Revolutionary Military Committee. In 1918 he became a member of the Supreme Military Council. From 1918 to 24 he was deputy chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council and a member of the Defense Council. He was a close comrade of Trotsky. He died in a boating accident while touring the United States to acquire technical information. Sklyarenko, Alexander Pavlovich was a revolutionary. In 1886 he took part in the Narodnik movement. In 1887 he was arrested and imprisoned in St. Petersburg. In 1894 he was arrested for disseminating Marxist propaganda and was sentenced to exile in Arkhangelsk province. From 1903 he worked as a party activist in Petrograd and Samara, where he was one of the leaders of the RSDLP. In 1907 he was arrested and exiled to the far north. In 1911 he returned to St. Petersburg and participated in editing some newspapers, among them Pravda. Smilga, Ivor Tenisovich was chairman of the Regional Committee of the Soviets in Finland in 1917. During the October Revolution he was chairman of the Central Committee of the Baltic Fleet. In 1917 he was a member of the Central Committee and later a member of the Revolutionary Military Council. He led the 7th Army along with Tykachevsky in the 1920 Polish-Soviet War. From 1914 to 1926 he was deputy chairman of Gosplan. As an active Trotskyist he was arrested and sentenced to exile in Siberia. In 1929 he revised his political views. Between 1930 and 1934 he was again a member of the Supreme Soviet Council of the National Economy. After Kirov's assassination he was arrested, and in 1938 executed on fabricated charges. Smirnov, Vladimir Mikhailovich was a Bolshevik revolutionary. He was active in the 1905 revolution. He joined the Bolshevik fraction of the RSDLP in 1907. He was among the editors of Nash Puty, Spartak, and Social Democrat. In 1917 he was a member of the Military Revolutionary Committee during the October Revolution in Moscow. He was one of the leading figures of the so-called democratic centralist opposition, which protested the concentration of power in the party and state institutions. The faction was formed in 1919-20 when the Central Party and state organizations took stronger measures on controlling the local Soviets and party organizations during the Civil War. He was an oppositionist in the 1923-1927 period and was expelled from the party in 1928 and sentenced to prison in the Ural region and then sent to the Suzdal prison. After Kirov's assassination he was arrested again, and sentenced to 3 years. In 1937 he was executed on fabricated charges. Sorel, Georges was a French socialist thinker, the theoretician of the revolutionary syndicalist movement. He developed an original and provocative theory on the positive, even creative, role of myth and violence in the historical process. He came from a middle-class family and trained as a civil engineer. He opposed World War I. Sorokin, Pidirim Alexandrovich was a sociologist. In 1906 he was a member of the SR Party and was arrested the same year and imprisoned for 3 months. In 1917 he became a leader of the Right SRS. In 1922 he was sentenced to foreign exile for his oppositional activity. From 1924 to 1930 he was a professor at the University of Minnesota. From 1930 to 1959 he taught at Harvard University and was one of the founders of its sociology department. Spencer, Herbert was an British sociologist and philosopher, an early theorist of evolution, which he saw as the progressive development of the physical world, biological organisms, the human mind, and human culture and societies. His work is the source of social Darwinism. Stephens, Lincoln was an American journalist and political analyst, and one of the leading figures of muckraking journalism. Stolypin, Peter Arkhayevich was a conservative Russian statesman. After the 1905 revolution he introduced land reforms in order to resolve peasant grievances and quell dissent, and tried to improve the lives of urban laborers. His reforms would serve the economic and political consolidation of the autocracy. He was governor of Grodno, later of Saratov. From 1906 to 1911 he was Prime Minister and Minister of the Interior of Russia. In 1911 he was assassinated in the Kiev Opera House. Strong, Anne Louise was an American journalist and author. In 1921 she visited Poland and the Soviet Union. In 1925 she went to China. In 1930 she founded Moscow News. She actively supported the foreign policy of the USSR. In 1937 she sent reports about the Republican Army in Spain. During 1937 and 1938 she was back in China. In 1944 she reported from the Soviet Eastern Front. In 1946 she interviewed Mao Zedong. In 1949 Stalin expelled her from the Soviet Union as an American spy. Later, she settled in China. Struve, Peter Bernardovich was a liberal economist, publicist, and politician. He started out as a Marxist and later became a liberal. After the Bolshevik Revolution he joined the White Movement. He studied economic theory and history at St. Petersburg University. He wrote the Manifesto of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party in 1898. In 1901 he lived in exile. From 1905 to 1916 he was a member of the Cadet Party, and became one of the party's leaders. In 1909 he was one of the authors of Viki. In 1913 he worked as a university professor. In 1918 he joined the Volunteer Army Council. After the White Army was defeated, he emigrated to Sofia, Prague, Berlin, and finally settled in Paris. Sukhanov, Nikolai Nikolaevich was a revolutionary, economist, and journalist. He joined the SR Party in 1903. In 1904 he was arrested and sentenced to 1.5 years in prison. He took part in the 1905 revolution, and after its fall he emigrated to Switzerland. In 1907 he broke with the SRS and joined the Social Democrats. In 1910 he was arrested and sentenced to 3 years of exile. In 1913 he returned and worked illegally. In 1917 he was one of the editors of the first issues of Izvestia and joined the Menshevik Party. In 1921 he broke with the Mensheviks and after revising his views joined the Communist Party of Germany. He was not allowed to join the Bolshevik Party. In the 1920s he studied economic problems concerning the Soviet Union. In 1930 he was arrested and sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment. In 1935, at his request, his trial was reviewed. He then worked as a teacher in Tobolsk. In 1937 he was arrested again and sentenced to death on fabricated charges. Sverdlov, Yakov Mihailovich was a revolutionary, one of the leaders and organizers of the RCP in Russia. He joined the RSDLP in 1902. At the time of the party schism he joined the Bolshevik faction. In 1905 he was the leader of the Ural Party organization. On June 10, 1906 he was arrested in Perm. He was in prison until 1909. From 1910 to 1912 he was sentenced to exile, twice in Narum and once in Maksimkin Yar on the Arctic Circle. In 1912 he was elected a member of the Central Committee at the Prague Conference. In 1912 he fled exile and returned to Petrograd. He worked on Pravda until he was betrayed by the double agent Roman Malinovsky and from 1913 to 1917 was exiled in Turukhansk, Siberia. In April 1917 he was a member of the CC and the Revolutionary Military Committee of the Petrograd Soviet. He helped organize the October Revolution. On November 8, 1917 he was elected chairman of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee. In 1918 he was the second most important leader of the country. He died of tuberculosis in Oryol. Teratuta, Olga G. was a Bolshevik and an active revolutionary in Ukraine. She was a member of the RSDLP from 1897 and worked for the newspapers Iskra. In 1904 she left the party and joined the anarchists. She was a member of the Buntar group, and in 1907 the group's messenger. In 1908 she was arrested and sentenced to prison for 21 years. She was released in March 1917. After the October Revolution she edited and published works of Bakunin, Kropotkin, and other anarchists. In 1937 she was arrested and, in 1938, executed on fabricated charges. Tikhon was the patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church between 1917 and 1925. From 1898 to 1907 he was Bishop of the Aleutians and Alaska. By order of the Synod he moved the center of the bishopric to New York from San Francisco in 1905. From 1907 to 1913 he was Bishop of Yaroslav. During the war he lived in Moscow. After the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution he was elected Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church. He condemned Bolshevik attacks on the church. In 1920 he granted autonomy to the parishes outside of Russia. In 1922 he was put under house arrest in Donskoy Monastery. In 1923, after he had revised his views, he was released. Tikashev, Peter Nikitish was a revolutionary, the ideologist and main representative of Russian Jacobinism. In the 1860s he actively participated in student protests. He was arrested several times. His writings in Ruskoye Slovo and Delo were censored. In 1869 he was arrested, and in 1871 he was sentenced to exile in the Pskov province. In 1873 he escaped and emigrated. He worked for the journals V. and Nabot. Tolstoy, Alexei Nikolaevich was a writer. In spite of his father's noble origins and his white emigrant past, he became a main supporter of the Soviet system, and later returned to the USSR. His main works are Nikita's Childhood, Peter I, and the Road to Calvary trilogy. He was awarded the Stalin Prize 3 times. In 1936 he was elected chairman of the Writers' Union. Trotsky, Lev Davidovich, was an internationalist revolutionary, politician, statesman, journalist, and party theoretician. In 1903 he was a Menshevik, and later an independent member. After the 6th Congress in August 1917 he was a Bolshevik Party member. From 1898 on he was arrested many times for his revolutionary activities, and was sentenced to exile. In 1905 he was chairman of the Petrograd Soviet. After the demise of the revolution he fled from Siberian exile and emigrated, settling in Vienna. In the course of the debates between the party factions he had many conflicts with Lenin. From 1908 to 1913 he was editor of the workers' newspaper, Pravda. He returned to Russia in May 1917. After the victory of the October Revolution he became People's Commissar of Foreign Affairs. In March 1918 he became Commissar for War and built the victorious Red Army. During the struggle for power after Lenin's death he gradually lost to Stalin. In the fall of 1923 he was leader of the left opposition, a faction within the party. In 1928 he was sentenced to exile in Alma-Ata. In 1929 he was expelled from the Soviet Union. He settled in Mexico. He was assassinated in a plot inspired by Stalin. Tsar Italy, Irakli Georgievic was a Menshevik leader and politician. He was a member of the Second State Duma. He was exiled to Siberia. After the February Revolution he returned to Petrograd. He was a member of the Executive Committee of the Petrograd Soviet and the Minister of Posts and Telegraphs in the Provisional Government. He was a fiery opponent of the October Revolution. In 1923 he emigrated to France, and in 1940 he moved to the United States. Tsvetiva, Marina Ivanovna, was a Russian and Soviet poet. In 1922 she was exiled. She returned to Moscow in 1939. She committed suicide in 1941. Europa, Alexander Dmitrievich was a Bolshevik revolutionary, statistician, agronomist, and politician. He became a member of the RSDLP in 1898. In 1918 he was Deputy People's Commissar of Food. During the Civil War he was responsible for supplying the Red Army and directed the operations of the Food Requisitioning Army. In 1925 he became People's Commissar for Foreign and Internal Trade. He is buried in Red Square by the wall of the Kremlin. Tikhon Baranovsky, Mikhail Ivanovich, was an economist. First he was a social democrat and belonged to the so-called legal Marxist faction. He began a new way of thinking about business cycles. He attempted a synthesis between Marxist political economy and subjective value theory. His works are The Russian Factory in Past and Present, Sketches from the Latest History of Political Economy and Socialism, Foundations of Political Economy, and Socialism as a Way of Learning. He was a member of the Cadet Party, but after the 1917 revolution was associated with the German-sponsored Ukrainian regime. Tkhachevsky, Mikhail Nikolaevich, was a revolutionary, Marshal of the Soviet Union, statesman, and one of the most prominent figures in the Soviet military leadership. He started his career as a Tsarist officer. He joined the Bolshevik Party in 1918, in 1919 and 1920 he was one of the commanders of the Red Army. In 1920 he commanded the Red Army in Poland during the Soviet-Polish War. In March 1921 he was the commander of the 7th Army during the suppression of the Kronstadt Rebellion. From 1925 to 1928 he was Chief of Staff of the Red Army. In 1928 he was commander of the Leningrad Military District. In 1934 he was a member of the Central Committee and in 1935 became Marshal. In 1936 he was arrested and charged with conspiring with Germany. He was found guilty and executed. Unschlicht, Yosef Stanislavovich, was a Bolshevik Party official and one of the founders of the police organization. He joined the RSDLP in 1906. He was arrested many times. In October 1917 he was a member of the Revolutionary Military Committee. In 1917 he was elected member of the Collegium of the Chayka. In 1918 he fought against the German interventionist forces in Pskov. In 1918 and 1919 he was leader of the supervision of prisoners of war. From 1919 to 1921 he was a member of the Revolutionary Military Committee on the Western Front. In 1921 he was Deputy Minister of the Interior and organized the Reconnaissance Department. In 1924 he was a member of the Central Revolutionary Council. From 1925 to 1930 he was Deputy Commissar of the Soviet Armed Forces, and Commander of the Civil Fleet from 1933 to 1935. He was arrested in 1937, and in 1938 sentenced to death. Uritsky, Maisy Solomonovic was a revolutionary and politician. He began his revolutionary activity in the 1890s. After the Second Congress he was a Menshevik. In 1906 he was arrested and sentenced to exile. In 1914 he emigrated to France. In February 1917 he returned to Russia as a Bolshevik and in October became a member of the Petrograd Revolutionary Military Committee. In 1918 he was deputy for Dzerzhinsky. He was a member of the Petrograd Revolutionary Defense Committee and a temporary commissar of Foreign and Internal Affairs. In 1918 he was head of the Petrograd Chayka. He was assassinated. Uspensky, Gleb Ivanovich was a Russian writer who presented a realistic picture of peasants' lives. Ustryalov, Nikolai Vasilyevich was a political journalist and politician. He taught at Moscow University between 1916 and 1918. As a member of the Cadet Party he was a supporter of the Whites in the Civil War. He became the judicial consultant under Kolchak's government. In 1921 he emigrated to France, and later moved to China. He was the founding ideologist of Smenovikist political thought or National Bolshevism. From 1926 to 1935 he was advisor to the Chinese Eastern Railways. He returned to the Soviet Union in 1935. In 1937 he was arrested as a counter-revolutionary spy and sentenced to death. Van der Velde, Emile was a Belgian statesman and one of the main figures of the Second International. From 1914 to 1937 he was a member of the coalition government in Belgium. He played an influential part in the peace negotiations after the First World War. In 1889 he joined the Belgian Labour Party and later became one of its leaders. In 1894 he was elected a member of parliament as a socialist. From 1918 to 1921 he was Minister of Justice. In 1922 he went to the Soviet Union as an attorney for the SRS on trial. He was Minister of Foreign Affairs from 1925 to 1927, and Minister of Health in 1936 and 1937. Vaniev, Anatoly Alexandrovich was a revolutionary and one of the founding members of the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. He took part in the technical preparations of publishing the newspaper Rabocheye Delo. In 1895 he was arrested and sentenced to exile in Siberia. Vatsidis, Joachim Joachimovic was a Soviet military leader of Latvian origin. In 1891 he studied at the Riga Military School of Non-Commissioned Officers. He was made an officer in 1897 and fought in the First World War and became a colonel. In 1918 he joined the Bolsheviks and fought on the Eastern Front. In 1918 to 19 he was the first commander-in-chief of the Red Army. In 1919 he was a member of the Revolutionary Military Council. Later he taught at the RKKA Military Academy. In 1937 he was arrested on fabricated charges. He was executed in 1938. Vasily, Artem was a writer and poet. He joined the RSDLP in 1917. He took part in the October Revolution and the Civil War as a volunteer, sailor, and later as a Chekist. He was a member of the Russian Association of Proletarian Writers from 1929 on. In 1937 he was arrested on fabricated charges and died December 2, 1939. His main work is Russia, Washed Clean by Blood. Voda Vazov, Vasily Vasilyevich took part in the Narodnik movement. In 1887 he was arrested and sentenced to exile in the Arkhangelsk district. In 1904 he was sentenced to 1 year of fortress prison in Petrograd. He was active in the 1905 revolution, and was a leading member of the Trudovik group in the 1906 Duma. He opposed the October Revolution. He emigrated to Western Europe in 1926. Volodarsky, V. was a revolutionary. In 1905 he joined Bund. He took part in the 1905 revolution. In 1911 he was sentenced to exile in the Arkhangelsk district. In 1913 he was released and emigrated to the United States and worked with Trotsky and Bukharin on the journal Novy Mir. After the February Revolution in 1917 he returned to Russia. He was active in the October Revolution. In 1918 he was Commissar for the Press and Information. He was assassinated by an SR terrorist. Volsky, Nikolai Vladislavovich was a revolutionary, journalist, and economist. He was a Bolshevik until 1904 but later turned to Menshevik ideas. In exile in the West he was a bourgeois liberal. He opposed war communism but supported the NEP. In 1928 he emigrated to France. In 1956 he published his main work, The NEP and Party Crisis After the Death of Lenin, a book on the economy of the Soviet Union. Vorontsov, Vasily Pavlovich was a Russian economist, sociologist, and writer. His main works are The Fate of Capitalism in Russia, Description of the Theoretic Economy, On the History of Community in Russia, The Fate of the Capitalist Russia, From the 70s to the 90s, and Production and Consumption in the Capitalist Society. Webb, Beatrice was an English sociologist. During the 1890s she was a member and leader of the Fabian Society. Webb, Sidney James was an English socialist historian and economist. He was among the first to join the Fabian Society and played a crucial role in the foundation of the London School of Economics and Political Science. Witt, Sergei Yulyevich Count was a Russian politician in the Russian Empire. From 1892 to 1903 he was Minister of Finance and imposed a reform on tariffs in 1897. In 1905-06, as Prime Minister, he tried to bring about the modernization of Russia through authoritarian methods. He retired in 1906. Rajul, Peter Nikolaevich was commanding general of the anti-Bolshevik White Army in southern Russia in the later stages of the Russian Civil War. Of Baltic German origin, he served in the Tsarist Guard. In the First World War he was assigned command of a cavalry squadron. He remained in the army after the February 1917 revolution. In 1920 he was commander-in-chief of the White Forces in the south. After the defeat in the Crimea, he emigrated to Turkey and then Yugoslavia. In 1924 he formed the All-Russia Military Union, an organization established to fight for the preservation and unity of all white forces living abroad. He settled in Brussels in 1927 and died of illness in 1928. Yanukovych, Nikolai Nikolaevich was a Russian general. He served as Chief of Staff of the General Headquarters at the Tsar's request in 1914. After the February Revolution he was retired from active service. At the beginning of 1918 he was arrested in Mogilev and sent to Petrograd but was killed by his guards en route. Yaroslavsky, Yemlian Mikhailovich was a Bolshevik revolutionary and historian of the party. He joined the RSDLP in 1898. In 1917 he was the military commissar of the Kremlin and the Moscow region. In 1921-22 he was secretary of the Central Committee. He was an academician from 1939 on. He was awarded the Stalin Prize. He is buried in the Kremlin Wall necropolis. Yelizarav, Mark Timofeyevich was a Russian revolutionary and Soviet politician. He joined the RSDLP in 1893. He married Anna Ilyinichna, Lenin's sister. In 1919 he was People's Commissar of Transportation. He contracted typhus and died. Yemlianov, Stepan Fyodorovich was chief of the security agencies in Azerbaijan from 1939 to 1953. In 1927 he joined the RCP. From 1939 to 41 he was the People's Commissar for Internal Affairs in the Azerbaijan SSR. From 1941 to 43 he was People's Commissar for State Security in the ASSR. In 1956 he was sentenced to 25 years of imprisonment, and was released in 1970. Yesenin, Sergei Alexandrovich was a Russian lyrical poet, known for his image both as a religious, Puritan poet and a reckless, blasphemous exhibitionist. He had 4 wives and many children. Pogatsov, an epic poem, reflects his faith in revolution. In 1925 he committed suicide. Zamyatin, Yevgeny Ivanovich was a writer of novels and plays. A satirist and writer of science fiction, he was one of the best authors of the post-revolutionary period. He was a father of the 20th century dystopian genre. He emigrated to Paris in 1931. Zasulich, Vera Ivanovna was a Russian revolutionary, first a Narodnik, then a social democrat. She joined the revolutionaries in 1868. In 1878 she wounded Fyodor F. Trepov, the governor of St. Petersburg, with a revolver, but at the widely publicized trial the sympathetic jury found her not guilty. She spent the following years in exile. In 1880 she worked with Plekhanov in Switzerland. In 1885 she was co-founder of the Union for the Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. She was co-editor of Iskra. In 1903 she became a Menshevik. In 1905 she returned to Russia. In 1917 she opposed the October Revolution. Zemlyachka, Rosalia Samoilova was a Bolshevik revolutionary and a Soviet politician. In the 1890s she was active in the revolutionary movement. She joined the RSDLP in 1896. In 1901 she was a representative of the newspaper Iskra in Odessa. She was an active participant in the Central Committee. After 1905 she was arrested many times. She took part in the events of the Revolution and the Civil War. From 1922 to 43 she was a member of several state and party control organizations. From 1939 to 1943 she was deputy chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. Zetkin, Clara was a German politician, feminist, socialist, and communist leader. After the First World War she played an active part in the Communist Party of Germany and the Comintern. She was an active member of the Social Democratic Party of Germany until 1917, then joined the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany. She subsequently joined the Spartacus League, later transformed into the Communist Party of Germany, which she represented in the Reichstag during the Weimar Republic of 1920–33. In August 1932, as the chairwoman of the Reichstag by seniority, she called for people to fight National Socialism. In 1933 she emigrated to the Soviet Union. Zabotinsky, Vladimir Yevgenyevich was an essayist, translator, and journalist. A leading figure of rightist Zionism, he was the founder of the revisionist Zionist movement and Bader, the organizer of the Jewish Legion. In Odessa he founded the Jewish Self-Defense Organization. After the First World War he emigrated to Palestine. He wanted to create the Jewish state on both sides of the Jordan with the help of the British Empire. Zheleznyakov, Anatoly Grigorievich was a sailor and anarchist. In 1915 he served with the Baltic Fleet. In 1916 he deserted and went into hiding on trading vessels. In October 1917 he took part in the revolution and fought with the Bolsheviks in the Civil War and was mortally wounded in battle. Chlyabov, Andrei Ivanovich was a Russian revolutionary, one of the leaders of the Narodnik movement. He studied law in Odessa but was expelled for his participation in student unrest in October 1871. He was active in Kiev and Odessa revolutionary circles and was arrested but released on bail. He was a member of the Zemlya Ivalia group from 1879. he was one of the chief organizers of the successful attempt to assassinate Alexander II on March 1, 1881. He was preparing for another terrorist attack, but was arrested 2 days before the assassination and was tried together with the March 1 case and hanged. Zinoviev, Grigory Yevzayevich, was a Bolshevik revolutionary, politician, and agitator. He joined the party in 1901 and was a close friend to Lenin in exile. From 1917 to 19 he was the chairman of the Petrograd Soviet and a founding member of the Executive Committee of the Comintern in 1919. In 1917 he was elected a member of the Central Committee and, in 1919, a member of the Politburo. As he gradually turned against Stalin, he lost all his posts in 1926 and 27 and was expelled from the party. In 1928 he publicly acknowledged his mistakes, but in 1933 he was expelled again and arrested in 1934. In 1936, as one of the accused at the first Moscow show trial, he was sentenced to death and executed. Zoshchenko, Mikhail Mikhailovich, was a writer and satirist. His short stories and sketches belong to the most humorous writings of the Soviet period. He attended the Faculty of Law but in 1915 served in the army as a field officer. Between 1917 and 1920 he traveled throughout the country and worked at several jobs. After October 1917 he sided with the Bolsheviks, and volunteered in the Civil War. From 1920 on, he was on the editorial board of the satirical magazine Crocodile. During the Great Patriotic War he was evacuated to Alma-Ata. Zoshchenko's and Akhmatova's apolitical literary works published in Zvezda and Leningrad elicited anger from the authorities. From 1946 to 53 he was expelled from the Union of Writers. In 1953 he was readmitted and worked for Crocodile and Ogonok.